Chapter 1. Night at the Landfill. This is a vast depression filled with heaps of garbage. It is the largest waste disposal site on the outskirts of Wuyang City, where all the city's trash is brought. The sun has already set, the last rays of twilight reflecting off the mounds of garbage, quickly fading as darkness approaches. The scavengers in the landfill have long since left it as now deserted. As winter approaches, not even mosquitoes remain, and the entire landfill is eerily silent. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the garbage can be heard. Suddenly, amidst the deathly silence of the garbage mounds, a muffled groan breaks out that a pile of garbage shifts, and a small, thin hand emerges, followed by a frail figure crawling out from the refuse. It appears to be a child of about 13 or 14, with a weak stature and messy hair. In the cold, he wears only a tattered shirt full of patches, with a clear handprint mark on his face and blood that is yet to dry around his nose and mouth. Hiss! Wuyang wiped his head and felt the wound. Instantly hissing in pain, he looked at the blood on his hand and then at his remaining tattered shirt. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his youthful face as he muttered angrily, "Damn it, Wuyang, just wait. If I survive today, I will definitely avenge this." At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, the last glimmer of light vanishing from the landfill. His body stiffened as he suddenly looked up to the west, where the final rays of light quickly retreated. His face turned pale, and he stood up abruptly, looking around. The entire landfill was dead silent, the darkness swiftly consuming the garbage mounds like a tide. Not good. Wuyang's eyes filled with fear and panic. Once night fell, the wilderness became the realm of monsters. Ordinary people had almost no chance of survival in the wild, let alone a child as weak as he was. He looked around in a panic, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he used both hands and feet to crawl out of the pile of garbage, running madly into the distance, pushing beyond his limits. His body suddenly collapsed, sliding directly into a pit of garbage sludge, the foul, black water seeping out from the refuse. He rolled into the muck, soaking himself completely. The icy water chilled him to the bone. But at that moment, he couldn't care less that he looked up again towards the west. The last bit of light had completely disappeared. Fear flickered in his eyes as he ran again, diving into a mound of garbage and digging frantically with his hands. Whoosh! A cold wind swept through the earth, causing a slight tremor, as if something was changing. The last ray of light vanished completely, darkness enveloping the land. A chill surged through Wuyang, making him shiver, and fear flashed in his eyes. He dug faster and finally created a large pit. He squeezed his thin body inside, quickly covering the opening with garbage, piling it a foot thick. He could see nothing outside, creating a small space inside. At this moment, he finally let out a slow breath. As the tension faded, the cold wetness enveloped him, making his body tremble. He forced himself to curl up tightly, remaining perfectly still, somehow managing to suppress his shivering. Roar! A roar echoed through the night. Darkness descended, and the monsters that had hidden away during the day began to stir. The night belonged to them, and no one would have guessed that a small boy was hiding among the garbage. Even if someone did know, they wouldn't care in this apocalyptic world. Human life was worth less than grass. Grass could be burned for fire, but humans could not, especially not a scavenging child. The night was deathly still. Only the howling wind and the occasional shrieks and roars of monsters could be heard. Although this area was within a forward defense perimeter, the monsters remained extremely active at night. The defenses couldn't cover an area of several dozen miles. Wuyang dared not sleep nor make a sound. The monsters were incredibly sensitive, with terrifying hearing and smell, especially the most active blood-fog beasts, which could smell blood from miles away. He had bled earlier, and although he had tried to cover it with dirty water, it might still attract the beasts. The night grew colder, and Wuyang felt his body nearly stiffening. His thin clothes were soaked in mud and water, and in such cold weather, even an adult would struggle. His lips had turned blue, but he bit down hard, forcing himself to remain still. His eyes held a determination and calmness beyond his years. One knew that within this frail body lay another soul, a soul that had crossed over from Earth. Also named Wuyang, this soul was over 20 years old. When he was on Earth, he was an orphan, growing up in a garbage heap. That he had endured many hardships that were not much less than what he faced now, which is why he could endure and persist. He had spent countless nights in garbage heaps. The only difference was that on Earth there was not much danger at most wild dogs. Here, however, it was an apocalyptic world filled with terrifying monsters. 20 years ago, the monsters descended, terrifying beings from myths that could summon winds and rain, breathe fire and lightning, fly and burrow, with immense supernatural powers that humanity's advanced technological weapons proved utterly useless. Within just a few months, human civilization collapsed rapidly, and billions of people were slaughtered. If it weren't for the emergence of the holy soldiers, who held back the monsters, built cities, and protected the remnants of humanity, the human race might have been extinguished. He had crossed over 2 years ago. The original Wuyang had fallen seriously ill, and he took the opportunity to take over. How he had crossed over, he didn't know. He had just played a game, perhaps too excited, and died suddenly, causing his soul to travel. But crossing over was of little use. The child's body was weak and powerless. With the apocalypse upon him, he couldn't do anything, and survival was already a problem. He could only revert to his old profession, scavenging. As a result, he became a little beggar again. In his previous life, he had experienced painful struggles and worked for decades to achieve a little success, only to be reduced to his former state, becoming a beggar again in this world where human life was worth less than grass. Did heaven have a grudge against him, torturing him so? Ding! At that moment, a sudden crisp sound broke out. Though the sound was light, like the wind blowing a tin can, it was like thunder in Wuyang's ears. His body tensed, and he held his breath, not daring to make a sound. 2 years of scavenging had made him extremely alert. This was definitely not the wind. Something had bumped into something else. Sure enough, another sound followed, as if something was rummaging through the garbage in search of food, accompanied by low growls. Wuyang's heart relaxed slightly. It was a hunting dog, not a monster. However, he still dared not move. In the wild, these dogs were extremely ferocious, capable of attacking even solitary adults, let alone his frail form. Suddenly, he felt a tightening in his chest. The hunting dog was approaching him. He could hear the sound of its nose sniffing as it neared the garbage pile where he was hiding. The stinking water could not cover up the scent of blood. The dog might have caught the trail. That moment, silence fell abruptly, as if the wind had stopped. Wuyang's body went rigid, his heart racing, and he held his breath. Suddenly, several hunting dogs that had been foraging let out terrified whines, frantically scattering as if encountering something extremely terrifying. A howl of despair pierced the night, and the ground shook as if something heavy had fallen. Wuyang didn't dare to move. Although he couldn't see, he heard the dogs' anguished whimpers, their claws scrambling against the ground, and the sound of water splashing, as if something was sucking up the water. Chapter 2. Holy Soldier Wuyang's blood seemed to be about to stagnate. His heart was racing, and his body had stopped trembling. He could no longer feel the cold. The sound of sucking was ringing in his ears, and at this moment, the only thing in his world was the sound of sucking. He was very clear that it was not just a sucking sound, it was the sound of blood being drawn. It was either a blood-mist beast or a blood puppet, creatures that delighted in consuming blood. The blood-mist beast was a low-tier demon from the demon world invasion, but its numbers were vast, making it one of the most harmful demons to humans. It was like wolves in the wilderness, powerful and swift, able to turn into blood mist to conceal itself. Moreover, once bitten or infected by its poisonous blood, the blood poison would attack the heart, turning the victim into an ignorant blood puppet. Whether it was the blood mist beast or the blood puppet, neither was something he could contend with. Encountering them meant certain death. He had seen the blood mist beast attack before, and adults were like weak insects in front of it, utterly incapable of resistance. The wild dog had stopped struggling. The massive shadow moved, and the dog on the ground had turned into a shriveled corpse, completely devoid of life. This monster, neither ape nor wolf, had no fur on its body, only smooth, blood-colored skin that reflected a bloody light in the faint moonlight. It crouched powerfully on all fours, with sharp claws and fangs, a grotesque face, and a thick, long tail behind it. If it stood up, it would definitely be over 2 meters tall and weigh more than 300 kilograms, with the strength to tear apart tigers and lions. This was the terrifying blood mist beast. Hiss! The blood mist beast sniffed the ground and suddenly turned its gaze towards the pile of garbage where Wuyang was hiding, the pupils flashing with a bloody light. Suddenly, the blood-mist beast moved closer to the garbage pile. Su Wuyang didn't dare to move, that he couldn't see the situation outside, but he could hear the faint sound of crawling getting closer, as if he could see the monster slowly approaching, already able to smell that peculiar stench of blood. His heart sank. He might have been discovered. Although the sewage was foul, his blood was still flowing, and the scent of blood was as bright to the blood-mist beast as a beacon in the night. His mind raced, but he couldn't find any way out. He was powerless, just waiting for death. The blood-mist beast crept closer, its footsteps drawing nearer, as if each step landed on his heart. His heart was about to explode, desperately clutching his chest to stifle the sound of his heartbeat. In such cold weather, sweat beads had already formed on his forehead. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a plastic board was stepped on and broke. The sound was alarmingly close. Su Wuyang's heart jumped, and he couldn't suppress it. At that moment, the blood-mist beast's blood-red pupils burst with excitement. Its limbs tightened, as if preparing to pounce. Su Wuyang felt despair. He slowly closed his eyes, knowing it was over. He had never thought of resisting. He had no power to fight back in this wilderness. Perhaps death would be better. He wouldn't have to suffer like this. Suddenly, the blood-mist beast stopped, abruptly raised its head to look into the distance, and then its body trembled, transforming into a cloud of blood mist and rapidly drifting away, as if blown away by the wind. The intense feeling of oppression vanished, and Su Wuyang's eyes flashed with disbelief. The blood-mist beast had left. Did it not discover him? Or had it found other prey? He didn't dare to move, fearing that the blood-mist beast hadn't gone far. Whoosh! At that moment, a strong sound of something tearing through the air came, as if someone was flying rapidly, their clothes rustling with the fierce wind, demonstrating how fast they were moving. Bang! Suddenly, the ground shook and a figure fell from the sky, crashing onto the earth. The person stumbled a few steps and almost fell. "You're still trying to escape?" Suddenly, a loud shout came, and another figure fell from the sky, resembling a large goose. A sword light sliced through the air and struck down. The garbage pile that buried Su Wuyang collapsed into a thin layer, allowing him to see the situation in front of him. If it weren't for a few pieces of garbage blocking his face, he would have been completely exposed. Holy Soldier Warrior. His heart raced. Such power could only be exerted by a powerful Holy Soldier Warrior. Demons descended, wreaking havoc on the world. When humanity faced extinction, they discovered an ancient altar in underground ruins. Through this altar, they summoned mysterious holy soldiers from another dimension, merging with them to become their own holy soldiers. Using the holy soldiers as a medium, humanity broke through limitations, communicating with heaven and earth, absorbing primal energy for cultivation through the holy soldiers. Gaining immense strength, wielding powerful supernatural abilities, and becoming great holy soldier warriors. Among the human holy soldier warriors, 7 powerful warriors were born, known as the 7 Emperors. Under the leadership of these 7 emperors, humanity established the Holy Soldier Hall, slaying demons, building cities, safeguarding human continuation, and creating a glorious era of holy soldiers. Holy soldier warriors had become the profession aspired to by all humanity, and Su Wuyang was no exception. He had always yearned to become a holy soldier warrior, but summoning a personal holy soldier required not only talent, but also a substantial amount of money. So he could only dreamed at this moment, watching the holy soldier warriors battle. He held his breath, not daring to move. He didn't know what the situation was. He had seen the ruthlessness of holy soldier warriors before they killed without hesitation. The clash of blades rang out as both fighters retreated. The black-clad man, wielding the knife, stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, almost falling. Clutching his chest, the knife-wielding black-clad man said in a deep voice, "You from the Black Dragon Hall really want to wipe us out? We were once brothers fighting side by side." Opposite him stood a slightly taller black-clad man, wielding a sword, a powerful aura suppressing the knife-wielding man. He sneered coldly, "Who is your brother?" "You are rebels, the remnants of the Azure Dragon Guard, filthy bugs that everyone wants to exterminate. Put down your weapons and surrender, and I can guarantee you won't die." The knife-wielding man shouted fiercely, "You are the real rebels. You betrayed the Emperor, occupied the Federation, and slaughtered our brothers." The sword-wielding man coldly laughed. "The Azure Dragon conspired against the Emperor, usurped the throne. This is known throughout the land. You still want to argue? Put down your weapons. You won't be leaving here today. Don't resist any longer." The knife-wielding man's face twisted in rage as he gritted his teeth. You dream. I would rather die than put down my weapon. We Azure Dragon Guards are not cowards. The Black Dragon Hall man sneered. Still stubborn? Chai Feng, do you think you're still the flame Thunderblade of the past? Your blood is almost drained. How much strength do you have left? Then let's see. The knife-wielding man's eyes shot out determination, the battle knife in his hand trembling, humming. Suddenly, a red glow surged from the battle knife, as if it had ignited in flames. At that moment, the Black Dragon Hall man's expression changed, erupting in response, his long sword shimmering with cold light. The two men's auras surged, their energies powerful, creating a strong wind that blew the garbage away. Su Wuyang's eyes lit up. They were about to use powerful holy soldier techniques. Holy soldier technique. Flame slash. The knife-wielding black-clad man shouted, stepping forward, his knife slashing out, sending a fiery blade of light that screamed through the air, illuminating the night sky. Holy soldier technique. Ice slash. The Black Dragon Hall man also shouted, slashing out with his long sword, sending forth a cold blade of light. Fire and ice. Two energies collided. Boom! A massive sound shook the night sky. The sword light shattered, and the fiery blade slashed toward the Black Dragon Hall. No, you still have strength left. Ah! The black-clad man screamed in terror, trying to retreat, but it was too late. The flame blade instantly slashed through, letting out a cry of misery. The fiery blade cut through his body, almost splitting him in half, its power incredibly strong. The blazing flames instantly ignited the clothes on the body, which fell to the ground and began to burn, emitting a hissing sound. The firelight illuminated the garbage mountain and reflected on the person's face. The person looked very ordinary, with a slightly thin build and a scar at the corner of his eye, from which blood was flowing. His face appeared horrifyingly pale under the dim moonlight. The flying sword rolled through the sky and fell, piercing into the pile of garbage where Su Wuyang was hiding, narrowly missing his vital parts. Puff! At this moment, the black-clad man wielding the knife also spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked down at his chest, where a sword light had sliced through, tearing his clothes and causing blood to gush out. He was extremely pale. He glanced at the corpse, spat out a mouthful of blood, and cursed. Do you really think I'm heavily injured? A third-level warrior dares to come and take advantage of me? Seeking death. He steadied his mind, directing his gaze towards the direction where the sword had fallen. At this point, the sword had landed in the garbage pile and was covered by the collapsed trash. A holy weapon is not something to be underestimated. However, as soon as he lifted his foot, he paused and looked into the distance. His expression changed instantly, and he struck out with the palm, causing the garbage mountain to collapse. He then turned and flew away, leaving only the burning corpse on the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Chapter 3. Holy Warrior System. Su Wuyang's heart was racing uncontrollably, and he didn't even feel the pain for being crushed by the garbage mountain. At this moment, a sword quietly rested between his legs, just within reach if he stretched out his hand. He had longed countless times to become a holy warrior, wielding a holy weapon to fight against demons and monsters, but now, right in front of him, he didn't even dare to reach out, his breath caught in his throat. Whoosh! At that moment, a strong gust of wind howled, and several powerful sounds of breaking air came from afar. Following that, the ground shook as three figures landed in the garbage dump, dressed in black like the slain members of the Black Dragon Hall, exuding a formidable aura. One of them raised his hand, and the winds surged, extinguishing the flames directly. With a swipe of his sword across the corpse, a piece of iron flew up, and he caught it mid-air, glancing at it before speaking in a deep voice. It's Chai Feng. This is his waste token. Yin Lei Dao Yang Feng has escaped. The leader scanned the surroundings and then looked in the direction the black-clad man had fled, speaking in a deep voice. Pursue him. Liang Feng has been heavily injured by the master and can't escape far. We must capture him. He is a very important figure in the Qinglong Guard in Guangling County, and we might be able to find other members of the Qinglong Guard. One person suddenly said, Chai Feng's holy weapon is missing. Could it have fallen into this garbage dump? The leader glanced over and said solemnly, No need to search for it. Immediately track Liang Feng. We can't let him escape. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves to the master. Boom! The three of them soared out simultaneously, leaping over 20 meters in a single bound. Then, with a push of their feet against the ground, they flew off again at incredible speed, disappearing into the vast night in just a few moments. Wuyang dared not move. After a while, when he heard no sound, he quietly shifted his hand, slowly crawling his fingers toward the holy weapon. He was afraid of disturbing the garbage around him, and, after moving just a few inches for a minute, his fingers finally touched the holy weapon. Suddenly, his body trembled. He felt a powerful force surge from his fingertip, like an electric current rushing through him, as if it had reached the top of his head, making his soul almost leave his body. Ding! Unclaimed holy weapon detected. Do you want to merge and activate the holy weapon system? Joy erupted in his eyes. He recognized that image. It was from the game he loved to play in his past life. A golden finger, a benefit for a traveler. He had been in this world for 2 years, enduring countless hardships and nearly reaching the end of his life. He had tried countless methods, but had never found a golden finger, and unexpectedly, it activated just by touching the holy weapon today. He also had a golden finger now. He could become a holy weapon warrior. This life was not in vain. He could finally live a wonderful life. His whole body trembled, and excitement burst from his eyes. But soon he jolted, and his excited mood quickly calmed down. His experiences in the lowest layers of life in both his past and present lives taught him the principle that too much joy leads to sorrow. He needed to stay steady. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on to the benefits he had gained. Now that he had the system, his future would hold infinite possibilities. And he had to live well. At dawn, the scavengers would come, and he couldn't take the over a meter-long great sword with him. If discovered, it would definitely be snatched away. Buzz! Ding! Unclaimed holy weapon detected. Do you want to merge and activate the holy weapon system? The system's cold voice rang out again, jolting his mind. His gaze flickered as he contemplated whether to activate it. There were only 2 ways to become a holy weapon warrior. One was to summon the holy weapon through the summoning altar in the holy weapon hall, known as the destined holy weapon, drawing the holy weapon into one's body, gaining feedback from the holy weapon to become a holy weapon warrior, and then cultivating by attracting the original force of heaven and earth, nurturing the weapon with one's body and nurturing oneself with the weapon, comprehending holy weapon techniques, and gaining powerful strength. This was the orthodox path, and the most powerful holy weapon warriors of the Federation were produced this way, known as holy weapon warriors. If one lacked talent and failed to gain recognition from the holy weapon of the other dimension, the summoning would fail. To become a holy weapon warrior, the only other way was to fuse with a holy weapon that had not been destroyed after its warrior's death, known as a fused weapon warrior. This method of merging with the holy weapon could not match the combat power, cultivation speed, or power of summoned holy weapon warriors, and was therefore looked down upon by orthodox holy weapon warriors. However, it was still a path that countless people chose. Wuyang hesitated for a moment, but then his gaze became firm. At 15, he could summon a holy soldier at the Holy Soldier Hall, but the astronomical sum of 100,000 new coins blocked his path. After 2 years of scavenging and living frugally in this world, he had saved less than 3,000 new coins. He simply had no way to obtain the 100,000. His experiences in his past life taught him that what he had in his hands was the best. Moreover, now that he had the Holy Soldier system, activating the system was the right thing to do. With the system, there were infinite possibilities for the future, and he didn't believe he would be weaker than a holy soldier warrior. With a thought, he said, "Merge." Suddenly, the holy soldier trembled, emitting a soft hum and bursting with light, as if trying to struggle. Wuyang was startled. What if such a commotion attracted people or monsters? Just then, a flash of light occurred, instantly retracting. The holy soldier stopped vibrating, and then, to Wuyang's astonishment, it seemed to turn into liquid and directly flowed through his fingers into his body. Wuyang didn't dare to move. He felt a surge of hot energy flowing from his fingertips directly into his chest, then along his neck into his mind. His brain shook, and a sharp pain struck him, causing him to let out a muffled groan, as if his head were about to be pierced. But soon the pain vanished, and his brain vibrated violently, as if thunder had erupted. In the next moment, his consciousness entered his mind, and he saw a sword suspended in his sea of consciousness. He was shocked. He could actually introspect. In his previous life, he was often bullied and beaten, which led him to learn martial arts and combat. And he had encountered some martial arts from his past life. He knew that introspection could only be achieved by high-level martial artists or cultivators, a realm that was legendary and had never been heard of in reality. Yet now, he had reached this legendary state simply by merging with a holy weapon. The holy weapon floated in his mind, slowly rotating and continuously emitting energy to nourish his body. He felt a warm flow moving from his brain to every part of his body, rapidly enhancing his physique, with black impurities flowing out of him. At the same time, a mysterious piece of information entered his mind: how to guide the heavenly primal force to nourish the holy weapon, referred to as the holy weapon art. Although he hadn't become a holy weapon, he understood quite a bit about them. Such information was everywhere, and one could learn it with diligence. Ding! Fusion successful. Holy weapon system activated. Swordman skill tree unlocked. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again, the scene changing. And the skill tree that Wuyang was most familiar with appeared. The swordman class he loved the most when playing the holy weapon legend in his previous life. Swordmen charge forward fearlessly, with no thought of self in the presence of enemies, unafraid, a flask of wine at their waist, wandering the world with their sword. Killing one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles, incredibly carefree. He yearned for this in his heart. His gaze fell upon the skill tree, where all the skills were gray. The first skill in the first row was the one he was most familiar with, Round Moon Slash. His emotions inevitably surged again. He never expected to be able to use game skills in reality one day. His greatest dream had always been to enter the game, and now it had come true. Wuyang looked at the familiar information, his heart stirred. However, upon seeing the skill grayed out, he calmed down slightly. To use this skill, he must become a true holy warrior. It is not that you can instantly become powerful just by summoning a holy weapon. You must integrate the weapon into your body, nurturing the body with a holy weapon and the weapon with the body. Only after the holy weapon has leveled up to level 1 can the holy weapon skills be truly activated. At this moment, the holy weapon was in his mind, continuously releasing energy to nourish his body. This was the benefit of the initial fusion, rapidly strengthening his physique. He felt his frail body quickly enhancing, his hands becoming strong. Once he absorbed the fusion, he would soon become a powerful warrior. After playing for a while, he collected his thoughts. He was still in the wilderness, and with his current state of fusion, encountering a blood mist beast would not end well for him. He quietly peered through a gap to look outside. The sky was still pitch black, and dawn was still a little while away. He waited quietly. His body was much stronger now, and the cold was not as unbearable. His clothes had even dried, although the stench was quite unpleasant. He no longer waited and quietly crawled out of the garbage pile. He took a glance at the charred corpses on the battlefield in the distance, then began to climb up the garbage pile, moving over one pile and then another, continuing for over a dozen piles before finally descending, drenched in sweat and reeking of garbage. He was afraid of being tracked and used the trash to mask his scent. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from afar. It was the garbage truck from the city, and following it were the scavengers. The east had already turned into a fish belly white. He exhaled, forming a mist, standing on the garbage mountain while watching the east, observing the morning light gradually unfolding. He felt the impurities in his chest dissipate, and a sense of pride arose within him. Having survived the most dangerous night, he had been reborn. The sound of the large trucks grew closer, only a few miles away. He hid in the garbage pile, and after a few minutes, trucks began to arrive one after another, dumping garbage, and the noise of people filled the air as the scavenger army arrived, turning the garbage dump lively in no time. He quietly mixed in with the scavenger crowd. No one paid him any attention, as everyone was busy searching for useful items in the trash. Chapter 4. Scar Brother the sun had just risen, the morning mist not yet cleared. On a cold November morning, Wuyang appeared outside Wuxing City with a tattered bag on his back. Wuyang looked up at the distant, towering city wall that was 30 to 40 meters high. In the past, it always felt majestic and insurmountable, but today, it seemed to have lost that sense and appeared shorter all of a sudden. He knew this was a change in his mindset, After returning overnight, he was no longer the Su Wuyang he once was. This city wasn't large, covering an area of about 5 to 6 miles. It was just a satellite city. The so-called satellite city is relative to the main city, and this satellite city is subordinate to Yangzhou City. To the north, along the official road, stood a larger city 100 miles away, which is Yangzhou City. Yangzhou City has built 5 satellite cities, and the one where Su Wuyang lived is Wuxing City, located to the south of Yangzhou City. Wuxing City is not very large, yet it gathers over 100,000 people, is fully functional, and has a distinct hierarchy divided into 5 areas. The central area is the main urban area, mainly housing administrative institutions and wealthy neighborhoods, as well as high-end commercial districts. The eastern and western districts are primarily industrial zones. The northern district is for military and academic purposes, while the southern district was originally designated as a storage and logistics area. Nowadays, it has become a slum, with tens of thousands of impoverished people living there. This place is a mix of various social underclasses: factory workers, estate farmers, scavengers, and vagrants, with numerous gangs present, creating a chaotic and mixed environment. Theft, robbery, murder, and gang fights happen almost every day, and people live in dire conditions. Su Qingyang's backpack is a tattered bag he picked up, wider than his own body. He leans forward with all his might, his thin frame dressed in a single layer of clothing, yet his forehead is drenched in sweat, and his chest is already soaked. He trudges along a road littered with garbage. Although he has gained quite a bit of strength at this moment, the bag is still not easy for him to carry, and after walking several miles, he is still very tired. Many scavengers quickly pass by him with backpacks twice his size, leaving him far behind. His physical condition was too poor, and even if he improved, it wouldn't be by much. His sweaty face was calm, his lips tightly pressed together, and his eyes were steady and serene. He tightened his grip on his backpack and continued forward. The city gate was bustling with activity, people coming and going, and vehicles entering and exiting occasionally. Those who could drive were either rich or powerful, and pedestrians hurriedly avoided them. Suddenly, the roar of cars was heard, and people quickly made way. 2 SUVs came roaring out of the city, emblazoned with the police department's insignia. The officers inside were fully armed, holding submachine guns, and their sharp gazes made everyone avoid eye contact. The SUVs kicked up dust as they sped away, and Su Wuyang quickly stepped aside. As the vehicles whizzed past, he noticed that they were heading toward the garbage dump. He wondered if the police's departure from the city was related to the deaths from last night. However, Su Wuyang noticed something different. A few people in black clothes stood by the city gate, with swords and knives at their waists, scanning everyone with sharp eyes. His heart skipped a beat. The clothing seemed familiar. It resembled that of the people from the Black Dragon Hall who had died last night. His gaze fell on their chests. Sure enough, he saw a blood-eyed black dragon embroidered there. He had seen it clearly under the light of the swords. The person's chest bore this emblem, and he vividly remembered the fierce appearance of the black dragon with blood-red eyes under the sword light. Tightening his grip on his backpack, he lowered his head and made his way toward the city gate, feeling the gaze upon him, but it quickly shifted away. There were many scavengers around his age, so he wasn't particularly noteworthy. He passed through the city gate smoothly and sighed with relief once he was a distance away. Once inside the city, he turned onto a street, and not far ahead, he lifted his eyes to see the recycling station just a few meters away. He entered the station with his backpack. There were not many people selling scrap, only 3 or 4 haggling with the boss. The boss was a robust man, standing over 9 meters tall, bald, with a face full of flesh and a large scar on his right cheek, resembling a giant centipede. He had a fierce expression, and just a glare was enough to make a group of scavengers weak at the knees. The boss's surname was Wu, and he was called Wu Yuyang, but one should never call him that, otherwise he would fly into a rage. He preferred to be called Scar Brother, claiming it sounded more imposing. According to him, he had once wielded 2 watermelon knives, chopping his way from one end of the street to the other, claiming to have taken down over 100 people single-handedly. But that was only his word, and it seemed unverified. When Scar Brother saw Su Wuyang entering with a large backpack, he immediately broke into a grin, though his smile was more terrifying than that of a ghost, causing the scavengers who were bargaining to shudder. According to Scar Brother, 15 yuan. He bellowed. Scar Brother's expression suddenly darkened, his fierce demeanor returning as he shouted, "Skinny dog, you're just itching for a beating. You worthless trash. Now it's 14. Take it or leave it. If you don't want to sell, get lost." His voice was so loud that it made the small courtyard buzz. The young man, nicknamed Skinny Dog, trembled again, gave up on the bargaining, took the green bill, and hurriedly left. Scar Brother didn't mind and looked back at Su Wuyang with a grin, saying, "Oh, little Su, that backpack looks heavy. Seems like you've had quite a haul this time, huh?" Su Wuyang didn't respond, seemingly holding back a breath. He hurried a few steps forward, placed his backpack on the ground, and finally let out a long sigh. He lifted his head, revealing a set of white teeth and a face full of simple smiles, and said, "Uncle Scar, let's check the goods. One old world mobile phone motherboard, worth 1 dime in new currency. One electric motor copper coil, worth 2 dimes in new currency. Half a pound of tin plate, worth 5 dimes in new currency. A stack of old coins. This stuff isn't worth much." Su Wuyang poured out the items, and Scar Brother estimated their value. He weighed a brand new, old red coin in his hand, which clinked loudly as he juggled it, his eyes full of disdain, before casually tossing it into a nearby pile of worthless trash. This stack of old coins would be worth 10,000 in the old world. But in the new world, it was worthless, too hard even for wiping, and could only be classified as useless items, something Su Wuyang brought to make up the numbers. Suddenly, Scar Uncle saw Luo Ming pull something out of his bag, and his eyes lit up. He reached out to take it, glanced at it a couple of times, and said, "Not bad, not bad. You kid are lucky to have found half a box of Tianxian. Let me see if it's gone damp." Scar Uncle held a small round iron can of Tianxian brand cigarettes from the old world, his eyes gleaming with greed. He brought it close to his nose and took a deep sniff, instantly showing a look of ecstasy, while the huge scar on the right side of his face twitched as if it were a living centipede, quite terrifying. The others around watched Scar Brother with the cigarettes, their eyes also glinting with greed, inhaling sharply. However, seeing Scar Brother's terrifying scar, they all shrank back, not daring to look more. "The smell is really good. So nostalgic." Scar Uncle opened the box, revealing more than 10 remaining cigarettes. After taking a couple more deep puffs, he reluctantly said, "What a pity. They've gone damp and developed some mold, but if dried, there are still people who want them. How about I give you 5 new coins for it?" 5 new coins is not a low price. With 5 coins, a family of 3 could enjoy 2 days of good meals. However, everyone present knew that if these cigarettes were dried properly, they could sell for at least 20 coins since these items were in high demand, even if they were moldy. Su Wuyang wore a simple smile and said, "Uncle Scar has the final say." Upon hearing this, Brother Scar immediately broke into a big grin and said, "Good kid. Uncle Scar doesn't regret taking care of you. Next time you have something good, bring it to Uncle Scar, and I'll give you a good price. I won't let you suffer any losses." "Okay, Uncle Scar." Su Wuyang smiled again, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Uncle Ba used a stick to poke around, seeing that it wasn't worth much, then calculated on the abacus and said to Su Wu with great generosity, a total of $9.60 in new currency. "Since I'm in a good mood, I'll make it $10. "Thank you, Uncle Ba." Su Wuyang smiled simply. Scarface took the 10 yuan bill handed to him by the old accountant and passed it to Luo Ming. Upon seeing the new bill, there was a flicker of emotion in Luo Ming's eyes. He rarely had the chance to get more than 10 yuan, usually making only 1 or 2 yuan a day. And sometimes he returned empty-handed after being robbed. 10 yuan was already a lot for him, a sign that his strength had improved and he could move faster. He carefully wrapped it in a handkerchief and tucked it into a closed-to-body pocket, as usual. At that moment, several scavengers noticed Luo Ming putting the new bill into his pocket, their eyes glinting with greed. "I'm leaving, Scarface." Luo Ming seemed oblivious to their gazes, lowering his head, securing the money, and saying goodbye to Scarface as he walked out with his tattered bag. Watching Luo Ming's figure disappear at the entrance, the scavengers exchanged glances and prepared to follow him. Chapter 5. The city ghetto. Scarface's scar twitched on his face, revealing a fierce expression like that of a killing god. He yelled at the group, "You filthy scum! Don't you dare look in the mirror and see your own pathetic selves. Do you not know that Scarface here is someone you shouldn't mess with? If you're tired of living, Scarface will send you to your next life." The group immediately trembled, fear in their eyes as they nodded and smiled apologetically. Scarface glared at them, saying, "Stay put for half an hour. Anyone who dares to leave, Scarface will break their legs." The group nodded bitterly, quickly scurrying to a corner to crouch down. Forgetting Scarface's terror, the three burly men in the yard, wielding steel rods and looking fierce, made them shudder as they glanced over, just like a bunch of skinny addicts. Wuyang stepped out the door, and the smile on his face disappeared. He took a few steps into the nearby alley, turned several corners, and vanished from sight. The most terrifying thing for scavengers is, of course, encountering demon beasts and wild animals. But even more frightening are the scavengers themselves, who kill, rob, and use blunt weapons without hesitation. They would kill someone for a mere $1, let alone $10 new. They wouldn't care at all about taking a life, especially someone as weak as him. Yesterday, for a can of expired beef, a thug had robbed him, not only slapping him twice, but also hitting him with a stick on the way out, almost cracking his skull. He was left unconscious in the garbage dump, and his cotton clothes were stripped away. This was meant to be a death sentence for him. Wuyang has been a scavenger since he was 12 years old, and he has been doing it for 2 years, making him one of the veterans among scavengers. He has seen too many things like this, and it's truly a miracle that he has survived. This resilience has been forged through countless life and death situations. Looking at the boy with a pure smile and white teeth, he has already had his hands stained with a lot of blood. This time, he was blocked by a dark-eyed person and couldn't escape. Wuyang turned through several alleys and skillfully arrived at a bustling street. Although it's called a street, it's actually a poor neighborhood where houses have doorways set up for small businesses selling all kinds of goods, making it extremely lively. This street is called Chengzhai Street, where people are bustling about, already up early and busy. If you want to sleep in a poor neighborhood, you can only go hungry, as everyone is up early, hustling for their daily meals. A large number of workers are continuously pouring onto the street, heading towards the factories. Wuyang walked to a bun shop, where a man in his 40s with a lame leg was serving buns to others, while showing a hearty smile and asking, "How's it going?" Wuyang showed a simple smile and then handed over a new 1 yuan coin, saying, "Uncle Zhao, the same as usual." Uncle Zhao took the money and shouted into the shop, "Dear, get 4 black steam buns and 2 white steam buns. Coming." A gentle and sweet voice echoed from inside the shop, a voice so sweet that it made a man's heart skip a beat at the mere sound. Even without seeing the person, he could imagine her as a beautiful woman. A figure flashed, and a stunning woman in her 30s, with a curvy figure, fair skin, and delicate features walked out. Although she was wearing an old-fashioned floral cotton coat, it undeniably showcased the mature beauty of a 30-year-old woman. A full chest, a slim waist, and a curvy backside, making her quite alluring. Aunt Zhao, Uncle Zhao's wife, was well known in the neighborhood as the steam bun beauty, and many men had their eyes on her. However, despite Uncle Zhao's limp, he was a formidable martial artist. The woman saw Wuyang smile, and her eyes curved into a beautiful crescent as she laughed. "Wuyang, don't always eat black steam buns. You need to eat some meat since you're still growing." Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Aunt Zhao, but I don't eat meat." Aunt Zhao handed the steamed bun to Wuyang. Her beautiful eyes glanced at him, and she pretended to be angry, saying, "You child, who doesn't love to eat meat?" Wuyang smiled gently, took the steamed bun, smiled slightly at the two, and then turned to leave. As they watched Wuyang walk away, Aunt Zhao showed a hint of pity in her eyes and said, "What a sensible child. But it's so sad that he has to be dragged down by an alcoholic father. What a tough life. Sigh. This cruel world has more than just one unfortunate child." Uncle Zhao also sighed softly and then busied himself handing out buns to others. In this apocalypse, human life is as cheap as grass. Wuyang is already better off than many others. If you go to see the refugee shelters, that's where hell really is. This place is already much better. Wuyang was obviously familiar with the people on this street, as he greeted them with uncle, aunt, and old man. He made his way to a small shop with a wine flag hanging outside, where the aroma of wine wafted from a distance. The owner, a thin old man, was reclining in a wooden rattan chair, and the radio inside the shop was playing a cheerful tune. Upon seeing Wuyang, the old man with a goat beard exclaimed, "Wuyang, are you here to get more wine for your old drunkard father?" Su Wuyang smiled slightly, took out 3 yuan, and placed it on the counter, saying, Jiu Yi, give me half a caddy of sweet potato liquor. Jiu Yi's surname is Du. He is the 9th in rank, and his name is Du Jiu. He is also a brewer, so everyone calls him Jiu Yi or Jiu the Liquor Master, and Su Wuyang also calls him Jiu Yi. Jiu Yi can sell liquor on this street without anyone daring to provoke him because his son, Du Xingwu, is a famous martial artist who is said to serve in the city defense army. He could have moved to the main city, but Jiu Yi prefers this guard city, claiming it has vitality. All right, Jiu Yi sat up from his rattan chair, took a wine pot, and leisurely approached the wine vat to fill a cup for Su Wuyang. As soon as the wine vat was opened, a strong smell of liquor rushed out. The worst quality sweet potato liquor goes down the throat like a knife and burns in the stomach like charcoal, but it wins on price. And liquor lovers enjoy it the most because it is strong and gets you drunk quickly. While pouring the liquor, Jiu Yi chattered Wuyang. You little rascal. Picking up scraps to earn that little money, but it can't keep up with your father's daily half a caddy of sweet potato liquor. Your father is really not a good person, always drinking, leaving you to earn money to support the family. It's outrageous, really outrageous. If my son Xingwu were like that, I would have slapped him and forgotten his surname. Su Wuyang remained silent, just quietly listening and not refuting. He took the wine from Ninth Master's hand, smiled slightly, and said, Thank you, Ninth Master. Then he turned and walked away, his thin figure appearing so frail. Ninth Master watched Su Wuyang's back and sighed softly, shaking his head. What a good kid. He doesn't speak ill of his father, not even a word of complaint. If my son were this filial, I, old Ninth Master, would be smiling every day. After speaking, he lay back in the rickety chair, which creaked as it rocked. Chapter 6. The Girl Next Door, Jilin. Su Wuyang wound his way to an old 6-story apartment building from the old world, its walls mottled and the windows rusty, many of which were missing glass and covered with a layer of plastic sheeting, but all secured with sturdy wooden planks. He opened the iron gate of the building's entrance and climbed the dark staircase to the 6th floor. This was a building with 7 households per staircase, although old. Having a home among the poor was already a great condition, and this was the only inheritance left to him by his alcoholic father. Su Wuyang walked to the door, took out his key, and prepared to open the iron gate. At that moment, the door next door made a sound, swung open, and a delicate face appeared through the iron bars. A pair of dark eyes met Su Wuyang's, instantly breaking into a smile, curving like 2 crescent moons. The girl happily opened the iron gate and stood in front of Su Wuyang. She looked about 14 or 15 years old, slightly taller than Su Wuyang, with a complexion as fair as jade, large eyes and slender eyebrows, a delicate nose and rosy lips, a perfect beauty in the making. Her hair was styled in 2 small braids, and she wore a white cotton dress with black spots, exuding an indescribable charm. Her pair of bright, sparkling eyes seemed to speak as they looked at Su Wuyang. Standing in the dimly lit stairwell, she was like white cotton blooming on black soil, strikingly vivid and eye-catching. Su Wuyang saw a radiant smile blooming on the girl's face, revealing her white teeth. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that there was not much expression in her eyes before, but now they were filled with warmth. Xiaolin, why aren't you at school today? The girl, Jilin, was 14 years old, and she and her father had lived next to Su Wuyang for over a year, becoming very familiar with each other. Jilin was very happy to see Su Wuyang and said with a joyful expression. Su Wuyang heard this and laughed, saying, Xiaolin, are you going to summon the Holy Soldier? That's great. From now on, you'll be the Holy Soldier Master. As he spoke, he deliberately mimicked the gesture of bowing to the Holy Soldier warriors and bowed to Jilin. Jilin's eyes sparkled with laughter as she covered her mouth and giggled. She felt a bit nervous. In the past, whenever it was mentioned, Su Wuyang always showed sadness in his eyes, so she had been cautious in her words. Seeing that Su Wuyang didn't exhibit any sorrow this time, she felt relieved, and her smile became even brighter as she said, Hee hee, it's not that easy. The chance of summoning a holy soldier is very low. I might not even have the talent. Perhaps no holy soldier would want to be summoned by me. Su Wuyang smiled, revealing his white teeth, and said, Shaolin must be a rare genius. Maybe you can summon your favorite spell type, Holy Weapon, Yilin Potet. stomped her foot in a playful manner, and with her sparkling eyes, said in a somewhat charming voice, "Brother Luo, you're teasing me again. Summoning a spell-type holy weapon is too difficult. Only 1 or 2 people out of 100 can do it. How could I possibly summon one? I'd be satisfied just to summon an attack-type holy weapon." Wuyang laughed and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Perhaps this magical holy weapon has taken a liking to our clever, beautiful, and kind Lin Lin." Upon hearing this, Ji Lin's face immediately turned red, her expression shy, but her eyes were filled with joy. She sweetly said, "Brother Wuyang is the real genius. If you summon, you will definitely succeed." However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly looked at Wuyang's face, biting her lip, her face showing a hint of tension. In Yangzhou City and Wei City, anyone over the age of 14 can go to the Holy Weapon altar to summon a holy weapon, but summoning a holy weapon is not free. It costs 100,000 new coins for each summon. 100,000 new coins is an astronomical figure for ordinary people in this apocalypse. Working the hardest jobs for the least amount of money, it's already good enough to fill their stomachs. How could they possibly come up with 100,000 new coins? Wuyang has been scavenging for 2 years, and despite his efforts, he has saved less than 3,000. He also has an alcoholic father. Since he was 12, Wuyang had to find food for himself and bear the responsibility of buying alcohol for his father. Most of the money he earned was spent on alcohol, leaving him unable to save enough for summoning a holy soldier. At this moment, Ji Lin felt an immense regret for herself, wondering how she could have let something slip out in her moment of happiness. Wuyang smiled slightly and said, "What talent do I have? I'm just a scavenger and wouldn't dare to think about summoning holy soldiers. Now that I have holy soldier warriors, the holy soldiers within me are nurturing my strong body. And soon I will also become a powerful holy soldier warrior, no longer feeling as uncomfortable as before." As he spoke, he took out a key to unlock the door, then opened it and stood by the door, looking at Ji Lin and said, "Shaolin, I believe you will succeed. Brother Wuyang will be waiting for your good news at home." Brother Wuyang. Ji Lin's big, dark eyes misted over with tears. She thought she had hurt Wuyang again and felt sad, wanting to explain. Wuyang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Xiaolin, you should go get ready. The earlier you go, the better spot you can grab." Ji Lin nodded, trying hard to hold back her tears. Wuyang slowly closed the door. Outside, Ji Lin stood quietly, her tears finally rolling down. She knew she had hurt Brother Wuyang today. At that moment, Ji Lin's father, Ji Yu, called out loudly from inside the room. He has arrived. The room was extremely tidy, clean, spotless, with very little furniture. Everything of value had been sold off. There was only a small wooden table and an old sofa with peeling fabric, exposing the sponge inside. On the sofa lay a middle-aged man with messy hair and unkempt stubble, reeking of alcohol, deeply asleep. A bottle of liquor lay on the floor, filling the room with the smell of alcohol. This was Wuyang's father, Su Dalong, a former martial artist and soldier. Unfortunately, he had been severely injured on the battlefield, losing a leg and going blind in one eye, becoming a useless man. Since then, he had fallen into despair, becoming an alcoholic, doing nothing but drinking all day, and had relied on a 10-year-old child to support him for 2 years. Wuyang opened the box, which contained neatly organized new coins of various denominations. He carefully took out his earnings from today, placing them into the box. It wasn't much, only 5 yuan, which was quite a lot for him in the past. He used to gleam with excitement, thinking, "I've reached 3,000, I'm one step closer to 100,000, soon I can summon the holy soldiers." But now, looking at it, he felt nothing. Bang! At that moment, a sound of something falling to the ground came from outside. Wuyang hurriedly closed the box and put it back in the ceiling before rushing out. In the living room, Luo Tianlong seemed to have awakened from the smell of alcohol, grabbing a bottle from the small table and drinking directly from it, knocking the table to the ground, causing the buns to roll everywhere. Wuyang had seen this scene countless times before, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward, picked up the buns from the ground, and handed 2 white buns to Luo Tianlong, saying, "Dad, don't just drink alcohol. Here are some buns for you. Drinking on an empty stomach is bad for your stomach. I want to eat. Don't disturb me while I'm drinking. Luo Tianlong, with bleary eyes, swatted the buns away and continued to drink. Su Wuyang picked up the steamed buns again and placed them on the small table. He took 2 black buns for himself, got a bowl from the kitchen, added some salt, poured in half a bowl of water, and dipped the buns in the salty water before swallowing them down. Then he drank a big bowl of hot water. That was one meal settled for the day. By the time Su Wuyang walked out of the room, Luo Tianlong had already drunk most of a half bottle of liquor and was sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Su Wuyang used to be unable to move anything at all, but now his strength has more than doubled compared to before. However, it was still quite a struggle for him to lift his father onto his bed. He filled a basin with hot water, dampened a towel, and carefully wiped Luo Tianlong's face clean, then covered him with a blanket again. He placed a small table by the bedside, using a plate with a missing edge to hold some steamed buns, along with a small pinch of pickled vegetables. Although Su Dalong looked like this, Su Wuyang did not mind at all. This was because, in his past life, he was an orphan and had endured loneliness. In this life, having a father made him feel less lonely, so he took great care of Su Dalong and found joy in it. Chapter 7. Ziyun Martial Arts Hall. As Su Wuyang opened the door, he couldn't help but feel excited. He finally had the opportunity to take a good look at his holy weapon and study the holy weapon system, which will be fundamental for him to establish himself in this apocalyptic world. Sitting on the bed, he focused his mind, and the system page appeared before him. He couldn't see anything in the nearby mirror, which put him at ease. This thing should be invisible to others. After a moment, he frowned slightly. The holy weapon system seemed to be a stripped-down version, completely unlike the previous game, which had numerous functions. It only displayed a holy weapon page, showing the sword he had obtained with just some basic information, as well as the swordsman's skill tree and skill information. Besides that, there was nothing else. There were none of the previous secondary professions, such as refining, alchemy, or gathering. He didn't know if those features were missing or if they would be unlocked later. After searching for a while without finding anything, he stopped worrying about it and began to study the holy weapon. Brave sword. Rank 0, weapon effect. Additional heavy strike effect. Attack speed increased by 5. Unlock skill. Crescent slash. Experience points. 0. Su Wuyang listened carefully and heard the sound of snoring coming from Su Dalong's room. He glanced at the window, which was tightly shut. After calming his breath, he suddenly had a thought. Sacred weapon. Suddenly, he felt a warm flow surging through his arm, and a powerful energy burst from his palm. His hand sank suddenly, and a sword took shape in his grasp. At that moment, in the adjacent room, Su Dalong suddenly opened his eyes. There was still a hint of drunkenness in his gaze, but his eyes were clear, shining with a hint of golden light. However, he soon closed his eyes again, and the snoring continued. Su Wuyang held the sword, which was about to drop to the ground. It was too heavy, weighing around 10 pounds. With his strength, it was somewhat laborious for him, but he forced himself to hold on without letting it fall. He held his breath and listened attentively to the sounds next door, where Su Dalong's voice thundered, which finally eased his mind. Looking at the sword in his hand with joy, it was about 3 to 1, 4 meters long, wider than his small hands, and about an inch thick, resembling a Han sword but slightly wider, with double grooves. Mysterious patterns faintly shimmered on the blade under the light. Holding it in his hand, he felt that as soon as he moved, it would unleash a powerful force. At that moment, he seemed capable of slaying tigers and leopards. His chest filled with heroic spirit, as if he and the sword were one, like an extension of his arm. This was due to the enhancement of his physique from the holy weapon entering his body. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to lift the sword. His body looked like that of a 12 or 13-year-old, severely malnourished. After catching his breath for a while, his body gradually recovered, and the feeling of emptiness disappeared. He glanced at the sky. His expression slightly changed, hurriedly focused his mind, and entered the bathroom for a shower. The stench on his body was too strong. The cold water running over him made him shiver, but fortunately his body was much stronger now, allowing him to endure it. After washing several times with a stinky soap, he finally cleaned off the dirt on his body and changed into a cleaner set of clothes before rushing out the door. Snap! The door closed and locked, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps leaving. Inside the room, Su Dalong suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of golden light flashing his gaze, murmuring, "This day has finally come." Half an hour later, Su Wuyang arrived in front of an imposing building. It was a venue with luxurious glass curtain walls, covering an area of 5 to 6,000 square meters. To have such a large piece of land in this walled city was definitely a sign of great power. The Purple Cloud Martial Arts Hall had several golden characters affixed to the wall, shimmering with light. At the foot of the steps stood two ancient stone lions, tall and majestic, while on the red carpet at the stairs and under the porch stood two beautiful greeters, tall and curvaceous, their smiles making one feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze. Su Wuyang stood at the door, steadying his mind as he walked up the steps. The two beautiful receptionists didn't even glance at him, as if he were just air passing by. Their faces still bore standard smiles. But Su Wuyang knew it wasn't directed at him. The interior of the building was even more luxurious, opulent, and extraordinarily high-end. Such a structure wouldn't have been remarkable before the end of the world, but after the apocalypse. Being able to construct something like this was definitely beyond the capability of ordinary forces. It required not only money, but also power. Just the daily electricity costs were something that ordinary factions couldn't afford. Nowadays, electricity is extremely expensive, a luxury for ordinary people, and Su Wuyang couldn't afford it. Even the entire slum didn't have much access to it. Moreover, from what Su Wuyang understood, this place was far superior to the inferior ones in Yangzhou City. The training grounds were even more impressive, but he had never been there or seen it, only heard the lively stories from people in the hall. This job was arranged for him by his father, Jiyu. He had just completed his first month, earning $200 a month, and in a few days, he would reach the end of the month and be able to collect his salary. This was still not a formal position. Once he transitioned to martial arts, he could earn up to 500, which would be enough for him and his father to live on without having to scavenge. Su Wuyang walked through the hall, past the luxurious corridor, changed into his attendant's clothes in a break room, and then arrived at a venue of over 100 square meters. The lighting was bright and splendid, with a height of about 10 meters, making it feel extremely spacious, equipped with various resting facilities and training equipment. "Wuyang, why are you late today?" At that moment, a boy around his age was dusting off the equipment. Upon seeing him, he looked up and said. This boy was taller than Su Wuyang by a head, appearing to be about 15 or 16 years old, with a handsome face. However, his eyes flickered with intelligence, indicating that he was a clever person. His name was Ma Jiqing, and he was responsible for the maintenance of this martial art hall along with Su Wuyang, doing various chores and serving the guests who came to train, like serving tea and water. Su Wuyang smiled, took the cloth from Ma Jiqing's hand, and said, "There are quite a few things I picked up today, so I was a bit slow. You've been here for a while, right? Come on, let me clean up down here." Ma Jiqing wiped the sweat from his face and said, "That's right. I've been here for quite a while. Look, I've already cleaned up half of it, and you just got here." The venue is cleaned thoroughly at night, so it wouldn't get dirty at all. However, Su Wuyang still smiled brightly and said, "You rest. I'll handle it down here." Ma Jiqing showed a satisfied expression and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you, but I'm exhausted." Saying this, he plopped down onto a nearby high-end soft sofa, looking quite relaxed. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he jumped up, grabbing the cloth from Wuyang's hand, and said, Su Wuyang's ears were much more sensitive than before. He had already heard the footsteps. Looking at Ma Jiqing, he smiled faintly, fully aware of his character. Ma Jiqing liked to show off and play tricks. He was clever, but somewhat petty. The loud noise he made earlier was intentional, meant to show off and to report Su Wuyang's minor mistakes. Su Wuyang, having experienced 2 lifetimes, understood this all too well. There were many people like him, especially in this cruel competition of the apocalypse, where someone like Ma Jiqing was more common, simply trying to survive. He would not let Ma Jiqing succeed. Loosening the cloth he was using, he began to organize his tools. At that moment, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor came, and a tall figure appeared at the door as the light flashed. This was Chiu Hong, the manager of the training ground, affectionately called Sister Chiu. In her late 20s, she had a tall figure, a face like a peach blossom, and was extremely beautiful, with short dark red hair that made her look very capable. She was adept at handling various situations and always kept a serious demeanor, even towards ordinary people. "Good morning, Sister Chiao." Ma Jiqing hurriedly stood up, wiped the sweat from his face, and wore a bright smile, as if he had been busy for a long time and had accomplished a lot. Su Wuyang also stopped, stood up with a smile, and said, "Good morning, Sister Chiao." "Good morning." Sister Chiao smiled, her gaze sweeping across the training ground, revealing a satisfied smile as she said, "Not bad, it's very clean. You two did a good job. Keep it up, and at the end of the month, I'll give you both a bonus." "Thank you, Sister Chiao." Ma Jiqing hurriedly bowed excitedly, and Su Wuyang also smiled and thanked her in the same way. Sister Chiao walked in front of Su Wuyang, her face bearing a gentle smile, and asked, "Wuyang, how's it going? Are you getting used to it?" Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Sister Chiao, for your care. Wuyang feels great and is getting used to it." Sister Chiao looked at Su Wuyang's radiant smile and couldn't help but feel happy. She ruffled Wuyang's hair and smiled. "Do a good job, and once you officially transfer, you won't have to scavenge anymore." "Yes, Sister Chiao." Su Wuyang quickly expressed his gratitude. Sister Chiao turned around, carrying a waft of fragrant air, twisting her slender waist as she walked out of the hall, while Ma Jiqing's eyes flashed with jealousy. Chapter 8: Zhao Xing'an, the so-called martial arts hall, as the name suggests, is a place specifically for martial arts demonstrations. Such venues are currently thriving, with an increasing number of holy soldiers requiring places for regular training. Although the Holy Soldier Hall has a martial arts arena, it cannot meet the demand, which has led to the emergence of various venues. The Xi'an Martial Arts Hall is a relatively large chain martial arts hall, reportedly headquartered in Guangling County. It not only has venues in Yangzhou City, but also in all three of the largest guard cities in Yangzhou, making it a more upscale option with excellent service. It offers dining and bathing facilities, which attract many holy soldiers daily. Such places can only be afforded by holy soldier warriors. Su Wuyang learned about the holy soldiers from here and admired their strength. Holy soldier's skill, explosive arrow. With a loud shout, the arena shook and a sharp whistle sounded. A fiery red arrow flew through the air and struck a wooden target from over 10 meters away, causing an explosion of flames. The wooden target was shattered into pieces, with chips flying 2 to 3 meters away, and the flames ignited, causing the wooden target to burn fiercely. Su Wuyang watched this scene, his eyes flashing with shock. This power was equivalent to an explosive arrow. No wonder long-range holy weapons were so popular. This arrow was truly powerful. He thought to himself that facing this arrow, he wouldn't even be able to dodge. It was too fast. The one who shot the arrow was a young man about 16 or 17 years old, holding a black iron bow. He had his head held high, a face full of arrogance, but his complexion was obviously a bit pale. He elegantly swung the war bow in his hand, transforming it into a stream of light that was absorbed into his body. Su Wuyang recognized the young man, who had visited twice before. His name was Zhao Xing'an, a student from the Sacred Soldier Academy in Yangzhou City, reportedly the son of the director of the Public Security Bureau in Wuxing City. He was quite good-looking, over 1.7 meters tall, a couple of years older than Su Wuyang, and noticeably taller, though his proud demeanor made him less pleasant to look at. With a charming turn and a self-satisfied smile, he asked, "So, how do you like my explosive arrow, little man?" In the resting area behind him, 2 girls were seated. One girl in white was tall, over 1.7 meters, with striking beauty, her eyes like stars, her brows resembling distant mountains, and an elegant demeanor that suggested a classical beauty. Her fair skin glimmered with a jade-like luster under the light. Looking at her, Su Wuyang thought of Jilin. They shared a common trait of purity. It seemed to be her first time here, and Su Wuyang did not know her. The other girl, dressed in red, was only 5 or 6 centimeters shorter than the girl in white. She had bright, sparkling big eyes, delicate brows, a charming nose, and glossy red lips. Her hair was styled in several small braids with bangs in front, giving her an indescribable elegance. She wore a sweet smile that radiated youthful vitality. Su Wuyang knew that the woman's name was Jiang Xiaoman. He had only seen her once before. "Wuyang, hurry up and change the target." At this moment, Ma Ziqing nudged Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang glanced at him. Ma Jiqing liked to slack off as soon as the person in charge was absent, but he had high ambitions. Su Wuyang didn't argue much with him and hurriedly cleaned the area and repositioned the target. The woman in white only smiled faintly at Zhao Xingyan's words without speaking, while the woman in red giggled and said, "Zhao Xingyan, stop being so vain. Your explosive arrow is far inferior to Sister Yun's ice arrow." Zhao Xingyan's eyes flashed with embarrassment as he looked at the woman in white and said with a smile, "That's natural. Sister Yun is a genius from the Wuyang Sacred Weapon Academy and will soon advance to the second tier. I certainly can't compare." The woman in white smiled calmly and said, "Junior brother Zhao's explosive arrow is very powerful, more explosive than my attack, and has higher damage, making it suitable for dealing with strong defensive demons." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingyan's smile returned as he said, "Oh, no, no, Sister Yun's archery is much more extraordinary. How could I compare with her?" The woman in red suddenly stood up, waved her hand, and a red light surged, a staff appearing in her hand. Suddenly, she waved her hand and said sweetly, "Sacred weapon technique, fireball." A fist-sized fireball, red as fire, suddenly shot out like a cannonball, moving at incredible speed and leaving a trail of fire in the air. "Watch out, everyone!" The woman in white's face tightened as she shouted in alarm. Su Wuyang had just finished cleaning and was about to leave after placing the target down when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he sensed a strong danger. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a blazing fireball coming towards him. While an ordinary person might be stunned with fear, Su Wuyang sprang into action. Boom! He quickly tore off his clothes and threw them aside. The back was soaked with blood, showing several deep wounds, but fortunately, there were no flames. This kind of energy flame was extremely terrifying. If it touched someone, they would have to strip off layers of skin. In this apocalyptic world, where medical supplies were scarce, without a holy soldier to help with treatment, he would surely die. Ma Zhiqing was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling, his face pale. Jiang Man'er, however, seemed oblivious, holding a half-meter-long dark red staff, giggling. "How is it, Zhao Xingyan? In terms of power, you can't compare to my fireball technique, right?" Zhao Xingyan clapped and laughed. "Not bad. Little Man'er's fireball technique is getting stronger." They seemed completely unaware of Su Wuyang, who was lying on the ground, his back covered in blood. At this moment, Su Wuyang looked at the two with a heart full of killing intent. This was his rebirth from last night. His body had been enhanced by the holy soldier, with his strength, speed, and stamina all exponentially increased. With his previous body, he would have definitely been unable to escape, suffering serious injuries. This Jiang Man'er, looking so beautiful, was actually so malicious. She was absolutely intentional. Senior Sister Yin glanced at the two, her brows furrowing slightly. She stood up and walked to the railing, looking at Su Wuyang, whose thin body showed protruding ribs and a back soaked in blood, evoking sympathy. Senior Sister Yin asked, "How do you feel?" Zhao Xingyan casually replied, "Senior Sister Yin, why bother with him? He.S. just a lowly commoner. Throw him some money and it's done." "What happened?" Her brows furrowed, signaling the guards to enter the training field and check Su Wuyang's injuries. One of the guards entered the field, pulled Su Wuyang over to check him, and nodded at Sister Qiu, saying, "It's nothing, just some superficial wounds. There are a few deeper cuts, but no flames have touched him. It could be treated." Sister Qiu nodded at this, still smiling, and looked at Zhao Xingyan and Jiang Xiaoman, saying, "Young Master Zhao, Miss Jiang, what is going on here? How did someone get hurt?" Jiang Xiaoman, unconcerned, wore an innocent smile and chirped, "Sister Qiu, this isn't my fault." Who paid attention to when he ran into the target area? He got caught in a blast because no one was paying attention. Sister Qiu, you need to strengthen management here. How can people just run around? Don't they know it's dangerous? At this moment, Zhao Xingyan also casually said, "Sister Qiu, this kid is too reckless. He knows there's danger and still runs around. It's really disappointing." Little Man'er was quite scared. Sister Qiu, hearing this, remained unperturbed, still smiling as she nodded. Ma Zhiqing trembled at these words, finally reacting. He glanced at Zhao Xingyan, who narrowed his eyes slightly, wearing a faint smile as he said, "Speak up. Say what you saw." Ma Zhiqing's eyes slightly widened. Then he stammered, "I don't know what happened. When did Wuyang run into the target area?" Zhao Xingyan's gaze relaxed a bit, a smile appearing on his face, while Jiang Xiaoman raised her eyebrows slightly, her smile becoming even brighter. Seeing your sister Yin moved her lips, glanced at the three, but ultimately remained silent, calmly observing the scene. Zhao Xingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fixed on Su Wuyang, his eyes flashing coldly, almost threateningly. Su Wuyang glanced at Ma Zhiqing, then turned to Qiu Jie and weakly said, "Thank you, Qiu Jie. It was my carelessness. I was slow to leave while changing the target." Qiu Jie looked at Su Wuyang with a complex expression. She knew it was not just that, but since both of them said so, she did not pursue the matter further. "Qiu Jie, now you believe it, right?" Zhao Xingyan smiled, spreading his hands with an innocent expression. Then he showed a forgiving smile, looking at Su Wuyang and said, "However, even though you blame yourself, you are still injured, and we need to cover the medical expenses." Saying this, he pulled out 300 yuan bills and said lightly, "Take this to bandage your wound." He tossed the bills, which floated in front of Su Wuyang, then looked at Yin Shiji and said, "Yin Shiji, let's go. It's noon, and I invite you to try the whole fish banquet at our Nanhu Hotel." Yin Shiji glanced at Su Wuyang, but did not say anything, bidding farewell to Qiu Jie. Qiu Jie sent the three of them off, and, at this moment, the onlookers in the hall also dispersed. Qiu Jie still wore a smile on her face, and after all the guests had left, she looked at Su Wuyang and said, "Take him to get treated." After saying that, she turned to leave, casting a glance at Ma Zhiqing. Ma Zhiqing's heart trembled. He sensed a coldness in her gaze that frightened him. Chapter 9. The hall master Jiang Yu, after Qiu Jie left the training hall, she headed straight to the last small building. She went up to the second floor and knocked on a door. This was an extremely elegant room, with ancient wood and wooden tables. A very beautiful woman in a green dress sat at the tea table drinking tea, holding a book in her hands. This woman was outstanding, with phoenix eyes and willow eyebrows, her long hair tied up at the back of her head, exuding both elegance and a heroic spirit. She was Jiang Yu, the hall master of this training hall. She put down her book and looked at Qiu Jie, asking what happened. Qiu Jie recounted the incident, and she replied with a serious expression, "Hall master, I feel this is not a coincidence. Jiang Xiaoman and Zhao Xingyan have been here before. They would never dare to cause trouble in the hall." Jiang Yu said lightly, "They must have heard some news. This is just a test." Qiu Jie showed a worried expression and asked, "Hall master, is the news true? Is the young lady really unable to recover?" Jiang Yu glanced at her lightly, and Qiu Jie's expression changed instantly. She hurriedly lowered her head. Jiang Yu then slowly said, "These matters are not for you to concern yourself with." Qiu Jie quickly replied, "Yes, Hall master. What should we do now that the other party is testing us?" Jiang Yu picked up her book again and calmly said, "The moon tide is coming soon. This month, our training hall's 5 martial masters are injured during training and cannot fight." Qiu Jie nodded and said, "Yes, Hall master. I understand." Su Wuyang lay on the treatment bed, while the middle-aged man who had just checked his wound was cleaning it. Splinters were being removed from the wound, causing him to grimace in pain, but he didn't let out a sound. The middle-aged man applied medicine and said, "I didn't expect you to have some resilience, kid. You're lucky to be alive. If you had delayed a bit longer and got burned by the flames, you would have been half dead at least. Damn it. In this world, these young masters and ladies don't value human life at all. It's despicable. You need to be more careful in the future, keep your eyes open, and stay far away." Su Wuyang said, "Thank you, Uncle Wu. I will be careful." At this moment, the big man couldn't see him. He lay there with a cold gaze. In the past, he might have truly been unable to take revenge, but now it was different. He would definitely avenge this grievance. The pain of today told him how evil this world is and how cruel human hearts can be, even worse than in his previous life. Fortunately, the wounds were not deep. His leap had saved his life, only resulting in some abrasions. After applying good medicine, he gritted his teeth and sat up. At that moment, Sister Qiu walked in, glanced at Wuyang's wound, and then said in a deep voice, "Wuyang, why do you need to hide this? Are you worried that Sister Qiu won't help you?" Su Wuyang looked at Sister Qiu with gratitude and said, "Thank you, Sister Qiu. My injury isn't serious, just a superficial wound. There's no need to cause any more trouble. There are quite a few onlookers." Sister Qiu's gaze softened. This child was so sensible it warmed her heart. If things had escalated at that moment, it would indeed have been bad, especially since the other two had special identities. Not to mention that girl with the surname Yun. She gently ruffled Wuyang's hair and said, "You silly boy, you're overthinking it. Don't do this in the future. Our martial arts school can stand up for you. No one can act recklessly here." Su Wuyang nodded and said, "Yes, Sister Chiu, I understand." Sister Chiu said. Su Wuyang hurriedly said, "Thank you, Sister Chiu." He felt warm in his heart. Sister Chiu had taken good care of him since he came here, and now she had given him 200 yuan. Although this was partly due to Uncle G's influence, he needed to remember this kindness. Su Wuyang took the medicine, went to the finance department to collect the money, and was about to leave with the items when Ma Zhiqing stopped him. With a hint of apology in his eyes, he said to Su Wuyang, "Wuyang, you won't blame me for not telling the truth back then, will you?" Su Wuyang smiled and said, "It's okay. I didn't blame you." Ma Zhiqing hurriedly replied, "Wuyang, I'm not telling the truth for your sake. Do you know who the other party is? Zhao Xingyan's father is the director of the police department. Offending him won't end well for us. He can crush us with just a finger. Let's just let this matter pass. It's better for everyone, don't you think?" Su Wuyang smiled slightly and said, "You're right, and I should thank you for thinking of me." Ma Zhiqing smiled as well, rummaging through his pocket to take out a rolled-up 300 yuan, half extending it, and with a beaming face said, "This is the 300 yuan that young Master Zhao gave. This is for you. Thank you." At that moment, however, Su Wuyang simply said thank you and reached out to take the money from his hand. Su Wuyang stuffed the money into his pocket, smiled, and turned to walk out, saying, "I'm leaving first." Ma Zhiqing looked like he was about to cry, standing there frozen. He had originally thought Su Wuyang would share with him, but he didn't expect Su Wuyang to have no intention of doing so at all. He took the money and just left. Realizing this, Ma Zhiqing quickly turned around, wanting to call out to Su Wuyang, only to find that no one was outside the door. He immediately slapped his thigh in frustration. He regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have given the money to this guy. He didn't expect this guy to be so spineless and actually accept the money. Su Wuyang sneered to himself. This money was earned through his injuries, so why should he not take it? Integrity? That's just foolishness. Not only does he want the money, but he also wants to take revenge. A gentleman does not leave a grudge unavenged. In the blink of an eye, he had 500 in hand, which was not a small amount in the apocalypse. Many workers in factories earned only 500 after a month of work, and this 500 could keep a family of 3 from going hungry. Everywhere were chaotic shanties, some built with wooden boards, others with plastic sheets or tarps. Colorful and messy, with a foul odor assaulting the senses. People lay everywhere like withered bones. Men, children, women, and young people, all with the same vacant eyes. Su Wuyang wrapped himself in a coat, tightly holding onto his money as he walked through the streets. Although these people appeared lifeless, once they spotted a target, they would pounce like wolves, robbing you clean and even risking your life. It was common for someone to suddenly go missing at night, and those who disappeared would never reappear, as they had already been consumed by some individuals. It would be no exaggeration to say that these people were no longer human. After the collapse of civilization, the rebuilt society in the ruins was filled with savagery and brutality. This was why Jiang Manor could disregard life and death, treating it as a game. In this world, human life was cheap, a widespread consciousness among the upper class. After passing through several streets, he finally arrived at his residential area. This neighborhood was much better than the refugee zone. It was an old community where most residents were workers or people with a decent income, making it relatively civilized. People could coexist peacefully, reminiscent of the old neighborhoods from a past life, filled with a sense of liveliness. Passing by Uncle Zhao's steamed bun shop, Uncle Zhao greeted him with a friendly expression and asked. Su Wuyang revealed a bright smile and said, "Uncle Zhao, I'm off work early today." As he was about to walk over, he paused and looked at Uncle Zhao, saying, "Uncle Zhao, give me 3 meat buns." Uncle Zhao was slightly surprised by this and then laughed. "Oh, looks like you're different now that you're working. Must be payday. What are you talking about?" At this moment, the charming Aunt Zhao nudged Uncle Zhao, and his expression changed. He glanced around and noticed that no one was paying attention. With a silly grin, he suddenly remembered that in this apocalypse, one cannot show off. There have been many cases of people being robbed and killed in their homes at night. Aunt Zhao then handed a paper bag with the buns to Wuyang, smiling gently and saying, Su Wuyang handed over the money and received it, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Zhao. I understand." At this moment, Uncle Zhao frowned slightly, sniffed, and said, "Wuyang, why do you smell like medicine? Did you get hurt?" Aunt Zhao's expression changed immediately, and she looked at Wuyang, saying, "Wuyang, where are you hurt? Is it serious?" As she spoke, she reached out to check Wuyang, but Su Wuyang slightly turned his body to avoid Aunt Zhao's hand and smiled nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I accidentally tripped and hurt my leg. I already put medicine on it at the martial arts school." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao watched Su Wuyang leave, exchanged glances, and Uncle Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed sharply, saying, "Blood energy." Chapter 10. The first cultivation. Looking around, he finally opened the door, locked the iron gate, and secured the inner door. Su Dalong lay on the sofa, the wine flask rolling to one side. The flask was already empty. The steamed buns on the table had disappeared, and the side dishes had been finished as well. Su Dalong is very tall, about 1.8 meters. Lying on the sofa, he occupies the entire space. His face is covered in a beard, which seems to have been neglected for several years, tangled and messy. Although his features are not unattractive, he doesn't take care of himself. He is blind in one eye and has scars on his face, suggesting that he has been through quite a few battles. Su Wuyang shook him and said, "Dad, get up for breakfast. I bought you meat buns." "I don't want to eat, I want to drink." Su Dalong opened his blurry eyes upon hearing the words, glanced at the meat bun in front of him, waved his hand dismissively, and mumbled. Su Wuyang felt a bit helpless and quickly said, "The wine is gone. I'll buy you some tomorrow." Su Dalong turned over, closed his eyes again, and said, "Don't disturb me without wine." Su Wuyang shook his head helplessly. Su Dalong had been like this for the past 2 years. It was just that Su Wuyang's memories had faded. He had heard people say that his father was tall and strong, very generous in the past, and extremely close to him. However, after being injured 4 years ago, he had changed, become dejected, and even his wife couldn't stand it and left. Not caring about Su Dalong anymore, he went into the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water, ate a meat bun himself, and covered the other two with a broken bowl to leave for Su Dalong. He then gnawed on a hard steam bun and drank a bowl of hot water, considering it enough to settle his meals for the day. He entered the room, closed the door, took off his clothes, and grimaced in pain as his skin was torn and bleeding, his blood already staining his outer garment. He found an old piece of clothing to change into and hid the bloodied garment under the bed. Blood and rage. Meanwhile, Su Dalong suddenly opened his eyes wide, a murderous intent flashing in his gaze, but then he closed his eyes again. Su Wuyang tidied everything up and sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to cultivate using the sacred weapon technique passed down to him. It felt as if it was imprinted in his soul. The sacred weapon technique was easy to grasp. It served as a medium to absorb the original forces of heaven and earth, nourishing the sacred weapon, which then emitted energy to nourish his body. As soon as the technique was activated, the sacred weapon emitted a faint glow, and a small phantom of the sacred weapon appeared above his head. The space in the room subtly shifted, and an invisible energy was drawn in. The phantom of the sacred weapon flickered with light, absorbing the energy. In his mind, the sacred weapon's sword also shone with light, and strands of energy surged into his body, much faster than if he were emitting it himself. He felt a warm sensation in his body, and his back began to itch. This was the energy healing his wounds. He was overjoyed, realizing that the sacred weapon warriors were indeed different. He settled down to cultivate, completely losing track of time. The experience of cultivation was truly intoxicating. By nightfall, the electricity was gone, and the impoverished neighborhood was engulfed in darkness. People had already eaten dinner and gone to bed early. It was a blessing just to have enough to eat, and there were no entertainment options in the slums, only some red light districts, which had lights at night, but were even more chaotic, definitely not a place for the poor. Su Wuyang got out of bed, stumbled slightly, and then his eyes burst with surprise. His strength had nearly doubled again. His clenched fist was full of power, and he felt that he was not far from adulthood, and he had only been training for a day. At that moment, a foul odor wafted in, and he felt sticky all over. He knew this was the impurities being expelled from his body. He He hurried into the bathroom and started rinsing off, using 2 basins of water to clean himself thoroughly, something he would have never been willing to do before. He looked at his body. His ribs were not as prominent anymore, and it seemed he had gained quite a bit of muscle. It appeared that the effects of body enhancement were already showing. After putting on his clothes, he realized they actually felt a bit short, which made him even more excited. He quickly measured himself and found that he had grown a full 3 centimeters. He was now 1.38 meters tall from just 1.35 meters. He was delighted in his heart, realizing that as long as he trained diligently, he could still grow taller. Without a proper physique, he feared he wouldn't be able to wield that great sword, and without a strong body, there was no power. Dreaming of becoming a powerful holy soldier would be futile. With a thought, the holy soldier system interface appeared before him. He looked at the experience bar and sighed. After training for 5 or 6 hours, he had only gained 1%. This speed was too slow. It seemed that the fusion soldier truly couldn't compare to the holy soldier. He had heard people chatting in the training hall that those who fused quickly could become real holy soldiers in just 1 or 2 months and could activate holy soldier skills. However, he did not feel discouraged. His foundation was too poor, and his weak body consumed a lot of energy. He attributed all of this to his physique. Just then, his stomach growled loudly, and he felt a strong hunger. The hunger was intense, so he hurriedly searched for something to eat and only found a piece of black steam bun. After eating it, he realized it was hardly enough to satiate him. He quickly went outside, where Su Dalong had already entered the inner room at some point. On the table was a bowl, but only half of the 2 buns remained, which had been gnawed on. Su Wuyang hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed a steamed bun to nibble on. He ate his father's dinner, planning to cook again tomorrow. There wasn't enough time to prepare a meal now. After swallowing 1.5 buns without much chewing, he immediately felt much better. His stomach was warm, and a wave of heat rose from his stomach into his body, which was extremely comfortable. He was somewhat puzzled. How could 1.5 buns provide such energy? Just a moment ago, he felt he could swallow 10 large buns. At that moment, the air in the room suddenly shifted, and a shadow stood at the foot of his bed. In the darkness, its eyes glowed brightly. It touched Su Wuyang's forehead, then turned his body over to inspect the wound on his back, which had mostly healed but still bore marks. The thick fingers trembled slightly as they touched the wound, and a sharp cold light flickered in its eyes. It tidied up Su Wuyang's clothes and covered him with a blanket. With a movement through the void, the shadow disappeared from the room. Chapter 11. The one-eyed butcher Uncle Tang this sleep was comfortable. When Su Wuyang opened his eyes, the daylight was bright. He suddenly became alert and jumped up, feeling anxious. How could he have slept so deeply? It was already late for scavenging. However, he soon stopped, a bitter smile appearing on his face. This was a habit formed over a long time, and he couldn't change it all at once. From now on, scavenging was impossible. That little money was no longer enough to sustain his body. Becoming a holy soldier consumed a lot of energy, and the money earned from scavenging was only enough to buy food. At that moment, he felt something unusual in his body. After a night of sleep, he was filled with strength. He looked at his chest and saw that his muscles had increased again. He glanced in the mirror and noticed his face had filled out, and he had grown another centimeter taller. With a thought, he saw that the holy soldier in his consciousness, was still there. Everything was not a dream. Once he became a holy soldier, making money was going to be incredibly easy. Opening the door, he found Su Dalong lying on the sofa again, the room reeking of alcohol, with bottles strewn across the floor. He didn't feel disgusted. Instead, warmth spread through him. With Su Dalong around, he didn't feel lonely. He could sleep soundly at night. The feeling of having family was something he had never experienced in his past life, and he cherished it immensely in this life. Rarely opening his eyes, Su Dalong glanced at Su Wuyang and said, Su Wuyang said, "Okay, Dad, I'll buy it later. I'm going to make some breakfast first." He rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen. There was no electricity, no gas, just a firewood stove. He lit the stove, took a bit of rice from a shriveled bag, thought for a moment, and then scooped a whole bowl of it to wash, adding some water and placing on the lit stove, his movements very skilled. He cooked a porridge, though it was much thicker than before. He was already feeling extremely hungry, so he served Su Dalong some rice took a bit of pickled vegetables from a small jar, and the father and son ate their meal with the pickles. After Su Dalong finished eating, he wiped his mouth and lay back down. Su Wuyang tidied up, locked the door, and left the house. This time he needed to buy some meat and energy-boosting food. His body needed nutrition. Once outside, he felt that even his breathing was different. Although he was still dressed the same and his body was still tense, his mind was clear, and his heart was filled with hope for the future. Wuyang, you didn't go scavenging today. Old Master Du was still lying on the bamboo chair, listening to a little tune, occasionally moving his fingers to keep the beat. When he saw Su Wuyang, he smiled and greeted him. Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, after a few days of rest, give me a pound of sorghum wine, Ninth Master. Ninth Master's eyes lit up and said, oh, Wuyang has struck it rich, willing to let that wine-loving old man drink sorghum wine. Su Wuyang said, sweet potatoes burn the body, buy my dad something good to eat. Ninth Master slapped the armrest and stood up, his eyes full of envy, and said, this Dalong is a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. If I had a son like you, I'd be happy even eating husks. Su Wuyang smiled and said, Ninth Master, Uncle Xingwu is very filial to you. He often wants to take you to Yangzhou, but you never go, right? Ninth Master glared and said, filial my ass. He hasn't even come to see his old man for months. It's as if he thinks I'm dead. Ninth Master cursed as he walked over to the sorghum wine jar, lifted the lid, and the fragrant aroma of the wine wafted out, completely unlike the sharp smell of the sweet potato liquor. He took the wine flask from Su Wuyang's hand, poured it generously, then capped it and handed it back to Su Wuyang. After receiving 20 new coins from him, he shook his head and said, you brat have a job now, but save some money. That little bit of yours isn't enough for your old man to drink. Su Wuyang smiled and said, thank you, Master Jiao. I will remember it and not spend it recklessly. Su Wuyang left the tavern and arrived at the butcher shop. The butcher was a tall, muscular bald man named Tang Niu, with a body like iron muscles, resembling a strong bear. He was blind in one eye and looked incredibly fierce, earning him the nickname One-Eyed Butcher. On this street, no one dared to provoke him, not even the local thugs. Su Wuyang heard that he was once a holy soldier, but after losing his sight and becoming disheartened, he opened a meat shop. He was fierce and had once cut open the belly of a gang leader in the street, and no one dared to mess with him again. The counter of the meat shop was filled with slabs of pork, with strips of meat hanging from hooks, and there was also a skinned goat. The One-Eyed Butcher, bald-headed with bloodstains on his face, was bare-chested in the middle of winter, wearing only a greasy leather apron stained with dried blood. He was chopping pork spine with a knife, his arms thick as thighs, muscles taut, and the cleaver gleamed coldly. With one swing, he broke the spine. He spotted Su Wuyang, and immediately, a frightening smile appeared on his fleshy face. Holding up a half slab of pork as if it were weightless, he boomed, hey, Wuyang, are you here to buy meat today? Su Wuyang glanced enviously at the muscles on him, his face breaking into a bright smile, and said, Uncle Tang, give me 2 gene of pork, make it fatty. Uncle Tang casually tossed a half piece of pork onto the cutting board, laughing heartily. That's right. Your little body is growing, you need to eat more meat to grow quickly. Look at me, Uncle Tang, I eat meat every day to have these muscles. And look at you, you're so skinny that a gust of wind could blow you away. Bang! The big knife chopped off a piece of meat, weighed it not at all, tossed it into a bag, and threw it to Su Wuyang. As soon as Su Wuyang mentioned it, he knew that this meat definitely weighed more than 2 kilograms, probably around 3. Uncle Tang was skilled. With one cut, he could divide it perfectly. Su's heart warmed. Everyone on this street treated him very well, and he had received quite a few favors. With a grateful look in his eyes, he said, thank you, Uncle Tang. Uncle Tang's eyes widened like a bull's, and he boomed, what are you babbling about, kid? $30, hand it over quickly. Don't delay me in doing business. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Su Wuyang didn't say anything. He took out 30 yuan and put it into the money box. While Uncle Tang waved his hand and started to cut meat, the knife flashing and dazzling, he went to buy some vegetables and rice, spending all of his 100 yuan. He thought to himself that with over 3,000 yuan in hand, it was only enough to support him for a month. He secretly decided that he must become a holy warrior within a month and activate the holy warrior skills. On the street, Two young men with red and green hair watched Su Wuyang's departing figure with greedy eyes, whispering to each other. That kid wasn't wrong. He really just got paid. And he's already spent 100 yuan. Oh, Tang, what are you doing? Let go, my neck is going to break. Uncle Tang grabbed the two and threw them out, yelling angrily, get off this street. No matter what gang you're from, if you dare to cause trouble on Qingjai Street, I'll snap your necks and sell your spines as pork. The two immediately scrambled away, rolling and crawling, as laughter erupted from the people on the street. Chapter 12. Parting, the two thugs ran out of Qingjai Street and into an alley, soon arriving at a residential area, a two-story small building with noticeably high walls. Over 5 meters tall, with glass shards on top. Someone was guarding the entrance, and upon seeing the two, he squinted and said, "What do you want?" "We're looking for the boss." The young man with red hair cursed and pushed him aside, rushing into the courtyard. Inside the hall, it was filled with smoke, and several people were playing cards. The leader was a burly man with a buzz cut, wearing a gold chain around his neck and a fierce expression. He looked up at the two and glared. "What happened? Didn't you keep an eye on them?" The young man with red hair hurriedly replied, "Big brother, we found a person, but before we could catch up, the one-eyed butcher spotted us and threw us out." Slap! The boss slammed the card down on the table, shouting angrily, "It's that one-eyed bastard again. Damn it, Qingjai Street has such rich pickings, and we can't touch it because of this scumbag. He's getting more and more outrageous. It's infuriating." The red-haired young man also looked furious and said, "Boss, Ma Jiqing wasn't lying. That kid was buying meat and vegetables. And he spent $100 in no time. He definitely has a lot of money on him. If it weren't for that one-eyed thug blocking me, I would have found out where he lives. Damn it, we'll settle this score with him sooner or later." The boss lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs to calm down. Although he was angry, he really couldn't afford to mess with the one-eyed guy. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Call Ma Jiqing, find out where he lives." He must have reported his address when he started working. The red-haired young man immediately showed a delighted expression, saying, "Good, the boss is brilliant. I'll go find Ma Jiqing right away." For 3 consecutive days, Su Wuyang stayed in his room practicing, except for going out to buy alcohol for Su Dalong in between. His body was getting better, and he had grown to about 1.45 meters. Although he still didn't have much muscle, his strength had increased 3 or 4 times compared to before, nearly comparable to an adult. Now, summoning the long sword was no longer so strenuous. On the first day, he could only swing it 2 or 3 times before getting exhausted, but by the 3rd day, he could swing it 10 times. He practiced swinging it hundreds of times each day to build strength, meditating to absorb the natural energy for cultivation, and practiced his strength whenever he stopped. His progress was rapid. From being weak just a few days ago, he could now wield a giant sword, but he wasn't happy. He found that after 3 days of practice, his experience bar had only increased a little, just 5%, and he was still far from 10%. It seemed that his goal of becoming a holy warrior within a month might not be achievable. Feeling somewhat helpless, he thought that at this slow pace, becoming a holy warrior was just the beginning, and the challenges ahead would be even tougher. No wonder people were unwilling to become fusion warriors. He felt a bit regretful, unsure if his choice was correct. However, he soon steeled his resolve. If he couldn't become a fusion warrior, he didn't even know if he could survive, let alone become a holy warrior. At least now he had seen progress. He was becoming stronger. Even if he couldn't become a powerful holy warrior, having a good body would give him some survival ability in this apocalypse. Once the meat and rice were finished, his appetite increased day by day as his body needed to consume a lot of energy. He took out some money and decided to go buy more meat. "Dad, I'm going out to buy groceries." He greeted Su Dalong, who was lying on the sofa drinking, before heading out with a bag. Just as he locked the door, he heard a series of door locks clicking from next door, and the door swung open. Ji Lin bounced out, exclaiming joyfully, "Wuyang, brother." Su Wuyang saw a smile on Ji Lin's face and said, "Xiao Lin, it seems like you succeeded, right? What holy weapon did you summon?" Upon hearing this, Ji Lin's excited face showed a hint of shyness, but she quickly became enthusiastic again. With a flick of her small hand, a surge of blue energy erupted, and a blue staff appeared in her hand. She said, "Brother Wuyang, look, I summoned a staff." Su Wuyang's face was filled with joy as he said, "Congratulations, Xiaolin. You really succeeded. This is the energy staff. I knew you could do it. Jilin's delicate face turned excitedly rosy as she replied, Brother Wuyang, if you go to summon, it will definitely be better than mine. Wuyang smiled and said, All right, when I go to summon in the future, Xiaolin should have become a powerful holy soldier by then, and you will take care of me. Jilin's eyes sparkled with joy as she said, Of course. At that moment, a figure flashed, and Jiyu walked out. He was in his 30s, tall and strong, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes that exuded a heroic presence. He looked at Wuyang with a hint of unusual expression, but soon smiled and said, Wuyang, I heard from Sister Chiu that you were injured. Upon hearing this, Jilin's smiling face immediately vanished, and she nervously asked, Brother Wuyang, you were injured? Wuyang calmly avoided Jilin's small hand and said, It's nothing, just a little fall. A minor injury. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Ji. Ji nodded and said, Wuyang, the martial arts hall is filled with mixed personnel, all of whom have strength. You need to be careful and not cause trouble. Keep your eyes open. Wuyang respectfully replied, Thank you for the advice, Uncle Ji. Wuyang will be careful. Ji nodded and then entered the house. At this time, Diping noticed that things were being packed in the room, seemingly preparing to move, and a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Jilin's eyes sparkled with tears as she said, Brother Wuyang, we are preparing to move to Yangzhou City. I have been admitted to the Yangzhou Holy Soldier Academy, and I will go there to study. Upon hearing this, Wuyang's heart suddenly felt a jolt. Was his best friend leaving too? He immediately revealed a brilliant smile and said, This is great news. The Yangzhou Holy Soldier Academy is a wonderful place. Many people want to go, but can't. What a great opportunity. But I won't be able to see Brother Wuyang anymore. Jilin looked at Wuyang, hesitating and stopping, her eyes filled with tears and a hint of shyness. Girls mature earlier than boys, and 14-year-old Jilin was at the budding age, having feelings for Su Wuyang. He smiled and said, Don't cry. Maybe I will go to Yangzhou City to see you. Really? Jilin's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile, her eyes filled with expectation and hope. Su Wuyang said, Of course, Brother Wuyang. When have I ever deceived you? Just then, Jilin suddenly called out, turned, and flew into the house. Inside, the sound of a door closing could be heard, followed by a series of noises as if things were being rummaged through. After a while, the door was flung open with a bang, and Jilin flew out like a little swallow, placing a box into Wuyang's arms and shyly saying, This is for you. Then she quickly flew back inside, and the door closed with a bang. Su Wuyang looked at the pink box with some confusion. He gently opened it and was slightly taken aback. Inside lay a pile of new green bills, all old money but neatly stacked, with a minimum denomination of 10 yuan. Without counting, he knew from the thickness that there should be 1,000 yuan. His heart felt as if it had been electrified, and a trace of tears finally shimmered in his eyes. He took a deep look at Jilin's door, said nothing, closed the box, tucked it into his chest, and left, walking down the stairs. Chapter 13. Moontide, Su Wuyang walked out of the small building, feeling a bit unsettled. Although he always wore a bright smile, seemingly unaffected by the hardships of life, he was actually like a still pond inside, making it difficult for anyone to enter his heart. But at this moment, his heart stirred. He admitted that he had opened a small crack for Jilin, but it was just a tiny opening that would soon close again. With Jilin leaving, he didn't know if they would meet again. In this apocalyptic world, no one knew what tomorrow would bring. Perhaps this farewell would be forever. He looked around and saw no one following him before entering the street. His brow slightly furrowed as he sensed that people seemed anxious and hurried. Everyone was moving quickly. He immediately understood that the lunar tide was approaching. The lunar tide, which occurred every month after the apocalypse, caused demons to become extremely agitated. When night fell, they would assault cities and attack humans. Every lunar tide resulted in countless deaths, and even the towering city walls couldn't guarantee safety. Additionally, on the 15th day of the 8th month, known as the blood moon, a greater wave of demons would erupt, with many powerful demons leaving their mountainous lairs to attack human cities. Each time, cities would be breached, and even strong state-level capitals might not withstand the assault, turning into ruins with countless lives lost. Hence, it was also referred to as the Day of Great Calamity. As the lunar tide approached, people became tense. Factories would shut down, and people would hide early in their homes. The pitiful ones were the homeless, with nowhere to escape, and the shelters in the city couldn't accommodate so many. On his bed lay a stack of new green currency, 314 yuan. He sighed, realizing that Jishu was supporting Xiao Lin's education, and the money earned from summoning holy soldiers was mostly consumed by that. Life wasn't easy, and this money was likely Ji Lin's living expenses. Over 1,000 yuan would take Ji Lin 2 years to save, which showed what the little girl usually ate. His heart warmed again, and he envisioned her playful yet stern face. He carefully stored the money in a box. While it wasn't much, it meant a lot to him, and he couldn't let Xiao Lin's efforts go to waste. He would ensure this money would have real value. Suppressing his thoughts and calming his emotions, he began his training. Every day, he either practiced the holy soldier technique in meditation or swung his sword, increasing from 100 reps to 150, then to 200, sweating profusely, while his strength rapidly improved. On the 5th morning, Wuyang held a giant sword, swinging it to produce a whooshing sound. The sword trembled and transformed into a stream of light that entered his body. His breathing was heavy like thunder. He had grown to 153 meters tall. Although still short, he was only 14, and with continued training, he would surely grow. Bare-chested and dripping with sweat, his chest had already developed, with muscles bulging in his arms and abdomen. Now he was stronger than the average adult, and this was just under 10 days of training. He originally planned to go to work, but he didn't go, focusing entirely on his training. Hard work pays off. His strength was progressing rapidly. However, the experience bar for the holy soldier was still slow, having only increased to 10%. As his physical abilities improved, the rate of increase sped up, but it was still too slow. Tomorrow was the lunar tide, and he finally felt he had some ability to protect himself. After a quick wash and breakfast, he found Su Dalong had already finished his morning drink and was still asleep. At first, he had trained with Su Dalong, but later he stopped paying attention to him. Su Dalong, being a habitual drunkard, wouldn't take care as long as there was alcohol, even if the sky fell. Upon arriving in the street, he noticed there were fewer people. Those who were out were also hurrying, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. The wind blew, sending leaves rolling on the ground. The sky was overcast, and the cold wind cut like a knife, affecting the light. He had eaten 10 jin of meat in just 5 days. His appetite had increased faster than his physical strength. He went to the meat shop, where Uncle Tang threw him some meat and said loudly, "Wuyang, don't run around tonight. Lock the door tight and don't let anyone sneak in." Wuyang smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Tang, I know." Uncle Zhao handed him a few buns and said, "Wuyang, lock the door tight tonight and don't come out. Don't open it for anyone, understood?" Wuyang waved and said, "Thanks, Uncle Zhao, and Zhao, I will." The lunar tide was a night of revelry for demons, and it was also a night of chaos for the monsters in the city. That night, there would be robbery, home invasions, murder, arson, anything could happen. Amidst the chaos, the police only managed to control the central city. The South District was practically ignored. The city guards were busy defending the walls, and there was no one to restrain the rampant evil within. Time flew by as he trained. Night soon arrived. He didn't look at the sky, but could sense the air had become restless, and energy was becoming extremely active. This was something he could only feel after practicing the holy soldier technique. Ordinary people wouldn't notice it. He felt the energy within him becoming active, and his training speed had slightly increased. After a quick wash and eating something, he checked the doors and windows, finding no issues. He then barricaded the door and moved Su Dalong into the inner room, locking the door securely before finally sitting down to rest. Beside him lay a sharp knife he had sharpened from iron scraps, which he usually kept for self-defense. This small knife had seen blood. As the sun gradually set, the light from the window dimmed. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon, darkness fell, and the temperature seemed to drop sharply. A chilling aura enveloping the land. A low and terrifying beast roar echoed from the wilderness outside the city, clearly audible within the city. Su Wuyang's heart suddenly tightened, and he murmured, "It started." At this moment, beams of searchlights shot into the sky in the city, sweeping in intersecting patterns. The searchlights on the city walls illuminated the area outside the city, revealing every detail of the ground below for hundreds of meters. On the city walls, soldiers of the city guard held their guns, lying on the walls, their eyes fixed on the ground below. The powerful firearms that humanity once took pride in could manage against some low-level demons. But against stronger demons, they were too weak, hence the need for holy soldiers. Chapter 14. The 5 great powers of Wuyang City. On top of the tall city tower in the southern part of the city stood 2 figures. One was a burly man, wearing a new style of combat uniform from the Federation, looking even more imposing. He had short hair, a square face, sword-like eyebrows, and tiger-like eyes, exuding a strong aura. Mu Changkong, the commander of the Wuyang City Guard, a level 5 battlemaster, was renowned for his exceptional knife skills. He once split a 3rd-level demonized ape with his knife, gaining widespread fame and receiving commendation from Guangling City, which awarded him his latest combat uniform. The other figure was shorter but quite plump, almost round, with a small nose and small eyes, always wearing a smile, resembling a wealthy merchant. Gu Chang, the master of the Jianhong Martial Arts Hall in Wuyang City, appeared kind and friendly, but those in the know were aware of his notorious title, Mad Sword. He was a level 3 battlemaster, a swordsman wielding a heavy sword about 2 palms wide and nearly 2 meters long. Once in battle, he became extremely violent and overpowering. Even Jiang Banyan dared not directly confront his sword, yet his appearance belied this ferocity. With a smile on his face, Gu Chang approached Mu Changkong and whispered, "Brother Mu, I've heard that Yunwu Mountain has been restless recently. Will this affect the moon tide?" Mu Changkong glanced at him, his eyes assessing, and said, "Brother Gu, you are quite well informed." Gu Chang beamed with a bright smile, saying, "The disappearance of a squad of holy soldiers is no small matter. It's hard not to know about it." Mu Changkong looked at Gu Chang, realizing that Gu Chang had indeed made connections with a certain lord in the Holy Soldier Hall. His expression grew serious as he glanced around and whispered, "An A-level rift." Gu Chang's expression changed slightly, and his smile vanished, replaced by a grave look. "What's the situation? Do you know what kind of demons?" The demon realm intertwined with the spatial powers of this world, causing instability. This resulted in 7 major rifts, as well as countless minor ones. After years of observation, people categorized the rifts into 5 levels. The 7 major rifts were of the highest level, extremely stable, and had not disappeared in 20 years, which is why the 7 emperors built 7 fortresses to defend them. The next level is SS-level rifts, which also do not disappear but may move within a small area, generally within 1,000 miles. Currently, 36 such rifts have been discovered, forming the well-known 36 dangerous places. Following that are S-level rifts, which do not have fixed locations or times and can appear randomly in the wild, plains, mountain tops, valleys, rivers, or seas, lasting from 30 days to just 7 or 8 days before disappearing. These rifts allow demons to surge in, but their occurrence rate is low. Next is A-level rifts, which are even less stable, appearing and disappearing within a day, frequently allowing demons to slip in. The lowest level is E-level rifts, which are extremely unstable, can appear at any time, and typically last less than 10 minutes, making them hard to detect. Many demons manifest this way within urban defense circles, which is why they're difficult to eliminate. Fortunately, such rifts are unstable, usually only allowing 1st or 2nd level demon beasts to emerge. The cities are safe because they are equipped with stabilizing stones, which prevent rifts from forming as long as these precious items are present. Stabilizing stones are extremely rare and thus very expensive, which is a key reason why there are so few cities. Gu Chang's expression was serious. He understood that A-level rifts could potentially allow 3rd and 4th level demons to enter. The demons from the demon realm were incredibly powerful and not comparable to those lower-tiered beings. The disappearance of a small squad of holy soldiers certainly indicated that demons had descended, and they likely weren't weak. Otherwise, news wouldn't have been kept under wraps. Mu Changkong glanced around and lowered his voice. "We suspect it's Ice Soul." Gu Chang's eyes suddenly sharpened, becoming extremely grave. He knew what Ice Soul represented and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Mu Changkong shook his head and replied, "You should ask me about that." Just then, a clear voice echoed, and the air trembled with the sound of rushing wind, followed by a figure descending like a large goose onto the roof. The newcomer wore moon-white battle attire, with a face as pale as jade, features sharp and upright, and a faint smile on his face. He had a 2-inch beard, exuding an air of elegance. Jiang Banyan, the steward sent by the Holy Soldier Hall in Yangzhou to Wuxing City, was a level 3 Rift Claw master and a powerful martial artist with immense influence in Wuxing City, even surpassing that of the city lord. The status of the Holy Soldier Hall in the city was transcendent, and the deputy hall master Gu Chang mentioned was absent, making Jiang Banyan the most respected figure present. And Jiang Manor happened to be his daughter, which was another reason why Sister Chiu found this situation troublesome. Upon seeing the newcomer, both men smiled. Mu Changkong clasped his fists and said, "Brother Jiang, you're quite prompt." Gu Chang hurriedly clasped his fists as well, fearing that Jiang Banyan might misunderstand, leading to retaliation against him. While Mu Changkong had the Federation backing him and could afford to be unafraid, Gu Chang could not. Although their strengths were comparable, Jiang Banyan had the Holy Soldier Hall behind him, a force he could not provoke. Therefore, he hastily explained. Jiang Banyan's smile remained unchanged as he said, "Brother Gu, you need not worry." Gu Chang felt a sense of relief and smiled broadly, saying, "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Jiang Banyan smiled faintly, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Why haven't Jiang Yu and Du Tianlei arrived yet?" Mu Changkong replied, "I was just about to mention this to you, Brother Jiang." The Xian Martial Arts Hall said that several martial artists from their hall were injured during training and might not be able to participate in this moontide. "Oh." Jiang Banyan narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile faint. "It's quite the coincidence that all 5 were injured." Mu Changkong looked at Jiang Banyan calmly, while Gu Chang wore a radiant smile, saying, "It is indeed a coincidence, and it just so happens that they got injured right before the moontide. Who says one can't get injured before the moontide?" At this moment, a clear and cold voice rang out. Following that, a gust of wind rushed in, and a red figure descended from the sky, landing on a rooftop, tall and standing over 175 meters, clad in tight red battle attire that accentuated her perfect curves. With a dark red quiver on her back and a short knife hanging at her waist, her long hair was styled in an elegant updo, with willow-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, her facial features sharp and striking, exuding a heroic demeanor that lit up the entire rooftop. Jiang Yu, the master of the Xian Martial Arts Hall in Wuxing City, appeared completely different from her usual self. If she was previously elegant and serene, she now radiated a fierce and eye-catching presence, showcasing 2 entirely different styles that even Mu Changkong and Jiang Banyan couldn't help but brighten their eyes at. Seeing Jiang Yu, Gu Chang's eyes flashed with eagerness, and he quickly said, "If Master Jiang says it's fine, then of course it's fine, just a bit unexpected." Jiang Yu glanced at him coolly and replied, "When will you wait for Master Gu to collect me into Ziyun? Then anything happening in the hall can be reported to Master Gu." Gu Chang's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly smiled and said, "Oh no. Master Jiang is joking. Oh, you all have arrived. It seems I'm late." At this moment, another loud shout echoed, the sound like a mighty roar, resonating with a buzzing noise. Immediately afterward, the sound of wind hunting arose, and a figure landed on the rooftop like a great bear, causing the roof to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. This person stood nearly 2 meters tall with a robust and muscular build, holding a large iron spear over 2 meters long, black and shiny, seemingly weighing dozens of kilograms, exuding overwhelming dominance. Du Tianlei, the leader of the largest gang in Wuxing City, the head of the Wu sect, a level 3 battle master, and a spear warrior, wielded the Overlord spear technique with unmatched strength. He was originally a martial artist, but unexpectedly summoned a spear warrior, further enhancing his power. In theory, a battle master would definitely be a significant figure even in Yangzhou City, but Du Tianlei had always remained in Wuxing City. This was because Wuxing City was the largest among the 5 garrison cities of Yangzhou, rich in resources, located near the Yunmu Mountain and Black Dragon Ridge, serving as the largest trading hub for monster materials in Yangzhou, with immense profits. All the top powerhouses in Wuxing City had gathered. These 5 could shake Wuxing City with a stomp and could even influence Yangzhou City. Great martial masters in a city at the state level were already at the forefront of power. "Not late, just in time," Jiang Banyan said with a smile, as he looked up at the sky. The sky was overcast, and a faint moon appeared amidst the clouds. Just then, a thick cloud obscured the faint moon, and the world suddenly darkened, the cold air intensifying. He said solemnly, "Everyone, it's about to begin. Please take your positions and defend as previously assigned. I rely on all of you tonight." He then cupped his fist to everyone and bowed deeply. "Then let's go," Du Tianlei shouted, his body moving like a great ape leaping out, shattering 2 tiles on the rooftop. "Farewell." Jiang Yu cupped his fists, his body moving like a flame, flying into the darkness, disappearing after a few jumps. "Then I'll go too." Gu Chong cupped his fists and leaped up, soaring out like a large ball, but incredibly agile, far from what his size would suggest, disappearing into the night after a few jumps. Jiang Banian looked at Mu Changkong and said, "Brother Mu, I'll leave this to you. Your task is heavy." Mu Changkong's expression was serious. He understood what Jiang Banian meant and nodded, saying, "Brother Jiang, rest assured." Jiang Banian moved his body, like a spirit crane soaring more than 10 meters. Then flashed again and had already flown away, looking extremely graceful. Mu Changkong narrowed his eyes slightly. Jiang Banian's strength seemed to have increased again. Suddenly, a clear gunshot rang out in the silent night sky, followed by the sound of gunfire, with terrifying shrieks and roars echoing. "It has begun." Mu Changkong abruptly turned around, his expression grave as he gazed into the endless dark land outside the city, as if countless monsters were greedily staring at the city. Chapter 15. The footsteps of night under the intense searchlights. Monsters that seemed neither human nor beast, with blood-colored skin and no hair, were rapidly running with their strong limbs. They were occasionally hit by gunfire, blood bursting forth, and they opened their giant mouths full of sharp teeth, letting out piercing screams. Blood puppets, transformed from humans or animals infected by blood-mist beasts, were numerous and posed the greatest threat to humanity. Their vitality and defenses far surpassed those of humans. Being shot once felt like nothing, and they would roar and continue running. One blood puppet was locked onto by 3 machine guns. It dodged left and right. But after enduring a barrage of bullets, it was severely injured and could no longer run, becoming riddled with bullets. This was just the most ordinary blood puppet, the lowest existence among monsters. Humans, once proud of their technology, had become so powerless. Billions of people had been transformed into blood puppets, becoming accomplices in the slaughter of humanity. Blood puppets climbed swiftly up the nearly vertical city wall, many already halfway up. Soldiers stabbed downwards, but were occasionally hit by blood spikes whipped out by the blood puppets, screaming as they fell from the city wall, landing among the blood puppets, and quickly being bitten and torn apart. Although many soldiers on the city wall had fought before, fear still filled their eyes. Their limbs felt weak, and their guns were firing wildly. Some veteran soldiers, however, had bloodshot eyes, fiercely pressed their guns, and shot madly, roaring in anger to vent their hatred. Audi soldier technique, thunder explosion. Suddenly, a loud shout resounded, and on the city wall, lightning flashed, followed by a burst of lightning striking into the blood puppets. The thunderstorm exploded like a bomb, sending several blood puppets flying, the lightning striking 10 meters away, knocking down dozens of blood puppets. The Holy Soldier Warriors had struck. This was the power of the mighty Holy Soldier Warriors. One blow was comparable to a powerful grenade, far exceeding the effects of a small grenade. Audi soldier technique, explosive fireball. With a shout, a blazing flame illuminated the city wall, followed by a cannonball-like impact into the blood puppets. The flames exploded, sending blood puppets' limbs flying in all directions. Audi soldier technique, sword QE slash. Another shout rang out as a fiery sword light slashed out several meters, striking several blood puppets that had leaped onto the city wall, decapitating them and spraying blood that fell from the city wall. Cries of horror arose as several blood puppets leaped onto the city wall, bringing down a Holy Soldier Warrior tearing at him frantically. The soldiers, witnessing this scene, quickly turned their guns to shoot. "Get back!" At this moment, a loud shout rang out as a battle master swooped in, his knife light slicing through, severing several blood puppets, blood spraying as they fell on the city wall. That Holy Soldier Warrior had his neck bitten off, his rib cage exposed, and intestines spilling onto the ground, his body convulsing. The martial master's eyes flashed with pity. He flicked his long knife, picking up a sword from the ground, turned, and leaped out to slay the blood puppets. A faint voice coming from him. "Give him a quick end." A soldier saluted, and a bullet shot into the holy soldier warrior's head, stopping his convulsions. He had just become a holy soldier warrior, but unfortunately, he had fallen. Tot tot tot. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed in the city, and several fire chains shot up into the sky, weaving into beautiful light patterns. A bird-like creature, with wings over 3 meters wide, fell from the sky. This was the city's anti-aircraft artillery firing. Flying monsters trying to break into the city were struck by the anti-aircraft guns. The power of the anti-aircraft artillery was immense. Once hit, monsters below the 3rd tier could hardly withstand it. Wuyang listened to the sound of gunfire outside the city, knowing it had begun. In the past, he would hide in a corner for the night, but today, upon hearing the gunfire and the howls of demons, he felt a surge of restlessness. However, he suppressed this unrealistic thought. After waiting for half an hour, he became impatient. Time could not be wasted. He sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation, but the elemental force of the moon tide became active and restless, disrupting his focus. He quickly stopped, left with no choice but to sit idly and wait. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence. In the midst of the cannon fire, it was hardly noticeable, but since beginning his cultivation, Wuyang had become increasingly sensitive. He instantly woke up, stowed away his holy weapon, and listened intently. The sound was familiar, like the snapping of an iron chain. However, after listening for a moment and hearing nothing more, he was just about to dismiss the thought when suddenly his ears perked up. He heard soft footsteps. He quietly got out of bed, held his dagger, and silently opened the door to listen. There were 3 people, their footsteps light. An ordinary person might not have heard them, but at that moment, Wuyang could hear them clearly. They were climbing the stairs, clearly not accustomed to exercising, with a slight breath that they couldn't suppress. 6th floor. Wuyang narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party had reached the 6th floor, and he heard a lowered voice say, "The last room." He tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. He recognized that voice. It was Ma Zhiqing. He was too familiar with it. Although the other party had lowered his voice, he still recognized it. A murderous intent suddenly surged in his heart. He had originally planned to settle accounts with him later, but unexpectedly, this kid had brought people to his door. He immediately realized that it seemed to be a result of that 300 yuan. The 3 of them arrived at the door and listened carefully for a moment. Wuyang held his breath and stood still against the wall. Click, click. At that moment, he heard the sound of a thin wire being inserted into the keyhole. It seemed that the other side had someone who could pick locks. Sure enough, after a brief pause, there was a click and the lock was opened. The iron door was slowly pulled open, followed by the sound of the inner door opening. In no time, the inner door also opened in response. Something is blocking it. We can handle it. A drunk and a kid. What are we afraid of? 2 voices from outside spoke in lowered tones, and they didn't sound very old, probably just in their 20s. Be careful, don't make too much noise. Ma Zhiqing's voice came through. What the hell are we afraid of? Even if we break the door, no one will come out to check. These days, everyone manages their own business. Who cares about this kind of trouble? A young man cursed in a low voice. I'll pry it open. At this time, another young man spoke up, followed by the sound of a steel rod scraping against the ground. Then came the sound of friction, and the sofa blocking the door was pushed aside. The door opened a crack wide enough for a person to pass through, and then someone squeezed in. Wuyang remained completely still, pressing himself against the wall and blending into the darkness. As someone squeezed in, they gently moved the sofa aside and pulled the door open wide, whispering, "Hurry in." Immediately, 2 figures flashed in. Wuyang had already adapted to the darkness and saw that one of them was Ma Zhiqing, who seemed nervous and was huddling his body as if it was his first time doing this. One person closed the door, and with a click, a flashlight lit up. At that moment, Wuyang moved, suddenly thrusting his knife toward the young man holding a steel rod. Chapter 16. Murder and blood battle in the darkness of the night. When the light suddenly brightened, transitioning from black to light, it was inevitable for people to experience a moment of blindness. Su Wuyang silently launched his attack. The three people had yet to realize what was happening when the knife had already pierced flesh. Buffed. The sharp blade slightly deflected off the clothing, directly entering the flesh. The knife, honed to be both fast and sharp by Su Wuyang, swiftly and viciously plunged into the spleen. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was distinctly clear in the silent room, and both Ma Jiqing and the other person heard it. A scream erupted, startling the two. Their expressions changed. Ma Jiqing stood frozen in place, while the young man with the red hair reacted quickly, retreating backward as the flashlight beam swept toward him. Just as Su Wuyang almost stabbed, he suddenly crashed his body forward. The man directly lunged ahead and collided with Ma Jiqing, knocking him down. The red-haired one reacted quickly and avoided the collision. Otherwise, he would have been knocked down as well. At that moment, Su Wuyang pounced on the young man with red hair, his dagger stained with blood, aiming straight at him. Get away from me." The red-haired man looked terrified and hurriedly swung the stick in his hand, directly hitting Su Wuyang's dagger and knocking it away. Su Wuyang felt a sharp pain in his palm and saw that his finger had been cut. It wasn't a knife, but a piece of iron he had used to fight demons, and the cloth-wrapped handle was difficult to grip. Seeing Su Wuyang's weapon swept away, the red-haired man immediately became excited, shining the flashlight at Su Wuyang and charging at him while angrily shouting, "Who are you to dare sneak attack me?" Su Wuyang has grown taller than before, and he no longer looks weak. Surprisingly, this red-haired person did not recognize him. However, having spent years in the lower ranks, he has blood on his hands, and at this moment, his violent nature erupted as he swung the steel rod towards Su Wuyang with a whistling sound. Su Wuyang had nowhere to hide. The flashlight shone in his eyes, and with the wall behind him, he had nowhere to retreat. That blow was too fierce. If it landed, his arm would surely break. Clang! Suddenly, a sound of a sword ringing out, a beam of sword light flashed, illuminating the room, and the room instantly fell silent. Su Wuyang held the holy sword, while the yellow-haired boy stood dumbfounded in place, his steel pipe severed, revealing a smooth surface. Thud! Half of the steel pipe fell to the ground. Holy weapon! The yellow-haired boy's eyes widened in shock, trembling as he spoke. A holy weapon! Su Wuyang shouted angrily, suddenly moved his hands, and swung the holy weapon. The yellow-haired man stood there dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. Blood gushed out, and he slowly fell to the ground. The steel pipe dropped, and the flashlight rolled out, tumbling into the sofa, plunging the room into darkness. "Stop! Wuyang! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I have an elderly mother and a younger sister to take care of. Please let me go." Su Wuyang walked towards Ma Jiqing, holding a bloodied sword, and said in a deep voice, "Why did you want to harm me?" Ma Jiqing cried and pleaded, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have been jealous of you. I shouldn't have wanted to covet your money. Wuyang, please let me go. You're already a great holy soldier. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared, and a sword tip protruded from Ma Jiqing's back. Ma Jiqing stood there, stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Su Wuyang. He didn't expect Su Wuyang would kill. Why? Blood gushed from Ma Jiqing's mouth as he looked at Su Wuyang, questioning him. Su Wuyang drew his sword, and Ma Jiqing spat out a mouthful of blood, his body going limp and collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Su Wuyang's face, illuminated by the faint light of the flashlight under the sofa, appeared extremely terrifying. "You shouldn't have provoked me." Su Wuyang's voice echoed in the room as he stood there, looking at the three corpses lying on the ground. The thick scent of blood hit his nostrils. Although it wasn't his first time killing, he had never taken 3 lives in one go. As he relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Buzz! The holy weapon transformed into a stream of light and vanished. He slowly sat down on the sofa, trying to calm his rapid breath and restore the emptiness in his body. Killing was not a pleasant experience. If it weren't for self-preservation, he wouldn't want to take lives. Damn this world. Su Wu murmured a curse. Just then, a sudden crisp sound of impact echoed, the sound of glass shattering. Su Wu was startled, his muscles tensed up, and a light burst forth from his eyes. Thud! Suddenly, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground echoed. Something had landed in the corridor on the 6th floor. In an instant, a strong wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by a more pungent stench, even more foul than the blood in the room. Blood puppet. Su Wuyang's hair stood on end in an instant. He suddenly stood up and pushed the sofa against the door. The blood puppet was sensitive to blood, and it was the rich blood aura that had attracted it. Boom! Just as he blocked the sofa, a powerful force slammed against the iron door, shaking the entire building. The iron door deformed and crashed into the inner door, causing the door panel to explode. The blood puppet's blood-red eyes were fixed firmly on Su Wuyang. The sofa was pushed out half a meter, and Su Wuyang was also knocked backward by the tremendous force. His expression changed drastically, and he suddenly exerted strength to push the sofa against the door again. Su Wuyang was shocked. This blood puppet had such powerful strength that it was probably stronger than a fierce tiger. With a collision, even the iron door couldn't withstand it. Hiss! A sharp roar pierced Su Wuyang's eardrum, followed by a loud bang as the wooden door exploded open. The sofa was knocked 2 meters away, and Su Wuyang was also sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, causing his head to buzz and his back to ache, almost making him spit blood. Bang! A strong, crimson claw tore through the door, and a blood-red head emerged, resembling a wolf's head but also a human face, filled with sharp teeth and a mouth that split to the ears. There wasn't a single hair on its head, as if the skin had been stripped off a wolf, but it was much larger than a wolf. The blood puppet's pair of blood-red eyes looked at Su Wuyang, letting out an excited growl, eagerly rushing in. Su Wuyang's face was pale. Although he possessed a holy weapon, he had not yet become a true holy warrior, and he couldn't even match some strong adults. How could he fight against this blood puppet? His heart felt as if it were being gripped, about to explode. His thoughts raced as he contemplated a solution. Suddenly, the blood puppet let out a painful roar, and its body, which had rushed in, came to a sudden halt. Su Wuyang was overjoyed. It turned out the blood puppet had been eager to enter, but didn't expect the opening to be too small. Its body got stuck, and the broken sharp iron bars pierced into it, drawing blood. The blood puppet let out a howl and turned, its claws tearing at the iron door. What a great opportunity! Su Wuyang's eyes burst with light, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged out. Holy weapon! With a fierce shout, the sword was instantly in his hand. He leaped up and swung his sword down at the blood puppet. The blood puppet sensed danger, letting out a sharp screech as it swiped with a claw. Puffed! The sword-saying strike landed on the sharp claw, and the holy sword, incredibly sharp, instantly severed the claw. The blood puppet let out a painful scream, a sword mark left on its face, deep to the bone. I was also slashed blind. Blood spraying everywhere. The blood puppet roared in pain, unleashing a powerful force that bent the iron bar, its body charging forward and directly colliding with Su Wuyang, sending him flying. Su Wuyang was thrown back, crashing onto the sofa, which toppled over, and he fell to the ground, his head throbbing with pain. The blood puppet landed on the ground, now appearing truly massive. If it stood up, it would be at least 2 meters tall. Its 4 powerful claws were muscular and filled with strength, resembling a ferocious tiger, with a foul stench permeating the entire room. Blood flowed from the blood puppet, its severed arm gushing blood as it let out an angry roar, suddenly lunging at Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang flipped over, kicking the sofa, which slid across the floor and crashed into the blood puppet. The blood puppet leaped up, soaring over the sofa to pounce on Su Wuyang, who widened his eyes in surprise. He had actually launched himself along with the sofa, and the holy weapon was thrusting at the blood puppet. The blood puppet swiped with its claws, but it forgot that its claws had been severed, missing entirely. Puffed! The blade pierced through the blood puppet's body, and Su Wuyang collided with it, both rolling onto the ground. Chapter 17. Brother Yang and the spirit core. The room was dark, with a tin flashlight in the corner flickering slightly, casting a bit of light into the room, where a massive blood puppet lay on the floor. Suddenly, the blood puppet moved, its body slowly rising, its sharp claws scraping against the floor with a sound like steel. The giant beast was not dead? Hey! Suddenly, a low shout rang out, and the massive body of the blood puppet flipped over, revealing Su Wuyang. His hands and body were covered in blood. Puffed! Su Wuyang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling. The heavy body of the blood puppet crashed down on him, and he felt like his bones were about to shatter. His ribs were definitely fractured. Any movement caused pain in his chest. He gasped for breath, nearly exhausted, with no strength left. Turning to glance at the blood puppet lying on the ground, blood gushing from its chest, it was as dead as could be. His eyes sparkled with light. He had actually slain a blood puppet with his own strength. What excited him even more was the immense surprise this blood puppet brought him. The holy weapon system interface appeared before him, and at that moment the experience bar for the holy weapon had actually grown by half. He knew that after nearly 10 days of training, he had only reached 10%. Now it had jumped by 55%. This blood puppet had given him at least 45 experience points. Experience points. Killing monsters actually granted experience points. His heart raced. The holy weapon system was just like the games he used to play, leveling up by killing monsters. This was the golden finger he had been looking for. As far as he understood, all holy weapon warriors absorb the original force of heaven and earth to nourish their holy weapons. He had never heard of gaining experience points from slaying monsters. This was fantastic. With this skill, he would surely become a powerful holy weapon warrior. What did it matter if he fused weapons? If it weren't for the pain in his chest, he would have laughed out loud to vent the frustration he had been holding in for so long. However, he knew he couldn't act recklessly. This was his greatest secret, and he absolutely could not let anyone know. Otherwise, an endless disaster awaited him. Roar. At that moment, a painful roar from the blood puppet echoed, followed by a loud crash, as if the wall had been smashed down, the sound of debris falling clearly audible. Wuyang's expression suddenly changed. Ignoring the pain, he struggled to get up. The blood puppet must have come again. Such rich blood energy could attract other blood puppets. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of a heavy object falling on the corridor, and Wuyang's face changed drastically. At this moment, he was severely exhausted, almost incapacitated and injured, with no strength to kill another blood puppet. His heart sank. Was he about to meet his end right after gaining his golden finger? The blood puppet is dead. Just then, a surprised voice came out, and Wuyang's heart relaxed. It was a person, not a blood puppet. But then his heart tightened again. Sometimes humans could be scarier than demons. He hurriedly crawled back down, and at that moment, with a loud bang, the iron door was directly torn off and thrown aside. A figure walked in, wielding an iron spear. Clap! The lights turned on, instantly illuminating the room. Wuyang was immediately exposed to the light, his eyes momentarily blinded, and he raised his hand to shield them. Once he adapted, he could see the visitor clearly, a man about 25 or 26 years old with a sturdy build, standing around 8 meters tall. He looked ordinary, but his deep-set eyes gave a somewhat gloomy impression. This man held a black iron spear about 2 meters long. He glanced around the room, swept over the 3 corpses, and finally fixed his gaze on the blood puppet. Upon seeing the severed arm and the huge sword wound on its chest, a flash of light flickered in his eyes as he turned to Wuyang. The sharp gaze made Wuyang's heart tremble. He glanced at Wuyang's chest and said, "You killed the blood puppet." His voice was devoid of any emotion, even somewhat cold. Wuyang clutched his chest and weakly replied, "Yes. It was a coincidence. I didn't expect to kill it." Looking at Wuyang, he asked, "Where's your holy weapon?" Wuyang knew he couldn't hide it any longer. Ordinary swords and blades could hardly sever the blood puppet's arm. Only the sharpness of a holy weapon could do that. He weakly extended his hand, and a sword quickly appeared in his grasp. But it soon dispersed and vanished in an instant. He weakly said, "The newly forged holy weapon can't activate its skills yet." Forged weapon. A hint of contempt appeared on the young man's face. Holy weapon warriors looked down on forged weapon warriors. The young man no longer paid attention to Wuyang and turned his gaze toward the blood puppet, walking straight over. He drew a knife from his bosom and slashed it across the blood puppet's belly, creating a large gash. Foul-smelling fresh blood gushed out, and with a flick of the short knife, a blood-red orb the size of a marble rolled out. The spirit core. Wuyang's eyes brightened slightly. He didn't expect that this blood puppet had actually formed a spirit core. It seemed that this blood puppet was about to evolve into a spirit mist beast. No wonder it was so powerful. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the young man, holding the spirit core, turning to look at him. Wuyang felt a tremor in his heart. He sensed the killing intent in the young man's gaze. He thought to himself that it was bad. This person had murderous intentions. Wasn't stealing the spirit core enough? He was going to kill him too. Brother Yang, are you there? Have you dealt with the blood puppet? At that moment, a voice came from outside. The killing intent in the young man's eyes retracted as he reached out to lift the blood puppet and walked out without even acknowledging Su Wuyang, casually putting away the lamp. With the light dimming, he had already left. I'm here. I've dealt with the blood puppet. Brother Yang's voice echoed, followed by a wave of excitement in the hallway. Brother Yang, congratulations. You've actually obtained a spirit core. Well, good luck. Let us go. We still need to deal with other blood puppets. Brother Yang's voice carried a tone of triumph, and then the two of them rushed out. The sound of their clothes rustling in the wind. A heavy object fell to the ground below, followed by the sound of footsteps quickly fading away. Listening to the sounds disappear, Su Wuyang felt his body weaken and almost collapse to the ground. He had nearly lost his life. That Brother Yang had definitely harbored murderous intent. If it weren't for that voice, he would have been dead today. He remembered this Brother Yang. He would definitely take revenge. A spirit core was worth tens of thousands of new coins, and just one could solve his current predicament. Yet this bastard had stolen it, and even wanted to kill him. This enmity had already been formed. He didn't dare to wait any longer. His blood was still surging too strongly, and there could be more blood puppets appearing at any moment. He calmed his breathing. His strength had recovered quite a bit, and the pain in his chest had lessened greatly. If he were an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't have been able to get back up. He stood up, glanced at the three corpses on the ground, and walked to the door of Su Dalong's room. With such a commotion, Su Dalong was still sleeping so soundly. He unlocked the door and pushed it open, using the dim light of the flashlight to see Su Dalong snoring loudly, clutching a bottle of alcohol in his arms. Looking completely drunk, Su Wuyang suddenly felt a surge of anger. He had almost died, yet he was asleep. However, he soon sighed slightly. What difference would it make if Su Dalong got up? Given his drunken state, it wouldn't be of any use. But he was somewhat puzzled. Just now, it seemed he hadn't heard a single breath. It was so quiet that it felt as if there was no one in the room, not even that senior Brother Yang. At that moment, Su Dalong turned over, grasped his thigh, and then there was the sound of breathing again. Su Wuyang shook his head, closed the door, and locked it again. He stood in the hall, looking at the three corpses. After a moment of thought, he began to move the bodies, dragging them one by one outside, and then carrying them up to the rooftop. He stood on the rooftop, looking towards the distant city wall, where the lights were bright and gunfire continued, though not as intense as before. Occasionally, there were booming sounds from within the city, and chains of fire shot up into the sky, weaving into a beautiful night scene. Meanwhile, the sounds of explosions, screams, and cries echoed within the city, and shadows could be seen darting between the buildings. There were also shrill cries and sounds of battle, along with faint, muffled weeping and wailing that came from nearby rooms. Su Wuyang felt a sense of emotion. Every time the moon tide came, it was a chaotic scene in the city, such as the era of turmoil. Chapter 18 After the moon tide the night was long, and the waiting was unbearable. Every minute and every second felt like torture. Su Wuyang could barely hold on, nearly falling asleep. Finally, the gunfire gradually ceased, with only sporadic shots ringing out from time to time. Su Wuyang finally relaxed his tense heart, slowly exhaling a breath. It was finally over. He stood up and walked to the window, pulling it open a crack to look outside. The sky was still dark, but by his sense, it should be around 5 o'clock. The natural forces of heaven and earth were gradually calming down. The final madness began without the blood puppets. The monsters and spirits started to move during the last moments of darkness before dawn. Sounds of smashing, screams, and cries echoed clearly in the quiet night. And the entire city seemed to be in chaos. Wah 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 wah. Sharp police sirens rang out everywhere as the police department began to mobilize. The chaos in the city started to subside, and a faint light spread from the east, signaling that the moon tide had finally passed. Su Wuyang began to clean up, dragging away the blood from the floor and clearing away the debris, especially the blood of the blood puppet toxin. He cleaned it several times before it was finally clean. By then, the sky was already bright, and he heard Su Dalong's voice drinking in the room, which made him shake his head. He pulled open the sofa and looked at the door that was almost just a doorframe left, letting out a slight sigh. Originally, there wasn't enough money, and now, without the door, he would have to find a way to reinstall it. Wuyang glanced over, his expression cold. The hearts of people are hard to fathom. There are countless neighbors who turn against each other, so there's really no sense of community. Everyone just minds their own business, rarely even calling out to one another. His relationship with the Lin family is quite rare. With such a commotion last night, how could the entire floor not hear it? Yet no one came out to inquire. A scavenger child, a drunkard, neither holds any value. They wouldn't even bother to call out on a normal day, let alone take action in times of danger. Before the apocalypse, life was abundant, and one might have felt some pity and offered a little care, but in the apocalypse, pity is a luxury. Stepping out of the small building, the air was thick with the smell of burning and the remnants of firecrackers. Walking through the alley, he saw more than a dozen body bags lined up, guarded by soldiers with guns. The corpse retrieval personnel, dressed in protective gear and masks, were moving bodies out from each floor, and the sounds of wailing from many homes echoed along the way. Wuyang felt distressed. Among the casualties, only a few were caused by blood puppets. Most were man-made. This was still a residential area, and the casualties in the slums were even greater. He cautiously made his way to the street, where more body bags were laid out, and bodies were continuously being transported here. Several workers were lifting bodies and tossing them into a corpse transport vehicle, as if they were throwing out garbage. The pedestrians on the street seemed to have long gotten used to this. They just glanced from a distance before hurrying away. At the street entrance, police cars occasionally whizzed by, and military trucks roared past, lifting green tarps that revealed the corpses of monsters, along with trucks filled with armed soldiers speeding by. The entire city, although somewhat desolate, appeared to be very orderly. There was no chaos after the disaster. Everything was in good order. Workers began to take to the streets, and the number of people gradually increased. On Zhaojie Street, shops on both sides had started to open and were getting busy for a new day of business. Uncle Zhao's shop also opened its door, with steam rising from the steaming bun pot, and two people were bustling around. Uncle Zhang, who sold vegetables, was already moving produce. Despite having lost one hand, he effortlessly carried a large bag of radishes weighing over 100 pounds. Old Li, who sold grains and oil, had a broken left leg, leaning on a crutch with his right hand while carrying 2 large buckets of oil to set out in front of the store, each weighing 20 to 30 kilograms. A plump aunt selling rice and flour was shifting her hefty body, each hand carrying a 50-pound bag of rice, which she stacked into piles. She had already stacked over 10 bags. Uncle Tang, the one-eyed butcher, wore a leather apron and was barebacked, chopping a large fat pig. The sound of chopping echoed as steam rose from his body. Upon seeing Wuyang, everyone greeted him, as if nothing had happened the night before, no moon tide, and no deaths. "Wuyang, where are you off to so early? Going to work?" Aunt Zhao said, coming out with a steamer basket of buns and smiling at Wuyang. Wuyang smiled and said, "The door was broken last night, so I had someone install a new one." His tone was casual, as if it were just a trivial matter. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao exchanged glances, and Aunt Zhao smiled, saying, "Then hurry up. The door needs to be installed quickly. The spirit core could be exchanged for money, worth over 10,000 new coins, and that blood puppet body is equally valuable. Handing them over can earn federal credit points, which are high-grade currency that can be used to purchase restricted supplies and are also key to obtaining residency qualifications in Yangzhou City." The thought of it being stolen made him furious. All of this was due to his own lack of strength. He needed to improve quickly. Now that he had found a method, slaying demons with a sacred weapon could earn him experience points. He had a faster path to improvement than everyone else, and he believed he could become powerful quickly. However, he couldn't continue to cultivate slowly as before. He needed a change. Originally planning to cultivate gradually, Wuyang's thoughts had shifted. The battle last night made him realize the importance of combat skills, which required entering the Sacred Weapon Academy or a martial arts gym to learn. Moreover, he wanted to hunt demons to gain experience points, but with his current strength, he couldn't do that. Last night had just been luck. Currently, in Wuyang City, the Sacred Weapon Forces include the Sacred Weapon Hall, Ziyun Martial Arts Gym, Jinhong Martial Arts Gym, and Wuyang, along with several smaller gyms and gangs. He didn't care about those small forces, but he didn't know anyone in these major forces except for Ziyun, and as a fusion warrior, they wouldn't take him seriously. His gaze was serious. He would need to go work tomorrow and see if Xian martial arts gym would accept him. Chapter 19. Master Liao the next day. The influence of the lunar tide had completely passed, and the entire city returned to its previous liveliness. One must admit that in this post-apocalyptic world, people's resilience is incredibly strong. Everyone is running for survival and has no time to stop and grieve. Su Wuyang arrived at the Xian martial arts hall. He stood in front of the door, looked up at the 5 large characters of the hall, and then stepped up the stairs. 2 beautiful female attendants rarely glanced at him, their eyes filled with surprise. After all, Su Wuyang was now a head taller, and his face had filled out, making him look like a different person. If it weren't for his general features still being recognizable, one wouldn't believe he was the same person. When Sister Chiu saw him, her face also showed surprise as she said, "Wuyang, you've grown taller. It's only been about 10 days. What have you been eating to grow this fast? You haven't spent all your salary on food, have you?" She then giggled, her ample bosom swaying enticingly. Su Wuyang flashed a bright smile and said, "Sister Chiu, you guessed it right. The money you sent me along with the compensation from that young Master Zhao was all spent on meat." Upon hearing this, Sister Chiu also smiled and then seemed to remember something casually, saying, "By the way, I heard that young Master Zhao had his hand broken by someone and hasn't shown up for over 10 days. Sister Chiu's smile was flowing, but her eyes were fixed on Su Wuyang. Zhao Xingyan was attacked that night and had his hand broken. No one knew who did it, not even Zhao Xingyan himself. He was knocked out and woke up with a broken hand. This situation was too coincidental. Su Wuyang was injured in the morning, and that night Zhao Xingyan had his hand broken. This matter was worth pondering. Su Wuyang was slightly taken aback by the words, and then smiled, saying, "It seems that young Master Zhao has quite a few enemies." Sister Chiu's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Su Wuyang did not know, but soon found it somewhat amusing. A child who grew up in a slum, like Su Wuyang, what kind of background could he possibly have? It was only because of his connection with Jiyu that he got a job. He was just a bit suspicious. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Su Wuyang himself would definitely not be able to do it. No matter how you say it, young Master Zhao is a holy warrior, and Su Wuyang, being a weakling, could never harm him. Sister Chiu continued, "By the way, that Ma Zhiqing died in the moon tide, so in the number 4 martial arts hall, you're the only one left. Newcomers will be arranged in a few days." Su Wuyang scratched his head and looked at Sister Chiu apologetically, saying, "Sister Chiu, can I join our martial arts school for training? You've merged your weapons." Upon hearing this, Sister Chiu raised her eyebrows and looked Su Wuyang up and down. Then a knowing smile appeared on her face. Su Wuyang had suddenly grown so tall. She should have realized it earlier. Why did she mention merging weapons? Because the Holy Weapon Hall in Yang City summons holy weapons on the 6th of every month, and on that day, Su Wuyang was still at work. So merging weapons was the only option left. Su Wuyang nodded and said, "Yes, I was lucky to find a holy weapon." "You're quite lucky to find a holy weapon." Sister Chiu's smile was somewhat strange. She didn't believe Su Wuyang could find a holy weapon, but she wouldn't expose him. After all, who doesn't have a little secret? She looked at Su Wuyang and said, "Show me the holy weapon you summoned. What kind of holy weapon is it?" Su Wuyang extended his hand, and, with a tremor of energy, a sword weapon appeared in his grasp. Sister Chiu raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Sword weapon, you really have good luck." Casually picking up a sword master weapon, she gestured for Su Wuyang to put away the master weapon, her smile turning serious as she said, "Wuyang, you should know the standards of our Xian Martial Arts Academy. Even for master weapon warriors, we are very selective, and it's generally hard to be chosen. As for fusion weapon warriors, we currently only have Master Liao." Sister Chiu did not finish her sentence, but Su Wuyang understood. His heart sank. He really wasn't qualified enough. He knew Master Liao as well, and although Master Liao was also a fusion warrior, he was not someone he could compare to. Master Liao had a family heritage of martial arts, with exceptionally high combat skills, excelling in boxing, kicking, and blade techniques. His sweeping blade was domineering and fierce. Although he had been stuck at the 2nd level for many years, he was quite famous in Wuxing City and Yangzhou City. At that moment, Sister Chiu suddenly said, "How about this? I will take you to meet Master Liao. If he thinks highly of you and is willing to speak to the academy head on your behalf, there might still be a chance." Su Wuyang immediately broke into a bright smile and said, "Thank you, Sister Chiao." Master Liao, whose full name is Liao Zhichan, comes from a martial arts family known for their cloak sword technique. He is proficient in spear, staff, sword, and fist techniques and serves as a combat instructor at the Xian Martial Arts School, teaching combat skills. When the holy soldiers fight, they do not simply summon holy soldier skills indiscriminately. It is unsustainable and their bodies cannot withstand it. Therefore, combat is primarily based on hand-to-hand fighting. Fighting requires combat techniques, just like Su Wuyang's impressive kick that sent the sofa flying, which can be seen as a combination of combat skills and combat thinking. If speed, strength, and reaction do not completely overwhelm the opponent, combat techniques become extremely critical. Master Liao is slightly over 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a black training outfit, with a well-proportioned physique that showcases his streamlined muscles. His gaze is sharp and electric, with long, broad, and sturdy hands. Standing by the training area, he watches several holy soldiers practicing. Some are practicing sword techniques, some are practicing knife techniques, and others are practicing fist techniques, with sounds of heavy breathing and flashes of cold light. Su Wuyang watched as the gleaming-eyed soldiers, all seasoned warriors, were far stronger than him. Their speed and strength were beyond his comparison. Boom! A muscular man practicing his punches struck a thick wooden post, causing the ground to tremble. The power was terrifying, leaving a shallow fist imprint on the solid wood stump. Use your skill. Use your skill. How many times have I told you? No matter how strong you are, you can't hurt the inner part. Can you break the scales and skin of a demon? Suddenly, Master Liao, standing at the side, shouted in a deep voice, instantly attracting everyone's attention, causing those practicing sword and knife techniques to stop. Master Liao strode over, pushed the muscular man aside, twisted his waist sharply, and punched out, his fist moving like lightning. Bang! A loud explosion echoed throughout the training ground as half of the thick stump exploded, with chips flying as if struck by a powerful artillery shell. Su Wuyang's heart suddenly trembled, and his eyes flashed with shock. What a powerful impact! A casual punch has such power. He couldn't imagine what it would feel like if it hit him. This made him even more excited. This is technique. The holy weapon strengthens the body and enhances strength, but not using it would be brute force. Sister Cho looked at Su Wuyang's shocked expression, smiled slightly, but secretly shook her head. Su Wuyang was probably going to be disappointed. Master Liao had very high standards. Do you understand? Don't use brute force. Competing with monsters in brute force is foolish behavior. Master Liao said seriously to the few of them. Yes, Master. The group responded with expressions of respect. Then each began to train. Only then did Master Liao step down from the arena. Seeing Sister Chiao, his expression was neutral, and his gaze held a question. Sister Chiao hurriedly stepped forward, her face beaming with a bright smile, saying, Master Liao's punch power has become stronger, and his martial skills have improved. Master Liao held a special status at the Xian Martial Arts School, so although Sister Chiao was in charge, she still respected him greatly and dared not show any disrespect. Master Liao merely responded with a faint hum, glanced at Su Wuyang, and said blandly, Is there something? Sister Chiao should know my rules. I cannot have anyone enter while I am teaching. Sister Chiao was not angry. Her bright smile returned as she quickly apologized. Master Liao, forgive me. Today there is something urgent, and I disturb you. I have a little brother who just merged with a weapon and wants to learn from you. I don't know. Merge with a weapon. Before Sister Chiao could finish, Master Liao suddenly raised an eyebrow, his face instantly darkening. Are you joking with me, Sister Chiao? He abruptly flicked his sleeve, turned sharply, and shouted, What are you standing there for? Train harder. Sister Chiao's smile finally faded, her face awkward. Su Wuyang felt a surge of anger. How domineering could the other party be? The disdain and arrogance in his gaze angered him greatly, and he clenched his fists tightly. However, he soon relaxed his hands. There was no strength. The anger of the weak is a sign of cowardice. He looked at Sister Chiao and, with an apologetic expression, said, Sister Chiao, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Sister Chiao's smile returned as she pulled Su Wuyang along. Say it's fine, let us go. The two left the training ground, and once outside, Sister Chiao turned to Su Wuyang and said, Don't be too discouraged. I will talk to the schoolmaster about this. Su Wuyang shook his head and interrupted, saying, "It's all right. Sister Chiu has already made things difficult for you, and I really appreciate Sister Chiu's care all this time." As he said this, he bowed deeply. Sister Chiu looked at him, her eyes glimmering with a hint of brilliance. This child was not very old, but he was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. She had heard Jiyu say that he was a child supporting an alcoholic father. What a rare quality that was. She sighed softly and said, "Wuyang, don't be discouraged. There are more than a dozen martial arts schools in Wuxing City. Try a few more, and there will be schools willing to take you." Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Sister Chiu. I won't be discouraged. Maybe by the next time we meet, I will have become a powerful holy soldier." Sister Chiu immediately smiled and rubbed Su Wuyang's head. "Say good. Then Sister Chiu will be waiting." Su Wuyang bowed once more and turned to leave. Sister Chiu watched Su Wuyang's departing figure, her feelings somewhat complicated. Then she suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wuyang, don't forget to collect your salary." Chapter 20. The status of a forging soldier. I want to be your apprentice. Get out of here. A forging soldier wants to join our Jinwei martial arts school? Look in the mirror. I want to be your apprentice. Ha! A weakling like you. I could knock you away with a single finger, and you still want to become a powerful holy soldier. Get out. We don't want forging soldiers here. Don't you see what kind of place this is? Su Wuyang stumbled as he was thrown out from the steps by someone, landing awkwardly on the ground. Laughter erupted from the steps, followed by the loud sound of the gate slamming shut. Getting up from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothes, Su Wuyang calmly looked up at the large characters on the plaque of the martial arts school, Shinkei's martial arts school. In the past few days, he had visited about 10 martial arts schools. Some were relatively polite, simply saying they weren't accepting new students, while others were very aggressive, directly kicking him out. He had already been thrown out like this by 3 schools. Su Wuyang clenched his fists tightly. These martial arts schools were prouder than one another, and none of them looked down on him, a fusion soldier. He had only heard that fusion soldiers were looked down upon before, but he never expected it to be to this extent. It wasn't that Su Wuyang wanted to join a martial arts school. He had no choice. He couldn't develop his martial skills on his own. Without a master to guide him, he couldn't practice anything worthwhile. Moreover, without anyone to lead him, he was currently unable to venture into the wild to hunt. The previous time he had slain a blood puppet was a rare opportunity. He couldn't kill demons or monsters, so he couldn't gain experience points. How could he improve? The speed of cultivation using the sacred soldier decision for fusion soldiers was utterly despairing. There was only one last martial arts school left. Su Wuyang gradually loosened his fist, his gaze firm. Everything has a beginning and an end. He wanted to give it a try until the very last moment. Half an hour later at Wuyang, Di Ping stood in front of an extremely grand building, which was larger than Ziyun. In the courtyard, people were practicing their punches, occasionally letting out shouts. Wuyang was the largest gang force in Wuxing City, with thousands of members. There were dozens of holy weapon warriors in the sect, boasting great strength and managing various industries, such as transportation, factories, restaurants, and entertainment venues, with substantial assets. The sect leader, Du Tianlei, was a third-grade spearman and one of the 5 third-grade powerhouses in Wuxing City. Su Wuyang took a deep breath and walked up the steps. "Stop! What are you doing? This is not a place you can just barge into." The guard at the entrance shouted sternly, pointing a baton at Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang let out a faint sigh in his heart. Just from that one word, he knew there was no hope. However, he still suppressed his anger and put on a brilliant smile, saying, "Brother, I am a forging soldier, and I am here to join the cultivation of the Wu-Wei sect. I kindly ask you to pass on my request." The big man was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but then a look of disdain appeared on his face. He pointed with his hand and said, "Get lost. A forging soldier wants to join our Wu-Wei sect? Get as far away as you can." He, an ordinary person, even dared to mock a forging soldier. It was truly puzzling where he found the courage. It must be the powerful Wu-Wei sect behind him that gave him this courage. Su Wuyang's anger began to rise as he had faced obstacles everywhere in the past few days, accumulating anxiety and fury that was about to erupt. The guard, seeing Su Wuyang's clenched fists, felt his authority challenged. He abruptly raised his baton and pointed it at Su Wuyang, shouting, "What? Do you want to fight? Someone come here. We have a troublemaker. Suddenly, 5 guards rushed out from their posts, drawing their batons and pointing them at Wuyang, scolding. You little brat. Don't you know where this is? You dare to cause trouble. You must be tired of living. At that moment, a commanding voice came through, and the guards immediately changed from fierce to smiling faces. A person walked up the steps, and the previous guard hurried forward, acting like a sycophant, saying, Young Master Yang, you're here. This kid is a fusion warrior who wants to join our Wu sect. I told him to get lost, and he still wants to fight. The person who appeared was dressed in a blue suit, looking very tall, with a puffed chest and short hair slicked back, standing upright and looking very spirited. When Wuyang saw the other person's eyes, his heart suddenly trembled. He was very familiar with those deep-set eyes. This was indeed the person who had robbed him of his blood puppet that night. He hurriedly lowered his head, afraid of being recognized, but he clearly overestimated himself. Young Master Yang gave Wuyang a faint glance and said indifferently, What kind of stray dogs are allowed in here? Get them out. After saying that, he stepped inside without even looking at Wuyang again, extremely arrogant. However, Wuyang felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't recognized. Upon hearing this, the guards immediately smiled, straightened their backs, and one of them pointed his baton at Wuyang, shouting, Did you hear that? Hurry up and get lost. Young Master Yang is our senior brother in the Wu sect. Since he has spoken, you should give up. Get out now, or you'll taste my baton. Wuyang remained silent and turned to leave. He didn't want to suffer losses. It seemed these people really wanted to fight him, likely to satisfy their sense of superiority by taking down a fusion soldier. As he walked down the steps and glanced at the huge characters of Wu Gate, his eyes were calm. He finally knew where his enemies were and turned to leave. No martial arts school would accept him, so it seemed he had no choice but to take risks and focus on becoming a sacred soldier first. Over the past few days, he had been restless, eager to find a martial arts school, which wasted too much time and led to minimal progress. His experience had only reached 160 out of 400. He decided to calm himself and train diligently until he became a true sacred soldier. Uncle Tang cut 2 pounds of meat. Wuyang stood in front of the butcher's shop, a bit distracted. Smack! 2 pounds. Uncle Tang sliced with his knife, cutting off a piece of meat, skewered it with grass, and tossed it in front of Wuyang. This startled Wuyang back to reality, and he hurriedly took out the money and placed it in the cash box. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Wuyang was about to leave with the meat when he took a couple of steps, and suddenly Uncle Tang spoke up. Wuyang, I heard you became a sacred soldier warrior. You've been asking about martial arts schools everywhere, and now it seems like no one on this street doesn't know about it. So, have you joined that martial arts school? Wuyang felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon hearing this. He had been somewhat obsessed lately, which was very inappropriate. However, knowing it didn't change much, they would definitely find out in the future. He forced A and said, I was lucky enough to fuse a sacred weapon, but none of these martial arts schools accept me, thinking I'm too weak. Uncle Tang laughed and said, Of course, you can't just randomly worship any school. Wuyang's heart suddenly stirred as he remembered that Uncle Tang had once been a holy soldier warrior. Perhaps he had some connections. His eyes lit up as he looked at Uncle Tang and asked, Uncle Tang, do you know if any martial arts schools are accepting fusion soldiers? Uncle Tang widened his eyes and replied, No martial arts school is accepting fusion soldiers. Wuyang felt a heavy sinking in his heart upon hearing this. His eyes filled with disappointment, and his hopes were shattered. Just then, Uncle Tang spoke again. However, if you want to learn martial skills, there are places you can go. Wuyang's eyes suddenly lit up with hope as he looked at Uncle Tang and asked, Uncle Tang, where is that? Can you tell me? Un Sotang, with a cigarette in his mouth, picked up a greasy pen and wrote a few characters in a flamboyant manner in the account book. Then he tore out and threw it to Wuyang, saying, Go check out this place. Night Dance Tavern. Wuyang glanced over, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, but he hurriedly bowed deeply to Uncle Tang, saying, Thank you, Uncle Tang. At that moment, Uncle Tang waved his hand and said, Stop dawdling. Hurry up and go. Don't delay my business. Just then, Uncle Tang's sharp gaze turned towards him, and Kaizhong looked down and got back to work. Chapter 21. Night Dance Tavern. The Night Dance Tavern had a sign carved from a solid wooden plank hanging on the wall. The paint had weathered and peeled off, and the few characters looked somewhat old, making it appear like a run-down establishment. Su Wuyang stood at the entrance of the tavern, glancing around. All the shops nearby were closed, and it was already late November, with the cold weather making people hide away. The street was deserted, with only an occasional passerby wrapped up against the chill. This was the West District of the South City, several blocks away from the Chengtai Street where Su Wuyang lived. It used to be an urban village, and its complex environment had made it the most chaotic area in the South City, rife with vice and crime. Gambling, drugs, and prostitution were all present, with a mix of different people, gangs intertwining, and chaos reigning. The Night Dance Tavern was somewhat off the beaten path. It took him several small streets to find it. The area was intricate, with 5 or 6 alleys crisscrossing, making it easy for an unfamiliar person to get lost. Su Wuyang glanced around, tightened the tattered cotton jacket wrapped around his body, and walked towards the Night Dance Tavern. He reached out and pulled the door open. A rush of warm air surged out, almost pushing him back. The mingling of various smells filled the air, but the predominant scent was that of alcohol. As a scavenger, he was quite accustomed to it, and he felt his body warm up, realizing that the inside and outside of the tavern were like two different worlds. Inside the tavern, the lighting was dim, with several oil lamps casting a faint glow on the walls, just enough to see the surroundings. The space was over 100 square meters, with more than 10 solid wood tables placed haphazardly, but at that moment, only 3 tables were occupied. Close to the entrance, about 3 or 4 meters away, there was a long bar counter. Behind the counter stood a wall cabinet filled with various bottles of alcohol, and a hunchbacked old man with white hair was wiping glasses behind the bar. Upon hearing the sound of the door curtain, the room fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the entrance, where a half-grown child stood, their eyes filled with curiosity. The old man behind the bar lifted his gaze to glance at Di Ping, his eyes cloudy. Without speaking, he coughed a few times and hoarsely said, "Little friend, this is a place for drinking." At that moment, a burly man sitting at a table near the entrance laughed loudly and said, "Little friend, you must be in the wrong place. If you want milk, turn right outside. There's some there." "Ha ha!" Several people in the tavern chuckled at his words. As the nearby Red House, with its glass walls, hosted women dressed in heavy makeup, revealing their chests and legs, occasionally throwing flirtatious glances at passersby. Su Wuyang beamed with a bright smile as he walked to the bar and said to the hunchbacked old man, "A glass of 50-degree sorghum liquor. 50 yuan." Old Yang lifted his eyes slightly, and Su Wuyang slid a 50 yuan note across the counter. Old Yang took the money and immediately pushed a glass of 2 taels of red sorghum liquor in front of Su Wuyang. A few people in the shop wore amused expressions, watching Su Wuyang. It was early in the morning, and there was entertainment to be had. Of course, they had to watch. Adding a bit of fun to their mundane lives was the daily pleasure of these people. Su Wuyang took the drink, downing it in one gulp. The fiery liquor rushed down his throat and straight into his stomach. It wasn't Su Wuyang's first time drinking. He was used to the smell of alcohol every day. Su Daolong drank every day too, but just 2 taels of liquor was enough for him. However, his body was still too weak, and after just 2 taels, his face immediately turned red. "Wow, not bad, quite bold. Are kids today this impressive?" A few people in the shop looked on with surprise, and then they cheered loudly. Those who enjoyed good liquor naturally appreciated fellow connoisseurs. Although Su Wuyang was young, his boldness still won the admiration of many. Clap! Su Wuyang put down his wine glass and looked at Old Yang, saying, "Old Yang, Uncle Tang Yo introduced me." Old Yang's brow twitched slightly. His eyes swept over Su Wuyang, flashing a glimmer of brilliance, and then returned to their usual murkiness. He casually took out a wooden plaque from the cabinet and tossed it in front of Su Wuyang, saying, "Go upstairs." Su Wuyang took the plaque, made of extremely hard black ironwood. One side was engraved with a crescent moon, and the other side was inscribed with the ancient seal characters for night dance. "Thank you, Old Yang." Su Wuyang thanked him and said, "Call me Old Yang." The old man did not lift his head and replied. Step by step, Su Wuyang went up to the 2nd floor, but he was puzzled in his heart. He had no idea what this night dance tavern had to offer or what going up to the 2nd floor meant, but he still went up. This was the only path he had now. Just now, he noticed that the few people drinking were not ordinary. They had a special aura, the aura of the wilderness, and their vital energy was very strong. Clearly, they were all holy weapon warriors, but it was unclear whether they were holy weapon or fusion weapon users. The second floor was different from what Su Wuyang imagined. The room was divided in half, built like a pawn shop counter. And behind the counter sat a beautiful girl dressed in a professional suit. Her long wavy hair, dyed red, cascaded over her shoulders, making her look extremely alluring. With red lips painted, she was admiring her own appearance in the mirror, her slender fingers adorned with black nail polish. What you want is on the wall. Take a look for yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Wuyang finally looked at the wall and saw that it was covered with glowing boards, with luminous words written on them. He looked closely, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Team formation. Explore Zhouzhuang Town. Hunt the demonized giant tail rat. Already a team of 4. The strongest member is a level 9 crossbow warrior, lacking 1 defensive holy soldier. Requirement level 5 or above. All rewards will be evenly distributed. Wanted. Large quantities of demonized spider silk. 10,000 new coins per tail. Valid for a long time. For sale. 2 bottles of level 1 healing potion from Chongqing Company. 13,000 new coins per bottle. No bargaining. Looking at this, Su Wuyang finally understood why Uncle Tang had asked him to come here. Not only could he buy what he wanted, but he could also form a team. This night dance tavern must be a gathering place for holy soldiers, making it very suitable for him. He could form teams to venture into the wilderness in the future. He casually scanned the boards when suddenly his gaze locked onto one of them, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Exchange. Holy Soldier Hall Modified Martial Technique. Mastery of 3 forms of punch and 3 forms of sword technique. Martial Technique. Su Wuyang's breathing finally became rapid. This was exactly what he wanted. Martial techniques are different from holy soldier techniques. These are combat skills and methods of exerting force. He entered the martial arts hall specifically to learn these things, but he couldn't get in. He didn't expect to find them here. He quickly scanned to see if there were any sword techniques, and his heavy breathing seemed to attract the attention of a woman. She shifted her gaze from the mirror to him, her eyes brightening as she revealed a charming smile and said, "Little brother, what are you looking for?" Although Su Wuyang is still a little over 1.5 meters tall, his face is filled out and he looks handsome with his clear features. Coupled with his pure smile, he is quite eye-catching, especially compared to the rough and burly men he usually encounters in taverns who have very few good looks. He is like a phoenix among a chicken coop, making it hard not to attract attention. Su Wuyang searched through more than a dozen boards, but couldn't find anything, feeling somewhat disappointed. Hearing a voice, he looked over and saw the girl had already stood up. Her exaggerated curves were astonishing, with a full upper and lower body and a slim middle. The high, snow-white peaks made Su Wuyang's face flush, and he quickly averted his gaze. The girl, covering her mouth, giggled and said, "Little brother, don't look around with those eyes. Sister will get shy." As she smiled, her pair of snow-white curves swayed even more, dazzling Su Wuyang. In the prime of his youth, he found it hard to handle, his breath slightly disordered. Although he had experienced 2 lifetimes, his body's reactions were still genuine. One couldn't become a high monk just from 2 lifetimes without being affected by emotions. Shy? You, the blood rose, would still feel shy? It's truly like the sun rising from the east. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from the stairs, followed by a flash of movement as a figure walked in. Chapter 22. The Storyteller, Crooked Mouth Lu. The newcomer was tall, over 1.9 meters, with short hair and thick eyebrows, his eyes sharp like lightning. He had stubble that looked like a field of harvested straw, giving off a rough and bold vibe. Upon entering the hall, he carried a powerful aura of pressure. Su Wuyang's heart jolted. This person had an incredibly strong aura of vitality, indicating that their strength must be extraordinary, likely a powerful battle master. The beautiful woman immediately furrowed her brows at these words, her face showing a murderous intent. With a bang, she threw the mirror onto the table, propped her feet up on the chair, and angrily cursed, "You bastard, do you think I will be shy? If you don't make things clear today, we won't be done." With her long legs exposed, Su Wuyang vaguely saw a hint of white underneath, and he quickly averted his gaze, covering his mouth to suppress a cough. The middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Of course, our city's most beautiful woman, the Blood Rose, would be shy, with countless charms, absolutely captivating. That is more like it." Upon hearing this, the woman seemed satisfied, lowered her legs, and immediately looked at Wuyang, transforming from a fierce tigress into a gentle and beautiful girl, smiling seductively as she said, "Little brother, what are you looking for? Tell your sister, and she'll help you find it." Cough, cough. The middle-aged man suddenly coughed, and the woman shot him a fierce glance. He quickly covered his mouth, coughing painfully, his shoulders shaking. The woman immediately turned back to Su Wuyang with a beaming smile, her eyes curving like two crescent moons, the speed of her transformation astonishing. Su Wuyang had seen many little girls or girls hanging out in the past life, but this was the first time he had encountered someone like this. He was shocked, but quickly reacted and said, "Sister, this is my first time at night dance. I'm not familiar with this place, so I'm just taking a look." "It's your first time? Come, let me show you around. What do you want to see? I'll teach you." Upon hearing this, the girl immediately broke into a brilliant smile. She moved, and with a sound at the door, she floated to Su Wuyang's side, wrapping her arms around him. Her pair of ample bosoms almost engulfed Su Wuyang's arm. It was truly overwhelming. Su Wuyang froze, the softness directly penetrating his heart suddenly racing, and his breathing became somewhat unnatural. In 2 lifetimes, he had experience from his past life, but he had never encountered such an enticing situation. For the first time, he found it a bit overwhelming. "Little brother, look quickly. This is a team-up for hunting, searching for items, and escorting. But be careful, little brother. Some people might engage in eating black. Little brother, you just fused the weapons, right? Then you came to the right place. This is combat skills, and this is swordsmanship. They could be exchanged. But be careful. If others end up with nothing, just give it to your sister, and she will help you exchange it." Su Wuyang felt like a puppet being manipulated by the female performer. His head was spinning, and he couldn't hear anything clearly. "That Miss Blue Shadow, I have something too." At this moment, a burly man beside them grew impatient, coughed twice, and said, "Your matter can wait a bit." The woman suddenly turned her head and glared at the man, shouting angrily. At that moment, Su Wuyang finally found an opportunity, breaking free from the warm and soft embrace. He hurriedly said, "Sister, please help this big brother first. I'll come back next time." Saying this, he completely ignored the woman and stumbled out, rushing down the stairs. The woman watched Su Wuyang disappear at the staircase, her eyes filled with little stars, and she swayed her body, saying, "So tender." The burly man immediately covered his mouth and coughed again, struggling to suppress himself, his face twitching slightly. The woman stopped, slowly turned to look at him, her smile disappearing, and in a neutral tone said, "Come, let me help you." The burly man's body stiffened, an awkward smile appearing on his face, and he hurriedly waved his hands, saying, no rush, my matter can be done another day," as he turned to leave. "Next time I won't have time. That, please take care of Miss Blue Shadow." Now, he had 2,000 yuan left on him, and he needed to save it, which would definitely be enough for him to reach the level of a saint warrior. He decided not to go there anymore. The time ahead was for cultivation. As his body strengthened, the speed of nourishing the saint soldier increased as well, gaining over 2 points a day. After 10 days, he reached 89%, not far from 90, and his physical strength was also growing quite fast. Now, he had grown to just over 1.60 meters, and his muscles were developing, his strength surpassing most adult men. When he danced with the sword, the wind howled, giving off quite a bit of momentum. Standing on the bed, he took down the money box from the ceiling, only to find a few coins inside. His heart sank slightly. Although he was saving, his money was almost spent. He glanced at the pink box, opened it, and looked for a long time. He thought of Jilin. Letting out a long sigh, he took out the money. It's quick. In about 10 days, he would be able to level up, so he could only use the money Jilin had given him. Speaking of which, the 7 great emperors battled in the abyssal sea, with sword energy sweeping through the skies and blade force shaking the oceans, turning the world upside down. And the sun and moon astonished. Just as the saying goes, it was quick as a flash. The Dragon Abyss Emperor unleashed his ultimate move, Radiance Unbounded, splitting the abyssal sea and slaying the Sea Phantom Dragon King, whose blood stained the ocean red. Su Wuyang walked out of the alley and heard a storyteller in the distance laughingly recounting the most popular legend of the day, the legend of the Seven Emperors. He often listened to it. In the past, when he was scavenging and hungry, he would stand by the street and listen. On the street, there was a storytelling stall with a table and a chair and a wooden clapper. The storyteller, Crooked Mouth Lu, was animatedly speaking, and a crowd had gathered, some sitting and some standing, enjoying the lively atmosphere and occasionally cheering. In the past, he would have definitely gone over to listen. But now his mind was not on that at all. He was focused on his cultivation. Clap. The sound of the wooden clapper drew Su Wuyang's attention. He heard Crooked Mouth Lu sigh and say, "Alas, what a pity that the great Emperor Long Yuan, in his prime, a magnificent emperor, was secretly plotted against by petty people and fell into the abyss. It is truly detestable and lamentable. The empire founded by Emperor Long Yuan has been seized by these villains, shrouded in darkness, and the people are suffering. If Emperor Long Yuan knows in the underworld, how great must be his resentment. I only hope that the dragon rises from the abyss and the emperor returns to eliminate the scoundrels and restore clarity to the world." The audience began to discuss, as it was already rumored that Emperor Long Yuan had been harmed by someone, but that was merely a legend. It was bold of Crooked Mouth Lu to say so openly. "Crooked Mouth Lu, stop your nonsense. Everyone knows that Emperor Long Yuan died in battle in the abyss. It's pure fabrication to say he was harmed by petty people." Crooked Mouth Lu, however, stretched out his worn hat and said, "Just listen for fun, everyone. If you have money, toss some in for me. Enough for old Lu to drink will do." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to disperse. They could listen to the story, but who would willingly give money? However, some people still tossed out a dime or two into old Chi's tattered hat. Su Wuyang stood at a distance, watching the crowd disperse, and he was also preparing to leave. "Do you want a drink? I can find a place for you." At that moment, a cold laugh sounded, and everyone stopped, turning their gaze over. They saw a group of 3 people dressed in black, with black cloaks tied behind them, swords hanging at their waists, and a red and black coiling dragon on the front of their clothes, with blood-red dragon eyes. Su Wuyang suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. He recognized these people as members of the Black Dragon Hall. The leader, with sharp eyes like lightning, pressed the scabbard of his long sword against the broken hat of the crooked-mouthed Lu. Lu looked up at the 3 men, seemingly unafraid, and smiled as he said, "Are you 3 gentlemen here to ask me, Lu the Crooked-Mouthed, to tell a story?" The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with cold light as he said, "Yes. Please tell us the story, and explain where you heard what you just said." Lu replied, "I heard it through the grapevine." Slap! Suddenly, the man in black struck Lu's mouth with the scabbard of his sword, and several teeth flew out, blood spurted, and he collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged man, however, suddenly raised his eyes, scanning the street with a sharp gaze, causing everyone who met his eyes to hurriedly back away in fear. Seemingly unaware of the commotion, he said in a deep voice, "People disperse." Instantly, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, and Su Wuyang quietly left, feeling puzzled. Why was Lu's story different this time? Was the Long Yuan emperor really harmed? However, he quickly shook his head. It was none of his business, and his priority now was to focus on his cultivation. Uncle Zhao stood by the stall, gripping the cutting board tightly, his veins bulging as he watched Lu being taken away. At that moment, Aunt Zhao gently pressed his hand and subtly shook her head at him. Just then, the one-eyed butcher leaned against a post by the shop, smoking a cigarette, and casually said, "In this world, it's best to take care of your own affairs. Some things are best left alone." Uncle Zhao glanced at him, slowly relaxing his grip on the knife. Chapter 23. Advancing to Holy Soldier Warrior, he walked into the alley with a bulging bag, heading towards his small building. After passing through 2 alleys, he stopped, seeing a middle-aged man in an old military coat, hands tucked behind his back, with a glint of greed in his eyes looking at him. Realizing this, he didn't yet know he was being ambushed. He must have revealed too much while buying groceries, as the streets were filled with rats and snakes. He often bought a large bag, which would inevitably catch the attention of those with ulterior motives. "Kid, you've revealed too much. You know what to do, right?" One person in front suddenly pulled out an iron rod and approached Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang leaned against the wall, and said to the two men, "Brothers, I'll leave the bag behind. Can you let me go?" One of them chuckled and replied, "We've caught you so many times, you slippery little brat. You've always managed to escape. This time, you won't get away. Don't try any tricks. We know your background very well. If you dare to run, we'll go straight to your home and take care of your drunken old man." Wuyang suddenly felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The other party had really figured out his background. His eyes filled with fear as he said, "I dare not, two brothers. I'm just a scavenger. What money do I have? This is all I own. I'll get it to you." One of the men behind him said in a deep voice, "Stop the bullshit. I'll shut you up." Wuyang trembled in fear, his hands shaking as he took off the bag and said, all right, two brothers, I'll cooperate. I'll give you everything, just don't kill me. Spare my life." "Damn it, you weakling. Is this worth us taking action? I've been frozen for days because of you. You really deserve to die." As he spoke, he reached for the bag, and at the same time, raised his club, ready to strike Wuyang. Just then, Wuyang suddenly pushed hard, and the bag flew away at great speed. The man reached out, but grabbed at nothing. The bag slammed into his chest, catching him off guard with its force. His expression changed, and he hurriedly caught it, while he himself staggered backward. As Wuyang threw the bag, he almost simultaneously followed up. The moment the man caught the bag, Wuyang arrived, his hand shooting out like lightning. With a thud, the short knife pierced the man's right rib, the sharp blade entering deep, causing the man to let out a terrible scream. The person behind seemed taken aback by Wuyang's speed. He froze for a moment before suddenly reacting, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he yelled, "This kid is accompanying a pig to eat a tiger. You damn it, die." He charged forward, swinging an iron rod towards Wuyang's back of the head, a blow that could shatter his skull. Clang! Suddenly, Wuyang turned around, the knife flashing, and with a crisp sound, the iron rod broke in half and flew out, leaving the man standing there in a daze, his eyes blank. Thud! Blood sprayed out as the man's head split in two, his brain still twitching, while his body fell backward. The man who had been stabbed let out a terrified scream, turned to run, but his legs gave way, and after taking a single step, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear as he cried out urgently, "No, don't kill me, Holy Weapon Lord. Please don't kill me. I was forced into this. I have an elderly mother above me and a wife and children below me. Spare us." Wuyang walked towards him with a sword in hand, looking down at him, and asked, "What is your name? Who sent you here? How do you know me?" The man trembled and replied, "My name is Ma Si. I am from the Flying Dragon gang. Our boss, Flying Dragon, sent us here. It was Ma Jiqing who told us you have money." Wuyang narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this, and said in a deep voice, "That yellow-haired and red-haired guy is also one of your people." Ma Si's eyes flashed with shock upon hearing this, and he quickly replied, Yes, they're from our Flying Dragon gang. The boss sent them specifically to capture you." Wuyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Flying Dragon gang. He knew it was a gang established by someone named Fai Long. It had a small amount of influence in this area, but it was just a minor faction that collected protection fees, robbed the poor, and engaged in some illicit activities, not worthy of serious attention. He looked at Ma Si and asked, "Where's your gang leader?" At that moment, Ma Si, desperate to save his life, sold out everything. After speaking, his forehead was already drenched in sweat, his face pale, having lost too much blood. He weakly covered his wound and said, "My lord, I've told you everything. Please let me go." Wuyang stood up, reached for his bag, and said, "Let's go." Upon hearing this, Ma Si's eyes instantly lit up with joy. He got up and ran, but after just a few steps, he started to slow down, supporting himself against the wall as he moved forward, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind him. Wuyang turned to leave, while behind him, Ma Si had already slowly collapsed, his throat wheezing like a bellows, his eyes blankly staring at the sky with a hint of hope, his hands seeming to reach for something before finally drooping down. As Wuyang walked farther away, he was very clear about the consequences of that strike. A stab to the spleen, even in a past life where medical technology was advanced, could not be saved if not treated in time, especially since some time had already passed and there was too much blood loss. Ma Si could not escape the alley at all. Buzz, a shadow appeared in the alley, looking at the two corpses and whispering, "This kid is ruthless." Saying this, he took out a bag, placed the two corpses inside, then grabbed one in each hand and quickly vanished, leaving only the blood on the ground to show what had transpired here. Su Wuyang's eyes were deep, realizing that the other party already knew his background. The Flying Dragon Gang couldn't be left alone, otherwise it would bring endless troubles. However, he couldn't act recklessly. Although the Flying Dragon Gang wasn't strong, they had quite a number of people, and he wasn't sure if he could deal with them at his current strength. A sense of urgency suddenly arose in his heart. He needed to quickly improve and activate his skills, so he could truly protect himself and then deal with the Flying Dragon Gang. This time, he worked even harder, swinging his sword thousands of times every day. When he got tired, he would sit in meditation to cultivate, and then he would swing the sword again, pushing himself to the limit. He noticed that his speed had increased significantly. The next day, he found that he had improved by 3%, bringing his proficiency to 92%. He was overjoyed and worked even harder the following day. 3 days passed like this, in the quiet of the deep night. He sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to meditate. The phantom of the holy weapon above his head flickered slightly, guiding the mysterious primal force of the world into his body, resonating with the universe. The experience bar was still 1% away. Tonight, he had to succeed. He was completely immersed in the joy of communicating with the profound mysteries of a universe. The experience bar remained still at 99%, as if it were frozen. The night was silent, only occasionally interrupted by gunfire from the city walls, shooting at the scattered blood puppets approaching the city. Suddenly, the value jumped lightly, and in an instant, the experience bar burst forth with a faint glow. Immediately after, the experience bar shrunk sharply to 0, and the holy weapon in his mind suddenly erupted with divine light, while the phantom above his head emitted the same brilliance. Ding! The quality of the holy weapon has been upgraded to level 1, igniting the first-tier skill tree. The system's voice echoed in Su Wuyang's mind. He didn't move. His eyes were shining brightly as he continued to meditate with closed eyes. Buzz! At this moment, the holy weapon surged with a massive amount of energy into his body. He felt warm all over, sensing his strength increasing and his stamina enhancing. It was an incredibly refreshing feeling. Half an hour passed before that sensation faded, and he slowly opened his eyes, a bright light shining from them. He had succeeded. He had become a level 1 holy weapon warrior. With a thought, the holy weapon system interface appeared, and he saw that the holy weapon had indeed been upgraded to level 1. However, his gaze fell on the skill tree, and sure enough, the round moon slash had lit up like a burning flame. Excitement flashed in his eyes as he gently tapped, and a burst of red light erupted. A complex and profound pattern formed, creating flames, which then suddenly contracted as if locking in the skill. A connection arose in his mind. It seemed that he could activate the skill with just a thought. However, he held back, unsure of the power, and he couldn't test it in this room. He suppressed his excitement and lightly tapped to display the skill information. Round moon slash, sword type holy weapon skill, summons the holy weapon, activates holy weapon energy, and unleashes a crescent sword chi to attack targets within 1 meter. Skill level, basic proficiency, 0. Just as in the game, he felt exhilarated. He didn't know why the system had crossed over with him, but since he didn't know, he wouldn't investigate further. It was enough that it was useful. At this moment, he smelled a foul odor and immediately realized it was coming from himself. He hurriedly cleaned himself up and noticed that his height seemed to have changed again. He measured himself and found he had grown to 1.60 meters. A smile appeared on his face. Although this height wasn't considered tall, it wasn't too short for a 14-year-old. After playing with the holy weapon for a while, he finally lay down to sleep. He needed to ensure enough sleep every day. During cultivation, he had to sleep soundly. As he fell into a deep sleep, a figure appeared before him, standing by the bed, as if watching the figure on the bed. "It's time." A murmuring voice echoed as the figure gently touched Su Wuyang's face, then slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 24. Testing the holy weapon skill in the morning, Su Wuyang felt filled with power. That fulfilling sensation excited him. He loved the feeling of having strength. With a thought, he summoned the system page and checked again, confirming that the skill had indeed been activated. On the skill tree, the round moon slash was already lit up, and he could activate it at any time with a mental connection. Looking at the skill, he could hardly contain himself. He decided to go out and test it today. At this time, it was still dark outside, but it was about the time he usually went scavenging. He took out his scavenging gear, put on a hooded, tattered cotton coat, locked the door, and left. It was still dark, and the entire city was quiet. The winter morning was extremely cold, and it seemed like it was about to snow. There were very few people on the road, and occasionally someone would emerge from the darkness, hurrying along like him, clearly also scavenging. What used to take half an hour to walk now took him only about 10 minutes due to his improved speed, and he quickly arrived at the South City Gate. In front of the city gate, in the darkness, shadows moved. Almost all of them were scavengers rushing to exit the city. The gate was not yet open, waiting for the garbage truck to arrive before it would be opened. Everyone was silent. Hundreds of people were there. It was extremely quiet, with only the sound of cold feet occasionally moving. Wuyang tightly wrapped his tattered clothes around his body, quietly standing in a corner waiting. His physical strength had now improved enough to withstand cold, unlike before when it was so difficult. Rumbling. At this moment, a roar echoed, and everyone began to move. In the distance on the road, a row of more than 10 huge garbage trucks was slowly approaching. Open the gates. A loud shout rang out from the city wall, followed by the sound of mechanical grinding. The massive gates, made of several welded steel plates, slowly opened to the sides. They were incredibly thick, reaching 5 or 6 layers, with each layer 2 centimeters thick, so sturdy that even heavy artillery couldn't break through. As the city gate opened, the scavengers rushed out, running towards the road and heading for the landfill, as if a rally race had just begun, while the garbage trucks leisurely rolled out. Wuyang was also in the group. He walked quickly, covering several miles, and soon the crowd began to thin out. Only those who were physically strong enough to scavenge could keep up with Wuyang's pace, which was fast. Gradually, he could no longer see anyone behind him. He quietly left the road and entered the wilderness. Here, located within the city's defensive perimeter, the number of blood puppets was still very small outside of the lunar tide. When the yin energy dropped and the yang energy rose, blood puppets prefer to hide and were unwilling to wander, making it generally not too dangerous. He originally intended to go to the martial arts gym, but the fees there were beyond his means, and he didn't want to owe Sister Chio any favors. Leaving the road, he turned into a small path that led to a farm. Close to the city, there were many farms growing various grains, vegetables, and fruits, controlled by major planting companies. After walking a short distance, he entered a patch of wild woods where it was quiet and no one would see him. The woods were filled with the sounds of insects, and he felt a bit uneasy. He stood quietly for a moment, and after sensing no movement, he finally calmed down. At this time, the east was beginning to lighten, and the light in the woods improved a bit. He looked around carefully again, and then a thought crossed his mind. The holy weapon instantly appeared in his hand, and a powerful feeling surged within him. Holding the holy weapon gave him significant strength. He focused on a large tree about a meter away, and suddenly a thought struck him. Holy weapon technique, round moon slash. Suddenly, he felt a force being drawn from his body, instantly surging into the sword, which erupted with powerful energy. He slashed out fiercely, and the long sword emitted a bright light. A round beam of light shot out like the moon, instantly crossing over a meter and striking the thick tree that was as wide as a bowl. Boom! The large tree shook violently, splintered wood flying everywhere, as if it had been struck by an axe. The trunk, as thick as a bowl, was nearly cleaved in half, and he gasped in amazement. If this strike had hit a person, they would have been cut in half instantly. At this moment, he felt a bit weak. He sheathed the sword and touched the injured crack on the tree trunk. His eyes grew solemn. The power was indeed strong, but it also took a toll on his current body. If he used the holy weapon technique, 3 times would not be a problem, at most 5 times. But after 5 times, he feared he would lose his combat ability. It seemed necessary to conduct experiments to understand his own level. He was increasingly realizing the importance of the martial arts gym. Consuming his limit in the wilderness was a dangerous thing. By the time Wuyang reached the garbage dump, trucks had already started dumping trash into the pit, creating a foul stench. Yet, the scavengers seemed oblivious to it, frantically rushing forward and silently competing for scraps. Occasionally, Conflicts would erupt, with someone getting knocked down with a punch and items being snatched from their hands. Just as he was about to descend the garbage mountain, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a short and thin boy. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he walked over with his bag. Sensing the shadow, the boy abruptly stopped, warily hiding what he held behind him, glaring fiercely at the newcomer. Seeing Su Wuyang, the boy was momentarily taken aback, revealing a hint of confusion, and then suddenly his expression changed, hesitantly calling out, "Su Wuyang." Su Wuyang looked at him faintly and said, "Gao Zi, do you still remember me?" Suddenly, Gao Zi screamed in terror, turned around, and tried to run. Su Wuyang kicked out his leg and sent Gao Zi flying, rolling down the garbage hill. The other scavengers glanced over here, but then went back to their own business, as fights broke out every moment, and no one cared about anyone else. Su Wuyang's eyes were cold and sharp. He was not someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Gao Zi was about the same age as him, and they often scavenged together, but that time, when Su Wuyang found a can of expired food, Gao Zi wanted it. Su Wuyang didn't give it to him, so he reported it to Wu Qingyan. Not only was he robbed, but he also got beaten up and nearly died in the dump. Both Wu Qingyan and Gao Zi had already made it onto his kill list. If others reported him, it would be one thing, but Gao Zi still called him friend. Usually when he found something good, he would think of Gao Zi. It was just a can that betrayed him. Wuyang, spare me. I didn't mean to." Su Wuyang walked in front of him, looking down at him and asking, "Do you know where the black and blue eye is?" He had been paying attention to look for it today, but he didn't see the black and blue eye, only Gao Zi. Gao Zi's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, The black and blue eye is already dead. Dead." Su Wuyang squinted his eyes and said, "Dead? How'd he die?" Gao Zi looked up at Su Wuyang upon hearing this, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes, and stammered, "It was on the day he stole from you. That night he was hanged from a tree and frozen to death." Su Wuyang's heart suddenly stirred upon hearing this. He said in a deep voice, "Do you know who it is?" Gao Zi shook his head and said, "No, I don't know." Su Wuyang furrowed his brows in deep thought. He realized that strange things had been happening around him for the past 2 years. He was young and often bullied. At the junkyard, he would frequently have things stolen from him. However, he noticed that those who bullied him either encountered accidents or went missing, something he had previously overlooked. Now, the black eye made him recall these events, and he felt that something was amiss. What a coincidence that the very people who had just bullied him were now in the same predicament as himself that night. Gao Zi was kneeling on the ground, seemingly unaware of Su Wuyang's movements. He secretly raised his eyes to watch Su Wuyang, who appeared to be deep in thought. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his hand stealthily moved to his lower back. Gao Zi suddenly sprang up, a sharp and short steel bar appearing in his hand, which he thrust into the wood like a short spear, glinting ominously. His eyes were filled with ferocity. At that moment, he saw Su Wuyang looking at him, his gaze filled with mockery and a chilling, killing intent. Gao Zi's heart trembled violently. It was a do-or-die situation for him. Either he would die or Su Wuyang would. But in the next instant, he felt a tremendous force strike his chest, as if his heart had been exploded in an instant. Poof! Gao Zi spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward and crashing to the ground. He coughed up blood again. It gushed from his mouth as if it were free, and he let out a wheezing sound from his throat, curling up into a ball. Su Wuyang glanced lightly and originally wanted to teach a lesson, but Gao Zi had a sister to take care of, and he was also loyal and righteous. However, in this apocalyptic world, human nature has been distorted, and everything is for survival. If Gao Zi seeks death, he wouldn't blame him. He watched Gao Zi's convulsing body. He used all his strength in that kick. An adult couldn't withstand it, let alone Gao Zi, who was undoubtedly doomed. He put his backpack on his back and turned to leave. At this moment, the people in the junkyard had started to withdraw, and it gradually became quiet. Gao Zi's body was no longer convulsing, lying peacefully in the garbage. Woof woof. A few low growls of wild dog sounded. Chapter 25. I don't have a dad anymore, Wuyang. What have you been busy with lately? It's been a while since I've seen you. Scar brother at the recycling station saw Su Wuyang and a smile suddenly appeared on his fierce face. Although the huge centipede on his face looked even more hideous and frightening. He looked Su Wuyang up and down and said, "I must say, Wuyang, you've gained weight and grown taller in just a few days. I almost didn't recognize you." Su Wuyang had a radiant smile on his face as he said, "Uncle Scar, I've been working, earning a salary, eating better, and my health is getting better." Brother Scar patted Su Wuyang on the shoulder. But Su Wuyang instinctively flinched back slightly, causing Brother Scar's hand to miss. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Good. It seems you haven't wasted your youth. Come on, let me see what good stuff you picked up today." People who scavenge rarely communicate with each other. No one truly opens up. And perhaps if there's a greeting from above, a knife could be plunged from below. Therefore, they're all very cautious with each other. And Su Wuyang was no exception, never allowing anyone to get too close. However, as he walked into the street, he suddenly felt something was off. People were pointing and whispering about him. He scanned the crowd and sensed they were discussing him, which made him feel uneasy. He saw Uncle Zhao standing in front of shop, looking at him with something to say, but hesitating, while Aunt Zhao stared at him with red eyes. When she noticed him looking back, she quickly retreated into the shop, his heart filled with confusion and anxiety. He hurried over and asked, "Uncle Zhao, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Uncle Zhao opened his mouth, then sighed softly and said, Su Wuyang was suddenly taken aback. He wanted to ask more, but Uncle Zhao waved his hand, so he could only refrain from asking further. He turned and ran towards home, not looking back, heading straight for his house. On his way, he encountered the corpse transport team, pushing a small cart with a black body bag on it. He hurriedly stood by the wall as the armed personnel glanced at him and pressed on, pushing the cart past. The corpse transport team was a very special presence in the city. They were responsible for promptly removing and cremating bodies to prevent any transformations, as many might be infected. Therefore, regardless of how someone died, no one was allowed to handle the body themselves, let alone bury it. There were specialized agencies to manage this. The corpse transport team had law enforcement authority, and no one could obstruct them. Anyone who dared to block them could be shot on the spot. So, whenever encountering the corpse transport team, people would quickly step aside to avoid bad luck. Glancing at the body bag made Wuyang's heart skip a beat, as a strong feeling of unease surged within him. Once the transport team passed, he quickly turned and ran towards home. The iron gate of the building was open, and his heart sank suddenly. He dashed out in one swift motion, bounding up the stairs like the wind, taking several steps at a time until he reached the 6th floor. Upon arriving at the 6th floor, he immediately saw a few neighbors standing at his door, speaking in hushed tones. His heart raced at that moment, and as they noticed him, a hint of pity appeared on their faces. Su Wuyang suddenly reacted, hurriedly rushing out and pushing past a few people to reach the door. He saw it wide open and abruptly stopped. Then he dashed into the room, and what he saw was a scene of devastation. Everything was smashed, and there were a large number of broken glass bottles on the floor. Suddenly, his gaze shot to the sofa, where he noticed a large pool of blood on the floor. The blood had already dried, appearing black. He stood there in shock, his body trembling. He suddenly rushed to Su Dalong's room, calling out urgently, "Dad." He pushed the door open, but the room was empty. He turned around and ran to his own room, pushing the door open only to find it empty as well, littered with chaos. Clothes thrown on the floor, cabinets opened, the ceiling panel removed, a money box thrown on the ground, and a pink box that had been stepped on, now deformed. Boom! Su Wuyang felt as if his head was about to explode, and his body seemed to lose all strength, suddenly collapsing onto the ground. A few people stood at the door, watching this scene with a mix of regret and pity. A middle-aged man suddenly said, "Wuyang, don't be too upset. It's better that your drunkard father has died. You have one less burden. Good intentions are wasted." At this moment, an elderly man in his 60s said with some reluctance, "Wuyang, the corpse transport team has just taken him away. You should go and say a few good words to them. At least let you take a last look at your father." Su Wuyang's eyes suddenly burst with light as he stood up abruptly and rushed towards the door, causing everyone to quickly step aside in fright. Like the wind, Wuyang dashed past, followed by the sound of thudding footsteps down the stairs. In no time, the clanging of the iron door downstairs echoed. "This kid is really wild," said a middle-aged man, somewhat dissatisfied. An elderly man shot him a glare and said in a deep voice, "If you had a son like this, you'd better pray. This kid values loyalty and righteousness. Such qualities are rare in this world." With that, he shook his head and left with a look of regret. The others also dispersed with expressions of pity, as such events were too common in the apocalypse, and they had become numb to it. Wuyang's heart was in turmoil. The corpse transport team he just saw was carrying his father's body. He wanted to slap himself for not stopping them, regretting that he shouldn't have gone out today. Filled with remorse, he rushed outside, only to see the transport vehicle turning onto the road and disappearing around the corner. He crazily chased after it like a madman, causing many people to look over in surprise. Wuyang ran to the street corner, but the corpse transport vehicle was already gone from the road, and he stood there in a daze. Suddenly, his body went limp, and he slowly sat down on the ground, his expression numb, as if his heart had been emptied. "I don't have a dad anymore." His voice was hollow, as if he had lost its tone. Aunt Zhao, who had just caught up behind him, heard this, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes, looking at Wuyang's back with compassion. Uncle Zhao approached, gently hugging her shoulder and whispering, "Let him take his time." At that moment, Wuyang stood up, his face devoid of any expression. No tears, no anger, only calmness. Both Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao were taken aback, watching Wuyang. "Wuyang, you." Aunt Zhao finally called out to Wuyang with concern. Wuyang paused, turned to look at Aunt Zhao and Uncle Yu, and suddenly broke into a radiant smile, saying, "Uncle Zhao, Aunt Zhao, I'm fine." After saying that, he turned and left, his steps gradually quickening until he disappeared down the street. Aunt Zhao, with red eyes, gritted her teeth and said, "Isn't it too cruel? He's still just a child." Uncle Zhao's eyes deepened, turning extremely cold, and he said in a low voice, "This is the mission he has to bear." Chapter 26. Flying Dragon Gang. These past 2 years have been so difficult, but he has managed to persevere, thanks to Su Dalong's presence. In this life, he felt the familial warmth that he did not experience in his previous life. Although Su Dalong only knew how to drink, the occasional display of his deep affection still warmed his heart. One could say that with Su Dalong's presence, there was still warmth in his heart, restraining his rationality. Now that Su Dalong was gone, the last bit of warmth in his heart vanished, and from now on, he would have no more vulnerabilities. He would become a terrifying existence for many. The room was tidied up, and Wuyang sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the deformed pink box in his hand. Expressionless, he slowly tried to reshape it, but no matter how he pressed, there were still creases on it. His fingers gently rubbed over it. Flying Dragon Gang. Wuyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, his fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. After a moment, he slowly relaxed his hands, got out of bed, and started cooking. While chewing his food, his gaze was fixed on the sofa, looking at the door to the inner room. After finishing his meal, he lay down and went to sleep without practicing. He lay quietly, the room silent, time ticking away, the sun gradually moving westward until the last glimmer of light disappeared, plunging the room into darkness. At that moment, Wuyang suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as cold as ice, flashing with a chilling, murderous intent. At the Flying Dragon's base, a few oil lamps were lit in the hall, making it bright. 5 or 6 people were drinking, and 2 scantily clad women were being groped by several men, accompanied by their shrill cries. The room was filled with lewd laughter. Flying Dragon sat at the head of the table, a gold chain glinting under the light around his thick neck, casting shadows on his brutish face, which looked even more menacing. With a smile, he raised his drink and looked at a young man with a scarred eye below him, saying, "Come on, brothers, let's drink. Today's feast is to thank Scar Eye. He finally avenged Huang Mao and the others." Several thugs quickly raised their cups and shouted, "To Scar Eye, cheers." Scar Eye's face turned red. He downed his drink in one gulp and exclaimed, "Let me tell you, that drunkard was lying on the sofa, and I went up and slashed him. Boom! The blood sprayed a foot away. It felt so good." He mimicked the action, his eyes shining with a bloodthirsty madness. The others got excited, shouting, "Scar Eye is mighty." Flying Dragon grabbed a woman and suddenly pushed her into Scar Eye's arms, laughing. "Here you go. This is your reward." Scar Eye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "Thanks, boss." He eagerly pulled the woman towards the room, causing her pain, tears streaming down her face. But she dared not resist. The others laughed heartily at the sight. Flying Dragon glanced at them and said, "All right, don't get jealous. This one is for you guys. Just don't mess her up. We need to sell her." Hearing this, the thugs became excited, shouting, "Boss is mighty." The three of them stopped drinking and rushed forward to pull the woman towards a room next to the stairs, lifting her up. Soon, the room was filled with lewd noises, accompanied by the woman's screams and the thugs' laughter. Flying Dragon chuckled drunkenly, munching on peanuts and sipping his drink, feeling quite content. Suddenly, a loud thud was heard from outside. Flying Dragon, with his drunken gaze, looked outside and cursed, "You bastards, keep an eye on the door. Don't be useless. Sneaking around like that. If you do something right, there's a share for you." He laughed heartily. Just then, he poured another cup of wine, ready to drink, when the door suddenly swung open. One of his lackeys stood at the entrance. He looked up and cursed, "Damn it. You want a drink too? You're all just greedy for wine, meat, and women. Get in here and have a couple of sips." At that moment, Scar suddenly walked out, looking satisfied. He glanced at the door, and his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Boss, watch out." Boom! Just then, that lackey suddenly flew out, crashing towards Flying Dragon. Flying Dragon reacted quickly, instinctively flipping over the table just as he collided with the lackey, blocking him. Kicking a chair aside, Flying Dragon quickly retreated, shouting, "Get the hell out. We're under attack. How dare you cause trouble in our Flying Dragon gang?" Scar was fiercely aggressive, suddenly grabbing a chair and hurling it at the shadow, rushing into the room. At that moment, a sword rang out, cold light flashing as the chair shattered into pieces. Scar screamed in agony as his right hand was severed, blood gushing forth, and he let out a chilling cry. Then a kick sent him flying, crashing against the wall with a heavy thud, spitting out blood and losing consciousness. "Someone quick! Are there any living people here?" Flying Dragon's eyes were filled with terror as he rushed upstairs. The shadow, masked and holding a dripping sword, looked coldly at him, and with a swift movement, it chased after him. At this time, the door was smashed open, and three people rushed out, wielding steel rods and shouting as they charged at the shadow. One of them still holding his pants. "Brothers, cut him down." The one who came was Wuyang. His eyes flashed with cold light. He shifted his body and slashed out with his sword, cutting through the steel bar, and the first person's head flew off, blood spraying everywhere. The two behind were instantly dumbfounded, terror-stricken on their faces. They were definitely ordinary people. Seeing a head severed in half was a horrifying sight. Saint Soldier. When Flying Dragon saw this, the knife he had just grasped trembled in his hand, his eyes widening in shock. The one coming for him was actually a Saint Soldier. "Boss, quick, protect the boss." At that moment, more than a dozen people upstairs heard the commotion and rushed down, all holding steel rods or knives. Flying Dragon's fear eased slightly, and he shouted angrily, "Kill him, and I'll reward you heavily. Enough wine and women for everyone." His eyes sparkled with intense light. If he killed this person, he could also obtain a Saint Soldier, perhaps even merge into one himself. "Kill him." The thugs instantly became furious, roaring as they lunged at Wuyang. "Then die. Kill him. I'll reward you 100,000. Flying Dragon howled, his face twisted in rage. The thugs, who had initially been scared, became crazed and charged forward again. Wuyang had no formal training and only knew street fighting, but he was ruthless. He managed to kill a few more, but he also took a few hits and got stabbed twice, blood streaming down his head. However, his physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, so he was not mortally wounded. His eyes chilled as he fought, seeing who could endure longer. The room was filled with fallen bodies, severed limbs, and blood staining the hall. In just over 10 seconds, 7 or 8 people lay on the ground, and several more had begun to panic. Flying Dragon saw the situation was dire. The Saint Soldier was too strong, and these ordinary people could not kill him. "Damn it, you must die today." Saying this, he raised the gun and fired. Bang! His shooting was so poor that he accidentally shot one of his own men. He roared angrily, "Get lost, all of you, I'll kill him myself." Bang! Bang! He shot down 2 more thugs, and at this point, only 3 thugs remained, finally terrified. On one side, Wuyang was killing, and on the other the boss was shooting. They were in despair and quickly retreated. Chapter 27. Special Affairs Bureau. Red Leaf, Flying Dragon's eyes gleamed with fury as he snarled, "Arrogant. See how arrogant you can be. Saint Soldier, damn it, go to hell." Just then, Wuyang suddenly stepped forward, instantly closing the distance to 2 meters. His expression changed, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet shot out. Saint Soldier technique. Round moon slash. Suddenly, Wuyang swung his sword, and it glowed, unleashing a crescent moon sword light. Puff! The round moon slash struck Flying Dragon's chest, causing his body to shudder as he lifted off the ground, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. Wuyang's body was weak. He held his sword, staring at the flying dragon, which had a foot-long wound opened on its chest, blood gushing out. Blood surged from his mouth as he murmured, "How is this possible? I shot." Then he loosened his grip and the gun fell to the ground, while he himself collapsed to the ground head first. Wuyang was also filled with lingering fears. He had just taken a risk and didn't expect the holy weapon technique to be so powerful, deflecting the bullets. Otherwise, he would have been the one to die today. Run quickly. At this moment, the 3 survivors finally woke up, screamed, and turned to run into the room. Wuyang's eyes suddenly shot out a cold light. He moved and chased after them in a single step, swinging his sword to instantly behead 2 of them, while the other had already reached the door. Holy weapon technique. Full moon slash. Wuyang, with cold light flashing in his eyes, unleashed the holy weapon once more. With another round moon slash, a beam of moonlight shot forth, striking the person in the back. Poof! The sword chi pierced through the body, and a scream shattered the night sky as the person flew out. Wuyang stumbled and almost fell. Stars flashed in front of his eyes. The exhaustion and injuries on his body had nearly drained him after using the sacred weapon technique twice. He took a few deep breaths, stood up, and his gaze swept over, landing on the scar-eyed man. His eyes erupted with killing intent. The scar-eyed man's face had already turned pale with fright. Seeing Wuyang looking at him, he cried out in terror, "No, don't kill me." Wuyang walked up to him, staring at him with eyes as cold as ice. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, and the scarred face flew off, blood gushing out. A sharp scream rang out. Wuyang's eyes shot cold light as he looked over and saw 2 naked women trembling and huddled together. He raised his sword but then lowered it again, the killing intent in his eyes slowly dissipating. His holy weapon vanished, and he turned to walk outside, disappearing into the darkness. The 2 women, seeing this, slumped to the ground. Thud! Suddenly, a heavy thud sounded from outside the courtyard, startling the 2 women, their eyes filled with terror. It was unclear whether it was a fierce battle that had nearly drained him or the emotional release from his father's death that had loosened the pent-up frustration in his chest. But at this moment, his cultivation speed had increased significantly, drawing more of the world's primal forces, and he gradually immersed himself in it. He was cultivating, but the Flying Dragon Gang was in trouble. Intense blood energy attracted blood puppets, several of which appeared from nowhere, devouring the corpses in the Blood Night and attacking nearby residents. This prompted the Special Affairs Bureau and the city guards to mobilize personnel, slaying 3 blood puppets, while 1 escaped, and now the Holy Weapon Warriors were in pursuit. The Flying Dragon Gang's base was surrounded by the police, with a defensive line established and police lights flashing. Despite it being nighttime, there were still onlookers. The slaughter of the Flying Dragon Gang was undoubtedly good news, as this gang was a menace in several blocks. A black SUV sped over, coming to a sudden stop at the warning line, causing onlookers and police to hurriedly step back. As the door opened, a tall woman in a black combat suit jumped down, her fitted outfit showcasing her figure, with long legs that stood out significantly. Her chestnut red short hair fell on her shoulders. Her sharp face was as white as jade, and her delicate features seemed sculpted. But her beautiful eyes were too cold and proud. She pulled out a sheathed tang knife from the car, ignoring the police officers, and walked toward the courtyard. The officers quickly opened the police line, and the woman directly entered the courtyard. Hong Yi, a mid-level commissioner of the Special Affairs Bureau and a second-tier advanced flame warrior. The Special Affairs Bureau is responsible for handling demon-related incidents and matters involving holy weapon warriors within the urban circle, a highly specialized department that operates independently from the municipal government and police bureau directly under the Union Council Hall, with significant authority. Upon entering the courtyard, her brow furrowed as a strong smell of blood assaulted her senses. Two bodies lay in the courtyard, knives embedded in their chests, one piercing the heart. Unable to struggle at all, the technique was undoubtedly skilled. She ignored the police officers in the courtyard and entered the room. The hall was even more chaotic. The floors stained with blood, scattered with severed hands, legs, and heads, making it impossible to step without treading on gore. At this moment, two officers in full protective gear emerged, their feet covered in blood. A young man immediately ran to the flower bed and began to vomit, while a middle-aged man, looking somewhat pale, took a deep breath before his color improved slightly. Hong Ye's eyes darkened slightly as she asked, "What's the situation?" The middle-aged man took a bottle of water, rinsed his mouth, and his complexion improved a bit as he looked at the woman and said, somewhat nervously, "It's terrible. The preliminary death toll is 23. It should be the work of one person, and the initial estimation shouldn't be high. There was a bloody battle first, which later attracted blood puppets, but the scene was destroyed by the blood puppets, making it impossible to gather more useful information." Hong Yi said in a deep voice, "Are there any other leads?" The middle-aged man replied, "There are also two women who were left alive. They should have witnessed the incident, but unfortunately, they were drained by the blood puppets. From this point of view, the perpetrator should still have some rationality. The initial judgment is that it was an act of revenge or gang conflict. The assailant was extremely ruthless. Every move was lethal, but there were not many combat skills. Just random hacking and killing." Hong Yi glanced at him, noticing he was panting heavily. She coldly said, "Can we collect information on the assailant? What is the point of that effort?" At this moment, the young man had finished vomiting but still looked somewhat pale. He walked over and said unhappily, "The Flying Dragon Gang is not good at all. They kill without hesitation, sell women, engage in gambling and drugs, committing all kinds of evil. It would be better if such a gang were wiped out. What's there to investigate?" The middle-aged man's expression suddenly darkened as he said, "Shut up. Remember you are a police officer. Those words are not for you to say." He hurriedly signaled with his eyes, warning him, but the young man still looked somewhat indignant. Though he didn't say more, Hong Yi said blandly, "You're not wrong. These people deserve to die. However, punishing them should be a matter for the law, not something just anyone can take into their own hands. If everyone acted this way, the world would be even more chaotic." The middle-aged man quickly added, Yes, Commissioner Hong is right." Hong Yi gave him a faint glance and said, "Prepare all the materials and submit them to the Special Affairs Bureau." After speaking, she turned and left. The middle-aged man waited until she left the courtyard before glaring at the young man and slapping the back of his head, saying, "Don't you want to live? One word from her could get you out of that uniform. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." The young man protested, "Master, why are you so afraid? It's just a woman." The middle-aged man shot him a glare, and the young man finally felt a bit scared and stuck out his tongue. Chapter 28. Return to the tavern in a dark alley. A wild dog was rummaging through a pile of garbage looking for food when it suddenly raised its head and turned to flee. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow whistled through the air, instantly killing the wild dog on the spot. Immediately after, a figure descended, pulling the arrow from the dog's body and wiping it off. "Bien Wu, are you so restless that you're taking out on a wild dog?" A clear voice rang out as a figure walked out of the alley, accompanied by a half-human tall black hunting dog, its green eyes flashing with ferocity. Bien Wu was not tall, but was very well proportioned, his black combat suit accentuating his figure. Holding a black iron bow, he tossed his head, and his flowing hair swayed as he wore a slightly cynical smile. "Just practicing. If I don't see some blood, the holy warriors will laugh at me." The young man emerging from the darkness was slightly taller, with a buzz cut and thick eyebrows and big eyes. He petted the growling black dog beside him. "Getting blood on you is probably more embarrassing." Bien Wu didn't mind, looking at the black dog with a grin. "Dare to snarl at me? One day, I'll turn you into dog meat stew." The black dog seemed a bit scared, letting out a low growl before backing away. The thick-browed young man patted the black dog. "All right, stop scaring it." He then urged go. Bien Wu laughed. "Zuoquan, is this little black dog reliable? We chased for several streets and didn't find anything. Don't tell me its nose is broken." Zuoquan calmly replied, the black wolf can find it. The black dog sniffed the ground, eventually leading them to the garbage pile, where it began to dig. The two men's eyes lit up, and Bien Wu exclaimed, "It really found something." They hurried over to the garbage pile and saw the black dog unearthing a bundle of clothing. Turning on the flashlight revealed it to be a blood-soaked shirt, covered in dried blood that had hardened. The two were momentarily stunned. "Whose blood is this?" "What Kwandao. This person is really ruthless, having killed more than 20 people and still calmly changing clothes, completely unlike a novice." "Bien Wu Dao. Let Xiaohei look for them and see if he can track them down. I'm quite interested in this person." Hei Quan has already been sniffing around, but after a quick glance, he found nothing. It seems the scent has been cut off. Someone deliberately disrupted the scent, and the black wolf couldn't find it. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, and the two hurriedly looked up to see a person standing on the roof, slim and graceful. Holding a tang knife, it was Hong Ye. "Captain." The two straightened their expressions and quickly stood up straight. Hong Ye said, "Let's regroup. The blood puppet has already escaped into the sewer." So Kwandao asked, "What about this blood-stained clothing, Captain?" Hong Ye replied, "Hand it over to the evidence team." After finishing her words, she turned and disappeared into the night like a light bird. Bien Wu looked to Hong Ye leaving and then shrugged. "Let's listen to the boss and withdraw. If you ask me, it's satisfying to see a bunch of scumbags wiped out. Let it be a gang fight. What's the point of putting in that effort?" After saying this, he flicked his war bow and slung it over his back, waved his hand, and turned to leave. The black wolf left. Only then did the black wolf follow and turn to leave, man and dog disappearing into the darkness. At this moment, in the dark alley, a pair of green, glimmering eyes flashed and then vanished into the darkness. The next day, Su Wuyang woke up feeling light and refreshed, seemingly having made further progress in his strength. He checked his wounds and found they had already closed, leaving only faint traces. The bruises from the iron rod had also disappeared, leaving only a slight mark. This is the power of a holy warrior. An ordinary person wouldn't recover from such a knife wound in less than 10 days. But an ordinary person wouldn't have survived either. They would have collapsed long ago. He had no money left on him, as all his money had been taken. The commotion had been too loud, and it would definitely attract the police, so there was no looting. Now he had less than $100 on him, and the food at home would last at most 2 or 3 days. He needed to find a way to make some money. After a simple breakfast, he locked the door, left the small building, and went out onto the street. Everywhere on the street, people were discussing the annihilation of the Flying Dragon Gang last night. Although the Flying Dragon Gang was just a small gang in this area, they had dozens of members, and their overnight destruction was quite shocking. However, most people were cheering, as they had long hated these gangs. Clearly, some thugs who had previously been arrogant on this street were now behaving more low-key, as if they saw everyone as potential attackers. Su Wuyang noticed that there were more people from the police department on the street, and some were even investigating on the streets. After all, so many people had died, which is considered a serious incident, and the police department still needed to conduct an investigation. Su Wuyang's demeanor remained unchanged, with a bright smile on his face. No one would associate this sunny boy with a ruthless killer who had slain over 20 people. He greeted people on both sides of the street before leaving the road and heading straight for the night dance tavern. He was looking for ways to make money. Now that he was a holy soldier, he could take on some tasks. As he walked out of the street, he tightened his clothing. It was getting colder. He looked up at the sky, and the sun was dim, seemingly losing its warmth due to the chill. It was about to snow. Su Wuyang murmured to himself, lowered his head, and walked onto the road. Pushing open the door of the night dance tavern, the smell of alcohol hit him immediately, accompanied by warmth, as if he had suddenly transitioned from a cold hell to the world of the living, feeling the vitality. Hearing the door sound, everyone turned to look, surprised to see a young lad, but soon lost interest. This tavern had all kinds of people, and a young man was nothing special. "Young. Unchule Young. A drink, please." Su Wuyang looked at the old Yang, who was always polishing glasses at the bar. He still couldn't bring himself to call him Old Yang, and had to settle for Uncle Yang, but given his age, he could even be a grandfather. The old man, however, didn't lift his head and said, "You called out wrong. There's no alcohol." Su Wuyang felt a bit helpless and had to say again, "Old Yang. A glass of sorghum liquor. 50. Old Yang poured a glass of liquor and slid it in front of Su Wuyang without looking up. Su Wuyang placed 50 yuan down, picked up the glass, lightly dipped it, and with a slight flick of his hand, seemed to be commemorating something. Then he pinched the glass and downed it in one go. The strong and spicy liquor surged down his throat, making his eyes redden. No one knew that he was bidding farewell to Su Dalong, saying goodbye to his past life, and parting ways with his former self. From this day on, Su Wuyang was reborn. Old Yang slightly raised his murky eyes to take a glance, then lowered them again, continuing to wipe his glass. In the tavern, those who had been loudly discussing and boasting suddenly fell silent, surprised that this young man, though not very old, was quite bold. Little brother, quite bold. Come over for a drink. At that moment, a burly man with a face full of stubble, wearing a wool vest, raised his glass and called out loudly. There were two others sitting beside him, both around 25 or 26, exuding a fierce aura. At this time, a medium-built middle-aged man with eagle-like eyes laughed heartily. Leaf Tiger, are you done playing with those tender women and looking to play with a little rabbit now? Leaf Tiger glared and cursed. Ban Leopard, your mouth is still so foul. Why don't you offer up your sister and see if I don't make her foam at the mouth? Van Leopard's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Leaf Tiger, you're looking for death. Leaf Tiger also slammed the table, standing up and roaring, damn it, I think it's you who's looking for death. Both tables of people stood up, their faces filled with murderous intent, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Su Wuyang was truly speechless upon seeing this. It is said that those who walk in the wilderness can turn hostile at any moment, and that they can escalate matters with just a few words. Which is indeed true. Who is seeking death here? Let me see. At that moment, a lazy voice came from a staircase. As soon as the voice appeared, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. The two sides, which were on the verge of conflict, suddenly changed color, hurriedly sat down, bowed their heads to drink, and didn't even dare to breathe, turning into a bunch of silent shrimps. Su Wuyang was startled. He looked up and saw the Blood Rose, whom he had seen before on the second floor, standing at the staircase. She was trimming her nails with a nail clipper. Her bright red lips slightly curled in a lazy manner. Boring. Blood Rose let out a mocking laugh. At that moment, she glanced up and saw Su Wuyang, and the cold smile on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a brilliant smile as she sweetly said, Ah, little brother. She quickly twisted her waist and ran down the stairs, a wave of fragrance wafting through the air. When she reached Su Wuyang, she hugged his arm and said, Little brother, you finally came. Sister has been thinking bad thoughts. Su Wuyang felt a sudden shock, amazed at the speed. He didn't even have time to react. No wonder these people were so afraid of her. As he felt a soft sensation on his arm, he suddenly realized that life was pretty good. A brilliant smile appeared on his face, and his arm even squeezed in closer, saying, I miss you too, sister. Oh dear. Blood Rose quickly stepped back and playfully said to Su Wuyang, You little brother are so naughty, but I like it. With that, she burst into a charming laugh, her laughter causing her to sway, and her chest, white and eye-catching, drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. However, they didn't dare to look directly and only glanced sideways. Blood Rose wrapped her arm around Su Wuyang's and said, Little brother, let's go upstairs. Whatever you want to do, your sister will help you. Chapter 29. Setting sail. The second floor looked the same as before, with various glowing boards hanging on the walls, each filled with messages written in fluorescent markers. Su Wuyang scanned the area, quickly looking for the information he needed. Suddenly, Blood Rose wrinkled her nose and stared at Su Wuyang, playfully saying, What a strong smell of blood. Little brother, did you do something bad last night? Su Wuyang felt a slight stir in his heart. Indeed, these holy soldiers were not easy to fool. He had watched many times but still couldn't evade their keen senses. He became somewhat cautious. Although the city was chaotic, there was still a certain order, with violent mechanisms in existence. He remained calm, shook his shoulders, and smiled. I went fishing last night and got all stinky. Blood Rose, however, chuckled and said, Little brother, what kind of fish did you catch? It can't be a mother fish, right? Only a virgin fish would smell this strong. Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, What's the point of rubbing mother fish? It's better to come here and rub the fish with me. As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards the delicate skin of Blood Rose. Little rascal. However, Blood Rose suddenly let go, her body swaying as she moved more than 2 meters away, one hand on her chest, looking at him with a playful pout. Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Sister, I'm not small at all." The Blood Rose showed a hint of shyness on her face, rolling her eyes at Wuyang and saying, "Little brother, you've learned to be naughty. That's not good." As she spoke, she stepped aside and said, "Little brother, do you want to do a mission or go shopping? Just tell sister. I can help you with both." Wuyang felt a slight relief in his heart, finally scaring her away. It had been quite uncomfortable being pestered by her. She was a female spirit, but just as he expected, although Blood Rose appeared to be indulgent, she definitely wouldn't let anyone get too close. He still remembered that flash of white. He maintained his composure and smiled slightly, saying, "Thank you, sister. I want to practice in the wilderness. I wonder if you have any good recommendations." Blood Rose looked Wuyang up and down and asked, "Are you a fusion soldier or a summon soldier? What kind of holy soldier, and what level are you?" Wuyang said, "Integrating soldiers and sword soldiers can activate the holy soldier skill." The Blood Rose immediately giggled and said, "Little brother, you are too bold. You want to venture into the wilderness right after integrating soldiers? Do you think the wilderness is child's play? I think you should honestly stay at home and cultivate until you are stronger before going." Wuyang touched his nose and said, "I have no money to eat." Blood Rose immediately stepped forward with a charming laugh and said, "No money is good. Sister has money. Sister can take care of you, okay?" Wuyang smiled brightly upon hearing this, his gaze unabashedly resting on his bare chest, and said, "Good." The Blood Rose immediately stopped, giggling, and said, "Little brother, one must have backbone. How can a man rely on others?" Wuyang smiled and said, "If all the soft meals are like my sister, I could eat them every day." Blood Rose retorted with irritation, "Bah, you're just a bad seed." She then straightened up and said, "With you just entering level 1 and still being a fusion soldier, it's hard to have a team take you along. There are very few teams willing to take on newcomers now. Newcomers, I need them for my long voyage." Just then, a familiar voice came from the stairs, followed by the sound of footsteps, and a tall figure walked up, with sword-like brows and tiger-like eyes. This person was recognized by Wuyang as the big man he had encountered last time. It was truly a coincidence to meet again. The big man was smiling as he came upstairs, but when he saw Wuyang and Blood Rose's murderous gaze, his expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, "Sorry, I must have come to the wrong place. You all continue." "Stop!" Blood Rose suddenly called out to the big man, who immediately halted, his face awkward as he said, Does Miss Lon have any business with me?" Blood Rose looked at him and said, "Don't you need newcomers? This person is handed over to you. Take him with you on your mission this time." The big man immediately looked troubled and said, "This." Xiang Yuanhang raised his hand helplessly and said, all right, my lady. I'll take him, is that okay?" Blood Rose then smiled sweetly at Wuyang and said, "Little brother, don't say sister didn't he help you. This is Xiang Yuanhang from the Long Voyage Hunting Team. Although his strength is a bit lacking, he is a decent person. You won't suffer with him." Xiang Yuanhang immediately touched his nose and said, "I'm still here, Miss Lon." Lanning lifted her eyes to look at him, a half-smile on her face, and said, "What? Isn't your strength good?" Xiang Yuanhang quickly replied, "Not good. Not good. If Miss Lon says it's not good, then it's not good." Lanzing's not like thee. And Xiang Yuanhang helplessly said. Wuyang saw this and hurriedly clasped his fist towards Xiang Yuanhang, saying, "Big brother Xiang, my name is Wuyang. Thank you for your trouble." The frown on Xiang Yuanhang's face disappeared, replaced by a smile. Seeing how considerate Wuyang was made him feel a bit better. He patted Wuyang on the shoulder and said, "All right, little brother, not bad. Follow me. I've got food, and you'll definitely get your share." Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, brother Xiang. I won't cause you any trouble." Xiang Yuanhang patted Wuyang on the shoulder and then turned to Lanning. However, his expression changed from joy to one of spring breeze as he said, "Miss Lanning, I wonder if the thing I requested has been obtained. You're in luck." Lanning smiled, twisting her slender waist, walked behind the counter, pulled out a suitcase from a cabinet, and threw it onto the counter, saying, 10 bottles just arrived." The latest stock, authentic first-grade treatment liquid from Chongqing Group. Xiang Yuanhang hurriedly reached out, looking pained as he said, "My dear aunt, you can't just throw it around." As he spoke, he opened the suitcase, which had a special black foam layer inside, neatly holding small cylindrical glass bottles the size of a thumb, filled with light green liquid. Su Wuyang's eyes moved. This was the renowned healing liquid, said to be able to save lives from ordinary knife and gun wounds, as long as they weren't fatal injuries. For minor injuries, it could even speed up recovery. It was said that a bottle was worth 10,000, and not everyone could afford it. One needed credit points to make a purchase. Lanning looked at Xiang Yuanhang and said, 10 bottles. I'll charge you 130,000. Not so high, right? Xiang Yuanhang immediately smiled and replied, not high, absolutely not high. Saying that, he pulled out a thick stack of money from his bag and placed it on the counter, saying, Miss Lanning, count it, just write 130,000. Lanning reached out, grabbed it, and casually tossed it into the cabinet. She looked at Xiang Yuanhang and asked, what big thing are you preparing for, spending so much? Xiang Yuanhang smiled awkwardly, and Lanning immediately looked at him with disdain, saying, all right, I won't ask. She turned to Su Wuyang and said, little brother, bring the card over, I'll help you register the task. If he dares not to pay you, big sister can help you out. Xiang Yuanhang immediately felt a bit helpless and said, this can't be, Miss Lanning. You're making fun of me. Su Wuyang smiled as he handed the sign to Lanning. At that moment, he realized that the sign had this function. The Night Dance Tavern appeared to be a tavern, but it actually served as a platform, somewhat like the mercenary guilds in the games he played. After finishing the paperwork, Xiang Yuanhang picked up the box and called Su Wuyang to leave. Su Wuyang tenket lanjing, hangju, sita lang. The blood rose immediately smiled and said, little brother, if you thank me, you have to treat me to a drink. Su Wuyang smiled and said, okay, I'll treat Sister Lan once I make some money. Chapter 30. Team formation. Su Wuyang followed Xiang Yuanhang downstairs. He would not just follow Xiang Yuanhang because of a single word from Lanning. The life he lived in his past life and the 2 years of scavenging in this life made it hard for him to trust people, and he remained vigilant towards everyone. However, it also honed his ability to observe actions, analyze speech, and perceive people's hearts. He could sense that Xiang Yuanhang was quite a character, acting with a bit of boldness, which made him someone worth collaborating with. Moreover, since he came to Night Dance to find a team to enter the wilderness, he could only temporarily trust him. Once downstairs, he noticed that the number of people in the hall had increased. They were all drinking and boasting, and surprisingly, no food was provided, only some snacks. However, the atmosphere was lively, and half of the more than 10 tables downstairs were already occupied. When they saw Xiang Yuanhang approaching, many people nodded at him, and Xiang Yuanhang responded with a smile, frequently greeting them. It seemed he was quite familiar with these people. Xiang Yuanhang led Su Wuyang to the table where he had previously invited him to drink. The fierce tiger and 2 others stood up and said, Captain. Xiang Yuanhang nodded and then called Su Wuyang forward, saying, Brother Wuyang, come over. Let me introduce you to some members of the team. This is Fierce Tiger, Zhang Cheng, and Lu Fu. This is Su Wuyang, my younger brother, who will join our operation tomorrow. Su Wuyang didn't expect that these few people were actually members of Xiang Yuanhang's team. He hurriedly approached and said, Brother Liehu, Brother Zhang, Brother Lu, just call me Wuyang, and thank you for taking care of me. Zhang Chengjong was of medium build, with a stern expression and not much to say, just nodding. Chi Fu's eyes were lively, and he greeted Su Wuyang with a smile, while Liehu laughed heartily. Little brother, we are indeed fated. Come, sit down and have a drink. Today, Brother Tiger treats you. At this moment, Xiang Yuanhang said, all right, no more drinking. We have important matters tomorrow. While speaking, he looked at Su Wuyang and said, Wuyang, we need to gather at the south gate by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will wait for 10 minutes. If you don't arrive, it will be considered as giving up. Don't be late. Su Wuyang hurriedly said, yes, big brother, you can rest assured. I will definitely make it. Xiang Yuanhang nodded and signaled for the 3 to leave. Zhang Cheng had no expression at all and didn't even look at Su Wuyang. Lu Fu, however, greeted him with a smile, and Lai, who also put down his wine bowl, stood up and said with a smile. Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, okay, Tiger brother. Xiang Yuanhang took his companions out of the tavern. At another table, The leopard's gaze was fixed intently on Xiang Yuanhang's suitcase, whispering to the person at the same table. Many people in the tavern also noticed Xiang Yuanhang's suitcase, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Wuyang was close enough to hear Bao mention medicine, but he couldn't catch anything else. He felt a slight stir in his heart and discreetly glanced around before leaving the tavern as well. He needed to prepare some food and survival supplies. He couldn't rely on others. With the little money he had left, he bought some flour and a few packets of pickled vegetables, making a dozen thick flatbreads at home. These flatbreads could last well in this weather and wouldn't spoil for at least 10 days. He also organized his clothing, ensuring all his warm clothes were ready. He couldn't afford to get frostbite in the cold wilderness. After preparing everything, he began his training, which was something he never skipped. He practiced basic sword movements and footwork, and when he got tired, he trained in the sacred weapon technique. By evening, he refrained from intense workouts and practiced the sacred weapon technique for 2 hours before resting early. The next day, it was pitch black, but Su Wuyang got up. Based on his sense of time, it was at most 4:30. After washing up and preparing some food to fill his stomach, it was around 5 when he set out with his backpack, a polished short knife tucked in his arms. The night was quiet, and many people were still asleep. As soon as he stepped outside, the biting cold seemed to penetrate his body. Even though he was now a sacred weapon warrior, he still found it hard to endure the cold. He was puzzled. It seemed colder this year than in previous years. Tightening his backpack, he plunged into the darkness. Despite the freezing temperatures, there were early risers, all bundled up and hurrying along. The wind was sharp as a knife, and those scavengers were shivering, struggling to move through the night. Su Wuyang thought to himself that this winter, many people might freeze to death. The wind was bitterly cold. When he arrived at the city gate, he found quite a few scavengers, about 30 to 40 of them, huddled together, seeking shelter from the wind and quietly waiting. They no longer dared to move. Hunger had sapped their strength. Their eyes occasionally glanced towards the room of the city gate guard, where a brazier burned with bright coals, their expressions full of longing. However, no one dared to approach, as a machine gun was mounted on the guardhouse door. Su Wuyang was also hiding under a shop, waiting quietly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, more and more scavengers gathered, with hundreds of figures appearing like walking corpses. Finally, the rumbling sound of garbage trucks came, and a dozen trucks swayed and slowly approached. Then, with shouts, the big gate slowly opened, and the scavengers immediately surged out, following the garbage trucks out of the city. However, a few people at the base of the city wall stayed there and did not follow. A guard walked over, cursing, and kicked one of them, who fell down directly. The guard spat and cursed. Damn it. A few more froze to death. Notify the body transport team to take them away. Su Wuyang felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. There was no sadness, no pity, and no indignation. For these people, perhaps death was the best outcome in this world. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, more people began to leave the city. Occasionally, groups of people exited, some with horse-drawn carts carrying others. These were the ones heading to the farms to work. Among them, he noticed a group of 5, their vital energy robust, each carrying swords and knives, clearly elite warriors. It was uncertain whether they were fusion warriors or holy warriors, but they walked briskly, hurrying past. He also saw off-road vehicles roaring out of the city, occupied by powerful holy warriors. These were hunting teams from formidable factions, and having vehicles indicated they were among the top forces in the city. Su Wuyang was watching the off-road vehicle pass by when suddenly a loud voice rang out. Su Wuyang hurriedly looked over and saw a 2-wheeled horse cart parked on the road, with 8 strong and vigorous people standing by. It was Xiang Yuanhang who was calling out to him, waving his hand. Among the crowd were Hu Gu, Zhang Cheng, and Lu Fu. He quickly walked over and said, "Brother Xiang." Xiang Yuanhang smiled at him and said, "Wuyang, have you been waiting long?" Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Not long after, I just arrived." He greeted Liahu and the others, Brother Hu, Brother Zhang, Brother Lu. Zhang Cheng didn't say anything, just glanced at him, while Lu Fu smiled and waved his hand. Liahu laughed and said, "Brother Wuyang, you arrived quite early." At this moment, Xiang Yuanhang looked at everyone and said, "This little brother is Su Wuyang, whom I mentioned to you. He just joined our team and is entering the wilderness for the first time. So please take care of him." Su Wuyang looked at the bright smiles of the crowd. He noticed a woman among them and clasped his fists, saying, "Brothers and sisters, please take care of me." The expressions of the crowd varied. Some merely nodded, while others seemed indifferent. The woman, around 25 or 26, smiled and said, "Such a young lad. Can your body handle the wilderness?" At that moment, a fat man laughed and said, "Peng Dan, are you smitten? But with your build, I'm afraid little brother Wuyang can't handle it." Everyone burst into laughter. Peng Dan replied with a smile, "Zheng Fatty, you know my gentle intentions." Zheng Fatty laughed and said, Right, I don't understand. Little brother, you can tell me later." The crowd roared with laughter, and Su Wuyang's face turned red with embarrassment. He clapped his hands towards Yuan Hang and said, "All right, let's go. We are short on time and need to hit the road." Chapter 31, Wilderness. Go. Zhang Cheng cracked his whip, and the horse began to move, with everyone following the cart out of the city. Su Wuyang glanced around. The cart was loaded with several large bags, bulging and seemingly shaped like blankets, likely containing wilderness survival supplies. With Su Wuyang, there were a total of 9 people, and they would definitely need these items. Due to the cold, everyone walked with their heads down, occasionally hearing the roar of cars passing by the side of the cart, along with a few other horse-drawn carriages. However, those were four-wheeled, with people sitting comfortably inside, moving faster than them. They quickly sped past. On the road, they also encountered several groups of people walking into the wilderness. These individuals didn't even have carts, carrying backpacks and silently making their way along the path. Their gazes alert and distant. There was no conversation or interaction. They simply passed by in silence. After walking a few miles, the sky began to brighten, and the group started to feel less gloomy, chatting and talking intermittently. Su Wuyang basically didn't speak much, just quietly listened. Only when it came to him did he smile and say a few words, calling everyone big brother or big sister, sweet-talking them. He quickly became a bit familiar with the group. Gradually, Su Wuyang also learned about the relationships within this group. Xian Yuanhang and Lai Hu, Zhang Cheng, and Lu Fu belonged to the older members of Yuan Hong's hunting team. Peng Dan, Zheng Panzai, a tall guy named Qianjun, and another somewhat gloomy and thin guy named Zhao Yunhao, along with himself, made up the 5 temporary members. The task content had been discussed with him. Xian Yuanhang was to go to the old town of Daxin Town to hunt mutated beasts. It was said that mutated sheep and blood foxes have been discovered in Daxin Town, and this winter was relatively cold, making their fur highly sought after, with prices skyrocketing. This time, their main goal was to hunt these monsters and obtain their pelts. The so-called mutated beasts were those that had been polluted by demon energy and transformed into magical beasts, similar to blood puppets, belonging to the lowest tier of magical creatures. Some mutated beasts also had a certain chance to break their limits and evolve into true demons. The sky was already bright, and the landscape was revealed. This road was built before the apocalypse, and, after regular maintenance, was basically usable, although some parts of the surface had cracked and wild grass was growing. On both sides of the road were vast wild grasses and dense shrubs, with occasional forks appearing. Through the road, large fields could be seen in the distance, enclosed by iron nets, with patches of green wheat seedlings inside. There were quite a few guards carrying guns patrolling the ridges in the fields. The food supply for the city came from these farms, but the farms were controlled by a few large groups. Generally, smaller forces couldn't even protect the fields, let alone cultivate them. They not only had to guard against demon destruction, but also had to prevent wild groups and refugees from raiding when the crops were mature. In today's situation, where firearms were extremely tight and scarce, these estates had dozens of armed guards. Ordinary forces simply couldn't sustain themselves. As the hazy sun rose, it was around 8 o'clock, and they finally reached the edge of the city perimeter, spotting a bunker standing by the roadside in the distance. That was the outpost, guarding the outermost forces of the city perimeter. To ensure the safety of the city, outposts were built around it, with a watchtower every 10 miles. Each outpost had a 5-member team responsible for warning, patrolling, and alerting. If powerful demons were detected, a team from the city would be dispatched to kill them. After passing the outpost, everyone noticeably became quiet, their gazes becoming sharper, and Su Wuyang also became alert. The road became increasingly desolate and narrower. The once fertile land was now covered with wild grass, with some places having grass up to the waist. The wind blew through, making a rustling sound, as if demons were lurking within, causing tension to rise. Wuyang was leaving the city for the first time, feeling nervous, uneasy, and a bit excited. However, as he walked further into the desolate wilderness, the excitement gradually faded, replaced by a sharp and vigilant demeanor like everyone else. Fortunately, this road was often traveled by hunters, and there were tire tracks on the ground, preventing the path from being completely swallowed by the wilderness. After walking another 5 or 6 miles, the path turned, and everyone entered another road. This new road was much wider but harder to navigate. The once asphalt surface was cracked and uneven, overgrown with wild grass and scattered with sparse trees, creating an eerie silence, only broken by the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. Xiang Yinhang grew tense and began organizing the formation of the group. He and Lu Fu walked in front, while Peng Dan and Lai Hu brought up the rear, protecting the horse cart in the middle, and everyone moved forward silently. Walking in such a desolate wilderness was extremely uncomfortable. There were no people or living creatures, only a profound silence. It was hard to imagine how lonely one would feel if they were alone here. There was no need to be overly anxious. It was cold, and the demons were less active. Just be a little careful. Zheng Panzi laughed and said, "Xiang, you're too tense." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yinhang immediately smiled, was about to respond, when suddenly his expression changed, and he whispered, "Be careful." At the same time, he turned sharply, a battle spear appearing in his hand, which he threw like a harpoon. A piercing scream echoed, followed by a roar that shook the ground, sending wild grass flying. "Be careful, defend yourselves." Lai Hu and the others changed their expressions drastically, shouting as they summoned their weapons, while Wuyang also drew his sword. As the wild grass exploded, a gigantic wild boar, half the height of a man, charged out, its eyes blood-red, with massive tusks resembling ivory and thick, rough black fur. As it ran, the ground trembled, a violent aura rushing toward them. The horse, startled, reared up, eyes wide with terror, while Zhang Cheng suddenly grabbed the horse's neck, forcing it down. "Beware of the demonized wild boar. Protect the cart." Lai Hu bellowed, his feet pounding the ground as he charged forward just as the demonized wild boar rushed at him. Lai Hu swiftly dodged, claw outstretched toward its neck. However, the demonized wild boar suddenly slammed its head down, and Lai Hu's expression changed as he quickly withdrew his claws, crossing them in front of his chest. With a loud crash, Lai Hu was sent flying backward, landing several steps away, the wild grass around him blown away, his face flushed and blood surging. The furious, demonized wild boar charged at him, but at that moment, a figure collided with it, producing a dull thud as the boar's massive body was knocked off course, crashing into a grass-covered concrete barrier by the roadside, which exploded on impact. The large man, Qianjun, staggered back several steps before sitting down heavily on the ground. At this moment, Wuyang also regained his senses, shocked by the immense power of the demonized wild boar. If he had encountered it alone, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Indeed, one should not recklessly enter the wilderness alone. However, he was also astonished by Qianjun's strength, having nearly knocked the several hundred-kilogram wild boar off balance. Chapter 32. First encounter with a demonized beast. Lai Hu was drenched in cold sweat, having narrowly avoided the collision. The demonized wild boar was incredibly powerful, the impact making his blood surge. Anger flashed in his eyes as he rubbed his claws together, flames igniting instantly. Odi weapon technique, Flammeklau. The ground exploded as Lai Hu surged forward, his claws slicing toward the wild boar's neck, a tearing sound echoing as the tough fur was cut open, revealing 6 massive wounds. The wild boar let out a pained roar, turning to pounce on Lai Hu, who evaded the strike by retreating a few meters. The wild boar bellowed wildly, its body surging with blood energy, its fur appearing engorged, and a mist of blood rising around it, becoming even more ferocious, bloody, and frenzied. Lai Hu's expression shifted urgently, his eyes flashing with unease. Wuyang was startled. This demonic pig was terrifying, and it could still be in a berserk state. However, he noticed that aside from Zhang Cheng, who was calming the horse, The others did not approach, but instead quickly scattered, their eyes warily scanning the surroundings. He appeared somewhat dazed, unsure of what to do for a moment. Boom! At that moment, the ground shook, and Xiang Yinheng suddenly leaped out, wielding a black iron spear that struck down towards the demonic wild boar, accompanied by a whistling sound as it cut through the air and a muffled, thunderous noise. The demonic wild boar let out a piercing scream, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, as half of its massive body was cleaved open, nearly cut in two. Blood gushed forth, and the severed surface of the broken spine was clearly visible. It roared as it tried to stand up, but couldn't move, with its intestines spilling out from a huge wound. Wuyang was shocked. No wonder many people in the tavern held Su Yinheng in such high regard. His strength was formidable, and his aura was overwhelming. Su Yinheng looked at the demonized wild boar lying in a pool of blood. He stepped forward, his battle spear dripping with blood, and suddenly thrust it into the heart of the demonized boar, twisting it violently. The boar's body convulsed and gradually fell silent. Su Yinheng said, "Collect the materials and let's move out." As he spoke, he walked into the bushes and soon emerged holding a small wild boar. The wound showed it had been killed by his spear. Lu Fu and Zhang Cheng quickly approached, sawing off the wild boar's fangs, cutting open its belly, and finding a spirit core inside. And Yinheng smiled and said, "Today's luck is good. We hit the jackpot, encountering a demonized beast with a spirit core." Everyone smiled. A spirit core was worth 10,000 coins, and splitting it among them would yield a good amount, at least 1,000 coins each, indicating that this outing would not be a loss. And Yinheng flicked the blood off his spear, then sheathed it, looking at Su Wuyang and asking Wuyang, "How do you feel? Are you scared facing a demonized beast for the first time?" Su Wuyang smiled and said, "Not bad." At this moment, Peng Dan chuckled. "I see this kid is eager to try, almost charging in. He really is a young bull not afraid of tigers." Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Su Wuyang had indeed wanted to rush in and take a stab earlier. He wasn't sure if taking a stab would earn him experience points. But a demonized wild boar should provide quite a bit. However, he felt a bit shy about stepping forward and scratched his head, saying, "I just want to get a bit of blood on me to boost my courage." Xiang Yuanhang smiled and said, "Wuyang, don't rush. There will be opportunities. Demonized beasts are not edible. Only the spirit core and a pair of large tusks are valuable." After putting the 2 tusks into a bag, the group set off again, leaving the 2 wild boar corpses in the bushes, which would soon be eaten by other beasts or demonized creatures. As the group resumed their journey, Su Wuyang felt a bitter smile in his heart. It seemed he was still too inexperienced. In the wilderness, he knew nothing at all and realized he needed to learn well. Fortunately, he foolishly entered the wilderness alone. Going in without certain strength was simply courting death. Look at Li Hu. He was much stronger, yet even he couldn't withstand a demonized wild boar. If it charged at him, he probably wouldn't be able to take a single hit. That wild boar was even more terrifying than the blood puppet. He carefully observed the actions of the group, secretly learning wilderness survival skills. Suddenly, Lu Fu, who was walking ahead, stopped, raised his hand, and whispered sharply. The group halted, holding their breath. Su Wuyang quickly stopped as well. He saw Lu Fu listening intently, and after a moment, he urgently said, "Vultures, quickly hide in the woods." Xiang Yuanheng whispered, "Hurry, get the cart into the trees." The group hurriedly urged the cart into the nearby woods. After a flurry of movement, they finally all rushed in. Just as they caught their breath, the sound of flapping wings and loud screeching filled the sky, starting from afar and getting closer. In no time, the noise was overhead, the screeching becoming more piercing. Through the gaps in the leaves, they saw a large group of blackbirds screeching and circling overhead. Su Yangwu looked alarmed. This group of birds was about a meter long, completely black, with sharp claws and teeth. Even a few of these giant birds would be hard to handle, let alone this large group. No wonder everyone wanted to hide. He glanced at the others and indeed saw that their faces were somewhat tense. Zhang Cheng even covered the horse's mouth while trying to calm it down. The group of birds showed no signs of stopping, moving quickly, and soon their calls faded into the distance. Everyone's expressions relaxed a bit, and they all looked at Lu Fu. Lu Fu was listening intently, and after a moment, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "All right, we can go now." Only then did everyone push the cart and get back on the road. Su Wuyang looked at Lu Fu, who usually smiled, and was surprised to see that he had such skills. In this wilderness, there was too much knowledge to learn. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. His previous experience was too naive compared to these people. At this moment, Liu looked at Su Wuyang and said, Wuyang, this thing is called a carrion bird, a type of demonized beast. It's very nasty. Once it sets its sights on you, it's a big trouble. Remember, you must avoid it. Wuyang nodded with a smile and said, Thank you, Tiger Brother, I'll remember. The journey ahead was relatively calm. After walking for another 5 or 6 miles, a ruined town appeared in the distance. They could only roughly see the shapes of the buildings, which were covered in a lot of vines. Xiang Yuhang whispered, Be careful, we have arrived. Everyone tightened their guard and walked a little further, finally reaching the outskirts of the town. Standing at the entrance, it was evident that this town must have been extremely glorious in its heyday, with small buildings of 7 or 8 stories everywhere, and the shops on both sides of the road hung with various signs. However, now they were all in ruins. Some had already fallen off, rusted, and were covered in vines like pythons. Occasionally, they could see thick trees growing from the ruins, hanging with numerous vines. The entire town was deathly silent. Captain, look! At this moment, Lu Fu suddenly pointed to a spot not far away. Everyone looked over and saw an off-road vehicle parked at a street corner. Xiang Yuhang frowned slightly, exchanged glances with Liu, then looked at everyone and said softly, It's the leisure hunting team. Everyone be careful. Let's find a place to rest, eat something, and then prepare to go in. Everyone nodded and then drove the cart a little further in. It seemed that Xiang Yuhang and the others were familiar with this place, and they quickly arrived at a relatively intact shop. The door had fallen off, and the cart could easily fit inside. The place was still relatively clean, as if it had been frequented often, with many footprints inside. Xiang Yuhang said solemnly, Lu Fu, Liu, you two keep watch first. Take turns eating and resting for a while, and we will go into the town. Okay, Captain. The two answered and quietly walked out, while Zhang Cheng, Fatty, and the others began to open a supply bag. Sure enough, there was food inside. There were flatbreads, some meat. And when Su Wuyang saw that he had brought extra flatbreads, he realized that he had prepared food in advance. Zhang Cheng distributed the food. Su Wuyang took 2 flatbreads, a piece of what looked like beef, and a jug of water. Everyone quietly started eating, while Su Wuyang thought about what he had seen along the way and how he should act. Chapter 33. Guarding supplies. The wilderness was different from what Su Wuyang had imagined. It was not that demons could be seen everywhere. After walking all morning, covering more than 20 miles, they had only encountered demonized beasts twice, not to mention any demons. However, it was still dangerous. He felt that his choice was very wise. Fortunately, he was with a team. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if there were demons out there. And if he rushed in recklessly and encountered a powerful demonized beast like a demonized wild boar, that would truly be seeking death. After walking for a whole morning, everyone was a bit tired. After eating, they closed their eyes to rest. Su Wuyang also tried to close his eyes and doze for about 10 minutes when Xiang Yuhang's voice rang out. Everyone, it's about time. Prepare to move. Everyone opened their eyes in unison, stood up, and began to organize themselves and check their weapons. Su Wuyang started to tidy up as well, and at that moment, Xiang Yuhang suddenly said, Wuyang, you and Zhang Cheng stay behind to watch our supplies. Wuyang, guarding the supplies is very important. Don't let anything happen. These are crucial for our survival in the wilderness. Don't worry, everyone in our team, regardless of level, shares everything, and guarding the supplies is no exception. Su Wuyang tried to make an effort and said, Brother, I know you want to take care of me, but I still want to participate in the action and contribute in some way. It feels a bit embarrassing to sit idle and still receive compensation. He wasn't reckless. He knew that being too forceful would upset everyone, so he changed his approach. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuhang smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, No matter the division of labor, every role is equally important. Wuyang, don't feel embarrassed. It's more important to protect our supplies. Su Wuyang wanted to say something else, but seeing that everyone was looking at him without a single person speaking up on his behalf, not even Liu, he immediately understood that no one wanted him to participate in the action. It made sense. He was a rookie with limited strength, so how could they possibly trust him? The only reason they brought him along was because of Knight Rose's request to Xiang Yuanchong. Otherwise, he feared that no team would be willing to take on this inexperienced kid. Realizing this, Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Okay, Brother Xiang, I will definitely help Brother Zhang guard the supplies." Su Wuyang watched as everyone quickly left, feeling a bit disappointed. This was his first time out in the wilderness, yet he ended up with just a task of guarding supplies. He had hoped to hunt demons and enhance his strength, but it seemed that idea wouldn't be feasible so soon. He needed to start with the basics and demonstrate his abilities. Otherwise, it would be difficult to participate in any actions. It was very likely that next time they set sail, they wouldn't bring along someone like him who seemed to have little use. Zhang Cheng, who was not fond of talking, untied the horse from the cart, patted its neck, and said to Su Wuyang, "You keep an eye on the supplies. I'm going to get some grass to feed the horse." Su Wuyang quickly said, "Brother Zhang, I'll go." Zhang Cheng replied, "You don't know the horse grass." Su Wuyang could only stop. Zhang Cheng tied up the horse and told Su Wuyang how to block the door with a scrapboard, then quietly slipped out through the entrance, disappearing from sight in no time. Now, the room was left with only Su Wuyang and the old horse. The shop had only one door, and the window glass had fallen out, but it was blocked by a dropped advertisement board. As long as the door was blocked, no one outside could see the situation inside, and from the gap left by the window, one could see everything happening on the street. Suddenly, it became quiet, and Su Wuyang felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, this was not home, but the wilderness. Fortunately, there was an old horse, which was lowering its head to nibble on the horse feed, occasionally shaking its tail, adding some life to the room. "Shoo!" Suddenly, Zhang Cheng gestured for Su Wuyang to be silent. Su Wuyang hurriedly stopped making noise, feeling puzzled about what Zhang Cheng had discovered. But it seemed the other party didn't intend to say anything, so he didn't ask further. The two of them leaned against the wall and quietly watched. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached, sounding like 4 or 5 people, followed by an angry voice. "Damn it! They say there are demonized sheep and blood foxes in Daxing Town. But after a whole morning, I haven't seen a single hair. I don't know which bastard spread this false news. If I find out, I'll make him pay." Then someone said, "All right, let's eat something and take a break first. In the afternoon, we'll check if the traps have any catch. Live people." Suddenly, someone shouted in a low voice, and shortly after, several footsteps disappeared, causing Su Wuyang to feel tense. At this moment, Zhang Cheng whispered to the outside, "Everyone, please. We are the far-sailing hunting team, taking a break here." Then, a voice came from outside, followed by footsteps moving away. Zhang Cheng's expression was calm, while Su Wuyang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Cheng then looked at him and said calmly, "The hunting team generally won't take action unless necessary. But if conditions allow, they won't hold back. Don't trust anyone in the wild." Su Wuyang did not expect Zhang Cheng to suddenly speak. This was the second sentence he had said to him today, and it was also a piece of advice. It seemed that Zhang Cheng was not as unapproachable as he appeared. He quickly replied, "Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your guidance." Zhang Cheng slightly lifted his gaze and glanced at Su Wuyang, but did not say anything further. He sat cross-legged by the wall, pulling out a piece of wood from somewhere and carving it with a small knife, making very little noise. Su Wuyang saw that Zhang Cheng had no intention of communicating with him, so he sat down and began to cultivate. At that moment, Zhang Cheng suddenly said, "Don't practice the holy weapon technique in the wild, unless you want to seek death." Hearing this, Su Wuyang immediately stopped, while Zhang Cheng didn't even lift his gaze. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your guidance. It's really a bit boring to waste time here without being able to cultivate." Su Wuyang felt quite listless. This wilderness training was completely different from what he had described, so he could only occasionally glance outside. At this moment, Zhang Cheng said. Su Wuyang looked at Zhang Cheng and saw that Zhang Cheng was still carving something, not even lifting his head. He said, "Oh," and asked, "Brother Zhang, what are you carving?" Zhang Cheng replied, "Killing time." After saying that, he didn't speak anymore and focused his gaze on the piece of wood in his hands. Zhang Cheng glanced up for a moment. Then his attention returned to the wood carving. Chapter 34. Night watch. Su Wuyang practiced intermittently, and time slowly passed. The sky gradually darkened, and a breeze began to blow outside, rustling the leaves with a swishing sound. Zhang Cheng finally stopped and said. Su Wuyang paused, slightly out of breath, and said, Brother Zhang, what are we doing tonight? Zhang Cheng, having already packed away the wooden carving in his hands, stood up and replied, You find some dry firewood to make meat soup and bake pancakes. All right. Zhang Cheng seemed to be quite experienced in this, quickly lighting the fire. As the flames flickered, the room instantly warmed up. The fire indeed brought hope, and with it, Su Wuyang felt much more at ease. He took a piece of meat from a bag in the cart, cut it up, and put it in the pot to cook. By the time they finished these tasks, the sky outside had completely darkened. Zhang Cheng then took out some frozen hard pancakes and taught Su Wuyang how to bake them. Su Wuyang was quite familiar with this, and they worked well together, baking pancakes and keeping the fire going, feeling warm and cozy. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng said. Su Wuyang quickly said, I'll go take a look. He hurried to the window and listened intently. Sure enough, he could hear faint footsteps approaching, some light and somewhat chaotic. He couldn't tell if it was Xiang Yuanhang and the others. After a while, he finally saw a group of people appear, with Lai Hu leading the way. Xiang Yuanhang and the others were cautious, stopping about 20 meters away. A low, chirping sound was heard, and Zhang Cheng gently tapped the ground 3 times with a wooden root in his hand. At this moment, the others finally showed relieved expressions and began to walk towards the shop. Su Wuyang opened the door and welcomed Yang Yuanhang inside. As he entered, everyone surged in. Liu cried out, Damn it, it's really cold. At night, it feels like being cut by a knife. At this moment, Zheng Pongzi sniffed and said, It smells so good. In this damn weather, sitting down with a bowl of meat soup and roasting by the fire would be just wonderful. Lu Fu was already standing by the fire, stretching out his hands to warm them, saying, Why is it so cold this winter? I don't remember it being this cold last year. Yang Yuanhang brushed off the dust from his clothes and said, It's probably because it's going to snow. Haven't you seen how overcast it is? I feel like we might get a snowfall in the next couple of days. At that moment, Qian Jun lifted the pot lid, took a deep sniff, and exclaimed, It smells damn good. Zhang Cheng's cooking skills are truly remarkable. It's making me drool. Su Wuyang asked casually as he got into the car. Holding a bowl, the soup will be ready soon. After drinking some hot soup and eating a piece of baked pancake, it will warm us up. He glanced at Xiang Yinhang and exchanged a brief look with Lai Hu, nodding slightly. This young man was not bad. He had some insight and wasn't a burden. He looked at everyone and said, It's getting late. Hurry up and eat. After finishing, we will put out the fire. Peng Dan suddenly said, Captain Xiang, something seems off today. We've encountered several teams. Do these people know about the mutated sheep and blood foxes here? Xiang Yinhang took a sip and replied, If we can get the news, others can too. It's nothing unusual. Qian Junhong exclaimed, Boss Xiang. But we've been searching for a while and haven't seen even a shadow of a mutated sheep. Is this news reliable? What if someone is playing tricks and spreading false information? Xiang Yinhang nonchalantly said, Don't worry, the information is absolutely reliable. There is no need to rush. We are well prepared this time and have time to spare. Saying this, he finished the last sip of soup and said, All right, I'm done. Eat quickly and let us rest early. We need to get up early tomorrow. Su Wuyang also drank, and with food in his stomach, he indeed felt warmer. After watching everyone finish eating, he helped Zhang Cheng tidy up the pots and bowls. He was now purely a helper. Once he and Zhang Cheng finished cleaning up and put out the fire, he saw that everyone had already taken out their quilts, wrapped them around their bodies, and rested against the wall. He said to Yuan Hang, Zhang Cheng, Wuyang, You two keep watch for the first half of the night, and the second half will be on me and Zheng Pongzi. As soon as Su Wuyang heard this, he realized that he had become the night watchman again. But now he could only listen. Zhang Cheng gestured for him to take out a blanket, and the two of them, one leaning against the door and the other by the window, wrapped themselves in the blanket, keeping an eye on the outside. Without the fire, the room became a part of the dark night outside, and only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. The night was eerily quiet, and the rustling of leaves in the wind added to the stillness of the night. Su Wuyang was a bit distracted. He originally wanted to communicate with everyone and learn something, but they hardly interacted at all. They just ate and slept. After lounging around all day, the night became even more boring. Sitting there lost in thought, he gradually became a bit dazed. Bang! Suddenly, a faint sound came, like something had fallen to the ground. He jolted awake, and, at that moment, a hand suddenly covered his mouth. Wuyang was startled and instinctively reached for the small knife at his waist. At that moment, Zhang Qing's low voice came. "Don't make a sound." Su's hand froze, and Zhang Qing slowly relaxed his grip, making a gesture for silence. Then he quietly turned to look out the window. His body had been significantly strengthened, but it was too dark outside to see far. He could make out nothing. Suddenly, a soft sound came from outside, clearer than before, seemingly right on the street. Wuyang's heart tightened, and he cautiously peered through a gap. He finally saw a dark figure crawling on the street, resembling both a human and a wolf, sniffing the ground. A blood puppet. However, it seemed to have noticed them. The blood puppet sniffed in their direction and began to approach their store. Su's heart raced, and he cursed under his breath. He had forgotten how keenly aware these creatures were. Now he was in trouble. Blood puppets were not particularly scary, but they rarely came alone. Fighting one in the dark was extremely dangerous. Boom! A sharp hiss suddenly pierced the air as the blood puppet turned and leapt onto the roof, disappearing quickly. Wuyang's back was sweating from nervousness. He let out a slight sigh of relief, but soon became tense again as he heard the distant sharp cries of the blood puppets, along with shouts of anger and sounds of fighting. Chapter 35. Dragged into the water, Wuyang heard movement behind him and saw Xiang Yuanhang and the others had already arrived at the window, weapons in hand. Their faces grave. Peng Dan whispered, "It has been a long time since we discovered blood puppets in Daxing Town. Why are there suddenly so many?" Xiang Yuanhang replied quietly, "They might have come from other towns." At that moment, the distant sounds of shrieking and shouting grew louder, accompanied by gunfire and a massive roar, which was extremely clear in the quiet night. Lu Fu whispered, "A bunch of fools, still daring to use guns. They're really asking for trouble." Xiang Yuanhang looked at everyone and said, "Something's not right. Stay alert and defend yourselves. I'm going to take a look. Peng Tong, you're in charge here." Peng Dan nodded. "All right, be careful." Xiang Yuanhang nodded, quietly opened the wooden board, slipped out, and Wuyang saw him move, leaping onto a building over 5 or 6 meters high, then soaring away like a large bird. Wuyang mat vow. This must be the legendary lightness skill from the novels of my past life. The battle was extremely intense, with screams occasionally piercing the night sky. Everyone's expressions were serious. Although they sat down again, no one could sleep. Each scream signified the fall of a person. Wuyang's palms were sweating. The wilderness appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, it was fraught with danger. Suddenly, Lu Fudao said, "The scale of the battle seems to be increasing." Everyone's expressions shifted slightly as they looked at Lu Fu, well aware of his abilities. At that moment, Zhao Yunhao, who rarely spoke, said, "They're dragging other teams down." Xiang Yinhang rushed in, and Peng Dan anxiously asked, "Xiang Yinhang, what's going on?" Xiang Yinhang, with a grim expression, replied, "The number of blood puppets is considerable, with dozens of them, and it seems to be increasing. The Leisure hunting team, taking new recruits for training, has been discovered. They are dragging other teams down with them. The Silver Mountain hunting team has already been caught up in it, and the situation is not looking good. It might not be safe for us here either." At this moment, Zhang Cheng suddenly said, "Captain, today the Leisure people pass by here and know we are here." Everyone's faces changed dramatically, but Xiang Yinhang cursed angrily. "Damn these dogs. I told them to withdraw from here. Hurry up and pack your things. We need to leave." Lu Fu said, "Boss, where should we go?" Xiang Yinhang said in a deep voice, "To our third safe point." Everyone sprang into action quickly, packing their belongings, tying them to the cart. And Zhang Cheng harnessed the horse. Once everyone was ready, they hurriedly drove the cart out of the shop. However, their faces changed as heavy footsteps approached from the distance, accompanied by shrill howls. "Quick, speed up, it's right ahead," came an urgent voice. Xiang Yinhang's expression changed, and he said urgently, "That bastard Zhang Hai, let's go." Everyone rushed forward, and just then, a group of over 10 people appeared on the street, running while occasionally attacking behind them. Behind them, dozens of blood puppets were jumping and running on the street and rooftops, moving quickly and sporadically launching tail spikes that made a clinking sound as they hit the walls and ground, causing screams from those hit. Anyone who fell behind was immediately pounced on by the blood puppets, devoured in an instant, leaving behind nothing but dry skin. In just 100 meters, 2 people had already been consumed, and these people were running frantically. The first person, seemingly hearing the commotion, called out urgently, "Is that you, Brother Xiang Yinhang? Please wait. Let's join forces to defeat the blood puppets." Xiang Yinhang ignored him and urged, "Quick, speed up. Head to the second location. We can't let the blood puppets surround us." Just then, the excited howls of blood puppets erupted ahead, followed by several shrill cries as they rapidly approached. Not good. There are blood puppets ahead too. Everyone's faces changed instantly. Xiang Yinhang's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted a 3-story building with a courtyard that had a doorway nearby. He shouted urgently, "Get in here!" Lu Fu quickly darted out, faster than everyone else, kicking open a broken advertisement board and urging, "Hurry inside." Everyone rushed in, and Wuyang followed closely, feeling the urgency of the group as they entered through the main gate into a courtyard. Into the building, Xiang Yinhang shouted urgently, and everyone directly charged into a 5-story building in the courtyard. It was better to defend here than be surrounded by blood puppets outside. The hall was quite large, around 100 square meters, likely an old unit from the town. On the left side, there was a staircase leading to the second floor, and there were 2 passageways, each 2 meters wide, with several rooms on either side. Xiang Yinhang quickly said, "Park the cart at the back, block the stairs and passageways with the stuff." Zhang Cheng drove the cart to the back, while several people quickly moved debris that should have been used to block off the hall to seal the stairs and the left passageway. Here, a loud shout came from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps as several figures rushed in directly toward the small building. Suddenly, a scream echoed as the last person was struck by a sharp spike, being pulled back a meter or more. "Big Kue, boss, let's go, we can't save him." The group rushed into the building as 2 blood puppets howled and lunged toward the entrance. "Holy soldier technique. Shield strike. Boss retreat." At that moment, the man who had just entered urgently pulled him further inside. "Don't come any closer," Xiang Yinhang bellowed, his weapon pointed at the newcomers, causing them to stop abruptly. The blood puppets seemed to sense the presence of many people inside and halted, howling outside. With the sound of heavy objects falling, one blood puppet after another appeared in the courtyard, staring at the house and shrieking. Xiang Yinhang pointed his war spear at the newcomers and shouted angrily, "Jiang Hai, what the hell are you doing?" At that moment, the first to rush in was a middle-aged man in his 30s, who said in a deep voice, "Xiang Yinhang, I still have business with you. You are abandoning those in danger, going against the spirit of the holy soldiers." Xiang Yinhang retorted angrily, "I'm a fusion soldier. Didn't you holy soldiers never acknowledge that? Now you want me to uphold the spirit of the holy soldiers." The burly middle-aged man who rushed in last lunged at Jiang Hai, grabbing his collar and shouting, "Jiang Hai, you bastard, you're dead. Zhou Shan, I'm still blaming you for leading us into this. I still want to settle this with you." At that moment, the 8 people suddenly split apart, with 4 standing behind Jiang Hai and only 2 behind Zhou Shan, both sides on edge, ready to fight. "Everyone shut up," Xiang Yinhang said sternly. "What time is it to still be arguing? We should think about how to resolve the crisis at hand." Both sides stopped, knowing the gravity of the situation. Zhou Shan said angrily, "Jiang Hai," and Jiang Hai replied, "I'm ready anytime." Wuyang watched this scene, sighing in his heart. At this moment, these people were still infighting, which truly reflected the unchanging flaws of intelligent beings. At this time, his gaze shifted to a group of people led by Jiang Hai, where he noticed a woman among the 5. At a glance, he could tell that this woman was not a holy warrior. Her body was frail, and her face was pale as she completely leaned on a young man. This young man, dressed in luxurious battle attire typical of holy warriors, appeared to be a rich young master, but his pale face and anxious expression indicated that he was not a warrior. Wuyang glanced at the woman, noticing her ample curves, and suddenly had a realization. This guy wouldn't be bringing a woman out for fun, would he? Suddenly, his eyes slightly shifted, and he recognized a familiar face among Zhou Shan and the others. It was Ban Bao, the one who had clashed with Lai Hu in the tavern. The sounds of roaring echoed as the blood puppet climbed the wall, and glass shattered and fell, causing the woman to scream in fright and dive into the rich young man's arms. This further provoked the blood puppet, and everyone's faces changed as they turned to glare at the woman. She was truly asking for it. The blood puppet was becoming agitated and might soon attack. At this moment, although the young man's face was pale with fear, he gasped and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will protect you." Everyone shot him a glance, thinking to themselves that they were barely holding on to their own lives. Yet he was talking about protecting someone else. Truly, there were all kinds of people. Chapter 36 Blood Battle. Xiang Yuanhang said in a deep voice, "What is going on with you two? With your strength and a dozen holy warriors, how are you being pushed to this point by the blood puppets?" Before Jiang Hai could speak, Zhou Yinshan cursed angrily. "There's a blood fog beast hiding in the shadows, ambushing us and killing several of our team members." Jiang Hai replied solemnly, "I exchanged blows with it. It's a second-tier beast, very strong and fast. I can't handle it alone." Zhou Yinshan immediately retorted angrily, "So you dragged me into this mess." Xiang Yuanhang's expression turned serious as he said, "Both of you, we need to set aside our grievances and work together to get through this. Otherwise, none of us will see tomorrow's sun." Zhou Yinshan and Jiang Hai exchanged glances. He snorted coldly and turned away, not speaking. The fact that they hadn't started fighting was already a sign of restraint, but they understood what Xiang Yuanhang meant. If they separated, they would definitely be picked off by the blood fog beast, and only by cooperating could they have hope. Jiang Hai said solemnly, "Xiang Yuanhang, what do you propose?" Xiang Yuanhang looked around the hall and said, "We'll each guard 3 sides until dawn. The blood puppets will naturally retreat. Jiang Hai zipli sivio sili. Who will guard the main door?" Xiang Yuanhang replied indifferently, "Of course, you will guard it. You caused this, so you should be the ones to defend it." "Are you expecting me to do it?" "No way." Jiang Hai and Zhou Yinshan protested in unison. Xiang Yuanhang said sternly, "We will guard one passage and the stairs. You 2 groups will guard one passage and the main door. If you don't agree, we'll retreat to a room, and anyone who dares to approach will not blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, both of them changed their expressions. If Xiang Yuanhang really did that, they would be in a passive position. They were pursuing Xiang Yuanhang to drag him down with them to face the blood puppets together. Just then, a sharp roar pierced the air, painfully ringing in their ears. The blood fog beast was about to attack. Everyone's expressions changed. Jiang Hai said, "We are outnumbered. We will guard the passage." At that moment, Zhou Yinshan suddenly moved his body and retreated to the edge of the passage, which was only a little over 2 meters wide, allowing only 2 blood puppets to charge in at once, and the 3 of them could still defend it. Jiang Hai, seeing this, was furious and nearly spat blood, but there was no other choice. The blood puppets had already begun their assault, roaring as they charged toward the main door. He shouted urgently, "Wei Linda, stay by the entrance with me. Nanjing, Zifeng, find something to block the door." As he shouted, he and a burly man rushed to the entrance while another short man and the rich young master began looking for something to block the door. Meanwhile, Zhou Yinshan and his team were also moving to block the passage. Jiang Hai had already engaged the blood puppet at the entrance. Holding a black iron spear, he thrust it and sent one blood puppet flying. Wei Linda swung his heavy sword, slicing another blood puppet away. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of crashing came from the adjacent room, followed by the door exploding open as several blood puppets smashed through the first-floor door and charged into the passage, letting out excited roars as they rushed in. Xiang Yuanhang's team had already completed their assignments. He, Lai Hu, and Zheng Panzi were at the front, holding the line, while debris blocked the front. Lu Fu and Qian Jun guarded the passage, while Peng Dan and Zhao Yunhao held the stairs, and Zhang Cheng steadied the horse, with Su Wuyang protecting the cart. Qian Jun saw the blood puppets charging in. His eyes widened as he shouted, swinging his wolf-toothed club to smash the first blood puppet, sending it flying and knocking down a second one. However, a third blood puppet leaped up, its claws digging into the wall as it lunged at Qian Jun. At that moment, Lu Fu suddenly shot out like lightning, colliding with the blood puppet, and was immediately thrown back. Qian Jun reached out to catch him, and turned him around to shield him behind himself, while the blood puppet staggered back, a crack in its chest gushing blood. Wuyang's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Fu's speed was so fast that he couldn't even see how the opponent made their move, yet it had severely injured the blood puppet. Looking at its cheerful demeanor, one would think it was harmless, but its attacks were ruthless. The blood puppet's heart must have been pierced, with blood gushing out uncontrollably. Boom! At that moment, a roar echoed from the staircase, and the clutter blocking the stairs exploded, with a blood puppet charging straight towards Peng Dan and Zhao Yunhao. Suddenly, Peng Dan stepped forward, swinging a broad-bladed war knife, and the blood puppet was directly cleaved away, crashing onto the stairs, its body nearly severed, blood gushing down the staircase. Hiss! The blood puppet let out a sharp scream as another blood puppet leaped down from above, pouncing towards the two. Just then, the sound of a swift arrow pierced the air, striking the blood puppet in mid-air and nailing it to the wall behind. Only then did the blood puppet emit a painful shriek. Wuyang's eyes suddenly narrowed as he saw a black crossbow bolt lodged in the chest of the blood puppet. He looked at Zhao Yunhao, who was holding a crossbow with a bolt that he had just fired. This seemingly weak and silent person, who often appeared to have little presence, was actually a long-range attacking Saint soldier. The speed of the bolt was something he could absolutely not evade. If it were a surprise attack, few could withstand it. He suddenly understood that after gaining supernatural powers, even the weakest person should not be underestimated, as underestimating anyone could come at a cost. In another passage, Zhou Yingshan and his 3 companions were engaged with blood puppets, and 2 blood puppets had already fallen in the passage. Zhou Yingshan, a Saint soldier, wielded a large shield, blocking the passage while the other 2 attacked. He noticed that the spotted leopard seemed to be a speed-type warrior, wielding a knife with incredible speed, moving like lightning, not inferior to Lu Fu at all. The most difficult situation was on Jiang Hai's side. He was holding an iron spear to block the blood puppets while also dodging the flying spikes. In a moment of chaos, the miscellaneous items that Nanjing and young Master Fu had just thrown over were immediately sent flying by the blood puppets, and they were unable to form an effective defense. However, Jiang Hai was very strong, managing to hold off 5 or 6 blood puppets alongside Wei Linda, and they were still able to maintain stability. This demonstrated the power of numbers. Without any one of them, they would not be able to hold their ground. Wuyang was eager to act, but he couldn't join in on such a great opportunity to kill the blood puppet. Just then, a scream echoed, and Wuyang looked over to see a warrior named Nanjing from the Thunderstone hunting group shot in the leg by a sharp spike, dropping his table and collapsing in pain. The wealthy young man seemed a bit dazed, as if he was scared. As Jiang Hai shouted, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly dragged Nanjing back, his face already pale. Hiss! The blood puppet let out a piercing shriek and suddenly whipped its tail, shooting several sharp spikes through the air. The wealthy young man screamed and fell backward, while Jiang Hai suddenly roared, flames erupting around him to form a fiery shield at the entrance. Ding ding ding! Several spikes hit the fiery shield, producing metallic clanging sounds and causing ripples. Jiang Hai suddenly thrust his spear into the ground, pushed forward with both hands, and shouted angrily, "Flame shockwave!" The air trembled, and the shockwave of flames burst forth, sending several blood puppets flying and crashing to the ground, where the flames burned them, eliciting their mournful howls. Jiang Hai's face turned somewhat pale as he grabbed his spear and shouted, "Kill them!" Wei Linda reacted quickly, almost without needing a command, as he swung his great sword down at a blood puppet, decapitating it, then turned the sword to strike another blood puppet. At that moment, a massive shadow lunged at him. Wei Linda's expression changed drastically as he turned and swung his great sword, but it was too late. A sharp claw pierced his abdomen, and he screamed in agony. "D!" Wei Linda roared, his eyes blood-red, swinging down his great sword, but in the next moment he was struck hard, spitting out blood and flying backward, crashing onto the steps, while the blood puppets rushed towards him with excited howls. Wei Linda! A loud metallic clash rang out, shaking Jiang Hai's body as he staggered back a few steps. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The battle had been manageable, but it changed in an instant, and the one who had ambushed them was likely the blood-mist beast. The blood puppets roared and charged at Jiang Hai, and Wei Linda. Jiang Hai swung his iron spear, driving back several blood puppets. His face contorted as he shouted, "Xiang Yuanhang, if you don't take action now, we will be in trouble. And you won't be safe either." Hiss! A piercing shriek rang out as the massive shadow lunged at Wei Linda. Jiang Hai's face turned urgent, but he was held back by the blood puppets. Wei Linda, pale-faced, tried to stand with his sword, but couldn't he, blood pouring from the wound he was holding. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, followed by the sound of a massive metallic clash. Xiang Yuanhang landed, stepping back 3 times before stabilizing himself. He grabbed Wei Linda and swept his war spear to knock a blood puppet away, shouting urgently, "Get back inside!" Jiang Hai bellowed as he used his iron spear to knock several blood puppets away and retreated quickly. Chapter 37. The first battle, the 3 retreated into the hall, and Xiang Yuanhang shouted, "Light the fire!" Clang! The sound of metal grinding fiercely echoed, and a great ball of flames erupted, illuminating the fierce tiger's face. The flames ignited the pile of wood below, instantly setting it ablaze and lighting up the hall. The sudden flames startled the blood puppets that had been charging, causing them to pause, and Xiang Yuanhang swept his spear to knock 3 blood puppets away. The blood puppets were momentarily halted by the burning flames, shrieking from the shadows. Xiang Yuanhang threw the people into the hall and guarded the entrance. Jiang Hai shouted urgently, "Nanjing, the healing potion." "Nanjing," his face pale, replied, "There isn't any left." "What? None left?" Jiang Hai's expression changed instantly. Nanjing said nervously, "I used the last one." Jiang Hai felt furious, realizing that this idiot had used the precious potion even with a leg injury, but he could only suppress his anger for now as Wei Linda's abdomen bled uncontrollably. His expression was grim as he looked at Xiang Yuanhang and said, "Brother Xiang, do you have any healing potion to spare?" Xiang Yuanhang's face showed difficulty, and at that moment Ban Bao suddenly said, "Captain Xiang should have just bought 10 potions, right?" Xiang Yuanhang's expression darkened as he glared sharply at Ban Bao, while Zhou Yinshan also looked angrily at him. Jiang Hai's expression brightened as he quickly said, "Brother Xiang, I'm willing to buy 5 for double the price." Xiang Yuanhang replied solemnly, "Impossible. I have important uses for them. I can only spare you 1. Zhou Yinshan's eyes flickered as he said, "Brother Xiang, allow me 1. Xiang Yuanhang firmly refused. "No, if there are no serious injuries, I won't give any out. This is for my team member survival." Zhou Yinshan felt a bit anxious, but didn't say anything more. As Xiang Yuanhang attacked, he said in a deep voice, "Zhang Cheng, get a healing potion." Zhang Cheng pulled out a box from under the cart, and everyone looked at the box, with Zhou Yinshan and Jiang Hai's eyes shining. Su Wuyang finally understood why Zhang Cheng never left the carriage. It was not to protect those items, but the medicinal liquid. He knew that this box was worth over 100,000. He was present at the time and saw Xiang Yuanhang pay for it. Zhang Cheng handed the medicine to Liu, who then passed it to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai said in a deep voice, "We need to hurry," as he quickly opened the vial and poured the liquid into Wei Linda's mouth. After a while, the blood from Wei Linda's wound finally stopped, but he had already lost his fighting ability. The wealthy young man's face turned pale, and his eyes filled with panic, feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, a shrill scream echoed again, and countless blood puppets roared, seemingly showing no signs of diminishing in number, causing everyone's expressions to change again. Xiang Yuanhang said solemnly, "Jiang Hai, we need to hold the entrance. Dawn is approaching." Jiang Hai stood up and replied seriously, "Okay." At this moment, even Jiang Hai knew there was no other way but to hold their ground. If they were to be scattered, it would definitely be dangerous. He still had to protect the wealthy young man and could only rely on Xiang Yuanhang. The blood flowing from Wei Linda ignited the ferocity of the blood puppets, making them even more frenzied. Jiang Hai and Xiang Yuanhang, with their formidable strength, barely managed to hold the entrance, while the pressure on the others increased dramatically. 3 blood puppets charged out rapidly from the ceiling, the ground, and the walls, pouncing towards Qian Jun and Lu Fu. Qian Jun swung his club, smashing 1 blood puppet to the ground, while another one charged from the wall and another from the ceiling. Liu Fu dodged, and with a flash of cold light in his hand, he thrust his dagger, hitting 1 blood puppet but he let out a pained hiss as his arm was slashed by the blood puppet's sharp claws, blood gushing from his shoulder to his hand, forcing Lu Fu to retreat hastily. From the ceiling, a blood puppet roared and pounced down, its mouth wide open filled with sharp teeth. At that moment, Qian Jun stepped forward, throwing a punch that struck the blood puppet's head, sending it flying, and he quickly retreated a few steps. The blood puppet that had scratched Lu Fu, however, roared and lunged at Lu Fu again, blood gushing from its chest, making it even more frenzied, its mouth opening wide, revealing its menacing sharp teeth gleaming ominously in the flames. Lu Fu clutched his injured hand, hurriedly backing away, and shouted urgently, "Zhang Cheng, Holy Soldier Technique, Round Moon Slash." At that moment, a clear shout rang out, and the round moon sword light slashed out, striking the blood puppet's chest, causing blood to explode forth as the blood puppet let out a painful roar and flew backward. Zhang Cheng, who was about to charge out, stopped in surprise, looking at the rushing Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he unleashed the holy weapon technique, lunging forward. With a single sword strike, he decapitated the blood puppet, not pausing for a moment. He stepped aside, charging toward the blood puppet that had just been knocked down by Qian Jun and was about to rise. He swung his sword downwards. The blood puppet roared, its claws sweeping out, but Su Wuyang sliced through them, the sharp sword cleaving into its head, splitting it open and spraying blood. Without lingering in battle, Su Wuyang quickly retreated. The blood puppets in the passage let out furious roars and charged toward him. "Fall back." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, and the robust figure of Zheng Fatty burst out beside him, swinging his hammer. The blood puppet let out a miserable howl as its bones cracked, its chest caved in, and it flew back, colliding with several other blood puppets. "Well done, Brother Wuyang. Clean and efficient." Qian Jun, with his honest face, also broke into a smile, saying, "Good." Su Wuyang smiled brightly, knowing that from this moment on, these people recognized him. At this moment, Fat Zheng shouted, "Qian Jun, come and block it. I can't hold on by myself." "Coming." Qian Jun shouted loudly, charging forward with a wolf fawn club. The two of them directly blocked the passage, as if they were two great doors, preventing the blood puppet from getting through. Su Wuyang's heart raced. Although he had appeared nimble just now, his energy was highly concentrated, and he had exerted himself to the fullest. If he had slowed down even a bit, he could have been surrounded by the blood puppets. It was already difficult for him to deal with one, let alone two or three. At this moment, he was still panting heavily, but his eyes were bright and focused. The two blood puppets had given him over 70% of the experience. This was much faster than his own training. If he killed one more, he would level up and become a second-level warrior. Lu Fu was helping Zhang Cheng bandage his wounds. His hands were covered in blood, and his face was pale, but he still smiled and gave Su Wuyang a thumbs up. Su Wuyang revealed a shy smile, scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhang Cheng also glanced at Su Wuyang, and then continued to bandage Lu Fu. Su Wuyang turned his head to look at the battlefield, searching for an opportunity to strike again. The situation on the battlefield was not bad. Everyone seemed to see hope, and Su could truly hold on. Dawn was not far away. The passage was filled with blood puppets' corpses, almost blocking the way, and the bloody smell assaulted everyone's nostrils. Su Wuyang frowned slightly. The blood energy was too intense. Boom! At that moment, a loud roar suddenly came from upstairs, as if a giant hammer was pounding on the floor, and a large amount of shattered walls fell from the ceiling. Everyone was startled and looked up. Another booming sound erupted, and countless cracks appeared on the ceiling, with debris falling down. "Not good. The blood mist beast is above." Zhou Yinchan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted urgently. Chapter 38. Wuyang's finishing blow. The woman in red looked up at the cracked floor and let out a terrified scream, covering her ears and hiding into the arms of the wealthy young man, who also turned pale and pulled her toward a corner. "Young Master Lei, help me." Nanjing dragged Wei Linda, but his leg was injured and he couldn't exert much strength. However, young Master Lei scolded, "What do you care about that useless person? Come here and protect me. I'm injured. I'll skin you alive." Saying this, he went to comfort the frightened woman. Wei Linda's face was grim. Nanjing gritted his teeth, but still dragged Wei Linda to the side, blood oozing from his leg wound again. At this moment, no one had time to care about their internal conflict. Everyone's faces turned ugly. The roof was breaking, a large gap opened, and everyone couldn't defend themselves. When the blood puppets rushed in, it would all be over. And indeed, what they feared came to pass. Another loud crash shook the entire building, and the floor directly broke apart, falling downwards. A large cloud of dust surged out, and everyone hurriedly covered their mouths and noses while retreating, their hearts sinking. The bonfire was extinguished instantly, plunging the hall into darkness. Xiang Yuanhang shouted sternly, "Retreat." At this point, defending the main gate had no meaning. He hurriedly retreated towards his team, and Jiang Hai did the same. The blood puppets shrieked, and several blood puppets charged out from the large hole above, pouncing towards the two. Xiang Yuanhang swung his battle spear, sending the blood puppet flying, leaping over the broken floor to join his team. Jiang Hai similarly knocked away the blocking blood puppets and rushed to the corner where Nanjing and the others were. As the main gate lost its defense, several blood puppets surged out in an instant. Zhou Yinshan's expression changed drastically. He shouted in a deep voice, "Follow me." He smashed his battle shield, sending a blood puppet flying as he charged forward, urging the two to follow him into a nearby room. "Hold the door. I'll guard the window." He smashed the giant shield, directly knocking the blood puppet against the wall inside the room. He stepped forward, slashing with his knife to kill the blood puppet, then blocked the doorway. Zhou Yinshan knew very well that they couldn't hold the hall, but they could still have a retreat by guarding the room. If there was a chance, they could rush out from here and let them hold off the blood-mist beast. The blood puppets let out excited howls, charging in through the door and the hole in the ceiling, lunging at everyone. Jiang Hai swung his iron spear to block the blood puppets, while Nanjing also wielded his knife to help. The wealthy young man held a sword in his hand, but turned pale, not daring to make a move. He no longer had the previous arrogance. On Xiang Yuanhang's side, the fierce tiger worked in tandem to block the blood puppets, and Zhang Cheng also rushed forward. At this moment, Su Wuyang found an opportunity to step forward and block the blood puppets. Right now, he was not thinking about leveling up, but about survival. The situation was quite urgent. In direct combat, he realized that his strength was far inferior to the blood puppets. They were fast and strong. He had only managed to kill them by taking advantage of their injuries. Just as he caught one blood puppet, its claw swiped his long sword aside, numbing his hand and forcing him to step back. The blood puppet roared and lunged at him, its huge claws reaching for his throat, the cold wind making his pores stand on end. Clang! With a sound of metal clashing, the blood puppet was sliced away and crashed into the ruins, its head nearly cut in half. He looked over and saw Zhang Cheng nodding at him, once again facing another blood puppet. His knife skills were extremely fast, like lightning, leaving only a flash of white light. Every time the knife passed, the blood puppet would be injured. He was shocked. Zhang Cheng was actually this strong, and this team was truly not to be underestimated. There wasn't a single weakling among them. Boom! At this moment, a blood puppet was swept away by the fierce tiger's paw, rolling to Su Wuyang's feet. Fierce tiger roared, "Wuyang, finish it off." Su Wuyang instantly reacted, stepping forward, and thrust his sword directly into the blood puppet's head. The blood puppet let out a tragic howl, and as the sword was pulled out, blood gushed out. The blood puppet's body twitched a few times before losing all life. Buzz! Su Wuyang felt a slight tremor in his mind as the holy weapon surged with radiant light, akin to a suddenly brightening moon. He sensed a warm flow rushing from his mind into his body, suddenly enhancing his strength. The holy weapon in his hand seemed to be charging, its glow subtly pulsing, as if it had become stronger, creating a marvelous sensation that he could clearly perceive. He leveled up. He never expected to level up just one day after coming out. A surge of passion ignited in his chest, and his eyes burst with fierce combat intent as he charged into the defense line, seeking an opportunity to kill the blood puppet. That bastard Zhou Yinshan. At this rate, he would be exhausted. The blood puppets were increasing in number, seemingly endless, and he was already extremely fatigued, struggling to keep up with his strength. Although he was indeed a battle master, he was only at the beginner level, and his strength had limits. He originally thought this would be an easy job, but it turned out to be a deadly assignment. Xiang Yuanhang, this can't go on. We must kill that blood-mist beast, or we'll all be done for. Jiang Hai gritted his teeth and shouted. Xiang Yuanhang's eyes flickered slightly, and he barked, Zhou, Yinshan. We will find a way to slay the blood-mist beast. Are you in or out? As long as you can hold off the blood-mist beast. I will definitely join in. Zhou Yinshan's voice came from the adjacent room. At this moment, he was just as anxious as he had imagined. The blood puppets had not relaxed their attacks. The blood-mist beast clearly wanted to keep all of them behind. He was also struggling, as the windows of this room were too large, making defense extremely difficult. Jiang Hai, you go lure out that blood-mist beast. Zhou Yinshan and I will support you at any time to slay the beast. Xiang Yuanhang shouted loudly. Without waiting for Jiang Hai to respond, he continued. This matter started because of you, Jiang Hai, and it must end because of you. If you don't step up, no one will. Jiang Hai, I can promise you that your people can enter my protection circle. Jiang Hai's eyes flickered. This was a dangerous task that could even cost him his life. He had to weigh the risks. What if they deceived him? At that moment, the wealthy young man spoke up urgently. Jiang Hai, hurry and agree. Quickly kill the blood-mist beast. If anything happens to me, my father won't let you off. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai's expression instantly darkened. He glanced at the wealthy young man, anger flashing in his eyes, and then he sternly shouted. He suddenly looked at Nanjing, the wealthy young man, and shouted, Go! I'll take you to their side. Jiang Hai unleashed a surge of power, his combat strength soaring, as he thrust his iron spear to sweep and kill 3 blood puppets, leading everyone toward Xiang Yuanhang's encircled area. Xiang Yuanhang's war spear erupted, clearing a path for the others as they rushed in. The wealthy young man immediately pulled the woman and hid by the carriage, while Nanjing drove Wei Linda in as well. Jiang Hai and Xiang Yuanhang exchanged a glance, and he shouted, Xiang Yuanhang, I hope you keep your promise. Su Wuyang could only assist from the sidelines, and apart from picking up the scraps, he and T killed a single one. At that moment, he saw an opportunity. Jiang Hai's powerful impact sent 5 or 6 blood puppets flying, one of which landed not far from him. He stepped forward, his long sword slashing out, and the blood puppet's head flew off, blood spraying all over him, reeking terribly. Yet he felt exhilarated, having finally slain one. However, he was very clear-headed and didn't get greedy, wanting to retreat. At that moment, Xiang Yuhang's voice came through, saying, Quick, kill the other few. His eyes brightened at these words, and he saw Liehu and Xiang Yuhang charging out. He understood that Xiang Yuhang wanted to take advantage of Jiang Hai blocking the outside blood puppets to clean up the ones inside the room and eliminate future troubles. A blood puppet climbed up and let out a roar as it charged at Su Wuyang. At this moment, Su Wuyang felt a surge of energy within him. He shouted fiercely, activating his holy weapon technique. The crescent moon sword light pierced through the blood puppet's chest, sending it flying, and it roared as it still tried to get back up. Su Wuyang stepped forward, and at that moment he saw Liehu, who had already dealt with the other few for Yuanhang and Zhang Cheng. Su Wuyang retreated to the back, his heart racing with excitement. The results were good. He had slain 2 more creatures, and when he checked his experience points, he found he had reached 45%. As expected, leveling up to the 2nd tier had increased the amount of experience gained. To reach the 3rd tier, he would need to kill at least 3 more. For others, this crisis was a source of anxiety and panic, but Su Wuyang saw it as an opportunity to level up, thus significantly reducing his tension and fear, focusing entirely on his advancement. Onward. At that moment, a loud shout echoed outside. Flames erupted, illuminating the courtyard. And Jiang Hai was battling a monster much larger than the blood puppets. Zhou Yinshan, Xiang Yuanhang shouted, his eyes suddenly radiating fierce light. A powerful aura of blood erupted from him, shooting out instantly as he shouted, Lethal Tiger, you handle the defense. Like a wild bull charging, he unleashed tremendous power, directly sending several blood puppets flying, and he rushed out. Immediately after, the sound of intense fighting erupted outside. I'm trapped and can't get out, hold on. Zhou Yinshan's voice came from the room. Zhou Yinshan, you damn bastard. Jiang Hai's angry voice rang out from outside, accompanied by the roar of a giant beast. In the flames unleashed by Jiang Hai's attack, two figures could be seen battling a monster that was twice the size of the blood puppets and extremely fast. Chapter 39. Well done, Wuyang. Wuyang was shocked, realizing just how strong Xiang Yanhang was at that moment. The blood puppets were directly sent flying under the war spear, either cut in half or completely severed, as several blood puppets were killed in an instant. The fierce tiger shouted, "Defend! Everyone stay in formation. Do not let the blood puppets break in." The blood puppets did not retreat from the two assaults. Instead, they became even more frenzied, attacking the crowd from above and below. For a moment, everyone was in a bit of a panic, struggling to maintain the defense that Xiang Yanhang and the others had set up. Xiang Yanhang alone was defending a large area. Nanjing also stepped forward to assist, but only that young Master Lei was hiding by the side of the carriage, holding a sword with a fearful expression, though he still tried to appear calm. The woman was directly trembling in his arms, while Wei Linda was gravely injured, sitting against the wall. Wuyang was also caught in a fierce battle. A blood puppet lunged at him, and he swung his sword, but the blood puppet's body instantly leaped away, landing on the wall. With a flick of its tail, a sharp spike shot towards him, and Wuyang quickly dodged to avoid it. A woman's scream echoed, and Wuyang glanced over to see that the woman had a spike protruding from her abdomen, while the rich young man's expression changed drastically as he shouted anxiously, "Yeah." Wuyang had no time to deal with this. The blood puppet lunged at him from the wall. He hurriedly swung his long sword again, but the blood puppet twisted its body and managed to evade the blade, its sharp claws reaching for his neck. In an instant, his hair stood on end, and almost instinctively, he forced his body to turn sideways, the sword following his movement to slash out. The blood puppet let out a mournful roar and dodged to the side, a long bloody gash appearing on its chest. As the blood puppet fell to the ground, it roared in anger and pounced again. Liu glanced at Wuyang and said, "Wuyang, how's it going?" Wuyang's face was a bit pale as he said, "I'm fine." Immediately, he rushed forward to block the gap, feeling a mix of emotions. Luckily, he had just delivered a swift strike. Otherwise, he would definitely have been injured today. His holy weapon had upgraded, strengthening his body a bit, but he still needed time to hone his skills and hadn't fully reached the second-level strength. Moreover, his combat experience was too limited, and he had no martial techniques at all, which put him at a disadvantage. It seemed that he still needed to learn combat skills. Relying solely on holy weapon techniques was not enough. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Zhang Cheng suddenly shouted angrily, and they saw that the Thunder Young Master had been kicked out by Zhang Cheng. Everyone looked over, and when they saw the box on the ground, they understood what was happening. The Thunder Young Master got up from the ground, wanted to snatch the box, and shouted urgently, "The potion! Give me the potion! I'll pay double no, 5 times! Get lost!" Zhang Cheng shouted angrily, kicking him against the wall, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Cheng stared at the knife in his hand, pressing it against his neck, and said in a deep voice, "If you want to die, try moving again." The Thunder Young Master realized the severity of the situation and dared not try to snatch it again. The others were too busy to care. They really didn't know where this punk had come from. Hiss! At that moment, a sharp screech sounded from outside, filled with rage, and everyone felt pain in their eardrums from the high-pitched noise. At this time, all the blood puppets stopped, emitting a screech, and then turned to rush outside. Everyone felt relieved. The blood puppets were finally retreating, but then they tensed up again, realizing that this retreat was likely to support the blood mist beast. Xiang Yuhang. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from outside, followed by another violent roar. Holy weapon technique, flame impact. A violent wave of flames surged out, illuminating the courtyard. A fire shockwave struck a 2-meter radius, sending several blood puppets and a massive blood mist beast flying, their bodies engulfed in flames. Holy weapon technique, blood chi slash. A thunderous roar erupted, and a figure leaped up, the battle spear radiating a blood-red light, slicing through the air with a bloody blade aimed at the blood mist beast. A mournful howl sounded as the blood mist beast was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Its massive weight hit the ground, causing blood to spurt out. Suddenly, it screeched and leaped over the wall. still trying to escape. Xiang Yuhang roared, and the battle spear in his hand shot out, producing a heart-wrenching scream as it fell heavily into the courtyard, shaking the ground with its several hundred-kilogram weight. Xiang Yuhang staggered back a step, almost collapsing, while the spear embedded in the blood-mist beast shattered and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the blood puppets all screeched, and Xiang Yuhang's expression changed as they turned and jumped into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Xiang Yuhang truly lost his strength now, his body going soft as he sat down on the ground. "Captain!" At that moment, Liahu shouted, then urgently said, "Zhang Cheng, Lu Fu, you guys hold the fort?" After saying that, he dashed out. Su Wuyang's eyes flashed, and he followed suit, rushing into the courtyard, using the flickering firelight on the ground. He saw the situation in the courtyard and couldn't help but gasp. There were over a dozen blood puppets lying down, and there was a blood mist beast that was twice the size of all the blood puppets combined. Liahu rushed to Xiang Yuhang's side and urgently asked, "Captain, how are you? Are you injured?" Xiang Yuhang smiled and replied, "It's fine, just a bit exhausted. This second-level blood mist beast is very strong. If it weren't for Jiang Hai, we would have been in real trouble. Brother Jiang Hai." At that moment, a startled cry rang out in the courtyard. Xiang Yuhang and Liahu looked over to see Nanjing supporting Jiang Hai, who looked anxious. In the firelight, they could see Jiang Hai's pale face, a hand pressed against his chest, looking at Xiang Yuhang with a slightly changed expression. They saw a sharp spike about a foot long embedded in his chest, blood already staining his clothes. Xiang Yuhang hurriedly stood up and rushed to Jiang Hai's side, urgently asking, "How did you get hit?" Jiang Hai's face was pale as he forced a smile and said, "I couldn't dodge the last strike. Give me a potion and some bandages." Jiang Hai weakly said, "Thank you, Brother Xiang. As long as Jiang doesn't die, I will definitely repay this favor. The potion is here." At that moment, Liahu rushed over, handing the potion to Xiang Yuhang and muttering, "Boss, that rich young master wanted to snatch the potion, but Zhang Cheng caught him." Xiang Yuhang paused for a moment, narrowed his eyes slightly, took the potion, and uncorked it to feed it to Jiang Hai. Nanjing was somewhat at a loss. Now that Jiang Hai was seriously injured and the team was all hurt, being the weakest, didn't know what to do. What would he do if Jiang Hai died? After taking the potion, Jiang Hai's complexion became flushed, the potion starting to take effect. This was the power of the potion, saving his life at a critical moment. His rapid breathing eased considerably, and the blood from his wound began to decrease. Seeing that was about time, Xiang Yuhang looked at Jiang Hai and said, "Hang in there, I'm going to pull out the spike. Let's see how lucky you are." Jiang Hai nodded, and Xiang Yuhang grasped the spike and pulled it out. Jiang Hai let out a painful grunt, blood gushing out. Xiang Yuhang hurriedly applied bandages, using several layers to stop the bleeding and secure the wound. Hiss! At that moment, a blood puppet let out a sharp scream, startling everyone. They all turned to look. Su Wuyang had just stabbed a sword into the mouth of a blood puppet lying on the ground, killing the severely wounded blood puppet. Seeing everyone looking over, Su Wuyang beamed a bright smile at them, though it had an eerie quality. Seeing this, everyone felt a sense of relief. Xiang Yuhang, also forgetting his tension, remembered that the most important thing on the battlefield was to eliminate dangers. He had just been anxious about Jiang Hai's injury and overlooked this part. He shouted loudly, "Wuyang, good job. Take care of those that are injured." "All right." Su Wuyang responded with a sound and rushed to the other end where a blood puppet, half of its body missing, was still crawling forward. He stepped forward and struck its head off with a sword. At this moment, he felt excited, as his experience points had increased to 87%. Killing one more would be enough for a level up. However, there were only 2 severely injured in the courtyard, and the lightly injured ones had escaped. He felt a bit disappointed, but at that moment his gaze suddenly shifted to the blood-mist beast lying on the ground, as its chest seemed to still be moving. Su Wuyang's eyes suddenly brightened. He walked toward the blood-mist beast with his sword in hand. It was the first time he had seen the blood-mist beast up close. Lying on the ground, it resembled a large tiger, measuring over 2.5 meters in length, and with its tail, it was about 5 meters long. Its muscles were prominent, showcasing great strength. The sharp claws were chilling to behold, and its entire body was blood red, devoid of any fur, as if it had been skinned emitting an extremely foul odor. Su Wuyang's eyes sparkled with light as he suddenly raised his sword, plunging it directly into the blood-mist beast's head. The blood-mist beast let out a painful roar, trying to struggle. His expression changed drastically as he pressed down hard. The sword went straight into the brain. With a powerful twist, the blood-mist beast's body stiffened, began to tremble, and after a moment, its body completely went limp. Buzz! Suddenly, the sacred weapon in Su Wuyang's mind vibrated, flashing 3 times in quick succession. A powerful energy surged from the sacred weapon into his body, a warm current coursing through him, causing his blood to boil as if it were magma. Wherever it passed, his body rapidly strengthened. Ding received 2 bottles of basic healing potion. Ding opened the sacred weapon system backpack, initial space of 5 slots. Chapter 40. My dad is late. Jun Su Wuyang stood there with his sword, feeling a surge of immense power within his body. His eyes were filled with excitement, almost unable to suppress the urge to jump up. A blood-mist beast had given him so much experience points that his holy weapon jumped 3 levels directly, upgrading to level 5. This was something many holy weapon warriors would take a year or even several years to achieve, but he reached it in just 1 day. What thrilled him even more was that the holy weapon system's ability to obtain blood vials by slaying demons had also been activated, granting him 2 bottles of basic healing potions. He had killed so many blood puppets before without any reaction and had thought that the holy weapon system didn't have this function. Unexpectedly, it was activated after slaying the blood-mist beast. The system backpack was also activated, filling him with excitement and joy. The backpack was a storage space with numerous uses. This was the holy weapon system, incredibly powerful. With these functions, he felt more confident in surviving better in this world, even standing among the top powers. Without family, without restraints and ties, his only goal now was to grow stronger and pursue great power. With a thought, the holy weapon system appeared before him. And indeed, the holy weapon had upgraded to level 5, with experience points increasing by 30%. He saw that a backpack grid had appeared below, containing only 5 slots, one of which held 2 red vials identical to those in the game. Wuyang, are you okay? Huge Tiger, sorry, I got a bit too excited. I personally just took down a powerful blood-mist beast. Upon hearing this, Liehu laughed heartily and patted his shoulder, saying, "Second tier." Su Wuyang was slightly startled, but then he understood why he was able to advance to the first level of the 5th rank. Liehu laughed and said, "Of course. Otherwise, do you think it's so hard to kill? With the boss's abilities, the first level is nothing. You're lucky. This is your first wild hunt mission, and you get to see the 2nd level. This time, you've really hit the jackpot." Saying this, he approached the corpse of the blood-mist beast, shook his hand, and the flame grasp appeared, with 1 claw piercing into the beast's abdomen. Then he forcefully slashed, opening the abdomen and causing blood and entrails to gush out, releasing an extremely foul smell. Su Wuyang stepped back a few paces, but Liehu seemed unfazed, using his claws to poke around and revealing a yellow spiritual core the size of a jujube. Liehu picked it out and said to Su Wuyang, "Come on, quickly go in. We'll clean up the battlefield when it gets light." Su Wuyang only then realized what was happening. He looked over and saw Jiang Hai being carried inside, while Xiang Yuhang was watching them. He hurriedly followed Liehu inside. The hall had rekindled the fire, and the blood puppet's body had been thrown outside. However, at this moment, everyone was too exhausted to care. They sat among the ruins, looking battered. Peng Dan had scratches on his back, waist, and thigh, with the worst injury being 3 deep gashes on his waist, blood staining a large area. Zhao Yunhao had been pierced by a sharp object in his leg, bandaged with gauze, which was also soaked red with blood. Zheng Pongzi had even more wounds, but they were all minor. He seemed indifferent, sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall with a cigarette in his mouth. Qian Jun was in a similar state, unable to lift his wolf fang club, which he had thrown aside, still covered in chunks of flesh. Lu Fu had a bandage wrapped around one arm, seeping with blood, and had several other wounds. Zhang Cheng was in a slightly better condition, but he also had claw marks on his chest. Jiang Hai and Wei Linda were lying together, 2 unfortunate brothers. Nanjin's leg injury was much better, but he was still not moving well, while Lei Gongzi was in slightly better shape. His combat suit was also stained with blood, likely from the woman, who was leaning against the wall, her face pale, devoid of color, her eyes somewhat dazed, and sweat pouring down her forehead. At that moment, Lei Gongzi reacted, looking at Xiang Yuhang urgently. "Give me a bottle of medicine. 100,000 a bottle." Xiang Yuhang glanced at the woman and replied, "It's already hopeless. Giving her medicine would be a waste." Lei Gongzi's eyes were almost red as he shouted, "It's none of your business. Give it to me, 200,000 a bottle. My father is Lei Jun of the Shunfeng Martial Arts Hall. I can afford it." Xiang Yuhang's eyes flickered slightly, and the expressions of everyone else changed. Clearly, they were familiar with that name. Su Wuyang felt a slight stir in his heart. He had been to the Shunfeng Martial Arts Hall, but he did not know who Lei Jun was. "She's already dead." At that moment, Peng Dan suddenly spoke. Yeah. Lei Zifang cried out anxiously, rushing forward to check. After a moment, he slowly sat down, his face blank. Everyone else remained silent. They were accustomed to life and death and could not be too moved. Su Wuyang looked at Lei Zifang, the rich young master who seemed quite detestable, ignorant, arrogant, and somewhat ruthless, but he appeared to have a strong affection for this woman, which showed some loyalty. However, Su Wuyang felt no sympathy. What kind of place was this wilderness? Carrying a woman around everywhere was just asking for trouble. At that moment, young Master Lei cast a venomous glare at Zhang Cheng, then at Xiang Yuanhang, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces as if he wanted to remember them all. His eyes were cold as he gritted his teeth and said, "You all remember this. You, and you, won't escape. Ye's death is all your fault." Suddenly, the air fell silent. Qian Jun, Lai Hu, Zhang Cheng, and Lu Fu all stood up, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Young Master Lei's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a panic, "What are you going to do? My father is Lei Jun. If you dare to hurt me, he won't let you go." Clang! Lai Hu suddenly scraped his claws together, flames igniting as he glared fiercely at Lei Zifang, resembling a vicious wolf. "No, don't come over. Uncle Jiang. They're going to attack me. You must protect me." "Zifang, shut up." At that moment, Jiang Hai shouted. As he yelled, he began to cough violently, blood oozing from his wound and immediately soaking the bandage red again. He pressed on his wound, looking pale as he turned to Xiang Yuanhang and said. Xiang Yuanhang took a faint glance and pressed down on Lai Hu, saying, "Jiang Hai, I'll give you face this time, but if this matter affects our brothers, then don't blame us. I'm not afraid of Lei Jun." Jiang Hai hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Brother Xiang. I'll handle this matter well." Lei Zifang was also frightened and dared not speak further, though his eyes were unfriendly. Su Wuyang sighed slightly in his heart. Xiang Yuanhang was still somewhat merciful. This guy would definitely not let it go easily, and Jiang Hai's assurance was of little worth, as could be seen from his attitude towards Jiang Hai. Chapter 41. Target. Demonized sheep. Everyone sat down again, and the atmosphere was somewhat strange. With Lei Zifang causing a scene, the two groups clearly had developed some friction. Unlike the harmony they had during their previous cooperation, everyone sat quietly. He looked at his backpack, 2 bottles of basic potions, and was very eager to take them out and take a look. However, there were too many people now, and it would be inappropriate to take them out. If others noticed, it would be hard to explain, so he could only suppress this impulse and close his eyes to rest. He didn't notice that at this moment, Peng Dan was looking at him with a somewhat strange expression. Time passed little by little, and just as Su Wuyang felt drowsiness creeping in, he suddenly heard Xiang Yuanhang say, "Daylight has arrived." Su Wuyang suddenly opened his eyes. The campfire had dwindled to a small flame, and the light outside was faintly brightening, allowing them to see a bit of the courtyard scenery. Everyone stood up, having rested for over an hour, and they had all regained a good amount of strength. Their complexion had improved significantly. Even Jiang Hai's face was no longer as pale. It seemed the medicinal liquid was indeed powerful, combined with his second-tier strength. His recovery ability was formidable. Suddenly, Lei Zifang let out a terrified scream, his face pale and eyes wide with fear as he retreated behind Nanjing. Everyone turned to look and saw that the beautiful woman on the ground had turned a sickly green, with black markings crawling over her like thin snakes, which looked extremely unappealing. Lei Zifeng was so frightened that he rolled and crawled away to one side, and everyone looked at him with disdain. Previously, he had insisted on seeking revenge for her, but now he was too scared to even look. Xiang Yanhang said lightly, "Quick, clean up the battlefield. If we wait any longer, other teams might show up." Everyone started to act. If it weren't for the difficulties of moving at night and their exhaustion, and the fear that the blood puppet might not be dead yet and would launch a sneak attack, they would have dealt with the blood puppet long ago. They piled up the firewood, set it ablaze, and threw the woman's corpse into the fire, while Lei Zifeng didn't even try to stop them. Not daring to look any longer, Su Wuyang found it amusing. It was true that a beautiful face without substance had no allure. Jiang Hai barely stood with the support of Nanjing, while Wei Linda sat weakly on the steps, staring blankly at the fire. Xiang Yuanhang walked up to Jiang Hai, holding a cloth bag in his hand, and said, "There are a total of 7 spirit cores, 1 second-tier blood mist B spirit core. Let's divide them per person. What do you think?" Jiang Hai shook his head and replied, "You take these, Brother Xiang. We don't want any. If it weren't for you today, we would have been done for." Xiang Yuanhang looked at Jiang Hai and, after a moment, said, "You don't have to pay for the potion, Brother Jiang. Let's call it even." Jiang Hai wanted to say something more, but Xiang Yuanhang waved his hand and said, "Let's leave it at that." Jiang Hai stopped arguing and looked at Xiang Yuanhang, saying, "Then we part ways here." "I, Jiang Hai, will remember this kindness." Xiang Yuanhang replied lightly, "Well said." Xiang Yuanhang led the group to the street with the cart, while Nanjing drove an off-road vehicle over. Watching Wei Linda and Jiang Hai get into the car, it roared away from the town, while Xiang Yuanhang and his group headed towards the city. Zheng Pengzi asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Xiang Yuanhang glanced around and said quietly, "I'll explain in detail once we get to the place." Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled, but out of trust in Xiang Yuanhang, no one said anything. They passed through the town and walked another 3 or 4 miles to a small building, stopping in front of it with the towering mountains ahead. Xiang Yuanhang gathered everyone and said seriously, "Our target this time is a group of demonized sheep with an activity range in the mountain hollow ahead. There should be 30 to 40 of them. Given the current value of demonized sheep skins, if we can capture them all, it could be worth hundreds of thousands." Everyone's eyes lit up. Zheng Pengzi exclaimed, "Boss Xiang, is what you said true? Are there really that many?" Xiang Yuanhang smiled and replied, "Of course it's true. I personally found them. However, just the 4 of us can't block the valley entrance, so I invite all of you to come and help. Once we succeed, we'll share evenly." Zheng Pengzi's eyes brightened as he said, "Let's do it. I've been so poor lately, I might as well be in rags. If we pull this off, I can take a good break." Qianjun also boomed, "Boss Xiang, that's generous. We're in. Damn, hundreds of thousands. I can't earn that much in a year." Xiang Yuanhang nodded and looked at everyone. He paused, looked at them seriously, and said, Peng Dan's eyes lit up as he said, "Hundreds of thousands? I'm not rich enough to throw that away. Boss Xiang, we must do this deal." Zhao Yunhao said lightly, "I came here to make money." Xiang Yuanhang then turned his gaze to Su Wuyang and asked, "Wuyang, what do you plan to do?" Previously, everyone wouldn't ask Su Wuyang for his opinion, but this time, Su Wuyang showed his worth, not like young Master Lei, who was just a pretty face. In the first battle, he was extremely brave and had already killed several blood puppets. Su Wuyang smiled and said, "I'm just here to watch. I'll go along with everyone's wishes." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed and smiled at Xiang Yuanhang, saying, "All right, let's eat something, take a break, and then we'll prepare to act. This time, we will all act together." They found a sheltered spot, and Zhang Cheng and Su Wu prepared meat soup and baked cakes, allowing everyone to have a hearty meal. After resting for a while, their fatigue faded and their injuries were mostly healed, so they set off. This time, Su Wuyang did not stay behind to watch the cart. Everyone drove the cart along the small road towards the hollow in the mountain. Chapter 42. Zhou Yinshan. After walking a few hundred meters, the cart could no longer move forward. Zhang Cheng unhitched the horse and pushed the cart into the bushes. Su Wuyang saw Zhang Cheng take down a box. Leading the horse, they walked another 300 to 400 meters and arrived at the hollow in front of the mountain. Xiang Yuanhang signaled Zhang Cheng to tie up the horse, and the group quietly approached the hollow. After passing through a dense bamboo forest, the hollow came into view, and everyone's eyes brightened instantly. They saw a group of sheep leisurely grazing on the slope. These sheep were larger than ordinary ones, definitely over 1.5 meters tall. Their horns were somewhat intimidating, growing forward in dark red as if stained with blood, complemented by their blood-red eyes, making it clear that even while grazing, they were quite terrifying. Zhang Pengzi hesitantly said, "Xiang, are you sure we can deal with these demonic sheep?" Xiang Yuanhang smiled and replied, "The main action of a demonic sheep is to charge. If we pay attention, it won't be a problem. The key is that demonic sheep leader. As long as we take it down, the other demonic sheep will be easier to handle." He pointed to a demonic sheep lying on the slope, and everyone's eyes widened slightly as they finally saw it. That wasn't just a sheep. It was like a large horse, with huge dark red horns resembling those of a bull, growing forward. If it charged, it would surely cause serious harm. Seeing the concern on everyone's faces, Xiang Yuanheng confidently said, "I'll take care of the demonic sheep leader. Just hold it off for 5 minutes, and I'll handle the leader and come back to help you." Zhang Pengzi gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, fortune favors the bold. If we succeed this time, we won't have to freeze outside this winter." Xiang Yuanheng looked at the others, including Peng Dan and Zhao Yunhao, and seeing that no one opposed, he whispered, "All right, it's decided. Let's divide the tasks. Zhao Yunhao will start with the crossbow. Zhang Pengzi and Qianjun will charge in to scatter the group. Peng Dan and Zhang Cheng will be responsible for attacking. Zhao Yunhao will shoot from within with the crossbow, and Lu Fu and Su Wuyang will cover the perimeter to snipe. We cannot let a single demonic sheep escape." Su Wuyang secretly nodded. No wonder Xiang Yinheng gathered everyone. He had long had a plan. This combination is quite reasonable, with defense, offense, ranged attacks, and peripheral ambushes. He might just be the one delivering. However, now that he has shown some strength and gained recognition, he can participate in the ambush. But it's still just an ambush. Lu Fu's arm was heavily injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ambushing on the outskirts. So this is considered light work. Who? At this moment, Xiang Yinheng suddenly narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Brother Xiang, it wouldn't be good for you to hog such a good thing all to yourself." At this time, a voice rang out, and they saw Zhou Yinshan leading Ban Bao and another middle-aged man coming out from behind a bamboo forest. Everyone's eyes turned cold. These three had abandoned them and still dared to come out. Xiang Yinheng said lightly, "Zhou Yinshan, do you still have the face to come here? Do you think I'm easy to talk to?" Zhou Yinshan's eyes flashed with hatred. Then he looked at Xiang Yinheng and said, "This matter is aimed at that bastard Jiang Hai. He brought the blood puppets and deliberately dragged us down, causing the tragic deaths of my 2 brothers. How could I still trust him? Brother Xiang, you may believe him, but I do not. Not giving him a stab is already me being quite restrained." Xiang Yinheng replied lightly, "That is your matter with Jiang Hai. You can take your revenge if you have a grudge. What do you want to do here now?" Zhou Yinshan said. Hearing this, everyone was furious. This guy is truly shameless, speaking so casually. He must have followed them here. At this moment, Lai Hu leaned close to Xiang Yinheng's ear and said, "Captain, when you went to get the medicine that day, Ban Bao was beside us. He must have discovered something." Xiang Yinheng's eyebrows moved slightly as he looked at Zhou Yinshan and said, "Zhou Yinshan, in everything, there is a sequence of events. Now we, Yuan Heng, arrived first. Isn't it inappropriate for you to come in and disrupt things?" Zhou Yinshan smiled and said, "Brother Xiang, you're not being reasonable here. In the wilderness, it's customary for those who see to share. Last night's bloody battle, we killed quite a few blood puppets, and didn't he ask you for any spoils? I, Zhou Yinshan, think I've done well enough. Now, this demonized sheep has no owner. What is wrong with us hunting it by our abilities?" Lai Hu's eyes flashed with anger, and he was about to step forward, but was held back by Xiang Yinheng, who whispered, "Time waits for no one. If we delay any longer, more people might come." Lai Hu stopped upon hearing this. Xiang Yinheng looked at Peng Dan, who subtly nodded. And then he turned to Zhou Yinshan and said, "Zhou Yinshan, if you want to obtain the demonized sheep, that is fine. But we will take what we can by our abilities. Whoever hunts it gets it." Zhou Yinshan's eyes narrowed. Then he nodded and said, "Good, I agree," Xiang Yinheng said. "However, we cannot interfere with each other or steal kills. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind." Zhou Yinshan replied lightly, "A gentleman's word." Xiang Yinheng said, "Once said, it's hard to retract. We'll approach from different sides and not interfere, Zhou Yinshan said lightly, leading his two companions to the valley entrance, stretching his head to take a look, and immediately his eyes sparkled with excitement. He exchanged glances with Ban Bao and the other man, their eyes filled with eagerness, seeing over 30 demonized sheep, with their fur alone worth hundreds of thousands. Lai Hu looked at the three of them, his eyes blazing with anger, and said in a low voice, "Boss, are we really going to let them take the lead?" Xiang Yinheng replied lightly, "Let us wait and see." Then he turned to everyone and said, "Prepare to move." The two groups advanced along the mountainous edge, using trees for cover as they approached the location of the demonized sheep. After crossing a patch of wild grass and trees, they were only about 50 meters away from the demonized sheep. Without counting, there were definitely more than 30. Xiang Yinheng glanced at the other side of the valley, saw Zhou Yinshan and the others making no moves, and understood their intentions. He whispered, "Zhao Yunhao, get ready to act." The few quickly arranged themselves, with Zheng Pongzi and Qianjun at the front, Zhao Yunhao in the middle. He raised his crossbow, and with one shot, an arrow shot out, making a whistling sound as it struck a demonized sheep in the abdomen. The demonized sheep let out a cry and fell to the ground, immediately causing the rest to react. The leader of the demonized sheep jumped up, its blood-red eyes staring at them. "Charge!" Xiang Yinheng shouted, and Zheng Pongzi brandished a war hammer, while Qianjun lifted his wolf-toothed club, charging towards the demonized sheep, with the others following suit. Roar! The leader of the demonized sheep let out an angry roar, and instantly over 30 demonized sheep, their eyes blood-red, let out furious cries and rushed towards them, shaking the ground as if thousands of horses were galloping, an astonishing momentum. Zheng Pongzi's eyes flashed with seriousness. Then he narrowed them and shouted, "Holy weapon technique, violent diamond hammer." His hammer glowed with light as he roared toward the demonized sheep herd, swinging the giant hammer with a whoosh. "Holy weapon technique, titan strength." Qianjun also shouted, and a black iron belt around his waist suddenly lit up, instantly making his body seem to grow a size larger. His holy weapon was a strength-type belt, and with Qianjun's physique, he now resembled a titan, exuding an intimidating aura. In just 2 seconds, both sides collided. Boom! Zheng Pongzi swung his hammer, creating a loud boom as a demonized sheep was smashed, its horn broken, flying back into the herd. Qianjun also shouted as his wolf-toothed club swept out, sending 2 demonized sheep flying, causing chaos among the flock as several sheep collided and fell in a heap. Chapter 43. Stealing kills. The demonized sheep fell, knocking down a large area, and the momentum of the following demonized sheep was obstructed, causing them to scatter and disrupting their formation, losing the overwhelming force they had. At this moment, Peng Dan, Zhang Cheng, and Lai Hu also arrived. "Odi weapon technique horizontale sword slash." Peng Dan shouted as she charged out, her momentum impressive, swinging her large sword to create a silver arc in the air, sending 2 demonized beasts flying, their horns severed and their heads split open, blood spraying, while Peng Dan continued to charge towards other demonized sheep without stopping. "Holy weapon technique, step knife." Zhang Cheng shouted as he suddenly stepped forward, creating an illusion, instantly breaking into the herd of demonized sheep. The blade flashed quickly, and he was already 4 to 5 meters away, causing 3 demonized sheep to fall. "Odi weapon technique kaking flamklau." Lai Hu roared, his claws clashing with a piercing sound. Igniting flames and claw shadows flew out, sending 2 demonized sheep flying, their wounds charred and their fur burning. Zhao Yunhao was at the back of the team, shooting with his crossbow, his aim precise, able to kill a demonized sheep with just 2 arrows. Su Wuyang watched this scene, feeling a surge of shock in his heart. There were no weaklings in this team. Previously, the battle against the blood puppet was limited by the battlefield, and everyone had been holding back their strength, not fully unleashing their power. Now, with their full force erupting, the holy weapon skills were fierce, and in an instant, they had thrown the demonized sheep into chaos, knocking down 7 or 8 of them in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Su Wuyang saw 3 figures shooting out from the forest on the opposite side. It was Zhou Yingshan and his 2 companions. Leading them was Zhou Yingshan, moving at an incredible speed, covering the distance of several dozen meters in just 4 or 5 seconds. However, he directly swept past the demonized sheep and charged toward the demonized sheep leader behind. The captain and the others are trying to seize the demonized sheep leader, Lu Fu said anxiously. Xiang Yinhang replied calmly, "Let him seize it. Let's deal with the demonized sheep." After saying this, he shot forward in an instant, leaping over 10 meters, his feet striking the ground, causing the earth to explode. As he charged into the demonized sheep herd, his battle spear sweeping across, directly knocking 2 demonized sheep flying. Lu Fu followed closely, diving toward the demonized sheep. Su Wuyang was slightly taken aback. It seemed that he noticed a smile on Xiang Yinhang's face, as if he had long hoped for Zhou Yingshan to go after the demonized sheep. Boom! At that moment, a massive crashing sound erupted. He saw Zhou Yingshan collide with the demonized sheep leader, and the giant shield he was holding was sent flying, with his entire body sliding 5 or 6 meters across the ground, the earth exploding like it had been plowed. Zhou Yingshan's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, "A second-tier intermediate demonized sheep." Upon hearing this, Su Wuyang immediately realized that the smile in Xiang Yinhang's eyes was due to his guess that Zhou Yingshan would try to seize the demonic sheep leader. Therefore, he deliberately did not attack the leader. Su Wuyang was even more shocked. It seemed that Xiang Yinhang had long known that this demonic sheep was an intermediate level of the second tier, and he was luring Zhou Yingshan into action. In his heart, he was secretly alarmed. This Xiang Yinhang, who appeared to be a bold and righteous elder brother, was also a big schemer. It seemed that in this world, one could not underestimate anyone or be careless, for one might end up being sold out. Su Wuyang's eyes flashed with coldness. He didn't have a good impression of Zhou Yingshan anyway. It wasn't something he could control, as gaining experience points from killing the demonized sheep was what mattered. He also rushed out, facing a demonized sheep that charged at him head-on. The demonized sheep, with blood-red eyes, looked at the approaching Su Wuyang and let out a roar before lowering its head and charging towards him. Su Wuyang took a step to the right to dodge the impact, swinging his sword downwards. The blade struck the demonized sheep on its lower back, and a flash of light cut through, leaving a deep gash as blood gushed out. The demonized sheep let out a painful cry and turned to charge at Su Wuyang. He quickly swung his sword to intercept, clashing with the sheep's horns, producing a metallic ringing sound. The immense force numbed his hands, and he felt a surge of anxiety, fearing his sword might break. The powerful impact forced him to step back a few paces, while the demonized sheep was also pushed back. With a firm step, he gripped his sword with both hands, and the battle sword erupted with brilliance, unleashing a crescent moon slash that struck the demonized sheep's body, causing a wretched scream. Its neck was nearly severed, and blood sprayed out as the demonized sheep collapsed to the ground. Su Wuyang let out a sigh of relief after killing another demonic sheep. He scanned the battlefield and saw a large group of demonic sheep being scattered after Xiang Yinhang joined the fight, with more than a dozen already down. He hurriedly pounced on the next demonic sheep, knowing that if he delayed, there would be no share left for him. Roar! The leader of the demonic sheep let out a fierce roar, charging at Zhou Yingshan with its front hooves raised. Zhou Yingshan quickly slammed his giant shield forward, and a loud impact echoed as he was once again knocked back. Zhou Yingshan flew back 5 or 6 meters and took 2 steps back before stabilizing himself. His blood surged, and his arms felt numb. He glanced around and saw that Xiang Yinhang hadn't even come to help. Instead, he was hunting down other demonic sheep. At that moment, Zhou Yingshan realized he had been tricked. Xiang Yinhang must have known, but didn't tell him. Yet he couldn't blame anyone but himself for stepping into this. At this time, the leader of the demonic sheep roared again and charged at him with all 4 hooves, like a warhorse with overwhelming momentum. Bambao, kui ping, come help me, Zhou Yingshan shouted, finding himself in a difficult position. However, he understood that they wouldn't be able to grab many more demonic sheep. But if they could kill this leader, it would be enough. Ban Bao and Cui Ping were momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Zhou Yingshan's command, they rushed out. Holy soldier technique, spike arrow, Cui Ping shouted, as a blue ring on his finger lit up. A spike shot out, piercing straight towards the leader of the demonic sheep, striking just above its brow. Roar! The demonic sheep let out an enraged roar, suddenly rising on its hind legs, smashing down with its hooves. The ground exploded, sending dirt and grass flying, and a shockwave lifted the ground within 2 meters in front of it. Just as Ban Bao reached the scene, he was blown away, falling backward. Zhou Yinshan shouted, slamming his shield down in front of him. The tremendous force collided with the shield, pushing him back over a meter, and the ground was plowed up by the shield. At that moment, the giant horn of the demonic sheep crashed into the giant shield. The immense power shook Zhou Yinshan, who couldn't hold his ground, and he flew back 6 or 7 meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Ban Bao Dun Po. Yin expected Zhou Yinshan to be defeated, and now he was exposed. He quickly tried to retreat, but as soon as he moved, he caught the attention of the demonic sheep. The demonic sheep roared and charged at him with its giant horn. Ban Bao's face changed dramatically. The protective gear on his wrist glowed, and his body accelerated instantly. He let out a cry of pain as his back was slashed, revealing a long wound. Blood spurting out, but he didn't stop and hurriedly fled. Chui Ping, seeing this, reacted quickly and turned to run. He dared not approach again, while the demonic sheep's gaze turned back to Zhou Yinshan, roaring as it charged at him. Zhou Yinshan quickly stood up, shouting anxiously, "Brother Xiang, please help me. Let us kill the demonic sheep leader together." Xiang Yinhang responded loudly, "Brother Zhou, we agreed to fight our own battles and not interfere with each other. You handle it yourself. We'll take care of these demonic sheep." At this point, about 20 sheep had already fallen, leaving only 7 or 8. Even if he didn't intervene, they could completely handle it. Zhou Yinshan felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. Before he could blow up, the demonic sheep charged again, and he had no choice but to raise his shield to defend. He couldn't free his hands to attack. The powerful force struck him again, causing pain in his chest, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, feeling like his arms were about to break. At that moment, he felt intense hatred, not for himself, but for Xiang Yinhang and Jiang Hai. If his team had been complete, they could have easily taken this down. However, circumstances were stronger than individuals. If Xiang Yinhang didn't intervene soon, he was doomed. There was no escape. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brother Xiang, please help me. I want to take any credit for the demonic sheep leader." Only then did Xiang Yinhang respond loudly, "Okay, Brother Zhou, hold on. I'll be there soon." Chapter 44. The frustrated Zhou Yinshan cursed in his heart, gritting his teeth and bracing himself for another hit, which sent him flying back again, his shield nearly cracking. His face changed dramatically. If the shield broke, he would be finished. "Xiang Yinhang, hurry up. Hold on, I'm coming." Xiang Yinhang's face revealed a slight cold smile, and he shouted as he swung his war spear, killing the charging demonic sheep. His body moved, leaping towards the leader of the demonic sheep. Holy soldier technique, blood chi slash. The leader of the demonic sheep was shaken, its front legs buckling, running sideways a few steps before stopping, shaking its head, with blood at the junction of its giant horn and head. Zhou Yinshan's eyes narrowed. It was clear that Xiang Yinhang's strength had indeed surpassed his, and he feared he wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. Xiang Yinhang was just slaying a demonized sheep when he was suddenly shaken by the scene. Human strength could really reach such a level, striking down a demonized sheep weighing thousands of pounds with a force of over 1,000 pounds in a single blow. This is what it means to be a battle master. It seems that only by becoming a battle master can one be considered strong. He realized he needed to work hard to quickly rise to the rank of battle master. Boom! Suddenly, Xiang Yinhang kicked the ground, and grass and dirt flew everywhere as he charged forward. The demonized sheep also let out a roar, suddenly rising on its hind legs, ready to stomp down. "Holy weapon technique, break the army!" Xiang Yinhang shouted, and his war spear gleamed as he accelerated. The spear, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck the demonized sheep's abdomen. The spear pierced in, and the demonized sheep let out a tragic howl. Its body instantly sent flying and crashing heavily to the ground, with a large hole opened in its abdomen, blood gushing out. Zhou Yinshan's eyes suddenly narrowed as he wanted to step forward, but he hesitated. He didn't dare to provoke Xiang Yinhang further. Now that the demonized sheep was dealt with, if the other party turned against them, they would be in big trouble. The demonized sheep let out a roar and leaped up, charging towards Xiang Yinheng, blood spraying from its body, seemingly oblivious to its injuries. However, Xiang Yinheng shouted and swung his war spear, colliding with the demonized sheep. A huge booming sound erupted, and Xiang Yinheng was also knocked back several steps, while the demonized sheep was pushed back as well. The immense force caused more blood to spray forth, and its intestines spilled out from the massive wound. With blood-red eyes, the demonized sheep actually lowered its head to devour its own innards, blood dripping from its mouth as it stared at Xiang Yinheng, roaring and charging again. Such a ferocious scene made everyone tremble. This is what a demonized beast is like. Its vitality is strong, and it is crazed. Despite such severe injuries, it still wouldn't fall. Let's see how much blood you can spill. Xiang Yinheng shouted, charging out again and choosing to clash head-on with the demonized sheep. A tremendous crashing sound was heard, and with a crack, one of the sheep's horns broke off, blood gushing from the wound. The demonized sheep took a few steps back, its head shaking, and suddenly its front legs gave way, kneeling down. The demonized sheep had strong vitality, but couldn't withstand such blood loss and finally lost its strength. It struggled to stand up but failed several times, ultimately collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Xiang Yinheng was also sweating profusely, panting heavily. His strength was formidable, but killing this demonized sheep had still taken a tremendous toll. He approached the demonized sheep, thrusting his war spear down into its heart and twisting it violently. The demonized sheep's body trembled and soon lost its life. "Captain!" At that moment, Cui Ping dared to step forward, asking nervously. Zhou Yinshan glanced at him without saying a word, feeling extremely disappointed that no one had come to help him, and when danger appeared, they had all run away first. Ban Bao also came over, his back covered in blood and his face pale, struggling to walk as he said, "Captain!" Zhou Yinshan looked at Ban Bao and then at his own injuries, feeling a wave of despair. 2 people had died and 2 were injured on this outing, and they had gained nothing. He hadn't expected Jiang Hai and the others to succeed, which is why he had secretly run away, only to end up with nothing. They had seen Jiang Hai and the others leave, and also noticed that Xiang Yinheng had not left, but instead moved towards them. Ban Bao then mentioned that Xiang Yinheng and his group had other actions planned, which was why they had followed, only to find that not only had they gained nothing, but they were also injured, truly a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. For a moment, he felt disheartened and said in a deep voice, "Help me up, let's go." He had no face left to ask Xiang Yinheng to split the spoils. That would be courting death. They were in the wilderness, and now only Cui Ping had combat strength. Xiang Yinheng glanced at the 3 helping each other leave, his face expressionless, while everyone was watching. At this moment, all the demonized sheep had been slaughtered, and the ground was littered with their corpses. Wuyang also killed 3 heads. But what disappointed him was that the 3 heads only increased his experience by about 10%. It seems that in order to level up, the experience gained from killing low-level monsters is not enough. Lu Fu immediately nodded and said, "I understand." After speaking, he moved his body and flew out towards the valley. Xiang Yuhang looked at everyone and said, "Hurry up and skin them. We need to leave as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Su Wuyang hurried to take action. At that moment, he noticed that others had already started working, moving quickly, each one skilled and experienced, no less than the butchers from his previous life as cattle and sheep slaughterhouse, indicating that they were all used to handling such tasks. "Wuyang, be careful not to damage the hide, or it won't be worth much," Liehu reminded him. "Got it," Su Wuyang responded with a sound, watching others skin the animals. He also tried to do it. His small knife was not sharp enough, and his technique was not skilled. By the time he had skinned half of it, others had already skinned 2 heads. Watching them work quickly, he sighed inwardly, realizing that there were many skills to learn in the wilderness. After skinning the first head, Su Wuyang's movements became noticeably smoother, and he was faster with the second head. However, by the time he finished the second head, others had already skinned all the animals. Xiang Yinheng also skinned the demonized goat head, and everyone started looking for spirit cores. It seemed that their luck had run out, as they only obtained 2 spirit cores and 1 second-tier spirit core. Xiang Yinheng appeared extremely anxious. and he said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and tie it up to leave. We can't stay here long. The blood aura has already spread, and powerful demons might come." Everyone understood the urgency, tying up the goat's skins, and they all hurriedly left the valley, carrying them on their backs. Zhang Cheng led the horses to the cart, pulled it out, tied up the goat's skins, and covered it with a piece of oilcloth, filling the cart to the brim. At this moment, Su Wuyang finally understood why Xiang Yuanhang brought a cart. It was originally meant for transporting sheepskins. If everyone were to carry them on their backs, along with their clothing and supplies, it would indeed be inconvenient. Chapter 45. The difficulties of the city gate. The group had only traveled about 5 or 6 miles from the town when they heard the roar of engines. In the distance, 3 cars were swaying as they approached. Xiang Yuanhang said softly, "Step aside a bit, let them pass." Zhang Cheng drove the cart to the side, leaving enough space for the cars to get through. The vehicles came off-road with 5 people inside and the young man in the passenger seat at the front. Su Wuyang squinted slightly. The person in the passenger seat was none other than senior brother Yang from Wuyang Gate. What a coincidence to run into an old enemy. The world really is small. He understood why Xiang Yuanhang had avoided him. Wuyang Gate was well known in Wuxing City, with a massive influence spanning various industries, such as taverns, transportation, and farms. It was said they were also involved in gambling and the underground world, making them the true rulers of Wuxing City. Even Su Wuyang had heard people discussing them from time to time. Creak. The car came to a stop, and senior brother Yang looked through the window, scanning the vehicle before his gaze fell on Xiang Yuanhang. He said, "I heard blood puppets have appeared in Daxing Town. Is that true?" Xiang Yuanhang replied indifferently, "Yes, it's true." Senior brother Yang asked, "How many are there?" Xiang Yuanhang said, "I don't know, I didn't count, but it should be around 20 or 30. Upon hearing this, senior brother Yang nodded slightly, glancing at the covered cart, and said, "Looks like you guys had a good haul this time. What do you have? Let me take a look." As he spoke, he opened the car door and jumped out, reaching out to uncover the oilcloth. At that moment, Xiang Yuanhang stepped forward, blocking his way and pressing down on his hand, saying, "Isn't this inappropriate?" Senior brother Yang applied more force, but it was as if his hand was welded in place and he couldn't lift it. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Xiang Yuanhang, who met his gaze without backing down. At this moment, Zhang Cheng, Lu Fu, and Lai Hu stepped forward, their eyes sharp as they looked at senior brother Yang. From his second vehicle, a middle-aged man in his 30s, sitting in the back, spoke calmly. "Yang Biao, let it go." Yang Biao shot a piercing glance at Xiang Yuanhang, but he ultimately released his grip, stepping back a few paces, and coldly looked at Xiang Yuanhang before getting back into the car. At this point, Peng Dan stepped forward, standing beside Xiang Yuanhang, and said in a deep voice, "Even Guan Biao has come out." Xiang Yuanhang replied, "Everyone, let's get back on the road." They quickened their pace, and after more than an hour, they spotted the forward lookout tower in the distance, and everyone felt a slight sense of relief. They had now entered the inner circle of the city, where it was relatively safer, and there shouldn't be any powerful demons present. "Xiang brother, you had a good harvest." A cart approached from a distance, with a group of 7 or 8 people, the leader greeting Xiang Yuanhang from afar. Xiang Yuanhang smiled and said, "Guan brother, you're making a big move, gathering so many people." This Guan brother had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and though he wasn't tall, he appeared very stable and experienced. He smiled and said, "Haven't you heard? Nanshan Lake has frozen over, and many ice-scaled fish demons have emerged. Yesterday, some people killed them and obtained quite a few spirit cores. So many teams are heading there now." Xiang Yuanhang was slightly taken aback and replied, "Is that so? I really didn't know." Guan brother smiled as he glanced at the fully loaded cart and said, "Xiang Yuanhang, let's go." Guan brother waved his hand, leading his team away. Watching them leave, Xiang Yuanhang called everyone to hit the road again. At this point, Lai Hu said, "No wonder so many teams are in a hurry. It turns out the ice-scaled fish demons have appeared at Nanshan Lake." "Boss, do you think it's true?" Xiang Yuanhang noticed everyone looking at him and smiled slightly. "It should be true. Guan Yi is quite trustworthy, so it shouldn't be false." Lu Fu hurriedly asked, "Then boss, should we go?" Xiang Yuanhang replied. Zheng Ponzi said, "Xiang team, if there are any more tasks, you can let us know." Xiang Yuanhang smiled, "Sure, no problem." Seeing the tall city walls again, Su Wuyang felt a sense of disconnection, as if a world apart. Overnight, he had undergone a tremendous change. His holy soldier had been upgraded to level 5, making him vastly different from before. Stop! Open the cargo for inspection. At this moment, a stern shout interrupted Su Wuyang's contemplation. Their team was blocked at the gate by several guards, their guns subtly aimed at them. A captain-like figure emerged from the gatehouse, holding a knife with an arrogant gaze. Xiang Yuanhang hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Captain Zhang, please." Captain Zhang smiled coldly and said, "Do you think you could just bribe your way through? What if something goes wrong? What if you have forbidden items on your cart? Xiang Yuanhang, can you take responsibility if something happens?" Xiang Yuanhang quickly smiled, moved his hand, and slipped a package into Captain Zhang's hand, saying, "Captain Zhang, it's cold. Please let the brothers have some tea." Captain Zhang squeezed the package, pushed it slightly, and said with an indifferent expression, "Xiang Yuanhang, I heard you had quite a harvest this time. You think this little thing can smooth it over?" As he spoke, he shoved Xiang Yuanhang aside and walked to the cart, uncovering the oilcloth to take a look. His eyes immediately lit up, and upon seeing this, Xiang Yuanhang's heart sank. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Someone had leaked information, and they were clearly waiting to extort. At this moment, Captain Zhang's expression darkened. With such a strong demonic aura, how can you enter the city? Xiang Yuanhang, do you understand the rules? Everyone wanted to step forward and punch him. How could the spoils of hunting demons not carry some demonic aura? As long as it wasn't a living creature, it should be fine. It was clear he was deliberately looking for trouble, but no one dared to act, as attacking city guards was a serious crime, and even holy soldiers would be suppressed. Xiang Yuanhang maintained a smile and stepped forward quickly. Leaning in, "Captain, rest assured, once these goods are processed in the city, I will definitely show my gratitude to you. It won't be less." He secretly extended 5 fingers, and Captain Zhang glanced at him, grasping 3 of his fingers and saying indifferently, "This number." Xiang Yuanhang's face twitched. Then he nodded and said, "Okay." Only then did a smile appear on Captain Zhang's face as he patted Xiang Yuanhang on the shoulder, saying, 3 days. He then raised his hand. "Let them through." The guard stepped aside, and Xiang Yuanhang cupped his fists, calling for everyone to leave. Captain Zhang watched the convoy depart, scratching his chin and murmuring, "Looks like it will be less." As everyone left the city gate, Lai Hu finally couldn't hold back and cursed, "Damn it, he really dares to be greedy, asking for 20,000. At this moment, Su Wuyang finally understood what those 2 fingers meant. It turned out to be 20,000. He was secretly astonished at how black-hearted these people were, daring to demand such a price from a city gate captain. Peng Dan said faintly, "It should be that Zhou Yingshan sold our bottom line." Fatty Zheng angrily cursed, "Damn it, that bastard Zhou Yingshan. We must take revenge for this." Xiang Yuanhang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "No more talking. The goods have already been exposed. We can't hide them anymore. We need to deal with them today. Keeping them in hand might hurt us." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious. This time they had collected too many flowers, something they had never obtained before, worth hundreds of thousands, and it was indeed possible that someone would take action. Fatty Zheng said, "Xiang, we will follow your arrangements." Peng Dan added, "Xiang, just arrange it as you see fit." Seeing that everyone agreed, Xiang Yuanhang nodded and said, "All right, let's go to Jiyun Trading Company now." Chapter 46. Jiyun Trading Company South Street is the most famous street in Wuxing City for trading demon materials, with dozens of trading companies of all sizes operating here, dealing in various demon materials and items needed by holy soldiers. To the southwest of Wuxing City is Yunmu Mountain, and to the southeast is the South Duan mountain range, where there are numerous demonized beasts and abundant resources. Therefore, the trade of demon materials in Wuxing City is extremely prosperous, even more so than in the main city of Yangzhou. Su Wuyang was visiting this place for the first time. This belonged to the inner city commercial area, and he had never had the opportunity to come here. It was quite bustling, with many pedestrians on the street and cars and horse-drawn carriages passing by from time to time. Many merchants dealing in local demon materials and trading caravans gathered here, making it extremely busy. The Jiyun Trading Company had a huge stainless steel sign with hollow lights, appearing very grand and luxurious, which was a symbol of financial strength. One must know that in this era, electricity was scarce and the cost of electricity was high, Ordinary families could not afford even the most basic lighting, while this store could use hollow lights. The stainless steel sign was also quite valuable. Steel materials were expensive today, and stainless steel was even more so. The fact that it could be used for a sign showed its financial power. In contrast, other stores mostly used wooden signs with hand-carved letters, and the carving profession, which had almost been obsolete, was now thriving again. When the horse-drawn carriage stopped, staff dressed in professional attire immediately came to receive them. Upon seeing the carriage, the staff's eyes brightened. Soon, a plump middle-aged man in a suit stepped out, smiling at Xiang Yuanhang and extending his hand. "Brother Xiang, it seems you've had a good haul this time?" Xiang Yuanhang extended his hand and shook it, smiling as he said, "Not bad, Mr. Wang. But you have to give me a good price this time." Jian Trading Company was a chain store for purchasing demon materials, headquartered in Guangling City, with substantial assets and a good reputation. Therefore, Xiang Yuanhang often came here to sell his finds. This Mr. Wang, named Wang Chuanhe, was the head of Jian Trading Company in Wuyang City, a very shrewd and capable person. Wang Chuanhe glanced at the carriage and smiled even more broadly. "No problem. Have the carriage moved to the back, and we'll inspect the goods right away. I guarantee you a good price." He called for everyone to move the carriage to the backyard, where several people were already waiting to help. As the carriage entered the backyard, inspectors were ready, and when the oilcloth was opened, revealing a load of demonized sheepskin, Wang Chuanhe's eyes changed, becoming even more eager. He hurried a few steps forward, stroking the smooth and supple fur, exclaiming, "Great skin, truly great skin." He looked at Xiang Yuanhang and smiled. There have been rumors that the great new town has produced demonized sheep herds. It seems Brother Xiang has gathered them all. Xiang Yuanhang smiled. "Just lucky to come across them." Wang Chuanhe patted the sheepskin and said, "Good, I'll take it. Someone unload the goods." Suddenly, Xiang Yuanhang raised his hand to stop him. "Mr. Wang, let's not rush to unload the goods. Let's discuss the price first to avoid trouble later." Wang Chuanhe laughed upon hearing this. "Brother Xiang, you still don't trust me?" In Wuyang City, the price Wang Chuanhe offer is definitely fair. If it can't be sold here, it won't sell anywhere else. Xiang Yuanhang smiled slightly. "Mr. Wang, let's settle the price first. After all, there's so many brothers here. I can't make a decision alone. If the price is right, we'll sell. If not, we'll look around some more." Wang Chuanhe looked at Xiang Yuanhang, then glanced at the others, and then smiled while patting the sheepskin. "All right, as you say, Brother Xiang. Someone inspect the goods." At this moment, a few people who specialized in inspecting furs came over, and Lai Hu and the others stepped aside to let them check. The inspectors flipped through the skins and discussed among themselves. A middle-aged man with glasses approached Wang Chuanhe and said, "Mr. Wang, these demonized sheepskins are in good condition, fresh, just skinned, belonging to low-level demonized beasts. I suggest a purchase price of 9,000 per piece." Wang Chuanhe looked at Xiang Yuanhang and asked, "Brother Xiang, how about this price?" Xiang Yuanhang replied calmly, "That is the price from a month ago." Wang Chuanhe, upon hearing this, was not angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Brother Xiang, it seems you know the market well. This winter might be quite cold, and the heavy snow in the north has come early, so fur prices are indeed rising. However, prices here are still relatively stable. How about this? Considering our relationship, I'll add another 500. Xiang Yuanhang shook his head. "It's still too low." Wang Chuanhe frowned slightly, showing a difficult expression. "Brother Xiang, I have to make a profit here. This 9,500 is already a low price." Xiang Yuanhang remained calm and replied, "The price of furs in Guangling Prefecture has risen by 30 in the past month." Before Xiang Yuanhang could finish speaking, Wang Chuanhe immediately laughed. "Brother Xiang is really sharp, even has connections in Guangling Prefecture. So how much do you want?" He realized he couldn't deceive Xiang Yuanhang. He knew the prices well. "This number." Xiang Yuanhang held up one finger and waved it. Wang Chuanhe's expression hesitated. This price still allowed for profit, but it was very limited. At this moment, Xiang Yuanhang signaled Zhang Cheng, who pulled a bag from the carriage, opened it, revealing a dark red sheepskin. The fur of a demonized sheep leader. "This is..." Wang Chuanhe stood up immediately, rushing forward to grab the fur, feeling it with his hands, and exclaimed in surprise, "Second tier." Xiang Yuanhang nodded. Yes, second tier. If Mr. Wang can offer a good price, we can also sell this fur to Jian Trading Company. If not, we'll have to go to the Dashi Trading Company. The Dashi Trading Company was a nationwide chain-level demon materials business with greater financial strength and power than Jian Trading Company, making them competitors in Wuxing City. Wang Chuanhe immediately became anxious and said hurriedly, "I'll take it. Who says I won't? Brother Xiang, just give me your price." Xiang Yuanhang asked, "What about this skin?" Wang Chuanhe spread out one hand completely and said, "This number should be acceptable, right?" Xiang Yuanhang paused for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's go with this price." Hearing this, Wang Chuanhe's face immediately broke into a smile. "That's more like it. Someone, check the skins." He called out to everyone. "Come, everyone, let's go to the warm room for tea and some snacks to shake off the cold of the wilderness." Inside the glass-walled warm room, it felt like a different world from the outside, which was bone-chillingly cold, while the inside was as warm as spring. The warmth made everyone feel sleepy immediately. Sitting in the glass-walled warm room, they could see everything in the courtyard, where the Jian Trading Company staff were inspecting the sheepskins one by one. Zhang Cheng and Lai, who were keeping a close watch. A beautiful staff member poured hot tea for everyone, and Zheng Pengzi's gaze lingered on the woman, seemingly wanting to sneak a peek, following the woman's swaying beautiful figure as she walked away. After a cup of hot tea, Su Wuyang immediately felt warm and surveyed the room, which was very high-end, definitely not inferior to what he had seen in his previous life. He had originally thought he might starve to death in this world, but unexpectedly had the chance to sit here, feeling a bit emotional. After Wang Chuanhe and the others had a sip of tea, he smiled broadly and said, "Brother Xiang, we'll take all the sheepskins. What about the spirit cores? Will you sell them to us too?" Xiang Yuanhang looked at Wang Chuanhe and replied, "Mr. Wang, let's not beat around the bush. The purchase price for spirit cores at your Jian Trading Company is indeed lower than at Dashi. Given our relationship, I can sell them to you without issue, but with so many brothers here, I can't make a decision on my own." Wang Quan smiled as he put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Xiang Yuanyu, saying, "Brother Xiang, to be honest, we haven't developed the spirit core acquisition channel before, unlike Dashang, which has its own manufacturing company. The acquisition price really can't compare to theirs. However, we have now opened a line, and the acquisition price for spirit cores will definitely not be lower than that of Dashang." Xiang Yuanyu replied, "All right, as long as the price offered by President Wang is high, we are willing to sell all to Jian Trading." As he spoke, he took out a leather bag from his bosom, opened the drawstring, and poured out 9 spirit cores. Under the light, they shone brilliantly and were extremely extraordinary, making the room seem more dazzling. Wang Quan's eyes lit up immediately. He originally thought there would be 3 to 5 pieces, but there were actually 9. His eyes sparkled as he said, "Brother Xiang, you've struck it rich this time." Xiang Yuanyu smiled slightly and said, "President Wang, please give a price." Wang Quan quickly took out a magnifying glass to inspect each one, then called for someone to bring over an instrument to test the spirit cores. He seemed very satisfied with each one. After testing, he looked at Xiang Yuanyu and said a uniform price, regardless of quality, about 12,000 each. Xiang Yuanyu remained calm and gently tipped the bag, causing 2 spirit cores that were noticeably larger than the others to roll out, shining even more brilliantly. "This is..." Wang Quan's breathing quickened. His eyes brightened as he carefully picked up the spirit cores for inspection, followed by another round of testing. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiang Yuanyu, saying, "I'll offer 200,000 for these 2, and for the other 9 at 13,000 each. I'll round it up to 320,000. How about that?" Xiang Yuanyu smiled and said, "Deal." Chapter 47. Dividing the money, Su Wuyang looked at the stacks of new bills on the table, his eyes suddenly brightening. This was over 700,000. Earning so much from a single mission was impressive. No wonder those holy soldiers were so wealthy and generous. It turned out to be so lucrative. Wang Chuanhe had already left, leaving only 9 people in the room. Xiang Yanhang looked at everyone and said, "All the money is here. Zhang Cheng has already calculated it. I'm going to distribute the money now. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone nodded, and Xiang Yanhang signaled Zhang Cheng, saying, "Let's start." Zhang Cheng nodded, took out a piece of paper, glanced at everyone, and said, "Does anyone have any different opinions?" Everyone shook their heads, their eyes fixed on the money. Xiang Yinhang smiled and said, "Then let's distribute it." Zheng Pengzi hugged Su Wuyang's neck and said, "Wuyang, you lucky guy, you made this much money on your first outing. What are your plans? Do you want Brother Pang to take you out for a good time?" Gu Dan pushed Zheng Pengzi away, saying, "Go away, don't lead Wuyang astray." "Where do you even go?" Pengzi grinned mischievously and said, "What's wrong? Is our sister Peng feeling heartbroken? Get lost." Peng Dan kicked Zheng Pengzi aside. She looked at Su Wuyang and said, "Wuyang, don't spend this money recklessly. Take this time to find a training ground to hone your martial skills. Don't rush back to the wilderness. At least aim to level up to level 5 or higher before going back. This time you were lucky. The team is one of the top powers in Wuxing City, comparable to those holy soldier warriors. Only then can you stay safe. Don't think the wilderness is that simple." Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Sister Dan. I won't be going out for a while. I'll make sure to practice hard." After saying that, he turned to the others and added, "I really appreciate the care from all the brothers this time. I didn't contribute much, yet I received so much. It feels a bit embarrassing." Liehu laughed, grabbed the money, stuffed it into his arms, and patted him on the back, saying, "That's enough. We're all on the same team. It doesn't matter who contributed more or less. You deserve this money." Xiang Yinhang smiled and said, "All right, I declare this mission concluded. Everyone should have fun, enjoy yourselves, and go spend your money." Everyone cheered, then each tucked away their money. Su Wuyang also put the money into his arms, and unnoticed, it had already gone into his system backpack. Fat Zheng waved goodbye to everyone, picked up his backpack, and left in a stylish manner. Qianjun also shouted, "Boss Xiang, brothers, I'm off. Call us for the next good thing. Brother Wuyang, let's gather again when we have time." After saying that, he shouldered his big bag, picked up his wolf-tooth club, and turned to leave like a towering iron tower, his footsteps thumping as he took several big strides out of the courtyard. "See you all next time." Peng Dan grabbed her backpack, waved to everyone, and gave Wuyang a quick wave before turning to leave, disappearing down the street in no time. Zhao Yunhao wrapped himself in his clothes, didn't say goodbye to anyone, and quickly left. The others seemed unconcerned, leaving just the 4 members of Xiang Yinhang's team. Xiang Yinhang looked at Su Wuyang and said gently, "Wuyang, you're quick and have a natural talent for fighting. I think you should go to the Night Dance Tavern as soon as possible and buy a sword technique book. Don't waste your talent." Su Wuyang said. He smiled slightly at Xiang Yinhang, but didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Su Wuyang and said, "Wuyang, you haven't registered as a holy soldier yet, have you?" Su Wuyang shook his head and said, "I haven't had the chance yet." Xiang Yinhang said, "You still need to register. Go to the Holy Soldier Hall to register and get the Holy Soldier Warrior Certificate. In the future, you can participate in city defense and earn credit points, which will be very useful." Su Wuyang nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Xiang, I'll go to the office when I have time." Xiang Yinhang nodded in response, waved his hand to Su Wuyang, and walked outside. Liehu waved his hand and said, "Wuyang, come find me at the tavern for a drink when you have time." Su Wuyang waved his hand and said, "Okay, Tiger Brother, I'll definitely go when I have time." Lu Fu chuckled and said, "Wuyang, drinking is fine, but don't go drinking milk." Su Wuyang laughed and said, "Brother Lu, if I drink milk, I will definitely call you." Lu Fu immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "Good, that's the spirit." Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Zhang Cheng walked over, handed Su Wuyang his bag, and whispered, "Be careful not to expose your wealth." Su Wuyang felt a warmth in his heart. Zhang Cheng didn't say much, but he showed a lot of concern. Su hurriedly replied, "Okay, Brother Zhang, I'll remember." Zhang Cheng drove the horse cart and left alone. Su Wuyang watched for a while before turning to leave himself. These people were only a one-time collaboration, and it was already quite rare for them to offer him advice. However, he found it difficult to truly connect with them. He didn't believe that a single mission could foster genuine friendship. Building real relationships with these individuals would take time. He wrapped his clothes tighter around him, slung his bag over his shoulder, and left quickly. The weather was getting colder, and the chilling air along with the overcast sky indicated that it was going to snow. Upon seeing Su Wuyang, Uncle Zhao smiled and said, Su Wuyang smiled and said, "Yes, I'm out doing some errands." "Uncle Zhao, give me 5 big meat buns. I won't be cooking at noon today." Uncle Zhao laughed and said, "All right, that's the way to go. You should eat more buns." I can see you've been eating well lately. You'll be getting stronger soon. Su Wuyang smiled, handed out a 100 yuan note, and Uncle Zhao returned the change, giving him a paper bag that contained 5 large steamed buns, still hot to the touch. He tucked the buns into his coat and walked into the alley, heading towards his home. Stop! Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Su Wuyang's lips as he turned around to see 2 people chasing after him, each holding a sharpened knife, their eyes glaring fiercely at Su Wuyang. Kid, hand over the money. Su Wuyang's eyes suddenly sharpened as he said in a deep voice, Get lost, or you'll die. The 2 men's bodies stiffened, and fear flashed in their eyes. In that moment, Su Wuyang seemed to transform into a god of death, his gaze filled with killing intent, and a wild aura around him surged forth. A person from the wilderness. The 2 were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they turned to run. However, it was clear that they were quite hungry. Their frail bodies struggled to move, and their legs gave way, causing them to fall directly to the ground. The 2 rolled together and then scrambled away, rolling and crawling to escape. Su Wuyang narrowed his eyes slightly. Something seemed off about the city street. Previously, it was rare for this type of person to wander in. Just a moment ago, as he walked down the street, he noticed many people loitering and several others huddled by the roadside. However, he didn't think much of it and turned to leave. Chapter 48. Changes in the city street. He opened the door, and the room was quiet. Su Wuyang paused for a moment, then sighed softly, entered the room, closed the door, and tossed his backpack onto the bed. When he woke up again, it was already dark outside. Su Wuyang felt his fatigue had vanished, replaced by a surge of energy. It was too late to go out to buy groceries, so he took out the pancakes he had prepared earlier, warmed them up, and paired them with hot water and pickles for a makeshift meal. Only now did he calm himself to check his system. The Holy Soldier system interface appeared before him, showing that his Holy Soldier had reached level 5, with experience now at 40%. A smile appeared on Su Wuyang's face. He had already traversed the journey of many Holy Soldier warriors over the course of a year or even several years. However, looking at the level of the Holy Soldier warrior, it was still at level 1, not even reaching level 2. He realized that matching up completely with the Holy Soldier would require time and training. Su Wuyang opened the skill tree and clicked on the Crescent Moon Slash to check its information. Crescent Moon Slash. Sword type Holy Weapon skill. Summons a holy weapon. Activates holy weapon energy. Unleashes a Crescent Moon Sword aura, attacking targets within 1 meter. Skill level. Basic. Proficiency. 10-100. Proficiency has reached 10 times. And there's still 90 more to the next level, a long way to go. He closed the skill tree and checked his backpack. There were 5 slots, just like in the game, with each item occupying 1 slot. Currently, 2 slots were occupied. The first slot contained 2 red potions, and the second slot contained 65,000 new dollars. With a thought, his consciousness instantly entered the backpack. He felt he could take out any item from the backpack at any time. He focused his mind on one of the red potions. With another thought, he immediately felt a sensation in his hand, and a red potion appeared in his grasp. It was a small glass bottle, thin at the neck and wider at the base, about the thickness of an adult's thumb and no more than 5 or 6 centimeters long, exquisitely crafted, containing a red liquid. The bottle was sealed with a wooden cork, and the body of the bottle had small text printed on it, Beginner Healing Potion, with no other markings. Su Wuyang almost wanted to try if the medicine would work, but in the end, he couldn't bear to do it. A bottle of treatment liquid was worth over 10,000 Singapore dollars, and he only had a total of 60,000 on him, so he wasn't extravagant enough to use it carelessly. After carefully putting away the red medicine, he took out the money again. Looking at the pile of dazzling Singapore dollars on the bed, he suddenly felt a bit emotional, not knowing what he was thinking of. With a thought, he saw the money vanish into thin air. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked towards the small table beside him. He walked over, and with a thought, the table instantly entered his backpack, occupying 1 slot. Then, with another thought, the backpack reappeared. He showed a contemplative expression, and then he picked up the bag by the bed, stuffed the blanket and other items back inside, and with a thought, the backpack disappeared again. He saw that the backpack had already appeared in the system backpack, and his eyes brightened. It turned out that all the bags counted as the same item. He took the backpack out, looked at the bed, and with a thought, but in the next moment his head buzzed, feeling a sense of weakness. Wuyang pressed his head, looking at the bed in front of him. He understood that his mental strength was not enough for larger items, or rather, the backpack was not big enough to hold larger items. Having a general understanding of the backpack's functions, he didn't try anymore and rested for a while until the discomfort in his mind disappeared. He began his training for the day. He couldn't skip a day. He started practicing the basic sword movements. Each set consisted of 300 repetitions, mainly focusing on thrusts, slashes, hanging, scooping, and sweeping. He knew these movements from his previous life, and although there were many others he didn't understand, he practiced slashing and sweeping to coordinate with his footwork, strengthening his wrist, arm strength, and stamina. After over 1,000 repetitions, he was drenched in sweat. However, he felt limited. Here, he dared not use his strength, and could not perform enhanced movements for fear of making too much noise. He couldn't use the sacred weapon technique either. It seemed he still needed to find a martial arts hall. To quickly improve his strength, he needed a proper training ground. After a simple wash, he sat on the bed to practice the sacred weapon technique. As he practiced, he immediately felt different. The elemental force of heaven and earth he attracted was much larger than before. If previously it was like a single hair, now it felt like 5 or 6 hairs, clearly enhanced significantly. Moreover, during the practice, the energy emitted by the sacred weapon became stronger, and that feeling of enhancement rose again. He became more and more tranquil as he practiced until the sky began to brighten, and only then did he come out of his training. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the sky outside was already bright. He sighed inwardly, realizing that time spent in training was indeed timeless. He didn't want to stop. Recalling Zhang Cheng's words, why couldn't one train in the wilderness? If one would become lost in meditation, they wouldn't even notice if monsters attacked. However, after a night of training, he felt stronger. His strength seemed to have increased significantly, and he could faintly smell sweat on himself. He knew this was due to the rapid upgrades he had previously undergone, with energy accumulating within him. Now, training had guided and strengthened his body. When he clenched his fists, he felt a surge of power, and his spirits soared. In this world, one must have strength to survive better. After a simple wash, he had a few pancakes and drank some hot water, locked the door, and left. He was going to find a martial arts hall to train. At home, he could only practice the sacred weapon technique and could not train in sword skills. Once on the street, he intentionally looked around and indeed saw that the street in the castle town was much busier. He arrived at Uncle Zhao's bun shop and called out to Uncle Zhao, who was busy. Uncle Zhao, give me 5 meat buns. Uncle Zhao smiled and said, coming right up, wife, get Wuyang 5 meat buns. Okay. A pleasant voice came from the shop, and soon, Aunt Zhao's graceful figure appeared, her ample bosom catching the eye. Aunt Zhao handed the buns to Wuyang and said, Wuyang, there was no breakfast made. Wuyang smiled and said, that's because Aunt Zhao's buns are delicious. Aunt Zhao immediately beamed with joy and said, Wuyang knows how to talk. I'll give you a big bun. Wuyang immediately broke into a brilliant smile and said, thank you, Aunt Zhao. After receiving the steamed bun, he asked. Aunt Zhao's expression slightly changed, and Uncle Zhao lowered his voice, saying, the Flying Dragon Gang has been wiped out, and now this place is occupied by the Golden Knife sect. I've heard they have a powerful backing and are very arrogant. Things are chaotic here now. As he spoke, he glanced around and sighed. The once quiet Jinzai Street is likely to be restless now. Just as Aunt Zhao was about to speak, someone came to buy buns, and she hurried to attend to them. Wuyang also said goodbye to Uncle Zhao, putting the bun into his bag. He glanced at the street, feeling puzzled. Uncle Tang used to be very averse to this, but this time it seemed he didn't mind. He was no longer the little brat he used to be. Not everyone could bully him, and as long as the chaos didn't involve him, it was fine. Chapter 49. Training at the Martial Arts Hall. Zim Martial Arts Hall not long after, he returned here, but now he was already a saint soldier, coming here to train. Not to work anymore. At the entrance, there were still 2 beautiful receptionists. They were somewhat surprised to see him through the glass door, but no one opened the door for him, so Wuyang pushed it open himself. At that moment, a girl with an oval face looked at him with a hint of disdain and said, why are you here again? We've already filled all the servant positions. Wuyang was not concerned about the woman's attitude and said lightly, Who told you I came here looking for a job? Is Sister Chio here? The woman sneered. What? Do you still want to use Sister Chio to get in the back door? This time you might not be so lucky. Our martial arts school doesn't lack people. Su Wuyang glanced at him. At this moment, although he was shorter than the girl, who was over 7 meters tall, he still met her gaze. His eyes coldly looked at her and said, "Don't you think you're talking too much?" The girl was taken aback. She didn't expect that the usually cheerful scavenger would dare to say such a thing to her, and she immediately wanted to explode in anger. At that moment, another sweet-looking girl tugged at her, and the girl seemed to realize something, shooting Su Wuyang a fierce glare and falling silent. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed in the hall, and Sister Chio's figure appeared in the lobby. She spotted Su Wuyang at a glance and walked over with a smile, saying, "Wuyang, you're here. How have you been lately?" Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "I just missed Sister Chio, so I came to see you." Sister Chio immediately laughed and replied, "You sweet talker. You say you came to see me, but I think you've forgotten about Sister Chio." Su Wuyang smiled and said, "Whoever dares to say that they have forgotten Sister Chio, the most beautiful woman in Wuyang City, is definitely talking nonsense with their eyes wide open." Upon hearing this, Sister Chio immediately laughed so hard that her flowers swayed, her chest rising and falling like spring mountains, making people dizzy. She playfully pointed at Su Wuyang and said in a charming voice, "Wuyang, I see that you've learned to be slick with your words after not seeing you for a few days." Su Wuyang smiled and said, "This is the truth." Sister Chio shot him a glance, not pleased, and said, "All right, what do you want to find me for? With that sweet talk, it must be something not good." Su Wuyang smiled and said, "I want to use the training ground and would like to ask Sister Chio for help." The two welcoming girls were a bit surprised. It turned out Su Wuyang wanted to use the venue. But why did he want to use it? Could it be that he has also become a holy weapon warrior? Sister Chio looked Su Wuyang up and down and said in surprise, "You went to the wilderness." Su Wuyang smiled and said, "Yes, I went out once and felt that my strength was insufficient. I want to use the training ground to hone my skills." Sister Chio waved her hand and said, "That's easy. I'll open a training room for you, and getting approval for 3 days or 2 days won't be a problem." Su Wuyang smiled awkwardly and said, "A couple of days might not be enough. I may need to use it for a long time." Upon hearing this, Sister Chio frowned slightly, her face showing difficulty. The martial arts school is a business venue, and normally using a vacant space for a couple of days is not a big deal. However, if it's for a long time, it would be hard for her to explain. Moreover, Ziyun is the best in Wuyang, and the venues are in high demand. Su Wuyang looked at Sister Chio's troubled expression and smiled. "Sister Chio, I'm not asking for it for free. I just hope you can give me a discount." Upon hearing this, Sister Chio relaxed a bit and said to Wuyang, "It seems that this trip went well. You made some money." Su Wuyang smiled and said, "The luck is pretty good. I've joined a good team." Upon hearing this, Sister Chio smiled slightly and didn't say much. She looked at Su Wuyang and said, "All right, for a first-class venue, I'll give you a 40 discount. How about that?" Su Wuyang had a bright smile on his face and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Sister Chio. I knew you were generous." Sister Chio waved her hand and said, "Don't try to sweet-talk me. Hurry up. Set up a number 5 stage for him." After saying that, she swayed her hips and walked away in her high heels, making a clicking sound. At that moment, 2 girls reacted and hurried forward to lead Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang glanced at the sweet girl and said, "Take me to the front desk." The sweet girl immediately smiled brightly and gestured, "Please come this way, young Master Su." Not only did she not establish a connection as usual, but now she had also offended someone. If the other party remembered this and mentioned it to Sister Chio, she was afraid she would lose her job, which made her even more anxious, and her face turned somewhat pale. Su Wuyang usually had no interactions with this sweet girl. He just didn't like girls with sharp faces. They seemed too snobbish. The sweet girl was also snobbish, but she didn't attack him. Without communicating with the girl, he followed her to the front desk and processed a membership card, directly tossing down a stack of money. When she saw the stack of new bills, the sweet girl's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but lean closer to Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang felt a bit of pain in his heart. The training ground charged by the hour, and 1 hour cost 300. Even with a 40 discount, it was still 180. If he trained for 10 hours a day, that would be 1,800. His 10,000 yuan would only last about 5 or 6 days. while the holy soldier earned money quickly, spending it was even faster. The front desk manager, Chun-Li, also recognized Su Wuyang. She usually didn't speak much, but at this moment, she had a smile on her face as she respectfully handed the card to Su Wuyang, saying, "Young Master Su, this is your card. President Xiao has already instructed that you can use it at a 40% discount in the future." Su Wuyang smiled and took the card, saying, "Thank you, Supervisor Chun, for your care." Upon hearing this, Chun-Li immediately smiled brightly and said, "Young Master Su, you are too polite. You are in venue number 5. So if you need anything, feel free to let us know, and we will do our best to serve you. Xiao Xin will take young Master Su to venue no. 5. Su Wuyang smiled and nodded, following the sweet girl named Zhang Xin to venue number 5. She was also a girl who had come from the poor area of the South District and naturally knew how to seize opportunities. She attempted to communicate with Su Wuyang a few times, but seeing that he was unwilling to engage, she had to give up reluctantly. After delivering Su Wuyang to venue number 5 and instructing the attendant, she left with some reluctance. The attendant at venue no. 5 was a boy around 14 or 15 years old, thin and weak-looking, appearing quite quiet. Su Wuyang knew this kid was named Yang Shan, and everyone called him Xiao Shanzi. Seeing Su Wuyang, Xiao Shanzi couldn't recognize him anymore. He had changed a lot. They had only seen each other during lunch and hadn't had much interaction. Su Wuyang had the attendant prepare some tea and then sent them away. He took off his outer garments and stepped into the training area, which was spacious with a solid ground, allowing him to unleash his full potential. He summoned his sword and began his training. First, he practiced sword strikes with all his might, and immediately the sound of sword whistles filled the air, accompanied by booming noises as his feet struck the ground. He trained like this for 2 to 3 hours, drenched in sweat, but instead of feeling tired, he felt invigorated. His blood surging. Through intense training, he activated the energy he had gained from his recent upgrades, and his strength progressed rapidly. After finishing his sword practice, he took a moment to rest, drank a few cups of hot tea, and then took out the buns he had bought from his backpack, which were still warm as if they had just been placed inside. The food in the venue was too expensive. He wanted to save money for training and to buy sword techniques. After finishing the buns, he began practicing the sacred weapon technique. Sacred weapon technique. Round moon slash. The round moon sword light shot out, striking the solid wooden target in front of him, producing a sound like an axe hitting hardwood, leaving a sword mark on the target. He inspected it and continued practicing. He discovered that he could now unleash the sacred weapon technique 10 times in a row. Still having some energy left, he could only feel exhausted after 13 strikes. He then sat down to meditate and recover. After regaining his energy, he started using the venue's equipment to train his strength, speed, and explosive power, and then continued to refine the sacred weapon technique, cycling through his training. Sister Cho walked outside the door. The venue was closed to outsiders, and no one was allowed to enter and watch. She listened to the roaring sounds coming from inside the venue and realized she had come here several times already. Su Wuyang had hardly stopped training. There were also training enthusiasts in the martial arts school, but those who trained as hard as he did were few. It had already been 6 or 7 hours. This kid really was impressive with strong resilience. Unfortunately, Master Liao was unwilling to take him in. She instructed Xiao Shan to take good care of him, shook her head, and left. Chapter 50. Basic Sword Techniques. Su Wuyang lay exhausted in the recliner, feeling the effects of his training. He could sense his strength steadily increasing. Nearly half of what it was in the morning. Perhaps in less than 10 days, he would be able to digest the energy from his upgrades and stabilize his power at level 5 warrior. This rapid rise in strength was addictive. After resting for a while, he began to sit cross-legged and utilize the sacred warrior technique to recover his body. It took about half an hour for the fatigue to dissipate. He got up, feeling uncomfortable and sticky all over with a bit of odor. This was the result of his body training and marrow refining. He entered the bathing area to wash himself clean. The training ground door was pulled open, and the little hill, standing there all day, was a bit drowsy. Hearing the noise, he immediately woke up and hurried over, saying, "Young Master Su, are you leaving?" Su Wuyang nodded and said, "You tidy up the venue. I'll be back tomorrow." Xiao Shanzi hurriedly replied, "Okay, young Master Su, please this way." Xiao Shanzi led Su Wuyang to the front desk. As they walked through the corridor, he heard the booming sounds coming from several venues. It seemed that some people were still practicing. The venue was relatively quiet and safe, with no one to disturb them. Practicing in a venue with money was the best option. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money. Otherwise, he would have stayed at the martial art hall and could have practiced at night without the anxiety of being startled at home. After 9 hours and spending 620, Su Wuyang still felt a pang in his heart, but he swiped his card anyway. As he walked out of the martial arts hall, everyone respectfully saw him off, and the sharp-faced girl no longer had her previous arrogance. She appeared very respectful. Fortunately, Su Wuyang did not target her, which relieved her a bit. Zhang Xian wanted to build a connection, but Su Wuyang only smiled and said a couple of words before leaving the martial arts hall. What is so impressive? Just a soldier of the fusion realm. The sharp-faced girl watched Su Wuyang disappear and said with some resentment, "Some people won't feel grateful just because you let them go. They might even hate you more, such as human nature." Zhang Xian pulled on her sleeve and said, "Xiao Na, don't say anything. If this gets out, you'll be in trouble." Only then did Xiao Na mutter and stop speaking. It wasn't going to be anything good anyway. Zhang Xian glanced at her with some helplessness and said no more. The night dance tavern was quite full. Almost all the seats were taken, and even the bar had a few people drinking and boasting. Old Yang was still wiping glasses, as if the glasses in his hands could never be clean. Su Wuyang greeted Old Yang and went up to the second floor. On the second floor, a few people were looking at the information on the wall. The blood rose was not there. Instead, there was a quiet girl sitting there. Anyone who came to ask her was met with a bright smile and a sweet voice. Seeing that it wasn't the blood rose, Su Wuyang let out a slight sigh of relief. He really couldn't stand that woman. However, he felt a bit disappointed. Everyone likes beautiful women, and the blood rose was top-tier beautiful. This girl could only be considered okay, but compared to the blood rose, she was still far behind. Su Wuyang was looking at the wall, searching for the information he wanted, mostly tasks. He discovered that many teams were gathering manpower to Nanshan Lake, almost occupying more than half of the postings. It seemed that Nanshan Lake was indeed yielding good results, but unfortunately, he had to focus on his cultivation. Otherwise, he would also want to go. Just as he felt a bit disappointed, his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a board. For sale, Ancient Sword Fighting Manual, a 1,000-year-old secret martial art, priced at 30,000 new coins, already available at the tavern for direct trade. Su Wuyang suddenly became excited. But when he saw the 30,000 new dollars, he was a bit confused. He knew that secret manuals were not cheap. He had seen prices that never dropped below 100,000 before, where they were exchanged for goods, and the quantities were extremely limited. This sword technique being only 30,000 seemed too cheap. He walked to the front desk and asked the quiet girl, "Excuse me, is the Sword Strike secret manual traded here at booth number 23? Please wait a moment, sir." The quiet girl smiled, opened a record book in front of her, flipped through a few pages to find a record for booth 23, then stood up, took a file bag from the booth 23 compartment, and placed it on the table. "Yes, sir, the secret manual is already here. You can take it once you pay." Su Wuyang felt a surge of excitement and said, "Can I take a look?" The girl shook her head and replied, "The document bag is already sealed. We can only open it if you pay. However, sir, you can rest assured that we checked it when we sealed it, and it is indeed a swordsmanship manual." Su Wuyang hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, reached into his pocket, and then took out 3 stacks of money, placing them on the counter. He said, "I'll buy it." At that moment, he truly felt a pang in his heart. He had earned 65,000 yuan, and now 4,000 had already gone in a single day, leaving him with only 25,000. This is what it means to spend money like water. The girl smiled and said, "All right, sir, please wait a moment." She began to take the money from the counter, checking it thoroughly. After confirming it was correct, she brought over the bag and looked at Su Wuyang, saying, "Sir, if everything is confirmed to be correct, I will open it now." Su Wuyang nodded and said, "Go ahead." The girl then opened the wax seal and poured out a thin manual from inside, with an old yellow cover that clearly showed its age. The title, Basic Sword Techniques, was written in brush strokes. He took it from the girl's hand. It was no more than 30 pages, very light. He opened it and took a look inside, where there were hand-drawn figures dancing with swords. However, seeing the rough brushwork and distorted figures, his heart suddenly sank. Someone really was foolish enough to buy this manual. This must be a novice, mistaking an ancient book for something valuable. Spending 30,000 yuan on a lesson like this is a necessary path for newcomers. As Su Wuyang just received the book, he heard a few people in the room whispering. He glanced over and saw them looking at him with amused expressions, and his heart sank for a moment, wondering if he had been fooled. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. At least this was a sword technique, which was better than knowing nothing at all. It was good to have a reference. He ignored the others, confirmed the contents, and tucked the manual into his chest. The girl greeted him and went downstairs, but he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he walked over to the bar. He smiled at Old Yang and said, "Old Yang, a glass of sorghum wine, please." A wine glass slid over, filled to the brim with 2 taels of liquor, not spilling a single drop. At this moment, Su Wuyang noticed and glanced at Old Yang, secretly thinking that this was either due to his familiarity with the task or his precise control strength. It seemed that Old Yang was not simple either. He then felt a bit dumbfounded. Was there anyone simple in the night dance tavern? The 50 bucks on the table was instantly taken away. Su Wuyang smiled slightly, raised his glass, and downed half of it in one go. Immediately, the fiery alcohol rushed down his throat and into his stomach, shaking him awake. It seemed to burn away the clutter in his mind, and he felt a sudden sense of relief in his chest. The pain of spending $40,000 vanished. Old Yang, any recent developments? Su Wuyang downed half a cup of wine, feeling relaxed, and asked the old man Yang who was polishing the cups. Old Yang replied, "Listen for yourself." Su Wuyang felt somewhat speechless, but that's just how Old Yang is. He then calmed down and listened to the conversations in the tavern, where people from all walks of life were talking about various news. Some reported a powerful demon appearing in a certain place, another city being attacked by demons, and the casualties involved. Others spoke of a battle between renowned masters over a certain title. There were also reports of heavy snow in the north, with 3 feet of accumulation, causing many to freeze to death and forcing many cities to relocate. This year, grain prices have skyrocketed, and many cities are competing for food, among other news. However, most of these messages were hearsay. Now that demons have descended, the energy of heaven and earth has undergone changes. The satellite communications that were once widespread have become completely unusable, and the ground-based stations and power facilities have been destroyed. Each city is now independently managing its electricity within a limited area, and the previously advanced communication systems are basically useless, resulting in communication being cut off. Only some major powers have set up intercity communication equipment to relay messages between cities. Even now, in the wilderness, it is impossible to lay down power lines or set up stations, as they could be destroyed by demons overnight. Just like before the apocalypse, using mobile phones freely is no longer possible. Therefore, most news now comes from major powers or is spread by caravans. By the time news reaches them, it is already outdated, so they just listen. Su Wuyang understood this and quietly listened, discovering that most of what people were talking about was still concerning South Mountain Lake. After listening for a while, he had a general idea of the situation. He understood why so many teams were heading to South Mountain Lake. It turned out that many people had obtained a lot of spirit cores there, which is why a large number of holy warriors have gone to South Mountain Lake to hunt ice-scaled fish demons. Su Wuyang was also considering that once his strength stabilized, if Nanshan Lake was still like this, he would like to take a look. After listening for a while and finding nothing interesting, he finished his drink and greeted Old Yang, saying, "Old Yang, I'm leaving." Old Yang didn't even raise his eyes and said lightly, "Practice that book well. It will be beneficial." Su Wuyang was slightly taken aback, then quickly understood what Old Yang meant. It seemed that the few people who had just come down had mocked him, and he had overheard them. He smiled and said, "Okay, I got it." After saying that, he left his seat and pushed open the door. The sky had already darkened. It was past 5 o'clock. The cold wind blew, and he wrapped his clothes around him and slipped into the alley, disappearing from the street in no time. 2 people came out, glanced around, exchanged looks, and headed in the direction Su Wuyang had left. Chapter 51. Protection Fee. A person was cooking and eating alone, the dim light casting his lonely shadow on the wall. Accustomed to solitude in his past life, he didn't feel it anymore. Having enjoyed a life with family in this life, he felt a bit out of place for a moment. After finishing his meal and tidying up, he did not immediately start training, but sat in Su Dalong's room for a while. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he went to the kitchen and rummaged through a pile of firewood, finally finding a piece of wood. He sat under the light and began to carve it with a knife. The sky had completely darkened. The wind outside picked up, howling coldly and shaking the windows. Meanwhile, the wooden board in his hands finally took shape. It was a memorial tablet. He smoothed his hands over its surface, revealing 2 lines of text. In memory of my father Su Dalong, offered by Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang held the memorial tablet and entered Su Dalong's room, placing it on a small table. However, the house had neither fruits nor incense. He took out a bottle of wine, poured it into a bowl, and placed it in front of the tablet, murmuring, "Father, have a drink." He sat on the bed and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he quickly wiped his face with both hands, and the desolation on him disappeared, restoring his spirited will. He took out the sword technique book and began to flip through it by the light of an oil lamp, carefully opening the first page. It began with the fundamentals of sword techniques, the general principles of myriad swords. Returning to simplicity, the great way is the simplest. A few words, yet they carried a magnificent meaning. This ambition was quite grand, which made Su Wuyang feel uneasy. In his era, the more grandiose the claims, the more hollow they were, especially when it involved gods and immortals. It sounded lofty, but it was often fabricated nonsense. This book was from before the apocalypse. Could it be the same? He steeled himself to continue flipping through it. He couldn't have been fooled into buying a fake for 30,000. The reason this book had few pages was that it was genuinely simple, with less than 1,000 characters throughout. With his current intellect, let alone reading, he could memorize it after a few readings, but his heart sank. These were indeed basics, all fundamental sword techniques, with only 6 moves, somewhat similar to what he had learned from television. The first move, Lightning, Wind, Thunder, contained various changes: chop, point, intercept, slash, swift and powerful, extremely vigorous yet agile and flexible. It was an attacking move. The second move, like shadow following form, involved flicking, sweeping, and cloud-like motions, combining softness with hardness and vice versa. It could attack from near or far, fast or slow, with the body leading the sword, like a shadow following form. It sounded great, but wasn't this just the most basic way to use a sword? What was different from the chopping, slashing, and pointing he practiced regularly? Su Wuyang felt a pang in his heart. My 30,000. However, the only good thing was that it was a bit more professional than his random practice. So he wouldn't be practicing chaotically. Well, 30,000 wasn't entirely wasted. He began to read aloud, memorizing the entire text after several readings, and also remembered the action diagrams. He then stood up and started practicing. The moves were quite simple, and before long, he had performed each move with some semblance of proficiency. Ding! Basic sword technique learned. Skill icon unlocked. Just then, the sudden sound of the system startled Su Wuyang, giving him quite a shock in the stillness of the night. It was very jarring. After Su Wuyang was taken aback, he was immediately overjoyed. The system actually had this function. He quickly opened the system and indeed saw a new skill icon unlocked next to the crescent moon slash on the swordsman skill tree. His eyes lit up. The system was indeed powerful, hiding many unknown features. He naturally understood the significance of this function. Skills have proficiency, so he could quickly improve his swordsmanship level. Basic sword technique. The most fundamental martial arts of swordsmanship, simple and easy to learn, with no frills. Every move is practical. Skill level. Beginner proficiency, 0. Su Wuyang opened the skill introduction, and the information displayed before his eyes made his eyes light up with excitement. Since the system recognized it, this sword technique was real and not a fake. He felt overjoyed. The 30,000 yuan he spent was not wasted. He suppressed his excitement, calmed himself down, and closed the system. He began to practice. Since it was genuinely useful, he would train diligently. The sword technique was simple, and soon he had practiced the 6 moves once, noticing that his proficiency had indeed increased by 1. He started practicing the second round, which was smoother than the first. After practicing for the 5th time, he realized that these 6 moves were truly remarkable, containing variations that were not as straightforward as they appeared. He lost track of time. Continuing to practice, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. His proficiency rose to 20. He was now drenched in sweat. Yet his sword technique became increasingly skilled, and he felt a deeper understanding than before. His movements were far superior to his previous clumsy attempts. His power, angles, and speed had improved significantly, and he seemed to be gradually developing his own insights. However, wanting to continue, he suddenly heard a thumping noise from downstairs, and he realized he had forgotten himself. The increased power had affected the people below. He stopped practicing, panting heavily. After a short rest and a quick wash, he sat cross-legged on his bed to begin cultivating the holy weapon technique. The next day, as dawn broke, he opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he felt refreshed, and his overall strength had increased again. His power was surging and smooth, significantly stronger than the day before. He got out of bed and put on his clothes, only to find they were once again short. Measuring himself, he discovered he was already 165 meters tall. Looking at his clothes, he realized he needed to buy new ones. After having breakfast, he stepped out and headed to the city street. The city street was not large, only about 200 meters long, but there were dozens of shops on both sides, selling a variety of goods, including clothing, food, and transportation. Many of the shops Wuyang had never visited. He entered a clothing store that sold men's clothing. The clothes were clearly refurbished old garments, some of which had already faded. Old clothes were still popular here. Not many people in this street could afford to buy new clothes. Given the current scarcity of materials and the preciousness of fabric, new clothes were quite expensive, with a single item often costing hundreds or even thousands of yuan. Wuyang selected 2 sets of nearly new clothes, changing from the inside out, and also bought a thick cotton coat as the weather is getting colder. It is already snowing in the north, and it will soon snow here as well. The 2 sets of old clothes cost Wuyang nearly 2,000 yuan. If he had bought new clothes, it would definitely have been double that. He is reluctant to spend the money he currently has on such things. As soon as the boss opened the door, a big business came in with exceptional service and enthusiasm. When he took the money from Wuyang's hand, his face lit up with a smile. With this 2,000 yuan, he wouldn't have to worry for the month. Just then, a commotion broke out outside, and 5 or 6 young thugs walked in with sticks, instantly darkening the light in the store. Wuyang glanced around, picked up his bag, and prepared to leave, but was blocked. The lead bald man suddenly fixed his greedy gaze on the money in the boss's hand. The boss hurriedly stuffed the money into his pocket and said to the group, "Brothers, you're here to buy clothes. Come in and take a look. We have all new arrivals, including cotton jackets. It's going to snow soon. Buy a cotton jacket to keep warm for winter." The bald man tapped the steel rod in his hand against his palm and sneered, "Buy clothes? I'm here to collect protection fees. Your store owes 2,000 a month. Hand it over, and we'll ensure your safety and your business thrives." Protection fees. The boss was taken aback and then shouted angrily, "Get lost. What kind of chaos are you causing? You come to our city to collect protection fees? If you're not buying clothes, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste my time." Upon hearing this, the bald man's eyes widened in fury, revealing a fierce glint. He suddenly smashed down with his rod, breaking the boss's counter. The boss was so frightened that he stumbled back, nearly falling over. The bald man cursed angrily, "You dare tell me to get lost? You're tired of living. Hurry up and get the money, or I'll make sure you can't run your store and end up missing limbs." Chapter 52. He didn't give the money. Wuyang was also moved inside. It had indeed been many years since anyone collected protection fees on this street in the ghetto. A few gangs had caused trouble here before, but once they were dealt with, no one dared to act up again. The Flying Dragon Gang was rampant in this area, but didn't dare to make trouble on Ghetto Street. Generally, the small thugs wouldn't come here to cause trouble either, as they could end up with broken arms or legs. There were a few tough guys on this street, like Uncle One-Eyed Butcher, Aunt Fat Bear, and Uncle Iron Pole Zhang, all known far and wide, and they ruled the street. Now, not only were the thugs coming onto the street, but they also dared to enter shops to collect protection fees. What was going on? Was the Golden Knife Gang that powerful that Uncle Tang and the others didn't dare to provoke them? The shop owner was furious, pointing at them and shouting, "What are you doing? This is Ghetto Street. If you dare to cause trouble, the One-Eyed Butcher won't spare you. If you break my shop, you won't be able to leave today without compensation. I'll compensate you." The big man's eyes flashed with fierce light as he suddenly brought his club down, and the owner let out a scream as his arm was broken and hung limply. The big man then kicked him down to the ground, angrily cursing, "Damn it! How dare you show your teeth to me? The one-eyed butcher? Even if he's blind, he can't help you. Come on, brothers, smash it. If you refuse to drink the toast, you'll have to drink the punishment." The shop owner was dumbfounded, sweating from the pain, urgently shouting, "Don't smash it! Don't smash it!" But the thugs ignored him, swinging their steel rods and smashing things. One thug pushed Wuyang aside with a steel rod, cursing, "Kid, get out of the way, don't block the road." Wuyang didn't pay any attention. He was holding his clothes and preparing to leave. He had no connection with the boss, and he didn't want to provoke these people either. "Stop!" At that moment, the leading thug spoke up. A gangster immediately blocked Wuyang's way and shouted, "Stop! The boss wants you to stay put. Don't move, or I'll smash you to death with a stick." The boss shouted anxiously, "That's my money. This is protection money. Damn it, you worthless scum. You're forcing me to take action." The boss didn't dare to speak again and began to cry softly. The thug completely ignored him, walked up to Wuyang, glanced at the clothes in his hand, and said in a deep voice. Wuyang said lightly, "I've already paid." The big man immediately smiled sinisterly and said, "Paid? Boss, did this kid pay for the clothes? If he didn't pay, we'll help you get it. We keep our word and will definitely protect your interests, absolutely preventing anyone from buying things without paying." The boss, covered in blood, glanced at Wuyang and gritted his teeth, saying no, he didn't pay. The big man's face immediately showed a satisfied smile as he looked at Wuyang and said, "Kid, still trying to take advantage of the situation, huh? I see through you. Hurry up, pay up. I think these clothes are worth at least 4,000 or 5,000. Fine, I'll let you off at 4,000. See how generous I am." Wuyang said, "I've already paid." Damn it. The big man immediately became angry, reaching out to grab Wuyang. But Wuyang grasped his arm instead. The big man's expression changed instantly. He suddenly exerted more force, but his hand felt as if it were welded in place. His fingers felt like steel pincers tried to crush his arm, and he turned pale in an instant. Holy soldier! He felt a jolt in his heart. He knew his own strength, and apart from the holy soldiers, who else could have such great power? Looking at this kid, he seemed quite young. "I'll let go." The big man grimaced in pain and shouted urgently. Wuyang relaxed his grip, and the big man stepped back a few paces. The thugs behind him noticed something was off, raised their sticks, and prepared to strike, cursing, "You bastard, still not letting go? Hit him!" The big man shouted urgently, "Stop!" The thugs immediately halted, and the white man, holding his wrist and dripping with sweat, said, "Friend, we are from the Golden Knife sect. There was a misunderstanding just now. Your money has already been paid." Wuyang calmly glanced at him, picked up the bag with clothes, and turned to walk out of the store. The thugs quickly made way for him. Once he was outside, he heard the big man whispering, "Hurry up, keep an eye on that kid. Find out where he came from. I must get revenge for this today." Wuyang knew it wouldn't be that simple. His eyes flickered slightly, and a killing intent arose in his heart. If he didn't want trouble, he had to deal with these few people. He decided to hold off on going to the martial arts arena and see to these individuals first. A fight broke out. The one-eyed butcher and the Jindao sect were clashing. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out on the street, instantly attracting the attention of the people around. Wuyang looked over and saw a crowd gathering in front of Uncle Tang's butcher shop. "Let's go take a look." At that moment, several thugs burst out of the shop. The leader even glanced at Wuyang, but he was too excited to care about him now. And the underling who was supposed to keep an eye on Wuyang ran along as well. Wuyang turned into a small alley, and when he came out, the clothes in his hand were already gone. He hurried towards the crowd of onlookers. By the time he arrived, a large circle had formed. Wuyang found a high place to stand, where he could see the scene inside. He saw Uncle Tang wearing a leather apron, holding a cleaver, exuding a murderous aura. Opposite him stood a burly man, with short hair like needles and a clean-shaven face, but with stubble left behind, like cut rice stalks, thick and dense as a knife. With fierce leopard-like eyes, a nose high as a mountain, and a body filled with a fierce atmosphere. The two locked eyes, and the murderous intent clashed between them. Wuyang's brows slightly moved as he noticed that Tang Nio's face seemed a bit pale, completely unlike his usual rosy complexion filled with vitality. Instead, he looked as if he had been injured, and his hand holding the knife was trembling slightly. Our sect leader has finally taken action. Let's see how the one-eyed butcher can still be arrogant now. At this moment, an excited voice came from the crowd. Wuyang looked over and saw that it was the leading man from earlier. His eyes narrowed slightly. This person was none other than Wang Xinglong, the leader of the Golden Knife sect. Wang Xinglong suddenly spoke. Tang Niu, how's your injury? Can you still hold the knife? I see your hand shaking. Don't let the knife drop on your leg. Although Tang Niu's face was somewhat pale, the bulging muscles and the scarred, one-eyed gaze still exuded a fierce aura, even more violent than Wang Xinglong's. He stared at Wang Xinglong and shouted, "Even if I'm injured, killing you is no harder than slaughtering a fat pig." Wang Xinglong's eyes sharpened, and he sneered coldly. Still being tough when death is imminent? Tang Niu, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you take the lead in paying the protection fee, you can still operate in the city market. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Tang Niu burst into a chilling laugh, making him appear even more terrifying, while Wang Xinglong's expression grew colder. Suddenly, Tang Niu's laughter stopped, and he shook the bone-cutting knife in his hand, coldly stating, "You can ask my slaughtering knife if it agrees." Refusing to drink the toast. One must drink the penalty wine. Wang Xinglong's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous intent. He clenched his hand, producing a loud bang, and two black iron gauntlets appeared in his hands. He said in a deep voice, "Since you seek death, I will fulfill your wish." Both of them fell silent instantly, their gazes locking like lightning, a powerful killing aura erupting from both of them. It's going to get violent. Everyone stepped back, seeing that the two were truly about to fight. A terrifying aura emanated from them, causing the crowd to retreat once more, fearing that they might get caught in the crossfire. Chapter 53. The kid's technique is very smooth suddenly. Wang Xinglong moved, pushing off the ground. The old bricks couldn't withstand the explosive force and shattered into several pieces. He shot forward like a cannonball, closing the distance of several meters in an instant, his fist roaring toward Tang Niu. "Come on." Tang Niu's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted angrily, stepping forward and swinging the bone-cutting knife. Clang! The bone-cutting knife collided with the fist, producing a massive metallic clash sound. The surrounding glass vibrated, creating a buzzing noise, and the onlookers were jolted, some crying out in pain as their eardrums almost burst. People were pushed back, their expressions filled with shock. The powerful force sent Wang Xinglong stumbling back 3 or 4 steps, his arm going numb from the shock. He looked down at the gauntlets, only to find knife marks on them, causing him to feel alarmed as he cast a serious glance at Tang Niu. Tang Niu, however, only took a step back before steadying himself, though his knife trembled in his hand, his face paler, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing this, Wang Xinglong suddenly flashed a sinister smile and said, "Tang Niu, why pretend to be strong? You can't block my 2 punches." Tang Niu replied in a deep voice, "You could try." Wang Xinglong suddenly clashed his fists together, a fierce light shooting from his eyes, energy surging around his fists as he roared and launched a punch. Audi weapon technique, diamant fist. His fist erupted with golden light, forming a golden fist that struck out, the powerful force breaking through the air with a sonic boom. Wuyang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Wang Xinglong was incredibly strong. This punch was powerful, seemingly even stronger than Xiang Yuanhang. At the very least, Xiang Yuanhang's war spear could not unleash such might. Tang Niu's eyes burst with light as he emanated a powerful aura. The veins in his arms bulged as he took a sudden step forward, swinging the bone cleaver. The bone cleaver erupted with a blazing light, forming a red blade of light that slashed down. Wuyang's heart suddenly shook. Uncle Tang's bone-slicing knife was actually a holy weapon. Seeing him wielding it every day to chop meat, no one would think of it as a holy weapon. The clash of the knife light and the fist energy erupted with a thunderous roar, the shockwave causing people's clothes to flutter, and the powerful pushing force made everyone involuntarily retreat. Bang, bang, bang. The glass on both sides of the street shattered directly, and both men staggered backward. Wang Longjin stumbled back 7 or 8 steps and almost fell, while Tang Niu also retreated a few steps, his face flushed and his body steaming with sweat. Wang Xinglong's expression changed. He glanced at his chest where his clothes had been torn by the knife's energy, and there were wounds on his skin. His hands trembled slightly. He hadn't expected Tang Niu to be so strong even when injured. Could it be that his injuries were not severe? That was impossible. At that moment, Tang Niu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbled, his legs went weak, and he knelt on one knee on the ground, propping the bone-slicing knife against the floor to steady himself. He spat blood. The one-eyed butcher spat blood. The sect leader won. The sect leader is mighty. The surrounding small gangsters cheered excitedly, while many shop owners and residents on this street wore grim expressions. Tang Niu had lost, and their street was doomed. The reputation of the Golden Knife sect was not good at all. Su Wuyang's expression suddenly changed. Uncle Tang had helped him a lot. Although he looked fierce, he would occasionally throw him some scraps like pig liver and intestines and always gave him extra when weighing meat. He owed his life to him, but his strength was of no use. Not to mention, he couldn't defeat Wang Xinglong. There were several members of the Golden Dragon Gang around, all clearly elite warriors. Charging him would only make him a target. He felt anxious, his eyes flickering. He looked around, trying to find someone from the police station, but he noticed that the police car that often parked at the street corner was still there, indicating that the officers hadn't left. However, they didn't come to check, and he realized this was likely premeditated. The Golden Knife sect had probably bribed the police. His heart turned cold. This route was definitely not going to work. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the previous leader of the thugs, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. If they wouldn't come, he would make things even bigger. Wang Xinglong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suddenly stood up, laughing loudly. Tang Niu, you're done for. Tang Niu spat out a mouthful of blood, retorting, come try it. I'll still take you down. Still stubborn. Wang Xinglong shouted angrily, moving his body and charging at Tang Niu again. Tang Niu forced himself to stand up, and the two clashed instantly, moving swiftly, fists flying, and the sound of blades flashing. A series of explosive sounds erupted. Boss, go for it. The thugs from the Golden Dragon Gang cheered. Su Wuyang quietly squeezed through the crowd. He glanced at the excited leader, who was waving his hands energetically, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, he moved. In a flash, a sharp blade stabbed into the left rib of the big man, piercing directly into his lung, and the knife was swiftly withdrawn as he blended into the crowd, quickly distancing himself. The big man, who had been shouting excitedly, suddenly felt weak. Darkness closing in on him. Thinking he was just overly excited and lacking oxygen, he shook his head and raised his hand to shout. But suddenly his throat seemed to block, tightening, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Darkness followed, and he gasped for breath, clutching his neck, slowly collapsing to the ground. Boss, what's wrong? At that moment, a little brother noticed the boss's abnormality, and blood began to flow from his padded jacket, staining the ground red. The others around also noticed and immediately screamed. Someone's been killed. The crowd scattered, and they saw the big man lying on the ground, convulsing, blood flowing. At this moment, a shrill cry rang out as Wang Xinglong and Tang Niu both staggered back. Tang Niu spat out another mouthful of blood, his body swaying, steam rising from him, while Wang Xinglong was also panting heavily. He looked at the crowd and saw his brothers huddled together, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this time, a cold, stern young man said with a sharp gaze, Boss, Daozi has been killed. A stab to the lung, very clean. Wang Xinglong's eyes suddenly turned fierce, scanning the surroundings as he shouted harshly. Find them. Don't let anyone who dares to kill my people get away. Searching. They definitely hadn't gone far. And they must have a murder weapon on them. Search them one by one. Squat down, damn it, dare to run? Beat anyone who dares to run. Break their legs. The people from the Golden Knife sect grabbed steel rods and knives, charging into the crowd. In an instant, chaos erupted, and people ran everywhere, while the Golden Knife sect members began to hit and smash, even using knives to slash. Su Wuyang had already hidden outside, watching the Jin Dao men act so ruthlessly. He felt a surge of anger. These people were truly lawless and showed no mercy. He noticed that the police car not only did not come in, but suddenly started and drove away. His heart sank. The police didn't even care when lives were lost. He was filled with immense rage. Bang, bang, bang. What was that? Su Wuyang's expression changed suddenly. Who had made a move? He looked at the crowd. At this moment, most people were crouching, but four individuals stood out, appearing even more conspicuous. When Su Wuyang saw these four people, his eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 54. The five villains of the city fortress street. He recognized all four of them, and they were people he knew very well. Uncle Jean from the lame bun shop had a limp at his right leg and was holding a large iron fire poker, his face devoid of the usual warm smile, replaced by seriousness. Uncle Jean from the vegetable shop had his right arm completely severed and was holding a black iron shoulder pole, standing it upright on the ground. His usual cheerful demeanor had vanished, and his eyes were extremely cold and fierce. Uncle Lee from the grocery store had his right leg amputated at the knee, leaning on an iron crutch. His kind expression had disappeared, replaced by an incredibly fierce demeanor, as if he were a ferocious wolf. Aunt Fat from the grain store was the only one among the four who was intact, but her body was hefty, short and round. She held an iron rolling pin in her hand, still covered in flour, exuding an imposing aura like a fierce woman, even more intense than when she usually argued with others. These people, who usually cared for him, had all taken action. He often heard people talk about the five notorious figures of City Fortress Street. It was their presence that had protected City Fortress Street for many years, and today, all of them had finally come out. Su Wuyang had long heard how powerful and fierce these people were, but they usually treated him warmly, so he never had the chance to see them in action. He only saw Uncle Tang in action, but just his appearance was enough to scare the thugs into a panic. Wang Xinglong's face was ashen, his gaze fixed on the group, gritting his teeth and saying, "All right, all five of the notorious villains from Chengsheiji are here." Clang, clang, clang. Uncle Lee leaned on his crutch and took a few steps forward, calmly saying, "Leader Wang, the Jin Dao sect has a grand enterprise. Why must you target our street? I wonder if Leader Wang could be generous and step over our Chengsheiji." Wang Xinglong's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, "What if I say no?" Uncle Lee replied calmly, "Then we, these disabled ones, can only fight to the end and experience Leader Wang's martial arts." His gaze turned to Tang Niu, who was holding onto a roadside post. His blood mixed with pig's blood. He looked pale as a sheet, his hand holding the knife trembling and his legs shaking. If he weren't holding onto the post, he wouldn't be able to stand. Wang Xinglong's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "Letting go of Chengsheiji is not impossible." Uncle Lee asked, "What conditions does Leader Wang have? We disabled ones might still have some influence to negotiate." "Good, then I want him dead." Wang Xinglong suddenly looked at Tang Niu, roaring as he charged towards him. This punch was too fast. Everyone thought Wang Xinglong would retreat, but unexpectedly, he launched a sudden attack, closing the 5 or 6 meters distance in an instant. Tang Niu wanted to strike back, but as soon as he moved, his body weakened beneath him. D. Wang Xinglong's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he shouted, his fist aimed at Tang Niu's head, intending to smash it and kill him, breaking the group of 5 first and then taking them down one by one. None would escape. Just then, a loud metallic crash echoed, and a burst of energy exploded. Wang Xinglong was sent staggering back, retreating more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. At that moment, a person stood in front of Tang Niu, missing a leg and leaning on a crutch. It was Uncle Lee. Despite his broken leg, he had moved 5 or 6 meters in an instant, blocking Wang Xinglong, and it was his iron crutch that had repelled Wang Xinglong. Wang Xinglong's eyes widened in shock. His arm went numb from the impact, and the immense force made his blood surge. He stared at Uncle Lee, gritting his teeth. "Good, very good. Chengsheiji indeed has hidden talents. There's even a 9th-level battle master." Uncle Lee leaned on his crutch, speaking solemnly. "Leader Wang, when you can spare someone, you should. Don't make things irreparable. If you want to take Chengsheiji, we have no objections, as long as you follow the rules. No one will stop you. But if you disregard the rules and want to kill, then that's not right." Wang Xinglong realized he couldn't achieve his goal today. His face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth. "Fine, if the mountain doesn't turn, the water will flow. This grudge is settled. You all wait. I will definitely take revenge." Looking for death. Suddenly, Fat Ant roared, her plump body exploding with speed, almost instantaneously appearing in front of Wang Xinglong. swinging her iron rod down with a whoosh. Wang Xinglong's expression changed in an instant. He roared in anger, his fists bursting with fierce light, both fists striking out to meet the iron rod. Bang! Like a giant hammer hitting iron, the sound was explosive, sparks flying. Wang Xinglong was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground more than 10 meters away. Unable to retreat in time, falling hard and rolling over, reaching out to press against the ground. Wang Xinglong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale instantly. His clothes were torn apart by the shock, his sleeves completely gone, revealing blood-streaked arms, as if his veins had burst, blood seeping out. Leader. The Jin Dao sect members reacted at this moment, several holy soldiers rushing over to support Wang Xinglong. However, Wang Xinglong raised a hand to stop them. His eyes bloodshot as he slowly stood up, glaring at Fat Ant, then sweeping his gaze over Uncle Li, Tang Niu, and the others, saying in a deep voice, "Leave." Wang Xinglong turned to leave, with several Jin Dao sect members hurriedly following. The thugs were stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening and ran away. Some ran so hurriedly that they tripped and fell, as cheers erupted from the street. "Get lost! Get out of our Chengsheiji! What Jin Dao sect? I see it as Jin Dog sect. Haha, look how they run like dogs. Shut up." Suddenly, Fat Ant glared fiercely, angrily shouting, "What were you all doing just now? Now you're all so arrogant. Get out of my sight. Just looking at you makes me angry." The crowd fell silent at her words. Those who had been shouting earlier turned red-faced, but dared not provoke her, lowering their heads and leaving quickly. Fat Ant had been too terrifying. That strike could smash stones, and they didn't want to provoke her. "Old Tang, how are you?" Uncle Li leaned on his crutch, looking at Tang Niu. Tang Niu spat out some blood, gritting his teeth. Not good. At this moment, Uncle Zhao stepped forward. "Old Tang, your injuries need to be treated. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill pigs." Tang Niu replied, "I can kill pigs, even lying in bed." But soon, he felt weak and started to fall backward. At that moment, Uncle Kai stepped forward, using a pole to support him, looking at him. "Uncle Zhao, come help Tang Niu to the butcher shop." Tang Niu clearly had no strength to resist, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Wuyang hid at the alley entrance, feeling a wave of shock in his heart. That plump ant moved with such speed and struck with such force. He couldn't tell what kind of holy weapon it was, but it seemed to be related to speed and strength. Wang Xinglong was also a strength-type holy weapon warrior, yet he was knocked away by a single blow. Too strong. Then there was Uncle Li, who had such strange speed. Even with a broken leg, he could still move so quickly, swift as the wind. Wuyang couldn't even see how he moved, yet he was already several meters away. It seemed that Uncle Zhao and Uncle Kai Zhang wouldn't be any weaker either. This was the power of the 5 great villains of the city fortress, and his heart surged with the desire to possess such strength. As he watched the crowd disperse, he initially thought about checking on Uncle Tang, but decided it wasn't the right time. He needed to go to the martial arts hall. Having already wasted quite a bit of time today, he would come back to check later in the evening. "Kid, are your techniques quite smooth?" At that moment, a cold voice sounded behind him. Chapter 55. The Power of Basic Sword Techniques. Wuyang's body suddenly stiffened. A chill rushed from his lower back to the top of his head, making his hair stand on end. Someone had quietly crept up behind him without him noticing. "Don't move." Just as he was about to make a move, he felt something sharp pressed against his lower back, and he hurriedly stopped his actions. "Kid, your killing moves were quite nimble just now, but in front of me, you're nothing. Killing you is like squashing a bug." A cold voice rang out, and Wuyang's heart sank. The other party had actually discovered that he had killed someone. With his speed and method, even those leaning against the wall wouldn't necessarily notice. Yet this person had found out. His heart sank further. It seemed he had underestimated the world, thinking his actions were flawless, but he didn't expect to be discovered. Moreover, the opponent had crept up behind him without him realizing it, indicating that the opponent was stronger than him. "Kid, you're just a low-level holy soldier warrior. You can try to see if you're faster, or if my knife is faster." The cold voice came from behind, and he didn't dare to move anymore, as a fierce aura of death enveloped him. Wuyang's eyes darted, and he immediately felt weak all over. Trembling in fear as he said, "No. Don't kill me, I won't move. I see you were quite swift in your actions, but it turns out you're just a softy. Step back. Into the alley. The cold voice came again. I'll back off. Please don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old grandma to take care of and younger siblings to look after. Please, don't let your hand slip. Su Wuyang begged for mercy with a trembling voice, his legs shaking as he stepped back, seemingly scared to the point of wetting himself. As he entered the alley, his mind raced as he thought of a way out. Shut up, he said, raising his hands above his head, cradling it. Don't be slippery. Su Wuyang seemed startled and quickly complied, slowly raising both hands to his head and cradling it. At that moment, he felt the knife leave the back of his neck. The person then coldly asked, "Why did you kill? What is your relationship with Tang Niu?" Su Wuyang's heart tightened. Sure enough, it was related to Tang Niu. He pretended to be scared and said with a trembling voice, "I have a grudge against that person. He robbed my money. You have nothing to do with Tang Niu." No relation. I'm not familiar with him," Su Wuyang hurriedly said with a trembling voice. The person behind him stopped talking, seemingly deep in thought, when suddenly that person cursed angrily. "Damn it, dare to trick me? You little brat. Are you looking for death?" Su Wuyang's heart jolted. The person had seen through him. He felt that person step forward, and suddenly his eyes sharpened. With a thought, the bundle of clothes he had placed in his backpack fell from above. This suddenly appearing large object startled the person, who swiftly slashed with a knife, sending the bundle flying and cotton fluff scattering everywhere. Su Wuyang suddenly turned around, and with a burst of strength, he lunged forward, a sword appearing in his hand, stabbing toward the person behind him. The person was a young man around 25 or 26 years old, not very tall, with a sinister gaze. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. He didn't expect Su Wuyang to be so fast and pounce on him in an instant. However, his eyes soon flashed with fierce light as he shouted angrily, "Looking for death? How dare you attack me?" He swung his knife towards Su Wuyang's sword. The knife technique faster than Su Wuyang's. If he could block Su Wuyang's sword, he was sure that with the opponent's strength, he would not be his match. Su Wuyang seemed to have a moment of inspiration. He instantly executed the second stance of the sword technique he had practiced 20 times last night, moving his body and flicking his sword upwards. With a ringing sound of metal, he deflected his opponent's blade, and as his sword followed the movement of the blade, it slashed through, the two of them passing each other. In an instant, the edge of the sword grazed the opponent's throat, and the sound of flesh and bone being severed was incredibly clear. Su Wuyang gasped for breath, feeling his will stretch to the limit in that moment. But he couldn't care about the fatigue. He turned around instantly. Although he knew the kind of injury the sword had caused from the feeling that came from it just now, it was still better to be cautious, as this was a holy weapon warrior. He saw the man standing there in a daze, disbelief in his eyes, murmuring, "Such a fast sword." Clang! The knife fell from his hand, and blood gushed from his severed neck like a fountain, followed by his body collapsing. Su Wuyang's body trembled slightly, and the holy weapon in his mind shook, bursting with light. Warm energy surged from the holy weapon, and he felt his physical strength rapidly increase. He knew the holy weapon had leveled up. However, at that moment, he couldn't afford to check. His gaze swept across both sides of the alley entrance, but found no one. He grabbed the bundle containing his clothes, only to discover that it had been slashed open by a knife, with several garments cut. He cursed inwardly, unsure how many clothes were still wearable. He stored the bundle in the system and prepared to leave, but then he paused, his gaze falling on the knife, and with a thought, he took it away. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a wooden plaque hanging from the man's waist, which had a clear pattern on it. His pupils constricted sharply. He was too familiar with that pattern, a coiled black dragon, with striking red eyes. It was the Black Dragon Hall again. His eyes flickered, and with a thought, the corpse on the ground vanished, leaving only a pool of blood. He glanced around quickly and left hastily, darting through the alley, and when he reappeared, he had already left the city street. By the time he arrived at the martial arts training hall, it was already past 9. His 5th training venue was still reserved for him. He had no desire to socialize and headed straight to the training hall, shooing away the small mountain of clothes and locking the door. On the way, he was deep in thought about what kind of force the Black Dragon Hall was and why it was in this city street. From the previous conversation he overheard, it was clear that the Black Dragon Hall was a significant force. Why would they be concerned about Tang Yeo? Did they have any intentions regarding the city street? He thought it unlikely. The city street was just an ordinary, unremarkable little street in Wuxing City. What could possibly attract the Black Dragon Hall? He was unsure if that person had companions or if anyone had discovered him. He scratched his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Regardless, strength was the top priority. Only with strength could he face risks. If he hadn't practiced his sword technique today, he would have likely been doomed. Today, he was astonished. The so-called basic sword technique was so miraculous. After just one night of practice, he felt it was effortless to slay a powerful holy weapon warrior. Though that guy's carelessness played a part too. He didn't rush to practice again. After looking around the training hall and finding no surveillance cameras, he knew from his previous job that the training area didn't have surveillance. As every practitioner had their own secrets they didn't want others to discover, and even the service staff were just attendants, he still felt uneasy. After checking around and confirming there were none, he finally stopped and began to check the system. With a thought, the system interface appeared before him. Indeed, the holy weapon had already upgraded to level 6, and his experience points had increased by 11%. This holy weapon warrior was probably not low in level, likely above level 7 or 8. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given such a high amount of experience points. Confirming that he had indeed leveled up, he looked at his backpack, which was now completely full. One slot for clothes, one for the knife, and one for a corpse. He intended to deal with the corpse, as its disappearance would reduce many troubles. The later it was discovered, the safer he would be. His gaze fell on the holy weapon again. With a thought, the holy weapon knife appeared in his hand. It was just over a meter long, narrow, and heavy, though not as heavy as his sword. The blade was pulsating with mysterious energy. A holy weapon could fetch a high price outside. Knives were considered popular holy weapons, worth at least several $100,000. Selling this holy weapon would immediately solve his financial problems. However, he couldn't act recklessly now. He decided to wait for the situation to cool down. He put the knife away, steadied his mind, took off his outer garment, and began refining his sword technique. This time, he didn't practice the chaotic slashing he had created before, but focused on the basic sword technique. Now he understood the value of this sword technique. It was truly priceless. He immersed himself in it, finding it increasingly intuitive and feeling more and more adept with each practice. Finally, when his stomach growled and he was drenched in sweat, he stopped. Checking the system, he found that he had practiced 40 times and his knife technique proficiency had reached 60. His eyes sparkled with determination. Today, he aimed to upgrade from the basics to the introductory level. After eating, he practiced the holy weapon technique, then the sword technique, not stopping for a moment. If he wanted to become a powerful holy weapon warrior, he had to work harder and strive more than anyone else to seize his opportunity. Chapter 56. Skill Improvement. Outside the training hall, Xiao Shanzi was bored, dozing off. This was the first time he had served someone like Su Wuyang, who entered the venue without making a sound. He had called for lunch once around noon, but now it was already 5 or 6 o'clock, and there was still no movement. At that moment, he heard the pleasant sound of high heels approaching, which jolted him awake. He quickly stood up, and sure enough, at the other end of the corridor, Chiu Hong was coming over with 2 managers, discussing something as they walked. "Hello, Sister Chiu," Xiao Shanzi greeted respectfully. Chiu Hong glanced at him, nodded, and walked past, but seemed to remember something and stopped. She looked at Xiao Shanzi and asked, "Is there someone inside? Is it Su Wuyang?" Xiao Shanzi hurriedly replied, "Yes, Sister Chiu, young Master Su is inside practicing." Chiu Hong listened carefully and could hear the sound of sword strikes and footsteps vibrating from within. She asked, "Has he been practicing in there all this time?" Xiao Shanzi replied, "He came over this morning, only called for lunch, and then continued practicing until now." Chiu Hong nodded, sighing, "This kid really works hard." She looked at Xiao Shanzi and said, "Xiao Shanzi, do your job well and don't be slack." Xiao Shanzi quickly responded, "Okay, Sister Chiu." Chiu Hong led the 2 others away, but Xiao Shanzi scratched his head, puzzled about why Sister Chiu liked Su Wuyang so much. Was it just because the kid was sweet-tongued? After all, there were dozens of attendants in the training hall, and Su Wuyang was not only sweet-tongued, but also knew how to make things work. Many people in the martial arts hall liked him. After practicing nearly 100 times, Su Wuyang's sword technique became increasingly proficient and intuitive. This sword technique was not just 6 moves. Each move could change into different variations, making it truly versatile. Eastern Wind Dance. Su Wuyang shouted in a deep voice, his sword weaving into a flower-like form, the sword light twisting like a beam, truly resembling the chaotic dance of the east wind, striking in the east while attacking in the west, striking in the east while attacking in the east, embodying the extreme of transformation, the sword slicing through the air with incredible speed. Buzz! All the sword lights converged. Su Wuyang sheathed his sword and stood tall, a red glow surging on his face, his breath rumbling like thunder. Ding! Basic sword technique proficiency maxed out. Skill level upgraded to beginner. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Su Wuyang's mind. His eyes suddenly brightened. After reaching 100 times, he finally leveled up. At that instant, he felt a vibration from the holy weapon. A sense of enlightenment washed over him, as if information was entering his brain. In an instant, he gained a deeper understanding of the basic sword technique. Many previously unclear concepts became transparent, and his level of swordsmanship improved. Su Wuyang was excited. He never expected that leveling up his proficiency would have such an effect. This was simply a divine revelation, not just an increase in level, but an elevation of both realm and mindset. Overwhelmed with excitement, he couldn't help but let out a sharp howl. Suddenly, he moved, his sword struck like thunder, and in an instant, the wooden post in the arena had its head severed. Su Wuyang stood with his sword, his eyes shining with brilliance. The power he possessed was not inferior to that of sacred weapon techniques. He suddenly gained a new understanding of sacred weapon warriors. As his physical abilities improved, his strength and speed exceeded those of strong individuals, and the might of his swordsmanship would only grow stronger. In the future, its utility would not be weaker than that of sacred weapon techniques. Even if sacred weapon techniques were powerful, they could not be unleashed infinitely. However, as long as one had stamina, sword techniques could unleash their power, making them extremely important in battle. At this moment, he felt that the 30,000 he spent was absolutely worth it. Not to mention 30,000, even 300,000 would be worth it. This foundational sword technique goes straight to the essence of swordsmanship. The more he practiced, the deeper he felt it was, enough for a lifetime of cultivation. Su Wuyang glanced at the clock on the wall and was surprised to see it was already 6 o'clock. He paused to rest and checked the system. His proficiency in the round moon slash had already reached over 30. Once the round moon slash skill improved to the beginner level, its power should also increase. After resting for a while, he took a shower, got dressed, and opened the door. "Young Master Su, you're done with your training." Xiao Shanzi immediately stood up. He admired Su Wuyang. He could tell from the sounds inside that Su Wuyang hardly took any breaks. Su Wuyang smiled and said. Xiao Shanzi immediately laughed and replied, "It's not hard at all. It's my honor to serve young Master Su. Please this way, young Master Su. I'll take you to the front desk to settle the bill." As he spoke, he respectfully led the way in front. Previously, Xiao Shanzi felt a bit displeased, even jealous, wondering why Su Wuyang, a scavenger, was so lucky to become a holy soldier. However, after hearing the huge noises from the training ground recently, and seeing the broken sturdy wood and deep sword marks while cleaning, he no longer dared to feel jealous. Moreover, Su Wuyang treated him very well, unlike other holy soldiers who looked down on him, as if even a glance would dirty them. Some even had terrible attitudes and would hit people without hesitation. Therefore, his attitude changed, and he lowered his posture. For Su Wuyang, it was very simple. He just sat there every day without having to worry about anything. It was a bit boring. Today, after another 9 hours of training, another 1,600 was gone. Zhang Xian approached with a radiant smile. And the sharp-faced girl was not working today, replaced by another girl who also had a bright smile. Now, who among the staff at the training hall didn't know that Su Wuyang had become a holy soldier and was generous with his spending? Su Wuyang smiled and said, as he spoke, he waved his hand with a smile and walked out. Another girl, with sparkling small eyes and a love-struck expression, said, "He called us sister. My heart is melting. My Wuyang is so handsome." Zhang Xian, her face blushing, poked her and said, "All right, stop being infatuated. He is just being polite." Do you really think he could like us? The girl smiled flirtatiously and replied. Zhang Xen, however, smiled and, looking at Su Wuyang's departing figure, slowly said, You don't have a chance. There are no women in his eyes. Su Wuyang was unaware that the two women were discussing him. The sky had already darkened, which was intentional on his part. He needed to dispose of the body. The inner city was lit up with streetlights, and every household was ablaze with lights, contrasting sharply with the impoverished areas. Occasionally, patrol officers could be seen on the streets, and people were leisurely strolling along both sides, making it look no different from the time before the apocalypse. He left the inner city, crossed a bridge, and entered the southern district. The entire southern district was engulfed in darkness, with only a few flickering lights, shadows lurking as if man-eating monsters were hiding in the dark. He wandered through the alleys after entering the southern district and came across a garbage dump. With a thought, he tossed the body into the pile of trash. However, he reconsidered and quickly removed the tag from its waist before hurrying away, leaving everything else untouched. He didn't even lay a hand on it. This was not his previous life, and the holy soldiers had various abilities, just in case. Why throw the body here? At night, no one would come, but wild dogs would definitely catch the scent and come over. By the time someone discovered it the next day, it would likely be chewed beyond recognition and would simply be treated as an unclaimed corpse taken to the crematory for burning. At that point, it would truly disappear without a trace. Chapter 57. Changing the lamb leg. Seeing Uncle Zhao busy, he didn't greet him. He went to Uncle Zhang's vegetable shop to buy some groceries. At this time, there were still many people buying vegetables. The shop was packed with customers, and Uncle Zhang was at the counter weighing vegetables for the guests, occasionally chatting with familiar faces. Su Wuyang was waiting in line with several bags of vegetables. When it was his turn, Uncle Zhang took the vegetables and, seeing him, smiled and said, Wuyang, you bought radishes. Are you really planning to make a meat stew? Su Wuyang laughed and said yes. Uncle Kai Zhang, I'll go to Uncle Tang's to weigh some meat later. It's warm to stew meat on a cold day. Uncle Kai Zhang didn't even lift his eyes and smiled. Go ahead. Go ahead. Uncle Tang didn't bring in much meat today. If you go late, you might not be able to buy any. All right, I'll go right away. No need to buy rice for now. I say, little sister, you're only buying this little bit of vegetables. Look how thin you've gotten. It pains my heart to see. A middle-aged woman joked with a smile. Uncle Kai Zhang chuckled. Old Qian is too stingy. Throw him away and come with me. Old Kai too. Good vegetables every day. The middle-aged woman immediately laughed heartily, and the people in the store burst into laughter. Su Wuyang felt a bit strange. Uncle Kai Zhang had a bit of a master-esque demeanor. It seemed that the fierce-looking person carrying the iron shoulder pole in the morning wasn't him. He shook his head and walked out of the vegetable shop, where Aunt Fat was pressing dough, occasionally arguing with the owner of the grain shop next door, shouting all sorts of dirty insults, saliva flying everywhere while still kneading the dough, mixing her spit into it. Uncle Lee was sitting at the counter by the door, collecting money, with his iron crutch propped up beside him, his squinty eyes fixed on the women paying. Occasionally his rough, old hand would brush against a woman's hand, provoking her to scold him as an old lecher, her face turning red as she hurried off with her things. Everything was as usual. The 5 evils of the city market looked no different, and the imposing 5 evils of the morning had completely turned into ordinary townsfolk. He shook his head and walked toward the butcher shop. There weren't many people in front of the butcher shop. After all, not many were willing to spend on meat, and Uncle Tang wasn't there either. There was only some pork on the counter, but it was clearly running low, and all the meat was of poor quality. Uncle Tang, weigh the meat. Su Wuyang shouted inside, seeing Uncle Tang lying on a lounge chair, only his legs visible, but not his face. Cut the meat yourself, and find the money yourself. Uncle Tang's loud voice came from inside, though it wasn't as loud as usual. It seemed a bit weak, followed by a few coughs. Su Wuyang glanced at the table and then at the money box. He finally understood why the meat quality was so poor and why there wasn't much money in the box. It seemed that someone had taken the opportunity to steal the good meat and also took extra money. With Tang Nyo's physique, he couldn't even get up, so it seemed he was seriously injured. Su Wuyang walked into the shop and saw Tang Nyo lying in a chair, a cigarette in his mouth. He took a puff but then started coughing, his face pale and his lips even paler. When Tang Nyo saw Su Wuyang, his eyes lit up and he said, "You brat, why do you want to eat lamb ribs? You're quite picky. Take as much as you want. Chop it yourself. I'm too lazy to move today." Wuyang glanced at the cured leg of lamb hanging on the rack, took a piece down, and said, "I'll take this whole piece." Tang Niu glanced at him and said, "You brat, you've struck it rich. This leg costs hundreds of dollars. You're really willing to spend." Wuyang smiled and said, "Uncle Tang, you don't look well. I have a bottle of medicine here. How about I trade it for this leg of lamb?" Uncle Tang rolled his eyes and replied, "You little brat, you want to fool your Uncle Tang again, trying to get my leg of lamb for free. What kind of medicine do you have that's worth this leg of lamb?" Wuyang smiled as he took out a small red bottle from his pocket and handed it to Tang Niu, saying, "Uncle Tang, why not give it a try? You can test it first and buy it later." Tang Niu looked at Wuyang, casually took it, examined it, and said, "You punk, are you trying to trade this for my leg of lamb with the red ink you filled it with?" Wuyang smiled and said, "Uncle Tang, why don't you give it a try? When I bought it, they said it was a miraculous medicine that could cure all ailments." Uncle Tang looked up at Wuyang and said, "I'll give it a try. If you dare to fool your Uncle Tang, I'll smash your head." Saying this, he pulled out the cork and poured the red liquid into his mouth. Just after a moment, Uncle Tang's expression changed, and he suddenly looked at Wuyang with a serious tone and asked, "Where did you get this medicine?" Wuyang listened to Tang Niu's deep breaths, and the paleness on his face was quickly fading, indicating that the medicine was taking effect. He was also shocked, wondering if it was really so fast. Could it be like in the game, instant healing? If so, this medicine must be incredibly valuable. He looked at Tang Niu, who was staring at him, and said, "I bought it from a wandering old man and spent $1,000 on it. What do you think, Uncle Tang? This leg of lamb is definitely worth it, right?" Tang Niu looked at Wuyang for a long while before finally speaking in a deep voice. "Wuyang, don't let this out easily. Remember that." Wuyang shrugged and said, "There isn't any left. Just buy a bottle." Tang Niu chuckled and then waved his hand. Wuyang laughed and said, "Uncle Tang, there are no more ribs outside. Just a few pieces of standard meat left." Tang Niu immediately began to curse. "Damn it. A bunch of little kids messing with Uncle Tang. Don't let me catch you. Uncle Tang is leaving." Wuyang grabbed a leg of lamb in a bag, walked out of the store, casually picked up a piece of meat from the butcher's stall, stuffed it into the bag, and left. Behind him, Uncle Tang shouted angrily, "You little brat, you didn't pay." Wuyang waved his hand and said, "I'll give it to you another day." After saying that, he ran away in a flash. Tang Niu slowly sat down in the chair. At this moment, his face had completely regained its color. He tore off the bandage on his chest, and to his surprise, the wound was healing rapidly. He murmured, "What a powerful healing potion. This is a third-grade healing potion from the top Chongqing company. Where did this kid get it? Could it be that someone from above contacted him in advance?" He looked at the bottle in his hand, which had no markings and looked just like an ordinary glass bottle. He fell into deep thought. After a moment, he recovered the bandage, and then his face turned pale again, as if the wound hadn't truly healed. Chapter 58. My name is Tang Tang. Wuyang was also shocked by the power of the medicinal liquid. Uncle Tang was not an ordinary figure. He should be a 9th-level battle master. However, this medicine worked quickly, and he realized the quality of the medicine produced by the system. Although he did not understand the value of the medicine, he could tell from the last time when Lu Fu, Qianjun, Jiang Hai, and others used the medicine that it was definitely several levels inferior compared to the red medicine produced by the system. They took the medicine just to stop the bleeding and save their lives, and it absolutely did not have such strong recovery power. It was obvious that Tang Niu's complexion and breath were recovering, although he could not yet determine the exact value. Exchanging for 3 to 5 bottles of top-grade medicine was definitely not a problem, and that was a conservative estimate. He wasn't regretting it. Uncle Tang's care for him made this bottle of red medicine nothing. To ensure that Uncle Tang would accept it, he deliberately asked for a leg of lamb. Otherwise, with Tang Niu's temperament, he probably wouldn't accept it at all. However, he still had another bottle of medicine and decided to keep it well, not to use it carelessly or reveal it casually. From Tang Niu's expression, he could tell the power of this medicine. If others found out, it would truly be a case of having a gem but inviting disaster. He remained cautious on the way, taking 2 detours without discovering anyone following him. He even deliberately went to the small alley where he had killed someone before. The blood had dried, and there were no white line marks commonly used by the police, indicating that no one had inquired about it. He chopped off a large piece of meat weighing about 2 pounds, cut some radishes, and stewed the meat for a hearty meal. He took out his clothes and inspected each piece. Only a few were intact, and the cotton jacket had its cotton turned inside out, leaving him extremely helpless, as these were newly bought clothes. He sorted out what was wearable and set the rest aside. After finishing these tasks, he took out the sword technique and studied it carefully. He increasingly felt that this sword technique was powerful, so he paid more attention to it. After practicing the sword a few times, he then went to bed to cultivate the sacred weapon technique. The night passed without incident. The next day, after breakfast, he left home and went to the street, not in a hurry to leave. He noticed that Uncle Tang's house was closed, seemingly resting, while other shops were operating normally. He discreetly checked and found no one inquiring about news before heading to Uncle Zhao's, where he bought a few large buns and went to the martial arts training hall. For 5 consecutive days, Wuyang did this, maintaining a routine between home and the training hall, and his strength progressed rapidly. His power, speed, and stamina were all increasing, almost catching up to the level of the sacred sword. His sword technique was also advancing quickly, with proficiency reaching over 200 times. Moving towards the second level of familiarity, and the sacred weapon technique was about to upgrade. In the training ground, Wuyang's body burst forth, letting out a loud shout as he swung his sword. Sacred weapon technique. Round moon / the sword emitted a sharp whistle, and the training ground was illuminated by a cold light as the round moon blade slashed out, striking the hard wooden target with a loud bang. The hardwood exploded, and the 30-centimeter thick wood was almost cut in half, creating a huge crack, just a few centimeters away from being completely severed. Wuyang sheathed his sword and stood up, moving forward to wipe the hard wooden target. His eyes gleamed with light. This was the upgraded full moon slash, and its power was truly astonishing, far beyond what the human body could withstand. It was time to head to the wilderness again. Wuyang's eyes flashed with determination. He had decided to go to Manji for training, and his strength needed to be tested in the wilderness. He couldn't wait any longer. The moon tide would arrive in a few days. It wasn't suitable to venture into the wild 1 or 2 days before or after the moon tide. With 3 or 4 days left, he could go out once more and strive to level up a few more times. The tavern was even busier than the last time he visited, almost completely packed. Even the 5 high bar stools at the counter were occupied, with some people standing. The second floor was bustling with people coming and going. Wuyang was taken aback. It had been just a few days, and the tavern was this lively. Had all the fusion soldiers from Wuxing City come to dance the night away? When did Wuxing City have so many fusion soldiers? Generally, holy soldiers would be at the Holy Soldier Hall, which has a mission hall specifically serving holy soldiers. Of course, fusion soldiers can go there too, but they are usually reluctant to visit the Holy Hall. Organizations like Night Dance, which cater specifically to fusion soldiers, have emerged as a result. He scanned the hall, but did not see Xiang Yanheng and the others, feeling a bit disappointed, as he had enjoyed working with them and hoped to collaborate again. Old Yang, a glass of 50-degree sorghum liquor. Wuyang watched someone leave and squeeze into the bar, looking at Old Yang with a bright smile as he pushed out 50 yuan in new currency. Old Yang was still the same as ever, not lifting his head, pouring a glass of sorghum liquor and sliding it over. Wuyang took it, down half of it in one go, feeling a fiery and refreshing sensation. This sorghum liquor was very pure. He smacked his lips and looked at the glass, noticing today that this liquor seemed to have the same taste as the one from Dujio. Could have been purchased from Dujio. He took another sip, and, sure enough, it was the same, Su Dalong's favorite sorghum liquor, which he had also drunk before. Looking at the glass, memories of Su Dalong surfaced in his mind, recalling his expression every time he drank sorghum liquor, as if it were divine nectar. He raised the glass and downed it in one gulp. The liquor flowed down his throat like fire, making his eyes redden slightly, and sparkles appeared. A smile floated on his face. Old Yang slightly raised his eyes, glanced at Wuyang, then lowered his head, seemingly mumbling something, and the cup in his hand seemed to spin faster and more forcefully. "Young man, you can't handle it, can you? That's not how you drink this liquor." A soldier beside him laughed. Wuyang smiled and said, Drink up quickly. He looked at Old Yang and pushed out 50 yuan, saying, Old Yang, another cup. Old Yang didn't even raise his head and replied, There's none left. The big man beside him immediately pointed at the wine jar in surprise and said, Isn't there still more than half a jar? Old Yang, not for sale. Wuyang was momentarily speechless, so he had no choice but to put the money away, push the cup aside, and head upstairs. If he wasn't going to drink, then so be it. That old man was quite peculiar. If he said he wouldn't sell, then he wouldn't sell. The second floor was completely different from the previous sparsely populated area. Many people were crowded against the wall, looking at the drawing board. He leaned in to take a look and found that the blood rose was surprisingly absent, replaced by the sweet girl from when he bought books earlier. He glanced at the drawing board casually and was taken aback to see that it was entirely filled with tasks related to Nanshan Lake, all for hunting the ice-scale fish demons. As he listened to the discussions around him, he soon understood what was going on. It turned out that a large number of ice-scale fish demons had emerged from Nanshan Lake, and the news had reached Yangzhou City. Now, both Yangzhou City and several surrounding garrisons had soldiers from the Forging Army and Holy Army rushing over, which explained the large crowd. Wuyang approached the window, looked at the sweet girl, and with a radiant smile said, Miss, please help me set up a task to Nanshan Lake. Wuyang has grown taller now, and his face is not as thin as before. Wearing new clothes, he looks quite pleasing to the eye, coupled with his brilliant smile. The girl instantly feels more favorable towards him and smiles back, saying, There are a lot of tasks at Nanshan Lake. What is your current strength? Wuyang said, Level 5 sword soldier. The girl's eyes flashed with surprise as she looked Wuyang up and down, seemingly not expecting him to be a level 5 warrior at such a young age. Then she smiled and said, All right, give me the wooden token, and I'll find you a good team. Wuyang handed over the wooden plaque. She took out a notebook, flipped through a few pages, and shouted towards the outside. Number 15, someone is joining. Come and take a look. Number 15 is here. At that moment, a man in his 30s with an average build walked over, holding a plaque. He approached and said, Where are the people? Where are they? The girl pointed at Wuyang and said, It's him, a level 5 swordsman. The man's gaze swept across Wuyang's face, looked him up and down, and immediately asked, How many missions have you completed? Wuyang immediately understood what the other party meant, but he still stated the facts. Once. The man immediately shook his head and said, No, we need someone experienced. You've only been to the wilderness once. You lack experience. Wuyang watched the other person leave. The girl seemed to be afraid that Wuyang would be disappointed, so she hurriedly tried to arrange something for him. However, the result was the same. As soon as they heard that Wuyang had only entered the wilderness once, they were unwilling to take him. Although Wuyang was already quite tall, nearing 7 meters, his face still looked youthful, clearly indicating that he was only around 14 or 15 years old. At this age, how much combat power could he possibly have? Although being a level 5 warrior was not low, no one believed it at all. They likely thought he was just a young master. Who would want to take someone like that into the wilderness? Seeing the girl look a bit awkward, Wuyang instead smiled brightly and said, Thank you for today, miss. I'll think of another way. The girl apologized and said, My name is Tang Tang, and I'll keep an eye out for you. Wuyang smiled and thanked her, then greeted her before leaving the second floor hall. He understood clearly that last time it was indeed because of blood rose. Otherwise, Xiang Yining Wen Ti had brought him along. He had already made up his mind that if it didn't work out, he would go by himself. He had thought it through. It was a bit inconvenient to travel with others while carrying a backpack. Wuyang, just as he had walked halfway down the stairs, someone called his name from behind. Chapter 59. The Feng Brothers Dan Jia. He saw a tall woman standing on the stairs, taller than some men by half a head. She wore a leather robe, black leather pants, and big boots. A wide leather belt hung at her waist with a dagger attached. Her short hair was tied back in a ponytail, and there was a thin scar under the corner of her eye, adding a touch of wildness to her beautiful face. It was none other than Peng Dan, who had gone on a mission with Wuyang last time. She looked quite happy to see him, her eyes sparkling with a smile, and she said as she walked down, Wuyang, I haven't seen you recently. You're not in a hurry to spend all your money, are you? Wuyang smiled and said yes. Now that I've spent all my money, I'm out looking for tasks. Peng Dan immediately laughed and said, If you don't save money, when will you be able to get a wife? Su Wuyang laughed and said, Dan Jia, I'm still young. Dan Jia immediately shot him a glance and leaned closer, saying, Wuyang, you've really learned to be bad. Su Wuyang was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. And then he immediately scratched his head and said, Sister Dan, I said you are young. Sister Dan's lips twitched, revealing a faint yet meaningful smile as she said, Did I say anything different? Su Wuyang felt even more embarrassed. Peng Dan was not a blood rose, but he didn't expect her to be so bold, which left him a bit taken aback. At that moment, Peng Dan grabbed his arm and said, Come on, today you have to treat me to drinks. Su Wuyang smiled and said, No problem. The two went downstairs and found an empty spot. Su Wuyang directly ordered 2 glasses of sorghum wine. Peng Dan's eyes lit up as she said, How did you know that I, Sister Dan, like to drink sorghum? You weren't secretly investigating me, were you? What do you mean by having an interest in me? But Sister Dan doesn't like you, little brat. Su Wuyang smiled at her and said, Dan Jia, you smell like sorghum liquor. Peng Dan was slightly taken aback by his words, sniffed herself, and raised an eyebrow, saying, Not bad. You little guy have some skills. The waiter brought over 2 glasses of sorghum liquor, and Peng Dan picked up her glass and said, Let's see how you little guy can handle sorghum liquor. Su Wuyang did not answer, raising his glass to clink with Peng Dan's, and calmly said, I started drinking sorghum liquor when I was 12. Since he traveled here at the age of 12, it has been more than 2 years now, and all memories prior to that seem to have vanished. Everything before 12 is a blank. From that time, he took care of Su Dalong and had to buy liquor for him, and sometimes he would drink as well, needing alcohol to suppress much of the pain, otherwise he feared he couldn't bear it. His tone was somewhat flat, but his voice carried a sense of weariness. Peng Dan was slightly taken aback, while Su Wuyang's glass clinked against hers, producing a crisp sound, and then he downed half the glass in one gulp, a glimmer flashing in his eyes. In that moment, Peng Dan was somewhat lost in thought. She saw a deep weariness in Su Wuyang's eyes, as if he had gone through countless hardships, which was not the demeanor of a 14 or 15-year-old child. She had to admit that at that moment, her heart ached for him. This child must have experienced a past that many could not endure, otherwise he wouldn't have such a weary gaze, which she had noticed last time. Su Wuyang looked at her, and Peng Dan woke up, also drinking half a cup, taking a deep breath and looking at Su Wuyang, saying, I didn't expect you to be quite a drinker. Su Wuyang smiled and did not speak. After a pause, he asked, Dan Jia, have you seen Team Xiang? Peng Dan replied, Team Xiang went to Nanshan Lake. They've been there for several days, and it's said that they've had a good harvest. Su Wuyang said, Dan Jia, why didn't you go? Peng Dan shook her head and said, I took on an escort mission and went to Anfeng City. Su Wuyang knew Anfeng, which was another state city under the provincial government, at the same level as Yangzhou City, located to the east, more than 1,000 miles away. Su Wuyang asked, Sister Dan, are you planning to go? Peng Dan nodded and looked at Su Wuyang, saying, I see you are also looking for a team. Do you want to go too? Su Wuyang said, I also want to take a look. I've been cultivating recently, and it's time to go out into the wilderness for some training. Peng Dan nodded and said, Indeed, we can't just work in isolation. By the way, I've joined a team, and they will be here soon. I'll introduce you to the team. This team is quite strong, with 2 brothers, Feng Nan and Feng Bei, both of whom are battle masters with great strength. When they work together, they rank among the top 5 teams in Wuxing City, even stronger than Xiang Yuanhang. Su Wuyang was secretly shocked upon hearing this. The team led by Yuanhang was already very impressive, and they were still looking for someone stronger. He hesitated for a moment and smiled, saying, Forget it. Dan Jia, a team with such strong capabilities, probably won't let me join. Peng Dan patted her chest and said, No worries, with me, Dan Jia, here, even if they don't agree, I won't go. We'll team up, just the 2 of us. Su Wuyang glanced at the chaotic scene being filmed and quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Peng Dan's figure was truly impressive. She didn't seem to notice in her leather jacket, but once it was off, she looked striking. Sister Dan. At that moment, a female voice suddenly rang out. Su Wuyang turned to see a young girl in leather armor, with a slim waist and delicate features, happily greeting Peng Dan. Behind her followed a group of 4 men. The 2 in front were shorter, while the 2 behind were slightly taller. The 2 men in the back were particularly eye-catching, prompting many people to stand up and greet them, which caught Su Wuyang's attention. Both were around 27 or 28 years old. The man in front was of average build, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his gaze calm and imposing. The other was very tall, dressed in combat gear, with a short knife at his waist, sharp eyes, and a stylish trench coat. Peng Dan stood up and took the girl's hand, saying, You guys are here? The girl named Yumei smiled back, Sister Dan. I thought you wouldn't arrive so soon. At that moment, the handsome man in the trench coat looked at Peng Dan with a smile in his eyes and said, Little Dan, you came so early. Wuyang noticed that Peng Dan slightly frowned, seemingly displeased, and the man also seemed to sense it. He looked at Wuyang and asked, Who is this brother? Only then did Peng Dan look at the serious man and say, Captain Feng, this is Wuyang, a good little brother of mine. He has decent strength and is very brave in battle. Last time, he performed quite well on a mission with Xiang Yuaneng. He wants to join us this time. What do you think? Can we take him along? The gazes of several people fell on Wuyang, and they all frowned. The authoritative man looked at Wuyang and asked, What level are you? Peng Dan pointed to the two men and said, Wuyang, these two are Boss Feng and Brother Feng heir. Wuyang had just stood up with Peng Dan and hurriedly cupped his fists at the two of them before saying, Brother Feng, I'm a level 5 warrior, a fusion sword fighter. The few people present were slightly taken aback. This kid had actually reached level 5 warrior status. Peng Dan was even more surprised. He had just barely merged his weapon last time, and now he was already a level 5 warrior. The speed was astonishing. At that moment, she realized why Wuyang's aura felt so strong. To achieve level 5 warrior status in such a short time was rare, even for holy weapon warriors. Only disciples from powerful families and factions with abundant resources and guidance from strong mentors could reach such a speed. And Wuyang was just a fusion weapon warrior. It was truly remarkable that he could achieve this pace. She felt a rush of excitement. Indeed, Wuyang was extraordinary. She had noticed before that his aura suddenly strengthened during combat, which meant he had genuinely advanced in battle. Brother Feng heir's eyes also flashed with surprise. But he quickly composed himself and looked at Wuyang with a stern gaze, asking, How old are you? And how many times have you entered the wilderness? Wuyang said, I'm almost 15 years old. Last time, I went into the wilderness with Dan Jia and the others. Just once. At this moment, the girl Yumei exclaimed, then covered her mouth and laughed, saying, A little fledgling. The other two also laughed, their gazes teasing, So it's just a little fledgling. I said, Dan Jia, you should bring someone more reliable. With this little fledgling in the team, are we taking care of him or doing the mission? Hearing this, Peng Dan's expression darkened, and she said, Monkey, be more polite. This is my brother, and his strength is quite good. Monkey immediately laughed lewdly. What brother? Is he your little brother in bed? His skills in bed are good. Peng Dan suddenly shot him a fierce glare, her eyes flashing with a chilling, killing intent, and coldly said, If you don't want your tongue, I can help you. Monkey's face immediately changed, and he stepped back a few paces, knowing what kind of person Peng Dan was. When she said she would fight, she would really fight. Normally, joking around was fine, but today this woman seemed to have gone mad. Brother Feng, seeing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Wuyang with a glimmer of cold light. Chapter 60. Let us team up. Brother Feng's gaze swept coldly over Wuyang and said, Xiao Dan, our mission this time is quite heavy. We need to go deep into South Mountain Lake to hunt the ice-scale fish demon. It's not suitable to bring a newbie. Let us wait for the next mission. Peng Dan frowned, not expecting such a strong reaction from these people, who directly rejected her. She suppressed her anger and looked at Feng Nan, saying, Boss Feng, what do you think? If not, I'll take him. Don't be fooled by his youth. Wuyang performed very well in the wilderness, and Xiang Yuan praised him highly. I can guarantee he won't hold us back. At this moment, the girl named Yumei suddenly glanced at Wuyang and said, Dan Jia, this isn't appropriate. After all, we're supposed to share the workload evenly. We still have to take care of this little fledgling while splitting responsibilities, which isn't fair to the team. The other team members will have objections. Peng Dan was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Zhou Yumei, who usually got along well with her, to take the lead in opposing her. At this time, the young man called Monkey also looked at her with mockery in his eyes and said, That's right, we're not babysitters. We're not here to play with kids. Another young man also had an unfriendly expression and said solemnly, Dan Jia, we are risking our lives in the wilderness. We don't have the mind to take care of a newbie. Peng Dan felt her anger rising. These people were really disrespecting her. However, she held it in and now looked to Boss Feng for a decision. At this moment, Boss Feng suddenly spoke up. Xiao Dan, let us put this off for now. South Mountain Lake is quite dangerous right now. It's not suitable to bring a newbie. We'll bring him along next time. Upon hearing this, Peng Dan's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes filled with anger as she said in a deep voice, then I also. Denjia. Just as she was about to say she would also withdraw, she was interrupted by Su Wuyang. Su Wuyang smiled brightly, showing no anger at the mocking from the crowd. He said with a smile, Sister Dan, I also think my strength is lacking. I've heard that Nanshan Lake is too dangerous. So I'd better find a team that operates around here to gain some experience. Wuyang you. Peng Dan wanted to say more, but Su Wuyang interrupted, cupping his fist toward the few people and saying, Thank you, Boss Feng, Brother Feng Air, and all the older brothers and sisters for your guidance. I want to go this time. Next time, if there is an opportunity, please take me along so I can broaden my horizons. The expressions of the crowd improved significantly, and Zhou Yuanmei smiled and said, Not bad. You have some self-awareness. You're right. With your strength, it's better to just stay around here. The monkey mocked with a laugh. Exactly. It's much better to honestly kill some little cats and dogs nearby. Why go into the wilderness and seek death? It would be such a pity to die at such a young age. Monkey. Peng Dan finally couldn't hold back any longer and was about to explode, but Su Wuyang reached out to stop her. Peng Dan looked at Su Wuyang and forcibly suppressed her anger, still glaring fiercely at the monkey, causing him to step back in fright. Brother Feng Air noticed Su Wuyang holding Peng Dan's hand, and that Peng Dan didn't react, making his gaze sharpen even more. Suddenly, he smiled and said warmly, It's not impossible. If we don't split evenly, it's fine to take you to gain some experience. We are all veterans of the wilderness, so we should guide the newcomers. However, upon hearing this, Peng Dan frowned. Not splitting evenly meant working for free. Entering the wilderness requires risking one's life. And Feng Bei actually wanted to use her for free, which made the little goodwill she initially had for him vanish. Su Wuyang felt extremely sensitive. He clearly sensed the hostility from Brother Feng. Just a moment ago, there had been a fierce glint in his eyes, but now his expression had changed. It said that when someone goes out of their way to be overly kind, they are either up to no good or have ulterior motives. This guy definitely had bad intentions. He immediately smiled and declined, saying, Thank you for your concern, Brother Feng, but I won't go. I don't want to cause trouble for everyone. As he spoke, he smiled at Peng Dan and said, Sister Dan, it's getting late. I'm leaving now. See you next time. Peng Dan looked at him with an apologetic expression. She had originally wanted to take Su Wuyang along, but was unexpectedly met with humiliation. She didn't expect Su Wuyang to be so composed. Compared to him, these people looked ridiculous. Peng Dan didn't really want Su Wuyang to join them either, feeling unhappy about forcing him into it. She was already disappointed and didn't want to say much to these people, so she nodded and said, Let's go. I'll walk you out. Su Wuyang smiled slightly at the few people and said, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he cupped his fists and turned to leave. Peng Dan followed without saying goodbye to anyone. Brother Feng watched their departing figures, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Zhou Yuanmei glanced at Brother Feng and suddenly laughed. Sister Dan is really good to this kid. The monkey teased, an old cow eating tender grass. This sister really knows how to have fun. Brother Feng's eyes sparkled with a sharper light as he said in a deep voice, Someone, bring the wine. Outside the tavern, Peng Dan said apologetically, Wuyang, I'm sorry about today. I made things difficult for you. Su Wuyang smiled and said, It's nothing. I've experienced it many times today, so I don't feel anything anymore. Peng Dan immediately responded with an annoyed smile. You have such a good temper. I wanted to lose my temper long ago. Su Wuyang smiled and said, What's the point of getting angry with a bunch of unrelated people? That's just asking for trouble. Upon hearing this, Peng Dan looked at Su Wuyang and felt slightly lost in thought. If she hadn't seen the weariness in Su Wuyang's eyes, she might have believed that his brilliant smile was genuinely pure and joyful. At that moment, she suddenly felt that he was a wise man who had become indifferent after experiencing hardships and trials. Suddenly, an impulse surged in her heart, and she exclaimed, Wuyang, no. Let's team up. If there's no one else, I'll go with you. Su Wuyang smiled and said, "Next time." This time, Sister Dan has already promised someone else. So it's not good to break the agreement. Next time, I will team up with Sister Dan. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Su Wuyang was not angry. He just didn't want to make Peng Dan feel awkward. Today, he had had enough of being rejected time and again. As a newcomer, and being young, even the weakest teams dared to look down on him, even doubting his honesty. Although he wanted to explode in anger at the cold mockery and ridicule, he didn't want to make things difficult for Peng Dan. After all, she needed to survive and venture into the wilderness. He didn't want her to suffer because of him, which was not in his character. Moreover, what good would anger do? All it would bring was greater humiliation and conflict, which was unnecessary. The anger of the weak is worthless. It is a sign of cowardice. He would not express such meaningless rage. Only by becoming stronger could he earn respect. Su Wuyang clenched his fist. He decided to venture into the wilderness on his own, without relying on others. Luckily, he had a backpack that wasn't convenient to show in front of others. Back at home, he cleared out a broken box that was used for clothes, cleaned it up, and placed it in the living room. Then he packed it with supplies he would need for his journey, and cooked a large pot of meat and vegetables, enough to last 2 or 3 days. He used a tin pot to hold it, covered it with a lid, and placed it directly into the box. With the addition of meat buns, it would last 5 or 6 days without any problem. He looked at the box, and with a thought, it vanished from the ground, and a box appeared in his system grid. Su Wuyang sighed in relief. It really worked. Having this backpack was so convenient. He wouldn't have to cook in the wilderness and could have hot meals. He took a lamp and went to Su Dalong's room, stood before the tablet, bowed, and then opened the drawer. Inside, leaning against the wall, was a small box about 2 fingers thick. He took out. It was covered in dust. After blowing off the dust, he glanced at the lock, twisted it, and the rusty lock broke off. Opening the box revealed a yellow cloth package that looked like a book. After blowing off the dust again, he unfolded the yellow cloth, and inside was indeed a book with a black cover. Chapter 61, Demon and Monster Atlas. Demon and Monster Atlas on the black pages of the book. Several white characters on a black background were printed, with smaller text below stating, Second edition, Year 13 of the New Era, published by the Holy Soldier Hall of Longyuan Continent. Su Wuyang touched the book. It was left by Su Dalong. He had secretly wanted to read it before, but Su Dalong had sternly stopped him. That was the first time Su Dalong had lost his temper. Despite being drunk, he was extremely intimidating. Su Wuyang felt it was inappropriate to sneak a look, but now that Su Dalong was gone, he could finally read it. He opened the book, and the first page contained an introduction to various demons. The first type, otherworldly demons, powerful entities from alternate dimensions, possessing immense magical power and capable of polluting energy. The second type, primitive beasts, ancient creatures that have existed on planets, many of which are part of human mythology, transcending human history, awakened from slumber due to magical invasions. The third type, blood puppets, humans corrupted by demonic energy and turned into demons, as well as undead creatures. The fourth type, demonized beasts, animals on the planet that have been transformed into demonized monsters due to magical pollution, usually lacking intelligence, ferocious, violent, and highly aggressive. The fifth type, spirits, entities like wood and stone that have evolved due to magical pollution, often hidden in mountainous or perilous areas. This is the 5 major classifications of demons according to the Holy Weapon Hall. Su Wuyang had read it once 2 years ago, and now, reading it again, he still felt a tremor in his heart. The world today is truly dangerous, not only due to demons, but also many other powerful creatures that occupy the wilderness and even attack human cities. He turned to the next page. It featured the first demon, which was also the one he was most familiar with. The page illustrated a monstrous creature, blood red like a skinned wolf, resembling an ape and a human. Its 4 legs were strong and muscular, its claws like human hands but with sharp spikes. 5 sharp spikes propped against the ground, and a long, pointed tail stood upright behind it, dripping with blood. Its mouth was filled with jagged, blood-stained teeth, and the corners of its mouth stretched back to its jaw, with dark red eyes that were vicious and bloodthirsty, sending chills down one's spine even through the page. Below the illustration was a written introduction. Blood Fog Beast. Type, otherworldly demon rank. Level 1 to 3 abilities. Claw attack, fog stealth, ghost tongue swallowing, tail spike. Weaknesses. The blood fog beast has strong vitality. Only the heart and brain can inflict fatal injuries. Core. Located between the heart and lungs. Introduction. The blood fog beast is a low-level otherworldly demon, with a large population that breeds rapidly, evolving by consuming blood. It has sharp teeth and claws, immense strength, and swift speed. It can climb and traverse straight walls, possesses excellent olfactory senses, and is sensitive to blood. It is one of the most active demons in the wild, frequently infiltrating cities to attack citizens. If the bite is not treated in time, it can lead to infection and ultimately result in becoming a blood puppet, making it an extremely terrifying demon. This was indeed the fearsome blood fog beast, illustrated vividly. But it still paled in comparison to the second-level blood fog beast he had encountered in real life, which had instilled a sense of soul-chilling terror just by being nearby. Ding, demon data detected. Would you like to input it into the holy weapon system? At that moment, the system's voice rang out, and Wuyang was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart filled with joy. This was great. After inputting it into the system, he wouldn't need to flip through the book anymore. Input, he thought to himself. Ding, input successful, generating system Demon Atlas. The system's voice echoed again, and Wuyang quickly opened the system. Sure enough, a Demon Atlas appeared at the top of the holy weapon page. He focused his thoughts to open it, and immediately, a book identical to the one in his hand appeared. With another thought, he opened it, and the information inside was the same as that in the book. He confirmed several pages, and they were all alike. The system was indeed remarkable, unlocking new functions. From now on, he could check information anytime he faced a demon. Wuyang put down the book and reached for a folded piece of paper pressed onto the bottom of his bag. He unfolded it and found it to be an old map that had already yellowed. He had seen it before. It was a map of Guangling County, marked with cities, satellite towns, fortresses, roads, mountain shapes, and various dangerous areas, along with handwritten annotations. This was exactly what he was looking for if he wanted to venture into the wilderness. Having a wilderness map was essential. Wandering aimlessly was a recipe for disaster. Although the map was old, probably 2 years old, the locations and terrain had not changed. He needed the route to Nanshan Lake. Leaning closer to the oil lamp, he examined the route and soon found Nanshan Lake in the southeast direction of Wuxing City. It was about 20 miles southeast from Daxing Town, where he had last been. The lake area was large, comparable in size to the Yangzhou urban area, featuring mountains and islands, and it was elongated, resembling a giant two-headed gecko, with its head facing Wuxing City and its tail extending into the dangerous area of Heilong Ridge, stretching a good 200 to 300 miles. Ding! Map data discovered. Would you like to input it into the holy weapon system to generate a system map? At that moment, the system's voice rang out, and Wuyang was suddenly taken aback. Then his eyes lit up with joy. A new function was activated, and the system map was also available, which made things convenient. With the system map, he wouldn't have to worry about getting lost. It was far more convenient than carrying a physical map. Input. He quickly steadied his mind and thought to himself. Ding! Input successful. Holy weapon system map generated. Named Guangling County. Wuyang hurriedly summoned the system and indeed saw the changes. In the upper right corner, a circular map appeared, roughly covering a radius of 2 to 3 miles around Wuxing City, with a red dot representing him located within the city. However, Wuxing City was just a square city icon without any road maps. He clicked on the map, and a large map emerged, showing the entire Guangling prefecture spanning thousands of miles, with mountains interconnecting and rivers crisscrossing, a vast territory that was even larger than the super provinces of his previous life. However, he still couldn't access more information. Based on his judgment, this world was certainly much larger than the planet of his former life. Guangling Prefecture had about 10 state-level cities like Yangzhou, and Yangzhou City was located more than 2,000 miles to the south. He sighed inwardly, thinking about how this was just Guangling Prefecture. How big would the entire Longyuan continent be? However, it was not the time for him to consider such matters. He still hadn't figured things out in this small Wuxing city. He closed the map, turned his gaze to the book, and after thinking for a moment, he rewrapped the book with the previous cloth, placed it back in a box, returned it to its original position, and then rearranged the bed. He poured out the wine from Su Dalong's position, filled a bowl with fresh wine, and said, "Dad, it's time to drink. This is Du Gio's sorghum wine. I've borrowed your book, so please don't be angry. Once I earn a lot of money, I'll treat you to even better wine." After sorting out his mood, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Now, he had replaced sleep with the cultivation of the sacred weapon technique, which turned out to be even better than sleeping. Every time he woke up, he felt refreshed, and his progress was rapid. Chapter 62. Encounter with a group of flesh-eating birds the next day. Su Wuyang naturally woke up around the same time, as usual. He prepared the food he had made last night, ate his fill, tidied everything up, and packed the clothes and bedding into the system backpack. He placed his sword and money in the miscellaneous box, leaving 2 empty slots. The healing potion took up 1 space, and with the clothing pack, it occupied a total of 3 slots, leaving 2 empty. After checking everything was in order, he locked the door and set off. The weather was getting colder, and although snow had been brewing for a long time, it had yet to fall. The north had already experienced a heavy snowfall, but snow had not yet come here. Su Wuyang tightened his cotton jacket and fastened his hat as he stepped out of the small building and into the darkness. Upon reaching the city gate, he found many scavenger teams, with cars, horse-drawn carts, and ox carts present, but there were surprisingly few scavengers. He hid in the shadows and listened to the crowd chatting. Indeed, they were all talking about the ice-scaled fish demon from Nanshan Lake, indicating they were all heading there. After waiting for a while, the garbage truck arrived, the city gate opened, and people streamed out. Su Wuyang followed the crowd out of the city, and once outside, without the tall city walls blocking him, the cold wind blew in, seeming to pierce through his cotton jacket instantly. Even though his body was now many times stronger than before, he still shivered and glanced at the scavengers, who were thinly dressed, huddled up, and keeping their heads down against the cold wind as they hurried along. Adjusting his hat, Su Wuyang quickened his pace, leaving Wuxing City and merging into the darkness, beginning his solitary journey. Along the way, vehicles occasionally passed by, and horse-drawn carts carrying people sped past. Su Wuyang pressed on, his stamina much improved, and since he was alone, he made good time, reaching the outpost in just half an hour. At this point, the sky was beginning to brighten, and the outpost appeared faintly through the mist. He glanced at the outpost and quickly walked past it. After passing the outpost, he became more cautious, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes, attentive to any movement. Fortunately, vehicles continued to pass by, and sometimes the people inside would curiously glance at Su Wuyang. It wasn't uncommon for someone to enter the wilderness alone, but it was quite rare. Besides those who were absolutely confident in their strength or reckless youths, no one questioned him, assuming he was also heading to Nanshan Lake to try his luck. As the sun rose, Su Wuyang arrived at the fork in the road at Dashin Town, moving much faster than the group he had traveled with before. With a thought, a small map appeared before his eyes, showing his location clearly, with the roads laid out plainly. He was somewhat surprised. Maintaining 2 pickup trucks was no small feat, indicating a significant backing, not to mention the vehicle's value. Just the fuel prices were exorbitantly high, something that ordinary forces would hesitate to waste. He let the 2 trucks pass. Each had 6 or 7 people on board. The occupants of the off-road vehicle glanced at Su Wuyang before quickly driving away. Quack, quack, quack. Su Wuyang walked for a while, when suddenly he heard the sound of birds calling ahead. His expression changed, and his body flickered as he darted into the nearby bushes. The call was familiar to him. It was the sound of carrion birds. The calls grew louder, seemingly from a considerable number of birds. And then he heard shouts and booming noises. His brow furrowed. A group must have encountered the carrion birds. The number of carrion birds was not small, and their calls were chaotic and piercing. In the distance, he saw the carrion birds circling and attacking in the sky. The battle was intense. Listening to the sounds of the fight, Su Wuyang felt restless. It was hard to resist such a good opportunity to take a look. After hesitating for a moment and gritting his teeth, he stealthily made his way through the woods. The distance was not far, about a few hundred meters. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes through the trees, he saw 2 vehicles parked about 100 meters ahead, with a dozen people fighting against the carrion birds that were swooping down from the trees and sky. Su Wuyang was secretly alarmed. This group of people was incredibly powerful. They swung their swords and blades to slay the descending ghouls, and among the crowd were those armed with bows and crossbows, occasionally shooting arrows, causing the ghouls to fall from the sky with horrifying cries. These people appeared extremely calm and were not panicked by the ghoul attacks. Moreover, Wuyang noticed that there seemed to be people still sitting in the vehicle, not even getting out. He looked up at the ghouls in the sky, which appeared even larger up close, with the larger ones exceeding a meter in length and the smaller ones still around 70 to 80 centimeters. They had sharp claws and teeth, with blood-red eyes, resembling vultures. Ghouls, type, demonic birds level, 1 to 2 abilities, claw strike, venom spit, scream core, located in the chest description. Corrupted ravens tainted by demonic energy, they prefer to live in groups, with numbers ranging from dozens to thousands. They tend to roam in autumn and winter, feeding on carrion. After being demonized, they become extremely ferocious, highly aggressive, and vengeful. Once provoked, they will stop at nothing. Their claws are venomous, and wounds need to be cleaned promptly. Their venom can burn and emit toxic smoke, causing poisoning. At that moment, suddenly an information appeared in Wuyang's eyes, revealing the details about the ghouls. He was slightly taken aback, not expecting the system to be so intelligent, displaying information directly when focusing attention. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed, and a larger ghoul in the sky flapped its wings to swat an arrow away, making an angry screech. This seemed to be the leader of the ghouls. As it screamed, all the other ghouls immediately followed suit, ceasing their dive and flying back up into the sky. Suddenly, the ghouls dove down en masse, with over 100 ghouls swooping in with great force. The sound of their wings creating a thundering noise, like crashing waves, shaking the trees. Below, arrows were shot, and several ghouls were struck, letting out chilling howls. However, all the other ghouls continued their dive, completely ignoring the arrows. The crowd grew tense, their holy weapons glowing and ready to attack. Retreat. The ghouls are going to spray venom. At this moment, a sharp voice called out, and upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly fell back. Just then, the ghouls suddenly sprayed venom towards the crowd, as if a black rain was falling. Quick dodge. Cover your mouth and nose. Don't inhale the corpse poison. The crowd exclaimed in alarm, quickly dodging while covering their mouths and noses. They saw the black liquid spraying onto the leaves, and white smoke immediately rose from the ground, as if strong acid was burning. If it got on their clothes, they would instantly corrode holes in them, and those who were splashed hurriedly tore off the contaminated clothing. Wuyang looked astonished. No wonder Xiang Yinhang and the others were all afraid of this ghoul. It was indeed difficult to deal with. Just this one move was enough to give people a headache. The white mist spread out, and even from 100 meters away, Wuyang could smell a faint, unpleasant stench. His head felt a bit dizzy, and it made his eyes uncomfortable. Wuyang hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with a cloth. He had already thought about retreating. If the poisonous smoke wafted over, he would also suffer. Just then, he saw a woman in green jump out of the car, holding a green staff in her hand. He stopped again, as this was a holy weapon of the magic system, and he wanted to see its power, something he had never witnessed before. He saw the woman standing beside the car, her staff faintly glowing, while a gentle breeze stirred the ground, making the leaves swirl around her. Caw-caw! The ghoulish birds screeched loudly, diving down again, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. The wind stirring the leaves, causing countless dry leaves to fall. Holy weapon technique, wind blade dance. A crisp sound rang out as the staff erupted with light, suddenly stirring up the wind. The leaves on the ground actually lifted into the air, as if being pulled by some force, the space twisting, and several wind blades whistled toward the sky. Chapter 63. Ice-Scaled Fish Demon. The wind blades collided with the diving ghoulish birds. The sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh echoed. The ghoulish birds let out tragic cries, feathers flying chaotically, blood spraying everywhere. Dozens of them were slain, their severed limbs and bodies plummeting from the sky. Wuyang took a deep breath. This is the power of a holy weapon of the magic system, so incredibly strong that with just one strike, it can kill dozens of ghoul birds, wiping out nearly half of them. He finally understood why holy weapons of the magic system were so popular. They were indeed so powerful, like a reaper on the battlefield. The ghoul birds suddenly encountered a change, screeching and flapping their wings in an attempt to take flight. Odi weapon technique, explosive flammable. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, and a fiery red arrow shot forth, striking the flock of birds and instantly exploding. The violent flames surged for 5 to 6 meters, sending several ghoul birds flying, black feathers swirling, and severed limbs scattering. Holy weapon technique, ice arrow. At this moment, another delicate shout was heard, and a white light arrow shot up into the sky, hitting the leader of the ghoul birds. The arrow exploded, releasing a wave of cold air that instantly froze several meters of space, causing several ghoul birds to be frozen and fall from the sky. Wuyang looked over and saw that, at some point, a woman in white had appeared next to the girl in green. She held a beautifully crafted silver shortbow, and it was she who had shot the arrow just now. Although they were nearly 100 meters apart, he recognized the girl in white at a glance. Her aura was quite distinctive, and he remembered her clearly. Wasn't she the Yin Shiji who had been with Jiang Xiaoman and Zhao Xing'an last time? Wuyang had a slight fondness for her. At least she had reminded him back then, which was much better than that vicious woman Jiang Xiaoman. However, it seemed that Yin Shiji was from Yang City, and she had come here as well. The flock of ghouls had suffered significant losses from this attack. More than half of them were gone, and the remaining ghouls, having lost their leader, screeched and flapped their wings in panic as they scattered and fled. Once the ghouls left, the group of people quickly began to clean up. Wuyang noticed that these people were quite skilled, each carrying a sharp knife to break open the ghouls in search of spirit cores. At this moment, the girl in green suddenly turned her gaze towards Wuyang's direction. Their eyes meeting, he felt a tightness in his chest and hurriedly ducked away, knowing he had been spotted. However, the woman seemed to not acknowledge it and instead whispered something to Yin Shiji before turning to get into a vehicle. In just a minute or two, the group had finished cleaning up and boarded their vehicles. The pickup truck started, and the vehicle quickly sped down the road, heading into the distance. Wuyang then emerged from the woods. He arrived at the battlefield, looking at the dozens of ghoul corpses on the ground, with blood flowing everywhere. The smell of blood overwhelming. He couldn't help but sigh. He wondered what level that woman was, as that wind blade dance technique was really powerful, clearing a space of about 10 to 20 meters in one strike. From his speculation about Yin Shiji being among them, these people were likely from Yangzhou City. The hunting group from the main city was indeed extraordinary, with an average strength far superior to that of the team that had accompanied Xiang Yan'ang. It seemed that in this world, there were many strong, holy soldier warriors, and his journey ahead was still long. He glanced around and continued on the path. The smell of blood would soon attract monsters, so he couldn't stay here for long. After walking for more than 10 miles, he finally reached Nanshan Lake. From a distance, he could see the vast lake surface covered in ice crystals, a white expanse that stretched endlessly. He was astonished to see vehicles driving on the ice. The surface was indeed solid. He quickened his pace, crossed a ridge, and arrived at the lakeside, only to be taken aback. He saw that there were many off-road vehicles parked in the valley leading to the lake, as well as ox and horse carts. Moreover, dozens of tents were set up in the valley, with people lighting bonfires to cook food. Many were sitting by the fire eating and drinking, occasionally bursting into laughter, while groups of people were heading onto the lake. The entire camp was bustling, resembling a market. Wuyang was somewhat dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be so lively in the wilderness. Wasn't it dangerous? Observing the state of these people, he could tell it was definitely the norm. He hadn't noticed the 2 pickup trucks from earlier. They might have entered the lake. After thinking for a moment, he crossed the campsite and entered the lake. Once in the lake, he tested the ice surface, which was indeed very thick. When he stomped one leg down, it didn't even budge. No wonder some people dared to drive their cars in. He followed the other teams to see how they hunted the ice-cold fish demons. The ice surface was crunchy and not too slippery, and he quickly adapted, mimicking the movements of the people ahead as they paddled further in. After traveling a few miles, the lake shore was no longer visible, and a faint mist rising from the ice affected visibility. Suddenly, he heard a group of people ahead excitedly shouting, followed by the sounds of battle. He hurried closer, within dozens of meters, and saw a crowd of people fighting a monster. These monsters were extremely peculiar. over 2 meters long, resembling fish but with 4 claws, grotesque in appearance, with sharp teeth interlocking and icy blue eyes, roaring angrily as they charged. They were very powerful, especially their massive tails. One swipe sent a holy warrior sliding across the ice for several meters. Moreover, they could shoot ice arrows with considerable power. He saw one hit a shield, producing a loud metallic impact sound. Ice-scaled fish demon. Type: magical beast rank. Level 1 to 3 abilities. Biting, ice arrows, ice spikes. Exhaling, ice mist. Weakness: short vision, slow on land. Core: located in the head. Description: aquatic fish species that have been magically transformed by powerful ice energy, resembling both fish and humans. Possessing 4 limbs and sharp teeth, highly aggressive, bloodthirsty, amphibious, and capable of surviving out of water for extended periods. At this moment, information about the ice-scaled fish demon appeared before him. Just then, the fish demon was pierced through the head by a spear and killed. This fish demon was not easy to deal with. He calculated in his mind and decided he should still go in to take a look. If he encountered any danger, he would retreat. How else could he become a holy warrior? He left and followed the group, starting to search for fish demons on the ice. The previous fish demon seemed to be right above the ice, and when it spotted people, it would scream and attack. Many people were passing by on the lake surface, and he opened the map to see that these people were all heading deeper into South Mountain Lake. It seemed the outer fish demons had been mostly eradicated, and these people were searching deeper. There were at least 5 people, and sometimes more than 10. He was alone, so he decided to search the outskirts. Wuyang searched for over an hour on the frozen lake, occasionally checking the map to adjust his direction. However, he encountered a single fish demon. It seemed that all the fish demons in the outer area had been killed. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Did he have to venture deeper? Just then, he suddenly heard a crisp sound coming from the ice. His expression changed. The sound was eerily similar to the cracking of ice. He looked down at his feet, and the ice was intact, showing no signs of cracking. Crack! Another sound echoed, and Wuyang heard it coming from ahead. He quickly crouched down and saw the ice splitting in the distance, revealing an ugly head emerging from the surface. An ice-scaled fish demon. Wuyang's eyes suddenly brightened. It turned out that the fish demons emerged from beneath the ice, and they had the ability to break the ice. Boom! The ice-scaled fish demon leaped out from beneath the ice and landed on the surface, causing the ice to tremble. What a great opportunity! Wuyang moved instantly. He was only about 30 meters away from the ice-scaled fish monster. With both hands and feet exerting force simultaneously, his body shot forward like an arrow toward the ice-scaled fish monster. At the same time, energy surged and the holy weapon appeared in his hand. As soon as he moved, the fish monster heard the noise, noticed him, and opened its mouth full of sharp teeth to let out a piercing shriek. PFF. An ice arrow shot out from the mouth of the ice-scaled fish monster, speeding towards Wuyang with a sharp whistling sound. Chapter 64. Solo Hunt of the Fish Monster. At this moment, Wuyang was extremely calm. Faced with the ice arrow shooting at high speed, he hesitated not at all. With a quick step, he dodged the ice arrow, which whizzed past his ear with a piercing shriek, the intense cold tightening his skin. He had already charged to a distance of 10 meters. And at this moment, the fish demon was even clearer in his sight, its jagged teeth glinting with a cold light. The fish demon let out a sharp cry and shot out another ice arrow directly at him. Flying flowers and picking the moon, Suwu let out a loud shout, twisting his wrist as the sword followed the movement, lifting upwards. When a crisp sound rang out, the sword was just in time to deflect the ice arrow, causing it to change direction and shoot off at an angle. Taking advantage of this, Suwu turned around, lightly tapping his toes, his body leaping and spinning in midair until he was right in front of the ice-scale fish demon, with the sword in his hand bursting with brilliance. Sacred weapon technique. Round moon slash. Wuyang roared, swinging his sword, which emitted a sharp whistle as a crescent moon sword light shot out. The fish demon didn't have time to react. Wuyang's move was too fast, and its vision seemed unprepared. Bang! The crescent moon sword light struck the fish demon's head, making a sound like an axe hitting hardwood. The fish demon let out a piercing scream as its head split open, blood gushing out, and its body was directly knocked down by the powerful impact, sliding 2 meters across the ice surface. As Wuyang landed, the ground trembled beneath him, and shattered ice flew as he lunged forward again. At this moment, the fish demon struggled to get up. The crescent strike hadn't delivered a fatal blow, as its hard skull protected its brain. Thunderous slash. The long sword howled, unleashing a fierce sword light that instantly cut across the ice-scaled fish demon's head. The sound of the blade slicing through bone and flesh rang out as a massive crack opened in the fish demon's head, eliciting another anguished scream from it. Shadow and form, flicking blade. Wuyang's footsteps intertwined as he moved with the sword, following closely like a snake coiling around a stick. The sword in his hand unleashed a dazzling light, slashing through the fish demon, sending it flying with blood spraying across the ice surface. He then made a misstep, flipped over, and pursued downward, thrusting his holy weapon straight down. The holy weapon pierced directly into the fish demon's head, pinning it to the ice. The fish demon let out a piercing scream, suddenly arching its body, its massive tail striking out and sending Wuyang flying away. Wuyang flipped in the air and landed on the ice, slipping and almost falling, sliding back several meters before stabilizing himself. He saw the fish demon struggling to stand up, blood gushing from its head, yet it still staggered forward. This shocked him. The fish demon had such strong vitality, sustaining such heavy damage and still able to counterattack, and it was not dead yet. He moved his hand, and the holy sword burst into light, ready to unleash another holy weapon technique. At that moment, however, the fish demon collapsed onto the ice, sliding more than a meter forward. It finally died. Wuyang let out a sigh of relief. He knew the ice-scale fish demon was dead because his experience points had increased by 5%, and he was nearing 20%. The bloody scent had already spread, dyeing the ice red, with blood flowing through the ice hole into the surge. Wuyang quickly stepped forward, breaking open the fish demon's head, only to be disappointed that there was no spirit core. No wonder it was so easy. It hadn't even evolved into a first-tier fish demon. After cleaning the blood off his hands, he hurriedly left. If the blood attracted a large number of ice-scale fish demons, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Just after he left, the ice surface made cracking sounds, and the ice actually split open, with several fish demons rushing out, scrambling to bite the corpse of the fish demon, occasionally breaking into fights. Wuyang was excited. The basic sword technique was indeed different. His proficiency increased, and his understanding of swordsmanship deepened. The series of actions he had just performed was incredibly practical. If he had only relied on brute force before, he would have truly struggled against the fish demon that could spit ice arrows, had a hard-scaled body, and possessed great strength. That giant tail striking the ice surface was astonishingly powerful. If he got hit by it, his body wouldn't be able to take it. He cautiously glided across the ice, searching for fish demons. Fortunately, he soon encountered a second fish demon. This one was smaller than the previous one, but he dispatched it with just 2 sword strikes. However, he still didn't find the spirit core, though his experience points increased to 20%. After another hour of searching, he discovered a fish demon again, but this time he didn't dare to engage. He quietly withdrew because he noticed there were 3 fish demons gathered together, exhaling cold air. He might have dared to take on 2, but 3 was pushing it. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could handle that alone, being by himself. He couldn't afford to get injured, so safety was the priority. Luckily, not long after retreating, he encountered another fish demon that was alone, exhaling cold air. It was lying on the ice, its gills constantly opening and closing, while a faint cold mist gathered in the air above it, forming a thin layer of fog. Wuyang gently approached, knowing that as long as he could get within 30 meters, he could quickly advance even if discovered. Suddenly, he stepped on a piece of broken ice, and the crack echoed across the silent ice surface like a thunderclap. Wuyang's eyes flashed with regret. He had been too focused on watching the fish demon and forgot to be cautious of the ice. At that moment, he saw the ice-scaled fish demon move, and he knew he couldn't wait any longer. He pushed off the ground with force, his body shooting out instantly, sliding across the ice. and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance by several meters. The ice-scaled fish demon also noticed Su Wuyang, half of its body leaping out of the ice hole and landing on the surface, measuring nearly 2 meters in length. Its body was covered in dense black scales, with a small head and a large body, resembling a sharp-boned fish, but with a huge mouth filled with interlocking sharp teeth. Its ice-blue eyes suddenly fixed on him, emitting an angry sharp hiss. Su Wuyang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This fish demon was larger and more powerful than the previous ones. However, at this moment, there was no time to retreat. He stared intently at the fish demon and quickly advanced, closing in to within 20 meters. Hiss! The fish demon let out a sharp cry, its foreclaws digging into the ground as it charged towards Su Wuyang, its body swaying like a crocodile. Su Wuyang's holy weapon glowed, already the holy weapon technique, while he moved swiftly on the ice, closing in within 5 meters in an instant. His sword was ready to strike, while he also prepared to dodge the ice arrows. At that moment, the fish demon suddenly opened its giant mouth, and several ice spikes, each a foot long, shot out with a shrill scream towards Su Wuyang. Ice spikes! Su Wuyang was greatly shocked. It was not ice arrows, but ice spikes, and there were 5 of them in total. This was definitely not an ordinary fish demon. However, this was not the time for him to think. His mind was as calm as ice. Suddenly, Su Wuyang fell back. Pressing his back against the ice surface, his body arched like a bow. 5 sharp whistling sounds shot past him, one of them almost grazing the tip of his nose, the icy wind making his face ache. Su Wuyang exerted all his strength and got up, now close to the fish demon. The fish demon opened its massive mouth to bite, and he could clearly see the interlocking sharp teeth inside. Woody weapon technique, crescent moon slash. His eyes remained calm as he swung his sword, sending the crescent moon blade straight towards the fish demon's mouth. The fish demon reacted quickly, suddenly snapping its jaws shut, the sharp teeth clashing together with a thunderous roar. The crescent moon slash struck its mouth, producing a loud sound, creating a foot-long crack on its skin and bone. The fish demon let out a painful howl, its body pushed aside by the tremendous force. In the midst of their entangled movements, Su Wuyang twisted his wrist, gripping the sword with both hands and using his body's sliding momentum to glide across its scaled armor. The sword clashed against the scales, producing a sharp sound of metal grinding. The sharp holy sword carved a gash on the left side of its scales, blood gushed out. At that moment, the fish demon's massive tail swung towards him. Su Wuyang raised his sword to block it. The powerful force struck the sword and then slammed into his chest, sending Su Wuyang sliding back. Chapter 65. A stunning battle. Su Wuyang slid more than 10 meters away, feeling as if his arms were about to break. The tremendous force caused pain in his chest. It was too strong. If he had reacted a moment slower and had been struck, he would surely have suffered fractures and coughed up blood. The fish demon let out an angry shriek and charged at Su Wuyang, blood streaming from its side. With a wound nearly 2 feet long, the sharp holy weapon had indeed inflicted damage, but Su Wuyang knew very well that it was not fatal. The wound was not deep, and the fish demon's scales were extremely hard. As the fish demon rushed towards him, he gritted his teeth, reached out to the ground, and leaped up to meet it. At this point, he had no choice but to fight. The brave live, while the cowardly die. The fish demon shrieked again, shooting out several ice spikes towards him with a piercing sound. Up! Su Wuyang suddenly shouted, exerting force with his legs. The ice surface shook as he jumped into the air, dodging the ice spikes. He performed a somersault in mid-air, descending directly towards the fish demon, with the holy sword radiating light. The fish demon raised its head, and Su Wuyang was suddenly alarmed to see cold air swirling in its mouth. The fish demon could still launch an attack. However, there was no time for him to retreat now. The fish demon expelled an ice arrow, a foot long and as thick as a thumb, shooting out with a sharp burst of sound, arriving in an instant. This ice arrow was powerful enough to knock back a shield bearer. If he tried to block it with his sword, he would surely be sent flying, and if he failed to block it, he would be injured. Once it landed at such a short distance, the fish demon would be upon him in the blink of an eye, and he would undoubtedly die. Su Wuyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned his sword. His body moved with the sword, deflecting the icy arrow, using its force to spin and evade the icy blade. He had already positioned himself above the fish demon. With a loud shout, he unleashed the holy weapon technique, round moon slash. The holy sword descended, unleashing a crescent moon-like sword light that struck directly at the fish demon. At such close range, the fish demon had no time to evade. It seemed it did not expect Wuyang to dodge so close to its attack. It could only tilt its body slightly. But the sword light descended heavily, striking the fish demon's abdomen. The scales shattered, and the sword light pierced inside, tearing open a foot-long gash, blood gushing out. The fish demon let out a painful shriek, its body thrown into disarray by the powerful impact of the sword technique. Wuyang Lendet pointed his sword at the ice surface to steady himself, then pushed off with his legs, propelling himself once again towards the fish demon that had just gotten up. In the midst of the fierce battle, he didn't notice that two vehicles were approaching from a distance. The people in the vehicles saw the fight, and the cars slowly came to a stop, with everyone standing on them watching the battle unfold. The vehicles belonged to Yun Shiji and her companions, whom Wuyang had encountered earlier. The woman in green was also standing on the vehicle, observing the fight, while Yun Shiji sat beside her, her eyes shimmering with light. Wuyang was unaware that all his thoughts were focused on the fish demon at that moment. He unleashed the thunder sword technique, resembling a fierce storm, striking with the holy weapon in rapid succession. Each sword strike was faster and more powerful than the last. Like a ferocious tiger, he delivered 5 or 6 consecutive strikes, creating massive gashes on the fish demon's abdomen and head, rendering it unable to retaliate. It was repeatedly forced back, blood flowing freely, staining the ice surface with crimson. The intense pain stimulated the fish demon. It let out an angry shriek and suddenly arched its body, its powerful tail sweeping towards Wuyang. However, Wuyang was already prepared. He kicked against the fish demon's abdomen and propelled himself backward, sliding 5 or 6 meters on the ice. The tail struck the ice with a tremendous sound, shards of ice and scales flying everywhere. But Wuyang landed on his feet, using the holy sword to brace himself against the fall. He pushed off the ground with force and launched himself again. With a holy weapon technique, he executed a crescent moon slash that struck the fish demon's abdomen. The scales cracked open, and the sword light penetrated its body. The fish demon let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body crashing to the ground, blood gushing out and staining the ice. Wuyang rushed forward in an instant, his sword suddenly stabbing into the fish demon's eye and piercing through its head, pinning the fish demon to the ground. He twisted the sword, causing the fish demon's body to convulse as its life force was drained away. Wuyang leaned on the holy sword, panting heavily. Just now, he had been highly focused during a series of battles. Any slight mistake could have cost him his life. Now, looking at the fallen fish demon, the tension faded away, and he felt exhausted, drenched in sweat. However, he was filled with joy as he looked at the system, which surprisingly awarded him 20 experience points. His experience bar had reached 45%. No wonder they were strong. This was almost double that of other fish demons. Ding obtained 1 bottle of basic healing potion. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, which sounded extremely pleasant to Wuyang's ears. He had received another bottle of basic healing potion. In the carriage, the woman in green suddenly brightened her eyes, filled with admiration. She looked at everyone and said, "Did you see that? This is true swordsmanship. This is real combat, not the mindless use of holy weapon techniques. Are you still unconvinced? How about now?" Some in the carriage looked at him with appreciation. Some seemed to ponder thoughtfully while nodding, but others had disdainful expressions, seemingly dismissive. However, when they met the woman's gaze, they quickly hid their expressions. Senior Sister Yun couldn't help but nod as well, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light. She said, "This person must be from the Holy Weapon Academy. With such swordsmanship, he should not be from an ordinary faction." The woman in green smiled faintly and said, "This is not some peerless combat technique. It's just the most basic sword skill, the kind of swordsmanship you all are unwilling to practice more." Senior Sister Yun exclaimed in shock, "No way. Basic sword skill?" The woman in green replied, "Yes. These are the basic sword techniques commonly used in the Holy Weapon Academy. You see, his movements are not flashy at all. They're just the most fundamental chopping and hanging techniques, yet he uses them with great skill. I don't know how old he is, but he must be an experienced fighter. Wuyang was preparing to retrieve the spirit core when he suddenly heard voices. He was taken aback and quickly turned around. When he saw two cars parked less than 50 meters away from him, his heart tightened. He had been so focused on battle that he hadn't noticed someone approaching. At this distance, if the other party launched a surprise attack, he would undoubtedly die. When he recognized the people in the cars, he was even more shocked. They were none other than Yin Shiji's group. He saw that no one was approaching from the cars. So he quickly cleared his mind and found a spirit core that resembled ice crystals. It was easy to find in his mind, and when he held it in his hand, a chilling aura emanated from it. He put the spirit core into a small pouch at his waist and turned to leave quickly. The people in the cars didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing him. The cars even started up, heading in the direction of the deeper lake. He wasn't far from shore, only a few miles away, and soon reached the bank. He found a rock sheltered from the wind and stopped, summoning the box he had opened. The food in the pot was still steaming hot, as if it had just been cooked. He filled a large bowl and ate his fill. After resting for a while and recovering his strength, he entered the lake again to hunt fish demons. Chapter 66. It turned out to be a soft in the afternoon. His luck wasn't too great. After several hours, he only encountered 2 solitary fish demons. After the morning's real combat, his sword skills had become more refined, and he effortlessly killed the 2, raising his experience points to 60%. He felt quite satisfied. It was only the first day, and his experience points had increased by almost half. Perhaps he would level up tomorrow. This was just by himself. With a team, it would be even faster. He encountered a few groups of 2 or 3 fish demons, but to be safe, he didn't engage. He also saw several hunting parties, but kept his distance to avoid misunderstandings. It was wiser to be cautious alone. From afar, he could see the campfire in the campsite and hear the noisy voices of people. People were coming from all directions. When Wuyang got closer, he couldn't help but be astonished. No wonder these people dared to camp here. There were definitely more than 200 individuals. With so many holy soldiers, ordinary demons wouldn't dare to approach. Just the sight of their powerful aura was impressive. Wuyang entered the camp, where each barack was about 7 or 8 meters apart. Piles of bonfires were lit, casting a red glow over the valley, filling the air with various enticing aromas, some from roasted meat, some from boiling soup, and others from stir-fried dishes, along with the sound of people munching on large flatbreads. Occasionally, voices could be heard discussing the day's harvest, and it seemed that everyone had reaped a bountiful reward, with smiles on their faces. However, there were exceptions. Wuyang saw many injured individuals lying in several barracks, and their wounds appeared serious. Just a casual glance revealed 3 dozen or so people. There were also others by the lakeside igniting bonfires to burn bodies. Nevertheless, it seemed that everyone had grown accustomed to this, as it did not affect their appetites or laughter at all. Wuyang sighed in his heart, realizing how cheap human lives could be. He didn't enter the center of the camp, but instead found a small space between 2 rocks on the outskirts to set up his camp. It was sheltered from the wind, and without a tent, he had to make do. He quietly put down the backpack he had summoned from the road, tidied up the camp, and planned to summon a box to eat something when no one was paying attention. But trouble suddenly arose. "Kid, this is our chosen spot. You need to leave." The leader was a man with a pockmarked face, over 6 feet tall, with a strong build, wearing a woolen jacket. He had a formidable presence and was staring fiercely at Wuyang, while the other 2 also fixed their gaze on him, wearing mocking smiles. Wuyang understood that he was being targeted because of his youth, but he didn't want to cause trouble. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Sorry, brothers, I'll leave right away." As he turned to pack his things, one of the big brothers stopped him and said, "Wait, leave your things. We'll take these." Wuyang thought that's not appropriate. "It's late at night. If I give you my stuff, I'll freeze out here." The burly man shouted, "That's your problem." Wuyang still wasn't angry and smiled. "All right, then I'll let you guys take it." At that moment, one person stepped forward, blocking him, with a cold and fierce look in his eyes, saying, "It's too late now. Hand over everything you have. I suspect you stole our spirit core." Wuyang felt a sudden jolt in his heart, but he kept a calm smile and said, "Ma Lian," in a deep voice, "whether there is or not. We will know as soon as we search." The other two stepped forward, their faces twisted into sinister smiles, their fists clenched, making cracking sounds. "This old man Ma San is bullying the newcomers again. Ma San, are you getting anxious in this wilderness and eyeing that tender backside? Be careful not to get it crushed. Haha, Ma San's is too small to hold." Ma San, somewhat embarrassed and angry, said, "Damn it, I only like women. Zhu Xiong. If you want to play for a while, strip him and throw him in your bed." A rough-looking man spat and said, "Ma San, don't disgust me. You should play by yourself." The people in the camp also saw this scene, and everyone started to tease, causing the crowd in the camp to burst into laughter. But no one came to stop it. Who would care for a lone kid? It was just fun to watch. Wuyang glanced around, feeling a chill in his heart. After long travels in the wilderness, these people had become corrupted. Sometimes they were more detestable than demons. Looking at the faces around him, he felt an icy coldness deep within. At that moment, in a camp formed by 5 connected tents, a group of over 10 people was watching from a distance. They were Sister Yun and her companions. This group was composed of students from the Holy Soldier Academy in Yang City, out for practical training. The woman in green, their teacher Yi Fengwu, was also observing the scene. Sister Yun exclaimed in surprise, "It's the person we encountered. I didn't expect him to be so young." The woman in green's eyes also flashed with surprise as she said, "I originally thought he was an experienced fighter, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Though he must be over 16, at such a young age, he possesses such sword skills. Could he be from the Holy Soldier Academy of a big city?" At that moment, a tall, handsome young man in the crowd looked at Wuyang with a mocking gaze and said, "So he's just a softy, lacking any guts. He being bullied like this, and doesn't he even fight back?" Another young man chimed in mockingly, "Brother Yi is right. This kid has no backbone. He is definitely not someone from a powerful background. Just look at his clothes. They're old and worn. He is probably just a poor kid who managed to fuse with a holy soldier." At this time, a young girl said, "These people are really despicable, bullying a child with so many of them. Teacher Yi, should we do something about this?" Her gaze turned to the woman in green, who was referred to as Teacher Yi. "However," she replied calmly, "there are rules in the wilderness, and the most important one is not to meddle in others' business. Just watch." Sister Yun then said lightly, "What a pity for a swordsmanship genius, lacking the courage of a swordsman. It seems he will struggle to achieve anything." Teacher Ye's eyes also showed disappointment. Originally, seeing Wuyang so young made her consider probing further. If he had no background, she could bring him into the academy for training, and he might become something. But without the guts of a holy soldier, he held little value. "Kid, take off your clothes and let us search you. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking it out on your corpse." The scarred-faced man coldly shouted at Wuyang. Wuyang's smile remained unchanged, still as bright as ever as he said, "Brothers, I've only obtained 2 spirit cores today. Would you let me leave if I give them to you?" Upon hearing this, the 3 men's eyes lit up. They had originally thought this kid would have some gains, and it turned out to be true as they saw the blood on Wuyang and sensed his blood energy. They hadn't expected that a bluff would actually yield results. The crowd was momentarily stunned, and then their expressions flashed with regret. Had they known, they would have approached him sooner. As this kid turned out to be a fat sheep, Ma San's face became even more sinister with excitement, and he reached out, saying urgently, "Kid, hand it over quickly. You really stole our spirit cores, but if you give them to me, I can let you go." Wuyang smiled, reached to his waist, took out a small bag, and handed it over. Ma San couldn't care less about Wuyang stepping forward and instead took 2 steps forward to grab the small bag. At that moment, Wuyang loosened his grip, and the bag seemed to slip away, prompting Ma San to instinctively reach out to catch it. Ma San thought to himself, "Be careful. This kid has a trick." Suddenly, someone shouted in alarm. Chapter 67. Sword shocks the audience hearing the warning. Ma San's hair stood on end. As an experienced old hunter, his reaction was incredibly quick. In an instant, a holy weapon took form in his hand, a crescent-shaped curved blade, and he simultaneously retreated while slashing with the blade, producing a sharp whistling sound as it cut through the air. At the same time, Su Wuyang moved as the bag fell, his body lunging forward, and his sword was already in motion. He hadn't expected someone to warn Ma San, nor that Ma San would react so quickly. However, that was of no use. His eyes were icy cold. Facing the incoming cold light of the blade, he tilted his sword to intercept Ma San's curved blade, producing a clear metallic clash. His body followed the sword's movement, and a flash of cold light passed between him and Ma San. The sound of the sharp blade slicing through flesh and breaking bones was extremely clear, sending chills down people's spines. Su Wuyang landed on his toes, and, like a cheetah, instantly dashed towards another person. The other person was stunned. Su Wuyang's movements were too fast. He saw it clearly. The sword light had swiftly crossed Ma San's neck. Realizing Su Wuyang was charging at him, he quickly reacted and shouted, "You're looking for death." A long, narrow combat knife appeared in his hand, and he swung it down towards Su Wuyang. Flying star plucking the moon, shattering, sword technique. Su Wuyang roared in his heart, his long sword flicking upward, striking the side of the blade. The knife was dislodged from its position, and the man's face instantly changed dramatically as he hurriedly tried to retreat. But it was too late. The lightning-fast sword momentum was unleashed, and he moved like a gust of wind and thunder. The long sword pierced through his throat in an instant. As the long sword was drawn out, Su Wuyang shifted his body to the right, and a metal rod came whistling in. It was the third person who had reacted and launched an attack at Su Wuyang. However, with this shift, the metal rod struck the middle-aged man, who had been pierced in the neck by Su, with a sound of shattering bones, directly sending him flying. A scream of agony erupted as the fingers of the man wielding the rod were severed. The rod was instantly released. At that moment, Su Wuyang's long sword unleashed a powerful force like a snake, directly sending the rod flying. The sword slashed out from below to above, directly disemboweling the man. And a piercing scream tore through the night sky. Su Wuyang stood with his sword, his chest heaving. The man before him was nearly split in half, blood spraying as he fell to the ground with a muffled thud, startling everyone in the dead of night. The air was eerily silent, filled only with the sound of heavy breathing, the swallowing of saliva, the crackling of the fire, and the sound of blood gushing. 3 corpses lay on the ground, one beheaded, one with a pierced throat, and another eviscerated, the air thick with the stench of blood. Su Wuyang stood among the 3 bodies, sword in hand, a brilliant smile on his face, his gaze sweeping around, causing everyone to instinctively gasp in horror. This young man was strange. Despite his youth, he laughed while killing, his technique clean and swift, as if he had practiced countless times and had taken many lives before. His unpredictable swordplay sent chills down people's spines, every move deadly, without a hint of waste, each strike determining life or death. The woman in green, Teacher Yi, had a flash of surprise in her eyes. The 3 men were all experienced hunters, heavy with blood and strong in vitality, likely stronger than this young man. Yet, they hadn't lasted even 2 breaths before him. The swordsmanship he displayed against the fish demon was already extremely sharp. Who would have thought it would be even more fierce and unpredictable against the holy soldiers? The 3 adults before him seemed like children, completely unable to fight back. How had he trained at such a young age? If he could be admitted to the Holy Soldier Academy, he would undoubtedly elevate the entire academy's swordsmanship standards significantly. Brother Chi, who had been boasting earlier, now looked pale, his throat tightening as if he might vomit. Fear flashed in his eyes. This person was terrifying. His swordplay varied endlessly, sometimes sharp, sometimes elusive, sometimes overbearing. It was the first time he had seen such sword skills. Even among his academy's instructors, very few possessed such abilities. Sister Yin also turned pale. Suddenly her throat tightened, and she felt like she might be sick, desperately suppressing it. She looked at Su Wuyang's brilliant smile, feeling a sense of horror. How many people had he killed to be able to smile so happily while taking lives? At that moment, a group of people still stood in the camp, including Xiang Yinhang and others. Xiang Yinhang's eyes were filled with shock, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing in Su Wuyang. When did this kid become so powerful? The sharpness of his swordplay made even him feel a tingle at the back of his neck. unless relying on the strength and speed of a battlemaster to crush him. He truly couldn't withstand this swordplay. Zhang Qing, Liu Fu, and Lai Hu all widened their eyes, seemingly stunned. Su Wuyang's strength was no less than theirs, and perhaps even stronger. Su Wuyang's brilliant smile was illuminated by the firelight. It had sent chills down everyone's spine. This kid was a tough character. They had killed before. It was quite normal for hunters to fight in the wilderness. That person had blood on their hands, but there were not many who could kill and still smile so innocently. At that moment, a middle-aged man who had previously reminded Ma Xin suddenly stood up, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Wuyang, and said. Su Wuyang turned to look at him, his smile unchanged, and said, "You must take revenge for them." The big man suddenly felt a tightness in his throat, his face stiffening slightly. He sensed something frightening in Su Wuyang's pure eyes, and he became timid. The big man cleared his throat and steadied his mind, saying, "No, I just think this is too much." At that moment, someone beside him drew their weapon and said solemnly, "Zhu Xiong, what are you afraid of? He just made a sneak attack. With the three of us working together, killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand." Another person also stood up, brandishing a weapon, their eyes sharp and filled with killing intent. The others were watching closely, fully aware that they had their eyes on the three sacred weapons. Once the three were killed, the sacred weapons would not dissipate and would remain on the grass. Although these three sacred weapons were not rare, they could easily be exchanged for hundreds of thousands. They had fought desperately in this wilderness for what, if not for money? Now that there was the prospect of hundreds of thousands, who wouldn't be tempted? Not just them, but the eyes of the others also grew fierce. Zhu Xiong's eyes sharpened as well. With a flick of his hand, a battle spear materialized in his grasp. He fixed a scorching gaze on Su Wuyang and said, "At such a young age, to be so ruthless, if you continue to develop like this, you'll become a murderous fiend. It seems it's time to eliminate a threat to the people." The three stepped forward, emerging from the crowd, their fierce aura enveloping Su Wuyang. With a slight sigh, someone looked at Su Wuyang with a hint of pity. That kid was in danger today. Chapter 68. 3 weapons for 3 lives. Not only was Yuan Hang present, but also Peng Dan, who was quite a distance from their camp. However, their position was high, and at first, they thought it was just some hunters amusing themselves with a newcomer, which was a common occurrence, so no one paid much attention. However, when Peng Dan glanced over, the firelight illuminated Su Wuyang's face, and she was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes widened in surprise. The voice wasn't loud, but several people heard it. Feng Bei also recognized Su Wuyang, narrowing his eyes slightly, surprised that the kid had come and appeared to be alone. Seeing the 3 men bullying Su Wuyang, Peng Dan prepared to stand up, but at that moment, Su Wuyang made his move. In the blink of an eye, he killed 3 men with a swift and eerie sword technique, his calm demeanor while killing causing several people to change color. Feng Nan and Feng Bei's expressions darkened. The kid they had originally looked down upon was this strong. Feng Nan regretted not letting him join them earlier, realizing that his strength surpassed several members of their team. Zhou Yumei's face turned pale. How could this kid be so formidable? She had offended him earlier, and looking at his brilliant smile, now sent a chill down her spine. Feng Bei's eyes sharpened as he noticed Peng Dan's equally shocked expression, his heart growing colder. When he saw the others preparing to act, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Peng Dan saw Zhu Xiong and the others about to attack, and she suddenly stood up. However, Feng Bei blocked her, saying, "Xiao Dan, what are you doing?" Peng Dan replied solemnly, "Get out of the way, I have to go save him." Feng Bei responded sternly, "Xiao Dan, we are a team. Stepping up like this is irresponsible to us. You're putting all of us in danger." Peng Dan's face grew ugly as she replied, "I will withdraw from the team." At that moment, Zhou Yumei reacted, grabbing her arm and saying, "Sister Dan, it's useless. Look at how many people are about to make a move." However, at that moment, the situation changed. Su Wuyang looked at Zhu Xiong and the others who had surrounded him, his smile unchanged. Suddenly, he kicked his foot, and an iron rod flew up. Su Wuyang reached out to grab it, raised it above his head, and smiled at everyone, saying, "Who wants this sacred weapon?" Everyone was taken aback, looking at Su Wuyang in confusion, but Zhu Xiong and the other three's expressions changed drastically. What was Su Wuyang doing? he shouted in a deep voice. Su Wuyang completely ignored him and looked at the crowd instead, pointing his stick at Zhu Xiong and the other two, saying, "There are 3 holy weapons here. Whoever kills one of them will get a holy weapon in exchange." Instantly, the camp erupted in an uproar. No one expected Su Wuyang to pull such a stunt. One of Zhu Xiong's companions shouted angrily, "You're looking for death. How dare you put a price on my life? Watch me chop you up." Just then, Su Wuyang's sword struck the iron stick, producing a piercing metallic sound that stunned everyone, and Zhu Xiong and the others halted in their tracks. Su Wuyang looked at the 3 and said, "If no one wants it, I'll destroy it." The man shouted angrily, "How dare you?" Su Wuyang smiled brightly and said, "Guess if I dare." Zhu Xiong and the others hesitated for a moment. They had stepped up for the sake of the divine weapon, and if the divine weapon were destroyed, what would be the point of them charging in? As they looked at Su Wuyang's beaming smile, they felt even less certain. This kid dares to do anything. Su Wuyang looked at the crowd and said, "So, who killed them? All 3 holy weapons belong to him. If no one did it, then I will destroy them." Everyone looked over, only to see his iron rod resting on the blade, while the curved blade of Ma San was just a few meters away. They were too far to intervene in time. Su Wuyang was not joking. Holy weapons without a master were very fragile and likely couldn't withstand a single blow. One person angrily shouted, "Do you think everyone is an idiot? Who would believe you?" Just then, that person suddenly felt guilty and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Be careful." Zhi Xiong suddenly whispered. He knew very well what kind of people the hunting team were. They would kill without blinking. Not to mention a holy weapon. They might even kill for a spirit core. Although many would refrain from acting, it was important to remember that there were quite a few people wandering the wilderness here, and these people would kill for profit with no regard for life. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow shot out, and all 3 changed their expressions drastically. The burly man tried to block it with his weapon, but it was too late. With a scream, the arrow pierced his chest, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. "Run!" Another person was so frightened that he panicked and fled. At that moment, a figure swooped down like a large goose. A cold flash appeared, and that person's head flew off, their body tumbling over 10 meters before collapsing onto the grass. That person then retrieved the holy weapon from the burly man, searched his body, found something, and packed it away, before walking over with the severed head. This was a lean middle-aged man in his 30s, with sharp eagle-like eyes. The shield-bearing burly man also stood up, having retrieved something from Zhi Xiong's body, seemingly a spirit core, and picked up his knife, standing tall with his massive shield. He was at least 2 meters tall, resembling a giant bear. At that moment, a young man stepped out of the crowd, reached down to pull the arrow from the corpse, and casually tossed it into the quiver on his back. He was a strikingly handsome young man, probably only 25 or 26, with very noticeable gray-white hair, slicked back neatly and tied with a headband, making him look even more dashing. At this moment, Su Wuyang clearly saw a commotion in the camp, with many people retreating, their eyes flashing with fear. It seemed that these 3 had quite a background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have killed someone in front of everyone, showing absolute confidence and fearlessness of revenge. The young man planted his arrow and looked at Su Wuyang. "Your swordsmanship is quite good, little brother. My name is Ruan Xiaowang. Are you interested in joining our wolf light hunting team?" Su Wuyang heard a low gasp from the crowd, and he understood that this was likely a very powerful hunting group. However, he still smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Sierwan, for your attention, but I'm used to being alone." At that moment, the burly man had already walked over and said loudly, "Kid, the person has already been killed. Give me that iron rod." "All right." Su Wuyang smiled slightly upon hearing this. He looked at Ruan Xiaowang, who said, "Let them choose. I can do anything." Su Wuyang then extended his hand, and the iron rod flew towards the big man. The big man reached out to catch it, and with eyes like copper bells, he glanced at Su Wuyang and laughed loudly. Su Wuyang laughed and said, At this moment, the thin man who had killed the last person walked over, threw the head in his hand in front of Su Wuyang, and coldly said, "Give me that curved blade." Su Wuyang smiled and said, "Good." With a flick of his sword, the curved blade flew up. The man reached out to take it, gave Su Wuyang a sharp glance, and turned to leave. Su Wuyang looked at Ruan Xiaowang apologetically and said, "Brother Ruan, this is the last knife. As he spoke, he moved his foot, and the knife flew up. He pushed the handle, sending the knife flying towards Feng Bei, who reached out to catch it. Feng Bei looked at Su Wuyang again and said, "Are you really not considering it?" Su Wuyang shook his head and cupped his fist towards Ruan Xiaowang, saying, "Thank you, Brother Ruan. I'm used to being alone and still prefer to be by myself. I don't want to disappoint your kind intentions." Ruan Xiaowang was not angry and smiled slightly, saying, "What a pity." After saying that, he turned and walked away with his knife, prompting everyone to disperse. However, it seemed that suddenly a sense of estrangement arose among the crowd. There were no more sounds of laughter, and everyone spoke in hushed tones, with a newfound wariness towards one another, especially when looking at Su Wuyang. No one would consider Su Wuyang a naive young man anymore. He was now seen as a cunning and ruthless character. To part with 3 sacred weapons just to kill, it was best not to provoke such a sinister person. Who would have thought that a seemingly sunny young man could be so cruel and vicious? Su Wuyang ignored everyone. He searched the 3 bodies and surprisingly found 3 bags, totaling 6 spirit cores. He discarded 3 holy weapons and didn't lose anything by obtaining 6 spirit cores. More importantly, no one knew that his experience points had risen to 97%, almost allowing him to level up again. He dragged a few corpses over and placed them into the pile of firewood that Zhu Xiong had stacked. Instantly, flames erupted, and he threw the corpses in. The fire blazed, crackling loudly, illuminating Su Wuyang's face and leaving everyone with a memorable image of that smiling face. Su Wuyang packed up the tents belonging to Zhu Xiong and others, then repacked his own bag, put it on his back, and turned to leave the campsite, his silhouette illuminated by the flames, gradually disappearing into the darkness. Everyone watched his departing figure with complex expressions. This kid had stirred up the camp with just his own strength, yet he was walking away with his bag. Chapter 69. It started snowing. Su Wuyang sensed the change in the atmosphere of the camp. Staying any longer would be unwise. He might end up with his throat slit while sleeping at night. And being alone meant anything could happen. Many people had seen the 3 people's skins he had collected. Moreover, it was inconsistent with his low-key personality to be the center of attention here, with everyone watching him, which made him uncomfortable. It was better to leave. He stepped onto the lake's surface, disappearing into the night, where no one would see him. He stored all his tent gear in the system inventory, opened the mini-map to set a direction, and quickly headed towards another valley along the lakeside. It was already dark, and he had to be careful of his footing and wary of fish demons. After walking for about half an hour, he finally arrived at the valley where he had rested earlier in the afternoon, considering it relatively safe. The area had many trees and was narrow, with no one camping here. He set up his tent beneath a large rock, placed his blankets inside, and went out to check the surroundings, setting up some small traps to prevent animals from getting too close. Only then did he summon a box, open it, and found a pot inside, still steaming hot. He served himself a bowl of meat and fragrant rice, enjoying the meal. Eating such food in the wild was a real treat. After finishing, he packed up his things and entered the tent to rest. The night wind howled, rustling the leaves and grass, but thankfully the tent was sheltered by the large rock, so the wind barely reached him, making it quite comfortable. With the tent, he no longer had to endure the cold wind. In the wild, Su Wuyang dared not sleep deeply, remaining in a half-asleep state. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly heard a cracking sound from the ice, faint but noticeable. It might just be the sound of the ice freezing at night, but Su Wuyang still heard it and quickly opened his eyes. He remained motionless, listening intently. After a while, the cracking sound came again from the ice, no more than 200 meters away. He narrowed his eyes and slowly moved. Taking a full minute to bring his eyes to a gap he had intentionally opened to look out at the lake. However, he couldn't see anything. The sky was pitch black with no light. The ice only appeared slightly white, but visibility was okay for about 20 to 30 meters. Beyond that, it was impossible to see. The sound was clearly from fish demons moving on the ice, and it was evident there were quite a few, at least dozens. Su Wuyang felt tense, hoping the fish demons wouldn't discover him. Thankfully, the surrounding grass and trees concealed him, making it unlikely for them to come close and find him. He hadn't seen many fish demons during the day, but he didn't expect so many to be active at night. It had been quite some time since the fish demons appeared, and with so many holy soldiers hunting them, he couldn't help but wonder how many fish demons were hidden in the South Mountain Lake. The night felt long, and he could vaguely hear the sound of fish demons exhaling cold air. Just as he was about to doze off again, he heard a rustling sound right by his tent. He instantly woke up again, realizing that the rustling sounds were coming from all around him. Suddenly, he realized something. It's snowing. After waiting so long, the snow had finally arrived. He frowned. This snowfall would complicate hunting the fish demons. If it snowed heavily, it would be difficult to approach the lake. The tent was nice, though. He wasn't worried about the snow. Listening to the sound of falling snow, he fell asleep again. After an unknown amount of time, Wuyang woke up suddenly. He opened his eyes, and the tent was very bright, illuminated by the snow. He saw that the tent had been pressed and deformed by the snow. Listening carefully, he heard no sounds and thought he even heard the sound of a car. Opening the tent, he found a light dusting of snow on the grass outside. The snowfall wasn't heavy. It hadn't completely covered the ground overnight. But snowflakes were still drifting down from the sky, though they were small and light. He scooped some snow from a rock to wash his face at breakfast, and packed his items back into the system inventory before heading out again. Today's goal was to level up to level 8 and then push for level 9. The lake's surface was covered in snow, making it less slippery. However, walking on it created crunching noises, which could easily attract the fish demons, making it harder to approach them compared to before. In the distance, he saw several people pushing snow sleds onto the lake surface, seemingly preparing to stay there for a while. He didn't approach them, but instead distanced himself to look for fish demons. He moved to a more secluded area, and with the map, he wasn't afraid of getting lost. After walking for over half an hour, he was lucky enough to spot 2 fish demons about 100 meters away. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the plunge. He cautiously approached, but when he got within 50 meters, the fish demons noticed him. The 2 fish demons immediately stopped exhaling cold air and charged towards Wuyang with sharp cries. Like 2 crocodiles, their bodies swayed. Seeing that the ambush had failed, Wuyang decided to confront them head-on. He started running. With the snow, it wasn't as slippery, which provided better footing and allowed him to exert more force than before. His speed was decent as he ran and slid towards the fish demons. Just 10 meters away, the 2 fish demons simultaneously shot ice arrows at him. 2 ice arrows whistled as they shot towards Wuyang, but he suddenly changed direction, as if he had veered off course, stepping to the right and sprinting out. The 2 ice arrows grazed past his body. The 2 fish demons immediately switched directions, their limbs clearly less agile. As they turned, their bodies slowed down, and they stumbled, crashing into each other. Wuyang's eyes lit up as he discovered the weakness of the fish demon, its inflexibility when turning while running. He knew the opportunity had come. With a flick of his sword on the ice surface, he stabilized his body and misstepped towards the 2 fish demons charging at him, now only 5 meters away. The fish demons roared and leaped up, charging at Wuyang again, their mouths wide open. At that moment, Wuyang turned again, sliding his body to the left. He looked like he was about to slip, but he touched the sword on the ice, stabilizing himself. The 2 fish demons tried to turn, but their feet slipped, causing them to fall again, scattering the ice energy they had gathered in their mouths. At this point, Wuyang had closed the distance to 2 meters. His holy weapon shone brightly as he unleashed a crescent moon slash, which instantly struck the side of one fish demon's abdomen. The fish scales exploded, blood sprayed everywhere, and the fish demon let out a miserable howl as the powerful impact knocked it down, colliding with the other fish demon. What a great opportunity! Wuyang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his feet suddenly trembled as he accelerated forward. He stabbed his sword into the head of a fish demon, pinning it directly to the ice surface. Then, he flipped his body, kicking the other fish demon that was just about to stand up, sending it crashing down and sliding away on the ice. He followed closely behind, leaving his sword embedded in the fish demon's body. The fish demon let out a sharp scream, its massive tail slamming against the ice, twisting its body but finding nothing as Wuyang had already left. He reached out, and the holy weapon had already dissipated. In the next moment, it reformed in his hand. Holy weapon technique, round moon slash. He roared again, and the round moon slash was unleashed, the sword light striking the fish demon's abdomen, causing its scales to shatter and a huge wound to appear. The fish demon was knocked down, but at that moment, it still shot out an ice arrow directly at Su Wuyang, moving too fast to give him any time to react. Chapter 70. Strange Phenomena on the Ice Lake. Slash. Su Wuyang suddenly slashed down with his holy weapon. With a clang, it struck the ice arrow, causing the ice to explode. The immense force knocked his sword upward, and he couldn't help but slide backward, feeling the sharp ice shards painfully pierce his face. The fish monster, bleeding, let out a shrill scream and lunged at him. At that moment, Su Wuyang applied force under his feet and shot forward, charging directly at the fish monster. However, he executed the same trick again, swiftly moving to the right. Bang! The fish monster bit into thin air, producing a sound like steel colliding, but in its haste to turn and chase after him, it stumbled and fell again. Su Wuyang pointed his long sword at the icy surface, and shards of ice flew out as he halted his sliding speed. With a forceful push from his feet, he leaped up instantly, his holy weapon glowing in his hand. From a high vantage point, he thrust his sword down fiercely. Thud! The sword pierced through the scales and into the abdomen, while Su Wuyang's body soared over, tearing a massive wound in the abdomen with the sword, severing the internal organs and causing blood to spurt out. The fish demon let out a chilling scream, its body rising up, blood gushing down like a burst dam, its innards spilling from the open abdomen and staining the icy surface, yet it still charged towards Su Wuyang. Holy weapon technique, round moon slash. Su Wuyang knew that the fish demon was finished. Without even a glance, he approached the twitching fish demon and struck its head with his sword, causing its body to convulse one last time before it finally died. However, Su Wuyang felt a shock in his body as the holy weapon shimmered, and a powerful warm current surged from his mind into his body. He realized that the holy weapon had leveled up. Upon checking, it had indeed reached level 8, with an additional 2% of experience gained. After breaking open the brain, he discovered a spiritual core, and a flash of joy crossed his eyes. It was a good start to the day, indicating that there would surely be a good harvest today. After dealing with this fish demon, he turned to the other one, where a large amount of blood was flowing, confirming that the fish demon was already dead. He noticed that his experience had increased by 3%, reaching a total of 5%. He sighed inwardly, realizing that leveling up was indeed not easy. To upgrade at level 8 by killing fish demons, he would need to take down dozens of them. However, the premise was to level up as quickly as possible. Su Wuyang felt lucky. After just half an hour of exploration, he encountered another fish demon, and this one also had a spirit core. This made him feel somewhat strange, indicating that these fish demons had all upgraded and were no longer unranked demons. Had the fish demons grown overnight? In the morning, Su Wuyang traveled several dozen miles and killed 5 more fish demons. Among them, he encountered 2 together, and now he had grasped the flaws in the fish demon's movements, making it easy to defeat them. From these 5, he obtained 2 spirit cores. His experience points rose to 20%, and he felt excited. Coming to South Mountain Lake was indeed the right choice. At this rate, he would definitely level up to a level 9 warrior in 2 days, getting closer to becoming a battle master. In such a short time, he was almost at the battle master level, which made him happy. By the afternoon, Su Wuyang noticed that there seemed to be more and more people around. He changed positions several times but kept running into others, even receiving warnings to leave, which puzzled him. Were these people all running from deeper areas to the outskirts? After being robbed of a fish demon once, Su Wuyang decided to change places again. With his small map, he could navigate around, which delayed him quite a bit. The afternoon's gains were not as good as the morning. He only killed 3 more fish demons, bringing his experience to 30%. Indeed, he found a concave cave that was only 3 or 4 meters deep, with no wind blowing inside. The terrain was quite high, about 20 meters above the lake surface, allowing him to see the lake scenery. While it was hard to see above from a lake, he liked this place. It was like a natural campsite. Standing here, he could see the lake for miles. Noticing that there were still people and vehicles entering deeper into the area, while others were heading out, and some were looking for campsites in the valley. He noticed several fires sparkling in the distance and felt a bit shocked. There were too many people entering South Mountain Lake. He initially thought there was only the campsite he had previously visited, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. As night gradually fell, the snow started to fall heavier. He took out his tent, set it up, arranged his sleeping bag, had dinner, and then crawled into the tent to sleep. After a poor night's sleep last night, he hoped to get a good rest tonight, feeling that this place should still be quite safe. Before long, Wuyang had fallen asleep, and the entire South Mountain Lake quieted down, with the snow continuing to fall heavily. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of the snow falling could be heard, creating an incredibly quiet atmosphere. He didn't know how long it had been when suddenly, Wuyang jolted awake, feeling a surge of unease. He opened his eyes wide and heard only the wind and the sound of snow falling. Nothing seemed different. He quietly sensed for a moment, but didn't find anything unusual. He thought he might have had a nightmare and was about to drift back to sleep. Creak! Just as he was about to sleep again, more sounds began to emerge, accompanied by low hissing noises. His brow furrowed as he quietly peeked through the tent's seam towards the lake. Because of the snow, the lake's surface was a pristine white, creating a completely white world. However, in the next moment, Wuyang's eyes widened in shock as he stared below. He saw countless fish demons on the lake's surface, with as few as 3 or 5 and as many as dozens. He could only see a few hundred meters ahead, but within that distance, there were hundreds of fish demons. All the fish demons were lying on the ice, opening their mouths to exhale cold air. The dense mass of them made Wuyang's heart race. With so many fish demons, he felt a chill run down his spine. Beneath the ice were all fish demons, and if he got surrounded, he would be doomed. He could no longer feel sleepy, his gaze fixed on the lake's surface. The fish demons quietly exhaled cold air, and occasionally, some would leap from the ice surface, joining the group in exhaling. Wuyang felt a strong wave of cold energy. He was too close to the lake and could sense the chill, as if the cold was seeping into the tent and the quilt. Below, the fish demons occasionally let out low howls, their bodies glowing with energy, and he could faintly see blue light flickering. This meant that fish demons were advancing in rank. He was suddenly startled, realizing why the probability of obtaining spirit cores from killing fish demons was so high during the day. It was because a large number of fish demons were advancing. He didn't dare to breathe, quietly waiting, and he wasn't sure how long it had been when he felt himself getting sleepy again. Suddenly, a sound that resembled wind, or perhaps the sound of a conch shell, drifted from the lake, and the fish demons seemed to receive some kind of signal, suddenly burrowing into the ice, as if merging directly into the thick ice layer, disappearing without a trace. He was a bit surprised to see the empty ice surface. Why had the fish demons left again? It seemed they were being directed, and he suddenly felt uneasy. The fish demons were not acting spontaneously, but were under some kind of control. Chapter 71. Dialogue at the Snow Lake Creek. Although it was very faint, Wuyang, only about 10 meters away from the cliff, could hear it clearly. This was not the sound of animals. It was the sound of human footsteps on the snow. And not just one person, but 2. At that moment, he didn't dare to breathe, realizing that someone was bold enough to walk in the wilderness at such a late hour and even come to the edge of the cliff, indicating they were not ordinary individuals. He feared that even his breathing would attract their attention. The footsteps stopped, as if the 2 had come to a halt. After a while, a slightly hoarse, deep voice broke the silence. The fish demons are evolving quickly. The ice spirit should be ready to act soon. At this point, another slightly softer voice chimed in. The people have mostly gathered. There should be enough blood food. This ice spirit has a big appetite. The hoarse voice replied again. Let's go. Pass the message to the master. We can prepare to take action. After that, the faint sound of footsteps on the snow gradually faded away until it could no longer be heard. Wuyang finally let out a slow breath, filled with confusion. Who were these 2 people? They mentioned that the ice spirit was about to act. What was this ice spirit? And who was the master? Wuyang thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any clues. However, a shadow loomed over his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, as if there was a conspiracy brewing. The number of fish demons he saw tonight was astonishing, yet during the day, there weren't many. If they all came out, the hunters would probably not dare to enter the lake, But why were there so few fish demons during the day? As he pondered these thoughts, Wuyang gradually fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright, and the white snow illuminated the world, painting everything in a blanket of white. The snowfall had lessened. Only small flakes danced in the sky. He crawled out of the tent and looked at the lake surface, which was truly a scene of 1,000 miles of ice and 10,000 miles of snow, with the snow-covered lake and the towering mountains creating a beautiful landscape. In the distance, he saw people already walking on the lake, with groups traversing the icy surface, some with as few as 3 to 5 people and others with more than 10, leaving behind a trail of footprints on the vast white lake. This was a hunting team that had entered the lake early in the morning to hunt fish demons. The large haul had driven the hunters wild, and they were reluctant to let go, as the lighter snowfall was just the right opportunity for hunting. Wuyang wiped his face with the snow at the edge of the cliff, instantly feeling much more awake. He stretched his muscles and bones, had breakfast, packed his things, and climbed down the cliff to begin a day of hunting. Today, for some unknown reason, the fish monsters seemed to have increased significantly. He hunted 6 of them in the morning, 3 of which were together. Using his agility, he narrowly defeated them, though he suffered a bit of injury on his leg from a swipe by a fish monster, almost fracturing it. However, he had a bountiful harvest, with his experience points rising to 50%. He obtained 3 spirit cores and 2 bottles of basic healing potion, bringing his total to 4 bottles. He remained diligent, never straying too far from the lake, hunting along the lakeside. But in the afternoon, his luck turned. After searching for a long time, he only managed to hunt one. He had to venture a bit further and along the lakeside. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. At that moment, a sharp screech echoed, and an arrow whizzed past his ear, instantly striking the fish monster in the head. The powerful wind from the arrow made his ear ache, and the arrow's force carried the fish monster far away, leaving a trail in the snow. Wuyang suddenly bent down, assumed a defensive stance, and looked in the direction of the arrow. He saw a group of 6 people standing about 40 to 50 meters away, one of whom was holding a large bow, dressed in black combat gear and wearing a cloak, standing extremely tall. It was him. Wuyang instantly recognized this person. It was none other than Feng Bei. He also saw Peng Dan. Only then did he stand up, and Peng Dan and her group walked towards him. A killing intent surged in his heart. That arrow from Feng Bei would have definitely caused some injury if he hadn't dodged quickly. That bastard did it on purpose. Wuyang. Bing den grisu Wuyang. A hint of discomfort in her eyes. She felt guilty because she hadn't stepped forward during his time of crisis. Now seeing Wuyang's on knees, she noticed the earlier arrow as well, but found it difficult to express her feelings. Wuyang revealed a bright smile and said, "Dan Jia, I didn't expect to run into you here." Zhou Yueme looked at Wuyang's radiant smile and felt an inexplicable chill in her heart, always sensing that this smile was a bit eerie. Suddenly, a sense of discomfort arose within her. She was afraid of Kid. Wuyang smiled and greeted the others, saying, Brother Feng Air, how are you?" At that moment, the monkey suddenly spoke up, Wuyang, aren't you going to thank Brother Feng Air for helping you? Wuyang smiled and said, "Thanks, Brother Feng Air. If it weren't for your arrow, I would have been in trouble. I, Wuyang, will remember this and repay you when I have a chance." Feng Bai replied, "No problème." Feng Nan, with a calm expression, looked at Wuyang and said, "Little Su, we are going into the depths of Nanshan Lake to hunt second-tier fish demons. Are you interested in joining us?" Peng Dan also said, "Wuyang, come with us. It's too unsafe for you to hunt alone here, and you won't be able to catch many fish demons." Wuyang smiled and "Thank you, Brother Feng and Sister Dan. I'm used to being alone, and I just want to hone my martial skills. This place is perfect for that. Besides, my strength is weak. Following you would only hold you back." Zhou Yueme rolled her eyes, thinking this kid was talking nonsense. With his astonishing swordsmanship that could kill 3 people in an instant, how could he still claim to be weak? Feng Nan's eyes flashed with displeasure, and he said, "That's fine then. Let's go." He had noticed Wuyang's decent sword skills and wanted to recruit him into the team. But this kid didn't recognize the opportunity and truly believed that a little sword skill made him special. In the face of absolute strength, that bit of sword skill was nothing. After speaking, he took the lead and left. Feng Bei cast a dark glance at Su Wuyang before following suit. Zhou Yuemei and the others also followed, leaving only Peng Dan, who hesitated a bit. She looked at Su Wuyang and asked, "Wuyang, are you really not coming with us?" He sensed the sincerity in Peng Dan's eyes but still shook his head and said, "Peng Dan." She suddenly spoke in a low voice. Su Wuyang was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Peng Dan to be in the valley that night. But it was nothing much. Seeing her was just seeing her. However, it was nice that Peng Dan could remind him. He smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Sister Dan, for the reminder. I will be careful. Sister Dan, hurry up. Right now." Peng Dan looked at Su Wuyang and said, "Then you be quieter." Su Wuyang nodded and said, "Okay." Watching Peng Dan about to leave, he suddenly whispered, "Sister Dan, don't stay too long in the depths. You must leave the lake's surface by night." "What?" Peng Dan was slightly taken aback and looked at Su Wuyang with some confusion. At that moment, Zhou Yuemei's voice called out, and she didn't have time to ask further. She waved goodbye to Su Wuyang and quickly joined the front of the group. Watching Peng Dan leave, he didn't say anything else. He had only overheard a conversation last night and didn't know what those people were planning. But he felt something was off and reminded Peng Dan out of good intentions. Whether she listened was up to her. Chapter 72. Silly Woman in the Afternoon. Luck was not on his side. It seemed the fish monsters had decreased. He hunted 3 all afternoon, pushing his experience points to 50, but after searching for 2 hours, he didn't encounter another one. He wondered, based on what he saw last night, there should be many fish monsters in this lake. Where could they have gone? Had they all gone deeper? Although he wanted to go deeper, he thought it over and decided to give up. Sometimes, one should not be greedy. Greed often leads to trouble. While walking, he suddenly heard a scream. His face changed drastically as he quickly crouched down. He looked ahead and saw 3 people fleeing 100 meters away. "Help! There's a second-tier fish monster." Su Wuyang's expression changed instantly. How did a second-tier fish demon end up by the lake? At that moment, he noticed that the 3 people were actually running towards him. It was obvious that they had spotted him. "Damn it!" Su Wuyang cursed softly and turned to run. He wasn't foolish enough to fight a second-tier fish demon. He had previously watched Xiang Yinhang battle that second-tier blood mist beast, and even those 2 powerful warriors nearly couldn't hold on. Jiang Hai had been severely injured. Demons become extremely terrifying at the second tier. He dashed straight towards the lakeshore. The fish demons moved quickly through the snow, especially in a straight line, while a person couldn't run fast in the snow. The 2 saw Su Wuyang rushing to the shore even faster than they were, so they also ran toward the shore. At that moment, the fish demon suddenly struck with its tail, causing snowflakes to fly. The fish demon leaped high into the air, shooting out with its gaping mouth wide open, biting off one person's head, blood spraying everywhere. The other person was so scared that his legs went weak, screaming as he ran wildly. However, after just a few steps, he was hit by several sharp projectiles that shot out with piercing shrieks, letting out a heartbreaking scream as his body flew forward, collapsing in the snow, blood quickly staining the white ground. Su Wuyang's expression changed drastically. The fish demon was terrifyingly strong, leaping over 10 meters in distance, and those ice arrows and ice spikes were truly powerful, piercing through people directly. Fortunately, he had already reached the edge of the lake and jumped into the woods. Hiss! The fish demon shrieked and chased after him, heading straight for Su Wuyang. This is bad. Su Wuyang felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. He used both feet to push off the ground, grabbing onto a tree as he ran deeper into the woods. After running only about 30 or 40 meters, he heard the sound of trees snapping behind him, and he knew the fish demon had entered. He saw an avalanche of snow behind him, as if a raging bull was charging forward, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes, and the momentum was astonishing. Su Wuyang ran with all his might, climbing upward while occasionally using the trees to navigate through the dense area. But the fish demon relentlessly pursued him. He felt somewhat speechless. He hadn't provoked it, so why was the fish demon crazily chasing after him? Trees broke apart, and snow flew everywhere as the fish demon kept up its pursuit. Su Wuyang noticed that the fish demon was getting closer and closer. It didn't seem tired at all, but he was drenched in sweat. The snow in the mountains was thick, making it difficult to run. Gritting his teeth, he decided to run outward, hoping that once he was far from the lake, the fish demon would stop chasing him. He burst out of the woods and found an open area ahead. He hurried forward, but at that moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a green bridge in the clearing, and standing in the snow were two women, one in white and the other in blue, seemingly looking at the plum blossoms in the snow, but now both were looking at him. Wuyang was instantly dumbfounded. How could there be two people here? He never expected there to be another bridge and two women, especially the one in front, who looked extremely delicate, draped in a snow-white cloak. She was beautiful but pale, occasionally coughing. The two women looked at him, seemingly frightened. "Run! There's a fish demon!" he shouted without thinking, suddenly turning his head and dashing back into the left side of the forest. Although Wuyang felt cold inside and his hands were dark, he wasn't in the habit of leading trouble to others, especially not to two women. What he didn't see was the sharp, killing intent flashing in the eyes of the woman in green just moments ago. However, when he changed direction, a hint of surprise crossed her eyes. Boom! At that moment, trees were broken, countless snowflakes exploded, and the fish demon charged out with a shriek, having also spotted the two women. "Monster, I'm right here." Wuyang's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly stopped and shouted loudly. Surprisingly, the fish monster abandoned Wuyang and charged towards the two women. The fish monster let out a shrill scream, unsure whether it was out of excitement or fear. At that moment, Wuyang roared fiercely, rushing forward and unleashing a holy weapon technique, the round moon slash. The sword light shot out, striking the fish monster's body with a loud crash, leaving a clear sword mark on its scales, but it hadn't even broken through the armor. Wuyang's heart suddenly tightened. He finally understood why those three were easily killed without putting up a fight. It was because they couldn't even move. The fish demon's scales were terrifyingly hard. Hiss! The fish demon let out a painful roar, seemingly enraged. With a sweep of its massive tail, it blasted away the accumulated snow and shot several ice spikes towards Wuyang. The sharp spikes whistled through the air, sealing off his escape routes. However, Wuyang did not retreat, but advanced instead. His sword erupted with power, striking from all directions in a flurry of movements, like a shooting star plucking the moon. With the east wind swirling around him, he continuously changed his sword techniques, parrying and breaking through, the sword light intertwining in the air, creating a series of rapid clashing sounds as he shattered or deflected the ice spikes. What he didn't notice was that the two women had not left. They were actually watching. The woman in the goose-down cloak had a glimmer of light in her eyes. Puff! The sharp blade pierced flesh as Wuyang broke through 3 or 4 ice spikes, but he was still struck by one that pierced his thigh. The immense force instantly lifted him off the ground, crashing him down into the snow, leaving a patch of bright red. His hat fell off, revealing his youthful face. The two women were momentarily taken aback by Wuyang's appearance. Listening to his voice, they thought he sounded quite young. But when they saw he looked no more than 15 or 16, both showed surprise. Yet Wuyang did not let out a sound. He clenched his jaw tightly, pulled out a vial of medicine, removed the cork, and poured it into his mouth. After tossing the empty bottle aside, he reached down and yanked out the ice spike, blood spraying out. Whoosh! The fish demon, sensing the scent of blood, let out an enraged shriek and lunged at Wuyang. Wuyang reached out to pat Xuannan, and his body leaped up, charging into the forest like a cheetah. At that moment, the fish demon shot out an ice arrow, whistling sharply as it shot straight towards Wuyang, like a shadow following its form. Wuyang was in the air, his body nimbly turning half around, the sword in his hand flashing as it struck the ice arrow. Wuyang still underestimated the power of the ice arrow. The immense force knocked his sword aside, and he was jolted to the ground, his injured leg causing him to stumble and fall again. Sweat covered his forehead, and suddenly pressing against the ground, he quickly retreated backward. He saw two women, seemingly frozen in fear, still standing there, which made him panic. He had risked his life, yet these two were still not leaving. He shouted angrily, "You two foolish women, why aren't you leaving yet?" After saying that, he hurriedly dashed into the forest. He had exhausted all his strength, and escaping was the priority. Bang! At that moment, The fish demon suddenly struck with its massive tail, causing the snow to explode, and it soared into the sky, charging at Su Wuyang. A huge shadow fell over him, and Su Wuyang turned pale. He gritted his teeth against the pain and erupted with all his strength. Chapter 73. An arrow at this moment. He had only one thought in his mind, to break through. As long as he could rush into the forest, there was still a glimmer of hope. The medicinal liquid had taken effect. His leg didn't hurt as much, and his speed had reached its limit. Bang! Just then, a bowstring twanged. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the sound of an arrow piercing through solid wood. The fish demon let out a painful scream. Its body seemingly struck by an immense force, flying sideways and crashing into the snow. He looked in shock towards the two women, only to see the one in a white goose-down cloak smiling gently at him, while beside him, the woman in green had a cold expression, holding a silver war bow in her hand. Su Wuyang swallowed hard, his face turning a bit red. It turned out that the opponent was so powerful. A second-tier fish demon was shot dead with a single arrow, while he had been worried and even got injured, wasting a bottle of medicine. He looked at the two women with some apprehension and flashed a bright smile. Just as he was about to speak, the woman in white turned and walked away, and the woman in green glanced at Su Wuyang, her icy gaze sending a chill down his spine, fearing that she might shoot him with an arrow. He watched as the woman in white lifted the curtain and sat down in the bridge. At that moment, two tall women in combat uniforms emerged from the forest, lifted the bridge, and then surprisingly flew up, gliding over the treetops. The woman in green also retracted her war bow and quickly followed suit. Watching the group fly away, Su Wuyang was stunned. The two women could carry the bridge and walk on trees. What kind of strength was that? A great warrior? Or a war general? He didn't know what level that was, but he felt a cold sweat on his back. He had been too reckless earlier, and fortunately, they didn't hold it against him. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. The beauty had left, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted through the air, extremely pleasant, elegant, and tranquil, calming his heart. He couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, imprinting that scent in his heart forever. Suddenly, the gasping sounds of the fish demon jolted him awake from that fragrant reverie. He looked over. The fish demon was still convulsing. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward, aiming his holy weapon at its head. The scales were indeed hard, and he had to use all his strength to drive it in. As the sword pierced in, the fish demon's body trembled violently. Su Wuyang gritted his teeth and plunged the sword deep into the fish demon's brain with both hands. Twisting it forcefully, the fish demon's body stiffened, and finally, it died. Buzz! Su Wuyang felt a tremor in his mind as the holy weapon resonated. A powerful warmth surged forth, impacting his body, rapidly enhancing his physical attributes, and he was overjoyed at the upgrade. Ding obtained a bottle of primary healing potion. Ding obtained a bottle of primary energy potion. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, and Su Wuyang's eyes lit up suddenly. This was a big gain. Not only did he obtain a bottle of primary healing potion, but he also got a bottle of energy potion. He had been thinking that if there was red, there must be blue, and sure enough, the system was extraordinary. These were all life-saving items. If his energy ran low at a critical moment, a bottle of energy potion would restore it immediately, and with a few holy weapon skills, he could definitely turn the tide. However, he quickly composed himself, broke open the fish demon's head, and searched for the spirit core. A second-tier spirit core was worth 100,000, and sure enough, he found an ice blue spirit core, which he happily stored in his bag. The traces are here. They should be ahead. Just then, voices came from the woods, and his expression changed. He quickly pulled out the arrow and picked up the fallen hat before hastily dashing into the mountains. He had barely walked a minute when several figures rushed over. The few people looked at the fish demon's corpse, momentarily stunned. One person exclaimed, "The fish demon has been killed." Another immediately pointed at the footprints and said, "There are footprints. Let's chase after them." At this moment, one person said solemnly, "Chase what? Look at the wound." An arrow pierced through the head. "What kind of strength is this? Do you dare chase? If you want to die, go ahead. I'm not going." Upon hearing this, the others looked at the wound and their expressions changed. The holy weapon was extremely terrifying, especially someone who could kill a second-tier fish demon with a single arrow. Who could withstand an arrow from someone hiding in the dark? The group immediately felt their scalps tingle, and they dared not mention chasing anymore. At this time, one person said, "Let's strip the fish scales. We can exchange them for some money." The group then began to peel off the fish scales. Wuyang ran far away before stopping to check his wound. Blood had soaked through his cotton pants, and being covered in blood in the wilderness was extremely dangerous. He found a large rock to hide under, took off his cotton pants, and found that the wound had already healed. The effect of the system's healing potion was undeniable. He took out a box, found a new pair of cotton pants to change into, and buried the old ones in the snow. He sat down to rest, opened the system, and saw that the holy weapon had already upgraded to level 9, with experience points exceeding by 1%. Killing a second-tier fish demon had given him 50% of the experience points. If he could kill a few more, his level would soar. But he knew that was impossible. Very few battle masters could deal with such fish demons, and even if they went far, they would likely struggle since the fish demon scales were too hard. He looked at his backpack and indeed found an extra bottle of blue energy potion. With a thought, a small bottle similar to the healing potion appeared in his hand, though it was a different color. Knowing the value of the system's products, he looked at it for a while before putting it away. He closed the system and pulled out the arrow from the snow. It was made of alloy and felt quite heavy in his hand. The arrowhead was made of a special metal. No wonder it pierced through the fish demon's tough skull. Upon closer inspection, he saw a moon character engraved on the arrow shaft, likely the mark of that green-clad woman. Wuyang thought that the sudden appearance of the second-order fish demon was likely the cause, catching many teams off guard. He nearly lost his life today. If it hadn't been for the mysterious woman he encountered, he might not have escaped. He was exhausted, so after having a late drink, he retreated into his tent to rest, taking advantage of the early part of the night to get a good sleep. The fish demons usually appeared in the latter half of the night, and the sky quickly darkened. Wuyang had already fallen asleep, with only the night wind howling, and snow began to fall heavily again, with large flakes drifting down. He didn't know how long he had slept when he suddenly woke up with a start, his eyes snapping open. He heard the sound of footsteps on the snow again. Although very faint, it was too close for comfort, and he could hear it quite clearly. Chapter 74. The Sudden Change on the Lake Surface. Wuyang held his breath and focused, lowering his breath and heartbeat to the minimum. He didn't know the strength of the person above. If their strength was considerable, he might be exposed. Using the light of the snow, he looked at the surface of the lake and found that there were no fish demons on the lake. He frowned slightly. Why weren't the fish demons releasing cold air? Had they collectively taken a day off? It's about to begin. At that moment, a low voice suddenly came from above. Wuyang's heart stirred again. What was about to begin? Was it going to be a bloodbath? Another phrase was uttered, and Wuyang felt a strong sense of foreboding. The words carried a bloody aura. What bloodbath? Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from afar. Although it was distant, it was so clear in the silent night that it made his heart sink. Something really happened. With such heavy snow outside, the monsters must be hiding and unlikely to come out, so everyone had been somewhat careless, and some even dozed off. The entire camp was quiet, with only occasional light coughs or muffled groans from the injured, and some people snoring lightly. A tent close to the periphery was pulled open, and a burly man stepped out, pulled out his tool, and urinated into the snow, still somewhat bleary-eyed, seemingly too cold. He cursed softly and unintentionally glanced at the snowy lake. He saw many things moving on the lake's surface, as if gliding over the snow, silently approaching. Suddenly, he jolted awake and shouted, "Fish!" A sharp whistle rang out, and several ice arrows instantly struck his body, piercing through him, and he was sent flying, letting out a chilling scream. This scream was like thunder, waking everyone up. Suddenly, the tent stirred, but at that moment, a shrill whistle sounded, and a large number of fish demons rushed from the lake, directly pouncing towards the camp. Some people hadn't even come out of their tents before being knocked down by the fish demons, their fierce jaws biting down, immediately followed by piercing screams. The fish demons attacked. The fish demons attacked. Many people in the camp reacted, screaming in terror. Several people tore through the tents and rushed out to fight the attacking fish demons, but there were too many fish demons. Some who just rushed out were tackled by 3 or 4 fish demons, while others were instantly pierced by several ice arrows, letting out heartbreaking cries. The camp was thrown into chaos in an instant. Fortunately, the camp was spacious enough, and those near the center and back reacted quickly, scrambling out to see the endless stream of fish demons pouring out of the lake, leaving them dumbfounded. "Run! Quick! The fish demons are attacking the camp." Some people reacted and shouted loudly as they fled backward. At this moment, the camp was in complete disarray, with fish demons everywhere. It was impossible to fight. The sight of countless fish demons made everyone's scalp tingle. This was every man for himself. There was no one organizing the defense. Otherwise, with so many holy soldiers, they wouldn't have been scattered so quickly. Near the slope, 2 vehicles were parked in a circle, and behind the vehicles were 5 tents. Yun Shiji and her group were also awakened. Everyone rushed out and turned pale upon seeing the situation in the camp. Yifeng Wu shouted urgently, "Quick! Everyone get up and evacuate immediately." A female student anxiously said, "What about the teacher's tent?" Yifeng Wu shouted back, "What tents? Quick, evacuate. Get in the vehicle and charge out." Just then, several fish demons pounced toward them. The usually battle-hardened students were now flustered and disorganized. They had never experienced such chaos before. Yifeng Wu's staff appeared in her hand, and she swung it fiercely, sending out several wind blades that slaughtered the fish demons. However, more fish demons charged in from behind. At this moment, many tents caught fire from overturned stoves, and the camp was engulfed in flames. They could clearly see countless fish demons rushing out of the lake, a dark mass that made their scalps tingle. She watched as everyone scrambled to climb into the vehicles. But the vehicles hadn't started. She shouted angrily, "Why isn't the vehicle starting?" At that moment, a student with a crying tone said, "The vehicle won't start." Yifeng Wu's face darkened, and she sternly shouted, "Abandon the vehicle, quick." Everyone was frightened by Yifeng Wu's stern gaze and jumped out of the vehicles. Yin Shiji also jumped out, her expression somewhat panicked. Standing where they could see more clearly, they saw the countless fish demons, their legs feeling weak as their usual training was forgotten. A large number of fish demons roared as they charged at them. Yifeng Wu waved her staff, sending countless wind blades whirling through the air, stirring up flying snow, as several fish demons were slain. She shouted, "Don't panic, form a formation. Fight while retreating." Whoosh! At that moment, dozens of ice arrows flew toward them, accompanied by sharp whistles. Her face changed, and she quickly pointed her staff, sternly shouting, "Holy soldier technique. Wind barrier." Buzz! A blue light surged, forming a blue barrier. The ice arrows struck it, making a clattering sound, like ripples on the water's surface as the arrows embedded themselves into it. Meanwhile, the students began to react from their panic, launching counterattacks. Yin Shiji also shot an arrow, knocking a fish demon over. This group of people had decent strength. They had just been too panicked before, but now they fought back, pushing back the attacking fish demons. "Retreat!" Yifeng Wu shouted, holding the wind barrier, leading everyone back. At this moment, the camp was in utter chaos, with battles occurring everywhere. Occasionally, holy soldiers let out heartbreaking screams as they were knocked down and bitten by fish demons, with flames and blood shooting into the night sky. The snow continued to fall heavily, making it a blood-red night. Not only was this camp in chaos, but many camps surrounding South Mountain Lake were also under attack by large numbers of fish demons. Some teams stationed on the lake's surface were faring even worse. The fish demons suddenly launched an attack, catching them completely off guard. Many teams were directly annihilated, but fortunately, the teams brave enough to stay on the lake's surface were powerful, and many fought back against the fish demons, charging toward the shore. The lake was swarming with fish demons, many leaping out from beneath the ice, and occasionally someone fell into an ice hole, letting out piercing screams as they were dragged into the lake. One team was charging wildly, with Feng Nen leading the charge, wielding a long-handled battle knife with great strength, slicing through fish demons with each swing. Feng Bei occasionally shot arrows, killing the fish demons that charged up. Both of them were battle masters, and Peng Dan, Zhou Yuanmei, and 2 others among the warriors were also quite strong. making them charge quickly toward the shore. Wuyang had only said one sentence and didn't say anything else. She didn't know what would happen, and since there were many strong teams stationed on the lake, she didn't take it to heart. Who knew something would really happen? Everyone, put in more effort. We can break out soon. Phoned and shouted loudly to encourage everyone. After all, the lake's surface was filled with fish demons, a number that brought despair to everyone. If they lost heart and fell into the group of fish demons, they would be doomed. Roar. Suddenly, a massive roar echoed as a gigantic fish demon charged toward them with tremendous force, causing the snowflakes to fly. Second-tier fish demon, be careful. Feng Nan's face changed dramatically as he shouted urgently. Whoosh! At that moment, several sharp whistles sounded and numerous ice spikes, thick as a child's arm, sliced through the air toward them. Feng Bei's expression changed drastically as he swung his battle knife, creating a series of ear-piercing metallic clashing sounds that sent two icy arrows flying. At that moment, a shrill scream came from behind him. The monkey was pinned by an ice spike to his thigh, and the powerful impact sent him flying. Boss Feng, save me. The monkey screamed in terror, desperately trying to get up and rush towards him. However, several fish demons pounced down at that moment, and he swung his sword while shouting. The others looked grim. Boss Feng had no time to help him. The battle knife gleamed as it charged towards the fish demons. The others were even less inclined to help. It was a fight for survival now, and who could help whom? The monkey's shrill screams echoed behind them as Peng Dan glanced back to see him being overwhelmed by several fish demons. Chapter 75. The sound of the snow lake Qinshin. Wuyang heard a piercing scream, followed by a chorus of screams, roars, and the shrill cries of fish monsters, crashing in like tidal waves. In the glow of the flames, he saw a large number of fish monsters leaping out from under the ice on the lake surface, continuously rushing towards the shore. His scalp tingled. There were too many fish monsters, and the worst he had feared had finally happened. This was the fish monsters' counterattack. This was a conspiracy, a scheme designed to draw everyone in. It seemed that the people on the cliff had known the fish monsters would strike back. Yet no one had informed the hunting teams. Instead, the news spread quickly, attracting countless holy soldiers to come. With so many fish monsters suddenly attacking on this snowy night, everyone would surely be caught off guard. How many lives would be lost in this snowy night? Even though his heart was cold and he didn't care about the lives of others, he felt a chill in his heart. The orchestrators of this plot were ruthless. But what were they trying to achieve? Why did they want these holy soldiers to perish? What other schemes lay behind this? He wanted to escape. He felt that this place was no longer safe. If he climbed up the cliff, it would only be a few meters, not too much effort, and he could surely escape along the ridge before the fish monsters noticed. However, he didn't dare to move. It seemed that two people were still up on the cliff. Top! Top! At this moment, he heard a series of gunshots ringing out over the lake. A beam of bright light swept across, and he saw several off-road vehicles roaring across the lake surface, occasionally crashing into fish monsters and sending them flying. The vehicles were launching attacks, with two submachine guns firing red-hot bullets, killing fish monsters. From a cliff, Wuyang watched intently as the headlights illuminated countless fish monsters, moving swiftly across the snow like crocodiles, rushing towards the cars from all directions. The vehicles could not possibly break free. There were too many fish monsters. Indeed, not far into their escape, several off-road vehicles were engulfed by countless fish monsters, and screams erupted. Boom! One of the cars exploded, flames shooting out, and countless fish monsters were blown away, their grotesque figures illuminated by the firelight. Wuyang finally understood why the fish demon had not acted until now. It was waiting for this snow. With a thick layer of snow, the fish demon's slow movement disadvantage was greatly reduced. Swimming in the snow was much faster and more agile than running. He listened to the occasional screams and explosions, and as he looked at the distant fires burning on the opposite shore, his heart sank. How many people would die this night? But he felt powerless, as he was also in danger. Why wasn't anyone taking action yet? Just then, a voice echoed from the cliff again, and Wuyang's heart stirred slightly. What did taking action mean, and who was going to act? Suddenly, a clear sound of a guqin resonated, seemingly distant yet very clear. The sound was pure. as if it echoed within the soul. He felt a tremor in his heart. Who was playing the guqin on this snowy night? Action was being taken. At that moment, a voice from the cliff sounded again, filled with some joy. Wuyang's heart stirred, and he took action. Could it be that the sound of the zither was a signal? Dong dong. At that moment, 2 more notes from the zither echoed, and the entire surface of the lake seemed to tremble in response. The swirling snow appeared to freeze in an instant, as if caught in the zither's melody. Wuyang wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he noticed that the fish demons seemed to have slowed down, calming from their frenzy. He too felt a sense of tranquility wash over him as he listened to the music. The anxiety he had felt earlier seemed to dissipate, and his heart became peaceful. He was astonished, wondering who was playing the zither with such extraordinary power. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream erupted, like metal piercing the air, and Wuyang felt as if his eardrums would burst. His eyes widened in horror. What kind of demon's cry was this? It seemed to come from the depths of the soul, causing his very spirit to tremble. He could clearly see that the snow was being violently disturbed by some unseen force. The individuals above seemed to be shaken as well, shifting beneath their feet. One of them whispered, "What a strong will. The ice soul has emerged." Another replied, "Just right, this will be a bloody battle." Zong. At that moment, another note from the zither sounded, different from the previous ones, magnificent to the extreme, as if resonating deep within Wuyang's heart. Immediately, the sky became brilliant, and he saw vast, dazzling auroras appearing above the depths of Nanshan Lake. Boom! At that moment, the heavens and earth rumbled as if thunder had struck, and the entire atmosphere shook. Then, a powerful wind blew in, swirling the snowflakes around. What was this commotion? Wuyang was shocked. The sound of the tremor was astonishing. What had happened deep within Nanshan Lake? The monkey was swallowed by the fish demon, and everyone's faces turned extremely grim. They knew that if they weren't careful, they would meet the same fate as the monkey, which drove them into a frenzy. Holy soldier technique, golden light slash. Feng Bei shouted, swinging his battle knife, a golden blade of light slashing out 3 to 4 meters towards the fish demon. At that moment, the fish demon let out a sharp scream and struck with its massive tail, sending snow flying as if a giant wave was crashing, colliding with the blade of light, which shattered instantly. A powerful shock wave erupted, knocking Feng Bei back. Boom! At this moment, the bowstring twanged, and an arrow shot out at great speed, stirring up the snow and forming a pointed vortex that crashed into the fish demon, producing a metallic clashing sound. The scale shattered, and the arrow pierced through the fish demon's body, eliciting a painful roar as it tried to fend off the attack. Kill! Feng Bei bellowed as he charged out like a wild bull, his battle knife slashing down, cutting through the snow and striking the fish demon's head with a tremendous noise. The skull cracked open, and a huge gash sent the fish demon flying. Go! Feng Bei shouted, taking the lead to flee. Feng then followed closely, and Peng Dan along with the other 3 rushed out as well. The Feng brothers were indeed strong, having the capital to look down on others, and they broke through the blockade of the second-tier fish demon. Many other teams were not so fortunate. The second-tier fish demons suddenly launched their attacks, instantly scattering many teams. People fled in all directions, but were swallowed by the fish demons, screams echoing everywhere. Hurry, we're almost at the shore. From afar, they could already see the dark silhouette of the mountain. Excitement surged in Feng Bei and Feng Nan. He swung his battle knife, its power growing, cutting down the charging fish demons. Peng Dan was also thrilled. They were only a few miles from the shore, and the fish demons were clearly fewer in number. At their speed, they could make it quickly. Boom! Just then, the ice surface suddenly exploded, countless shards of ice mixed with snow flying out. Not good. Feng Bei's expression changed drastically. He roared, swinging his battle knife, but it erupted with a tremendous roar, the blade of light shattering. Feng Nan was suddenly knocked back along with his knife, colliding into Feng Bei and Zhou Yuanmei, causing everyone to be startled that Feng Nan was actually knocked flying. Third tier, fish demon, run. Feng Nan's face turned pale as he shouted urgently, turning to flee, and Feng Bei closely pursued. Peng Dan's expression also changed drastically. She saw that the ice had shattered, and a massive fish demon over 5 or 6 meters long, leaped out from the ice, knocking Feng Nan flying with its tail. She quickly changed direction, knowing she could not get entangled by the fish demon. "Brother Bei, take me with you," Zhou Yuanmei exclaimed joyfully, rushing out. And another holy soldier quickly followed. Boom! The ice surface exploded again, and another powerful fish demon leaped out ahead. "It's over." Feng Nan and Feng Bei's expressions changed instantly. They were blocked in front and pursued from behind, with fish demons everywhere on the lake. It seemed they were unlikely to escape. Peng Dan felt despair in her heart, fearing she would perish here today. Chapter 76. Fierce Battle in the Lake Dong. Just then, a clear sound of a Chinese zither rang out, shaking the entire world as if a divine sound had descended, resonating in everyone's hearts. The snowflakes seemed to be affected, slowing down, and the fish demons, which had been howling madly, were also affected, instantly stopping and becoming somewhat entranced. "What is this?" Peng Dan was startled, hope igniting in her eyes. Feng Nan's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. "Run!" He had already surged forward, rushing out 10 meters in an instant, his feet crushing the snow, and he dashed out again. Feng Bei quickly followed, and Peng Dan and Zhou Yuanmei reacted and also rushed out. At this moment, other teams awakened, seeing the opportunity, and ran madly. Everyone pushed their stamina to the limit. As long as they reached the shore, there would be a glimmer of hope. The fish demon swayed as if about to wake up, occasionally letting out low growls, causing everyone to be alarmed and accelerate madly. Dong dong! At that moment, 2 more clear sounds of Qin music echoed across the lake, resonating in everyone's hearts, causing the swirling snow to slow down. The fish demons that were about to awaken fell back into a stupor, as if immersed in the sound of the Qin. Everyone was overjoyed, crazily rushing towards the lake shore. At this moment, everyone knew that a powerful expert must have intervened to save them. Shout! The piercing howl shattered everyone's eardrums, shaking their souls. Many people cried out in pain, and some weaker ones lost their balance and fell into the snow. Countless fish demons were awakened by this sound, letting out furious shrieks. "Bad! The fish demons are awake! Run!" The expressions of the crowd changed drastically, and they disregarded their sluggish minds, fleeing madly. Zong! At that moment, another sound of Qin music rang out, but it was no longer the melodious sound. It carried a tone of death. Following that, sharp howls erupted. A massive beam of light fell from the sky, a gigantic crescent moon blade slicing towards the center of the lake. The sound of it cutting through the air, startling everyone. What kind of attack is this? Everyone was astonished, feeling the overwhelming power. A force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, something many holy soldiers had never seen before. However, there were also those who recognized it and exclaimed in excitement. The War King has come. The sound of the Qin, the moon wheel slash. It's the spirit melody fairy. The fairy has come to save us. At this moment, the ice and snow on the lake swirled and coalesced, forming a gigantic ice blade that shot upwards, colliding with the moonlight. The sky suddenly shook. A tremendous roar erupted as the moonlight and ice blade exploded, releasing a violent shockwave that created a kilometer-wide blast radius, shattering the flying snow and sending the accumulated snow on the lake flying, as if a snowstorm had surged forth. Powerful energy surged through the sky, creating beautiful colors like the aurora, blue and green, reflecting on the lake surface. At this moment, people saw a white figure standing in the sky above the lake, cradling an ancient Qin, her black hair flowing, her skirt fluttering, resembling a celestial maiden, standing in midair and walking through the void. The Spirit Melody Fairy. It's the Spirit Melody Fairy. Many holy soldiers' eyes ignited with fervent light, shouting in excitement. Their expressions fervent. Hurry! The Spirit Melody Fairy is here to save us. Many people reacted, shouting and rushing towards the lakeshore, seemingly filled with strength, cutting down fish demons as they moved. Peng Dan looked at the white figure in the sky, equally shocked, her eyes burning with fervor. In Guangling County, if a holy soldier didn't know who the Spirit Melody Fairy was, they were unworthy of being called a holy soldier. Shout! A terrifying shriek erupted, and the endless wind and snow on the lake surged, forming a figure made of flying snow that bore some resemblance to the spirit melody fairy, dressed in white, with white hair flowing and a slender figure. However, everyone felt an intense danger. The entire world seemed to grow colder, a powerful aura enveloping the snow lake, instilling fear in everyone. The icy figure seemed to be observing the spirit melody fairy, the two confronting each other as the snow in the sky appeared to stagnate. The spirit melody fairy placed her hand on the chin, her cold voice ringing out, "Ice soul, so you've evolved to the realm of kings. No wonder you're causing such chaos." Shout! Suddenly, the woman made of ice and snow let out a terrifying shriek, causing the entire snow lake to tremble. Endless wind and snow swirled, condensing into countless ice spikes that shot towards the spirit melody fairy, as if a rain of ice spikes was falling from the sky. The spirit melody fairy suddenly pressed down on her guqin, her slender fingers swiftly plucking the strings, producing a hurried and high-pitched melody. The sky shook as countless wind blades surged forth, colliding with the rain of ice spikes, creating explosive sounds. Two massive energies clashed in the sky, sending powerful winds crashing against a snow lake. Boom! The wind blades and ice spikes shattered together, and the violent energy surged for miles, shredding the swirling snow and wind. Both the Ice Woman and the Spirit Melody Fairy were pushed back by the powerful shockwave. Howl! The Ice Woman screeched, and the entire snow lake trembled. An endless storm rose, gathering even greater energy. The sky suddenly shook, and the swirling wind and snow surged upward, forming a 100-meter-high iceberg that charged towards the Spirit Melody Fairy, accompanied by a colossal wind howl. Holy weapon technique, thunder fire kill. At that moment, a clear shout rang out, and the sound of the guqin burst forth violently, thunder booming in the sky. A thick purple flame of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the massive iceberg. The world shook violently as the purple flame and thunder exploded, unleashing a torrent of energy that formed a fire shockwave hundreds of meters wide, illuminating the sky and earth. The blazing flames could be seen throughout the southern mountain lake area. The purple flame thunder contained violent energy, and its explosive power was terrifying. The iceberg was shattered, with countless shards of ice falling like lava from a volcanic eruption, cascading towards the lake's surface, dazzling and beautiful, yet brimming with endless lethal intent. As the flames fell, they emitted a tremendous roar, and the energy exploded, striking numerous fish demons, killing them instantly. The fish demons let out terrified shrieks, diving into the lake to escape the flames. Both the Spirit Melody Fairy and the Ice Woman were knocked back by the powerful energy. Howl! The Ice Woman let out an angry shriek, her arms spreading wide, causing endless accumulated snow to swirl around the lake, forming countless ice blades that created a storm of ice knives, charging towards the Spirit Melody Fairy like an ice dragon, emitting a deafening roar. The Spirit Melody Fairy held her guqin in front of her, her hands pressing down on the strings, rapidly plucking them, producing a high-pitched and urgent melody that shook the heavens and earth, forming an endless storm. Puff! Suddenly, the Spirit Melody Fairy spat out a mouthful of blood, which fell onto the guqin, causing it to emit a momentary dissonance. However, the people eager to escape did not notice this slight discord. The Spirit Melody Fairy's fingers moved even faster. The blood was stirred up, transforming into droplets that danced on the guqin as powerful storm energy began to gather, and her eyes shone brightly. Whoosh! At that moment, several blazing fire needles, as bright as the sun, shot down from the sky, moving as fast as lightning and targeting the Spirit Melody Fairy. Chapter 77. Surprise attack. Although Su Wuyang was dozens of miles away from the battlefield, he could still feel the might of the battle. Snow danced wildly above the lake, creating a magnificent and astonishing scene. The soul-shaking sound of the killing intent resonated through the night sky, and the tremendous collisions and rumbling sounds rattled his nerves. He wondered who was fighting in the lake. Could it be the powerful holy warriors sent by the Holy Soldier Palace? The power was overwhelming. From the terrifying shrieks and the disturbances on the icy lake, he roughly deduced that some powerful demon was causing the chaos in the ice, while the thunder and fire attacks from the sky must be from the formidable holy warriors. When he saw the purple flame and thunder descending from the sky, and the 100-meter ice mountain soaring into the air, he was shocked. What kind of power was this? Human holy warriors could achieve such might. This was a scene he had only seen in immortal films in his past life. However, he felt that there shouldn't be such strong figures in Wuxing City. They must be powerful beings from Yang City or Guangling Prefecture. As he watched the thunder fire shatter the ice mountain, erupting into a hundreds of meters high firestorm like a volcanic eruption, countless fiery fragments fell from the sky, stirring his heart. This was the absolute power of holy warriors. When would he have such strength? He also saw several fire needles shooting down from the sky, resembling fiery meteors. But they were too far away for him to see anyone in the air or know who they were aimed at. The protector had made a move. Just then, an excited voice rang out from a cliff. Xiao Wuyang's heart stirred slightly. Those who launched the attack were clearly allies of the two. Could they be officials or members of the Holy Weapon Hall? Here, to hunt down the powerful demons in Nanshan Lake. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous sound of a zither, and then he saw the depths of the lake tremble. That fiery needle exploded, and in the firelight, he saw a massive blizzard ice dragon soaring into the sky. The spirit melody fairy seemed equally unprepared for an ambush. A fierce light shot from her eyes. Blood Spirit Society, are you seeking death? With a press and a sweep of her hands on the zither, her fingers danced, and the strings erupted with a sound like heaven collapsing. Several wind blades shot forth and collided with the fiery needles, shattering them one by one. Hiss! The ice dragon, composed of ice and snow, howled as it charged toward the spirit melody fairy. She quickly retreated while her fingers transformed, leaving afterimages behind. The zither sound soared like an eagle's cry, urgent as a downpour. With a fierce shout, she unleashed 5 thunder absolute kill sound. The strings snapped, releasing 5 colored lightning that surged forth like sound waves, striking the ice dragon. It roared as it exploded, shards of ice and lightning erupting outward, creating a magnificent explosion that illuminated the area for hundreds of miles. The ice spirit was blasted backward, its form exploding into countless snowflakes in the sky, then reassembling into a new humanoid shape 1,000 meters away. The spirit melody fairy was also knocked back by the powerful explosion, landing heavily on the lake's surface. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and began to cough violently. Boom! At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, diving straight toward the spirit melody fairy, wielding a long, narrow blade aimed at her. A blade of light sliced through the night sky, glinting with a sharp coldness. Blood trickled from the corner of the spirit melody fairy's mouth as she suddenly pressed her hands on the zither. The sound erupted, and she shouted, "Holy weapon technique. Zither sound absolute barrier." A green light surged forth, forming a barrier in front of her. The blade collided with the barrier, producing a sound like metal striking stone, as if the blade had struck a rock wall. The green light trembled, and an explosive shockwave surged out. The assailant was knocked back, and the spirit melody fairy was also sent sliding across the ice for several meters, the snow exploding beneath her. She spat out another mouthful of blood, her face pale as a sheet, devoid of color, and began to cough again. Just then, a heavy voice boomed, "Holy weapon technique," drawing a prison on the ground. Suddenly, a golden light array descended from the sky, forming a golden cage that enveloped the spirit melody fairy. A figure stood in the sky, shimmering in golden light, clad in white robes, with long hair billowing. He held a golden book in his hands, upon which a formation diagram appeared, identical to the one trapping the spirit melody fairy. Unfortunately, no one noticed this turn of events. The holy weapon warriors had already fled to the shore and faced with the pursuit of the fish demons. They scattered in all directions. These people couldn't see it, but on a nearby peak, a small palanquin was stationed, with a woman in green standing beside it and 2 female warriors carrying the palanquin. The woman in green's expression changed drastically when the fiery needles were shot, exclaiming, "Someone is ambushing the young lady." Without hesitation, she darted down the mountain, followed closely by the 2 palanquin bearers, who were even faster. Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp scream pierced the air as a flaming arrow shot toward the woman in green. "Who is it?" she shouted fiercely, and, at the same time, her bow thrummed as a green light shot out, colliding with the flaming arrow. A thunderous explosion ensued as the two arrows detonated, the energy shockwave forcing the woman in green to retreat swiftly. Just then, another arrow silently shot toward her. Faced with the incoming arrow, panic filled her eyes as she realized how formidable the opponent's archery was. This arrow was too fast and too lethal. Clang! At that moment, a figure arrived, slicing the arrow away with a sword, revealing two palanquin bearers landing beside her. Suddenly, figures emerged from the forest, all clad in black combat suits with menacing red masks covering their faces, charging straight at the three. The woman in green's eyes flashed with anger as she shouted, "Blood Spirit Society, it's you again." At that moment, one of the female warriors said gravely, "Jiang, you go save the young lady. We will handle them." Boom! In the next instant, the female warrior moved, shattering rocks underfoot as the two charged forward like raging bulls. Jiang also rushed out, drawing her bow and firing 3 arrows, each accompanied by a scream as the 3 attackers were shot away. Whoosh! Then, a sharp scream rang out again. The timing of this arrow was perfect, just as Jiang had fired her 3 arrows. Faced with this arrow, Jiang suddenly flipped in the air, and her bow shone brightly. Audi weapon technique, triple arrow. Her eyes glinted sharply as she unleashed the bow, firing 3 arrows in quick succession, each accompanied by piercing shrieks as they flew into the forest. But that wasn't all. She swiftly drew another arrow from behind, shooting it out instantly, the arrow whistling through the air and forming a wind barrier. Boom! The arrow struck into the forest, unleashing a violent storm that shattered all trees within a 10-meter radius. A figure stumbled out in disarray, but Jiang didn't pursue. Instead, she sped towards the lake surface. "If you want to save someone, dream on." A booming voice rang out, and a figure shot from the trees, a fierce blade of light slashing toward Jiang. Chapter 78. Blood Spirit Society. Above the lake, the Spirit Melody Fairy was trapped in a drawing prison, with 2 figures standing in the air, surrounding her. The young man with long hair holding the golden book spoke loudly. "Lingyun, wipe the blood from the corner of your mouth." Her face was as pale as paper, but her eyes remained clear as water. Looking at the two, she said, "Xiang Jingming, Ning Tai, the left and right protectors of the Blood Spirit Society, have come. It seems you have been plotting for a long time. In the apocalypse, demons descended, and the human race also danced with demons. Out of fear, dread, and confusion, various sects were born, and the Blood Spirit Society was one of them, and a particularly powerful one at that, worshipping the Blood Spirit and calling it the Holy Spirit. Ning Tai and Xiang Jingming were the left and right protectors of this sect, both possessing the strength of war kings. The left protector, Ning Tai, held the golden book and said lightly, "Lingyun, you have been chosen by the Holy Spirit. You cannot escape this. Come with us, and do not make us harm you." Lingyun replied, "With just the 2 of you, do you think you can capture me? Why hasn't your holy King Ing Haoshuan come?" The right protector, Xiang Jingming, coldly retorted, "Lingyun, why would we need the holy king to take action against you? Your injuries are beyond healing, aren't they? How much combat power do you have left? Becoming the holy maiden of our holy sect would be your supreme honor, carrying the divinity of the Holy Spirit. Your injuries are merely minor issues, and you could even rise to a higher level. Perhaps you could step into the realm of emperors." Lingyun said indifferently, "With you too, you still think you can capture me? You are not worthy." The Ice Spirit, seemingly angered by being ignored by the 3, suddenly let out a shriek, stirring the snow and forming an endless storm that charged toward the 3. The right protector, Xiang Jingming, said solemnly, "Ning Tai, hold her. I will deal with the Ice Spirit." He turned and lunged at the Ice Spirit, raising his palm as several fiery needles shot forth directly at the Ice Spirit. But at that moment, the Ice Spirit shrieked as countless ice blades shot out to slash at the fiery needles. Xiang Jingming's hand suddenly clenched as he shouted, "Solar God Needle, combine fiery impact." A number of flame needles instantly merged into a thicker flame needle, shooting out flames towards the impact, colliding with the ice blades. The fire needle pierced through the ice blades one after another, heading straight for the ice spirit. The flames spewing out, melting the ice blades. Fire and ice clashed continuously, two powerful forces colliding, yet the fire needle, as thick as a finger, wielded such might. Xiang Jingming shouted angrily, suddenly pushing his palm again, roaring, "Explode!" The flames erupted suddenly, blasting open the ice blades and snowstorm. The powerful energy surged out, sending Xiang Jingming flying back, and the ice spirit was also pushed back. Xiang Jingming landed on the ice surface, his feet vibrating, and his body surged forward again, charging towards the ice ghost. Suddenly, the ice spirit let out a shriek, and an immense storm gathered, quickly forming into a giant ice beast that charged out, striking at Xiang Jingming with a claw. Boom! At this moment, the clear sound of a zither rang out, and Ling Yun summoned the ancient zither again. Her fingers lightly plucked the strings. Ning Tai shouted in a deep voice, "Ling Yun, don't force me to severely injure you." Ling Yun ignored him completely, her fingers dancing lightly, like a dragonfly skimming over the water surface. The zither's melody was melodious, her white dress fluttering, the goose feather cloak swaying, long hair flying. If it weren't for her pale complexion and bloodstains on her chest, it would be a truly wonderful scene. Ning Tai had no time to admire it. His eyes flashed sharply, and his hand suddenly pressed against the book, shouting in a deep voice, "Gather!" The golden light cage quickly tightened, pressing towards Ling Yun, attempting to trap her. The zither's sound was absolute, and at this moment, Ling Yun's eyes suddenly sparkled with light, her slender fingers swiftly gliding, green energy surging forth, forming a barrier that firmly blocked the contraction of the golden light array. The two energies clashed, emitting a tremendous roar. Ling Yun's face turned pale, but she bit her lip tightly, suddenly pressing her hands down, the zither strings snapping loudly. The sound of the zither resonated, producing a tremendous noise. "Thunderfire kill!" Ling Yun cried out, and the sky lit up with fire, a blue-purple thunderfire descending from above to strike Ning Tai. Ning Tai's expression changed slightly. He suddenly pressed down on the pages of the book, reaching out and grabbing, speaking in a deep voice. "Sacred weapon technique, reverse the universe." The book erupted with intense light, and the space twisted instantaneously, while the purple thunderfire seemed to veer off course. The next moment striking the ice lake 100 meters away. Boom! The flames exploded, snow and ice shards flying out. The thick ice lake shattered and water surged out, forming a massive ice hole several meters wide. Ning Tai looked at Ling Yun, whose mouth was once again bleeding, and sneered. "Ling Yun, how many more attacks can you unleash like this? How many can you fire off?" He suddenly pressed down again. The golden light array contracted once more, the barrier slowly shattering. Ling Yun's face turned pale, her fingers trembling. She could no longer hold back, spitting out another mouthful of blood and coughing violently. Seeing this, Ning Tai's smile grew wider. "Ling Yun, your illness has flared up again, hasn't it? You won't be leaving today." His hand pressed down again, the golden light cage shrinking once more, squeezing the green energy, producing loud explosive sounds, clearly about to crush it, his eyes bright. Just then, a sudden shriek erupted, and Xiang Jingming was sent flying by the giant beast's paw. The ice snow giant beast stood up. The whole lake snow seemed to gather towards it, its body growing larger and larger, reaching several dozen meters in size. Ning Tai's eyes changed slightly. He sensed that the ice spirit seemed to have grown stronger, its power rapidly increasing. At this moment, Xiang Jingming shouted urgently, "Ning Tai, hurry and subdue it. The ice spirit is absorbing a massive amount of soul power. Its strength is rising quickly." Ning Tai shouted back, "Hold on for 10 breaths. I will definitely subdue her." Just then, the giant beast let out a wild roar, its body rising up like a giant bear, suddenly slamming its claws onto the ice surface, shaking the entire ice lake. The next moment, the ice surface exploded. As if hit by heavy artillery, ice and snow surged out, forming countless ice spikes that shot towards the three of them. Xiang Jingming shouted angrily, slashing out with his battle knife, the fiery blade light cutting out 100 meters, but facing the endless ice spikes he could not break through. In the next moment, the blade light shattered, and Xiang Jingming was sent flying back. He shouted urgently, "Quick, take Ling Yun away from the shore. The ice spirit has already recovered. She has been pretending to be weak all along." Ning Tai's expression also changed facing the oncoming storm of ice spikes. He shouted furiously and pressed down on the golden book, reaching out to slam it against the ice surface, shouting in a deep voice, "Sacred weapon technique, 6 armor golden light array." The golden book erupted with dazzling golden light, the golden rays falling, striking the ice lake, causing the ice surface to tremble, snow flying, 6 figures of golden light descending, forming a golden light array that enveloped him and Ling Yun. Boom! The ice storm crashed against the golden light array, producing a tremendous roar. The golden light shook violently. Ning Tai's face turned pale, desperately holding onto the ice surface. But the powerful impact caused cracks to appear in the golden light barrier. Boom! At this moment, suddenly a zither sound rang out, as if exploding in Ning Tai's mind. Ning Tai's concentration faltered, and the spell fluctuated instantly. This would normally be nothing, but in this moment of conflict, it was life-threatening. In an instant, the 6 armor golden light array shattered, and Ning Tai spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying back, the golden light cage instantly collapsing. Sacred weapon technique, zither sound escape. Ling Yun cried out delicately, the zither sound resonating, green light instantly enveloping Ling Yun and shooting out like a beam, cutting through the night sky. Ling Yun escaped. Chase after her. Ning Tai roared, suddenly slapping the golden book and shouting, "Sacred weapon technique, 5 ghosts transport." The book erupted with golden light, instantly wrapping Ning Tai and shooting towards the direction Ling Yun had fled. "Damn it!" Xiang Jingming shouted as well, his body shooting out rapidly towards the direction the two were fleeing, the ice spirit screeching, its body exploding, and in the next moment, it reformed into a claw and struck at Xiang Jingming. Xiang Jingming roared angrily, slashing with his battle knife, colliding with the giant beast, the violent energy exploding, pushing him back again. But the ice beast roared in anger, sweeping its claws, sending ice and snow flying, transforming into countless ice spikes shooting towards him once more. Xiang Jingming roared in response, knowing that if he didn't handle this well, he would likely be trapped here. He never expected the ice spirit to be a true king-level demon. Chapter 79. First encounter, Su Wuyang hid on the cliff, feeling the distant battle. Yet he was anxious in his heart. He couldn't move while hiding here. The battle had nothing to do with him, and he just wanted to leave quickly. The lake was too noisy, and the sound of fish demons howling on the shore made him extremely uneasy. However, the 2 people on the cliff were still there, and he could hear them talking from time to time. Whoosh! The target has escaped, heavily injured. Search in the northeast direction. One person suddenly said urgently, "It's in our direction. Let's go. Hurry and search." Immediately, the cliff vibrated, and the sound of breaking the air echoed. Su Wuyang was overjoyed. They were finally leaving. Hearing them already far away, he no longer waited, hurriedly stood up from the tent, and randomly stuffed things into his backpack. He had to escape. The fish demons were howling in the forest, and if he stayed any longer, he might be surrounded by them. He climbed directly up the cliff, and fortunately, his body had been strengthened, and his vision was much better. With the light from the snow, he could see some scenery. He climbed up using the vines, and in just over 10 meters, it took him only a minute or 2 to reach the top, where he indeed found a patch of footprints in the snow. He opened the map to check and hurried down along the ridge, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. The howling of fish demons and the sounds of screams sent chills down his spine, and he frequently changed directions to avoid dangerous paths. After running for half an hour, he was deep in the mountains, in the foothills of the southern Broken Mountain Range, surrounded by small hills. Without the system map, even with a regular map, he would have gone lost here, especially in the heavy snow. With the system map, he had far more advantages in this darkness than anyone else. The snow continued to fall softly, making it very difficult for him to navigate, while he had to be cautious of his surroundings. However, he felt relieved. He was already several miles away from Southern Mountain Lake, and even if the fish demons chased him out, they would have scattered. So he didn't have to worry about being surrounded and killed. Just then, suddenly, the leaves shook, snow fell, and the sound of branches breaking echoed, as if something heavy had fallen onto the snow with a muffled thud. Wuyang was startled. He suddenly crawled down and lay in the snow, his heart racing as he listened to the sounds, fearing it might be a magical beast. Could it be a bear or a leopard? However, he seemed to hear a woman's soft moan, his brow slightly furrowed. Could it be that other scavengers had fallen from the trees after being injured? He wanted to leave. Whoever it was none of his business, but he was still a bit curious. After hesitating, he moved closer to the direction of the sound. After walking a few meters, he saw a broken branch lying on the ground. He summoned his holy weapon and quietly approached. Using the light from the snow, he saw a person lying under the branch. From her figure, it appeared to be a slender woman. Suddenly, his eyes moved. He felt that the woman's cloak looked a bit familiar. His gaze shifted slightly, and he hastily raised his sword to lift the cloak. What came into view was a face as pale as snow. His heart trembled. It was indeed the woman who had been carried in a sedan chair. How did she end up here? Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes, startling Wuyang. At that moment, her hand suddenly rose from the snow, and a cold light shot straight towards Wuyang's chest. Wuyang's expression changed drastically as he suddenly leaned back, the sword almost piercing his chest. Sweat instantly drenched his back. He had narrowly avoided being hit. "It's you." At this moment, the woman also recognized Wuyang's face, showing a hint of surprise. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, landing on the snow, and a short sword fell into the snow. Seeing the scene, Wuyang, who was ready to explode with anger, suppressed his fury. It seemed the other party had mistaken him for an enemy. Wuyang looked at the woman whose breaths were weak and nearly fading. He suppressed the tension in his heart and whispered, "How did you get hurt? Where are the people with you?" The woman looked at Wuyang and weakly said, "You quickly leave. The pursuers are coming soon." Wuyang looked around and whispered, "I'll take you away." As he spoke, he moved to embrace the woman, but she urgently exclaimed, "No, don't touch me." Immediately afterward, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, starting to cough violently, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth, her body shaking violently, her face pale without a hint of color, which made Wuyang feel heartbroken. There was a sound of coughing. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of something cutting through the air. Wuyang's expression changed dramatically. Two figures were approaching, and he hesitated. She glanced at the coughing woman, gritted her teeth, and in an instant darted to the side of a tree, moving like a weasel. The coughing had stopped, but she was still gasping weakly. A hint of disappointment appeared on her face. The others had truly left and hadn't saved her. Despair showed in her eyes as she struggled to reach for her short sword in the snow. The sound of something cutting through the air came again, and two shadows landed. Seeing the woman in the snow, they excitedly exclaimed, "It's her." Wuyang hid in the tree, watching the approaching figures, two men in black. Their faces covered with blood-red masks, looking like fierce ghosts. Just a glance from them could scare someone into wetting themselves. "Fairy, you can't escape. We've already laid down a net to catch you," one of them said with a smile as he looked at the woman. Wuyang was slightly taken aback. That voice sounded so familiar. He soon realized that these two people must be the ones who had been hiding on the cliff before. He didn't expect to run into them again. One of them said, "Signal. Let the others know we've found someone." At this moment, the one who had spoken earlier stopped him, saying, "Wait." The other person was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "How did I not think of that? Your idea is better. Let's go. Take her to see the guardian immediately." The man looked at him in agreement and immediately smiled. "All right, I'll do it. This is a fairy. It's rare to even get a look, let alone hold her. I want to experience it." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands and approached. A lewd laugh coming from behind his mask, becoming even more sinister as he bent down to embrace the woman. Wuyang's eyes flickered. He wanted to take action, but found it difficult. The speed of the other two was far superior, not comparable to someone like Ma San. "Be careful." Suddenly, someone behind them exclaimed. Wuyang's expression changed drastically, almost unable to hold back from taking action. He thought he had been discovered, but he still restrained himself. He saw the person behind him move, and that person's actions were clearly aimed at the person in front. With a thud, the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh echoed as a pointed knife instantly pierced into his back, protruding from his chest. You actually ambushed me. The person looked at him, cold and fierce eyes flashing from the holes in the menacing mask, and shouted, "It's against the rules for members to fight among themselves. If you dare to ambush me, the rules won't spare you." The other person sneered, "Left here in this wilderness, the demons will soon devour you completely. Who knows? Just go in peace." At that moment, the person suddenly took out a whistle, intending to blow it, but in an instant the other person moved. The blade slashed out, and a cold light instantly severed the other person's head. One hand was also chopped off, blood spraying and staining the snow. The person sneered, "I've been displeased with you for a long time. You want to take the credit? Dream on." Saying this, he stepped forward and kicked the corpse to the ground, rummaging through its pockets and taking out a palm-sized leather pouch, weighing it before placing it in his own pocket. Only then did he look towards the woman, stepping forward. There seemed to be excitement in his eyes as he reached out to touch the woman's face, but then suddenly changed his hand to strike at the woman's temple with a palm, carrying a gust of wind, seemingly wanting to knock her unconscious. Chapter 80. Saving people suddenly, his expression changed, and he quickly moved backward while slashing out with his knife. A beam of sword light shot towards him from the tree, but it was intercepted by his slash. At that moment, the sword light suddenly changed direction, coming toward his lower body. The person's face changed drastically, and with a twist of his wrist, he quickly swung the knife to cut the sword, but the sword light followed like a shadow, drawing a brilliant arc in the air as it slashed down towards him again. "Get away!" This person felt a chill run down his spine. The sword was too strange. He shouted angrily, and the long knife erupted with light, slashing out with a sharp whistle. The sword light tried to dodge, but it was too late, as it was struck by the knife, producing a piercing metallic clash sound. Wuyang could no longer stabilize his output and was directly knocked back over 2 meters, retreating a few steps on the ground. The opponent was definitely at the battlemaster level. His swordsmanship was strong, but unfortunately, the opponent's speed, strength, and reaction far exceeded his own. With sheer force, he broke through Wuyang's sword momentum. At that moment, the man in black finally saw Wuyang clearly and was instantly enraged, saying, "You little brat, how dare you ambush me? You're seeking death." In an instant, he unleashed his power, and the ground beneath him trembled, scattering the snow as he charged forward. The blade's light surged with intensity, slashing directly towards Wuyang. At that moment, Wuyang realized he was facing his greatest crisis yet. His eyes narrowed, and he charged out without hesitation since he had already decided to save someone. His swordsmanship erupted like thunder, rushing towards his opponent. Just as their sword forces were about to collide, his sword suddenly changed direction, flicking inward and thrusting straight toward the neck of the man in black. The third move of basic sword technique, Void Within Reality, was specifically designed to counter opponents stronger than oneself. This strike was incredibly fierce, and in an instant, the man's hair stood on end, seeking death. Suddenly, the man roared, and his blade erupted with brilliance, its power surging dramatically. He pressed down with immense force, instantly deflecting Wuyang's sword and causing him to stagger backwards. This was the principle of overpowering with sheer strength. No matter how many techniques one had, a single strike could break them. Wuyang felt helpless in his heart. This man was experienced, clearly a seasoned fighter who had survived countless life and death battles, making his swordsmanship significantly less effective. He would not concede. At this point, it was either the opponent or him who would die. He suddenly unleashed his power again, charging forward with his long sword glowing and shining. Holy weapon technique, round moon slash. He shouted as he unleashed the sacred technique. Ridiculous. The man sneered coldly, slashing out and directly shattering Wuyang's holy weapon technique. He broke through the energy of the blade and charged down towards him, the powerful blade force scattering the accumulated snow. Striking from all sides, Wuyang unleashed the fourth form of his sword technique, pressing his long sword against the opponent's blade to deflect it, aiming directly for the center to strike at the chest and abdomen. A series of metallic clashing sounds rang out as the blade was deflected, and he felt a surge of joy as his sword lunged forward. Bang! At that moment, however, the opponent suddenly kicked out, striking him squarely in the chest. He was sent flying back 5 or 6 meters, landing directly in the snow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, as if his bones were cracking. "A lowly warrior dares to lay hands on me," the man coldly shouted, approaching Wuyang with his sword drawn. Each step he took on the snow made a crunching sound, as if he were stepping on Wuyang's chest. Wuyang gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, his sword trembling in his hand. He now understood his own combat power. He could handle warriors, but against seasoned battle masters like this one, he had no chance at all. Now it was too late. He tried to save someone, but ended up getting trapped instead. He suddenly clenched his jaw, determined to fight back. He absolutely could not die here today. He refused to believe he couldn't find a flaw in his opponent. He had been too anxious just now. If you still want to resist, then go to hell, the man in black shouted coldly, and with a sudden stomp, the ground shook, sending the snow flying as he prepared to charge out. Boom! At that moment, a sound of a zither rang out, incredibly clear in the snowy night. The man's expression changed drastically as he suddenly turned around and slashed out with his blade. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed, and a shockwave burst forth, sending snow flying and shaking the surrounding trees, causing snow to fall in a flurry. The man was instantly sent flying backward. A great opportunity. Wuyang's eyes suddenly burst with surprise, and his power erupted outward, causing the holy weapon to glow with a sharp light. Holy weapon technique. Round moon slash. Clang. A beam of sword light, radiating a fierce brilliance, pierced directly toward his chest. The man's eyes blazed with rage as he swung his knife fiercely, intending to shatter the sword light. Flying star plucking the moon, sword breaker style. Wuyang's sword suddenly changed direction, rising from below to strike at the tip of the blade. With a surge of power, the knife was deflected, and the long sword swept violently, knocking the knife up. The sword slid inward, cutting along the edge of the blade. In the next moment, the two crossed paths, and the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed. The sword slashed from his right rib, and blood gushed out. The man in black let out a cry of pain, suddenly wanting to turn around. At that moment, the opponent's long sword erupted with brilliance in an instant. He turned and struck, a holy weapon technique crashing down on his back. Puff! The clothing exploded, the sharp blade penetrating his body, and he let out a scream, being slashed away and crashing heavily into the snow. At that moment, Wuyang also spat out a mouthful of blood, his body going soft, as if he might fall. His chest ached painfully, and suddenly a glass vial appeared in his hand. He pulled out the stopper and poured it into his mouth. As the medicine entered, its power surged rapidly, and the pain in his chest lessened significantly. He discarded the vial and walked toward the opponent. The mask of the man in black had been sliced open by the sword light, revealing a pale face. A massive wound stretched from his chest to his face, blood gushing out. The man let out a gurgling sound from his throat, blood bubbles emerging, and his chest heaved violently. His pair of eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unwilling to accept that a formidable warrior like him could die at the hands of a mere soldier. Wuyang suddenly thrust his long sword down, piercing straight into the heart. The other person's body trembled a few times, then stiffened and kicked away, their eyes still filled with unwillingness at the moment of death. Watching the person finally die, Wuyang felt a slight relief in his heart. Today had been an extreme battle, and fortunately, that woman had intervened. He had seen it clearly. A flash of light had suddenly appeared in her hand, and a wind blade had sliced towards a man in black. If it hadn't been for that strike, he would have definitely died. He looked at the woman, only to find that she had already fainted. Whoosh! At that moment, a whistle sounded from a distance, not too far away, at most 2 or 3 miles. His heart suddenly stirred. The whistle. The two people from earlier had also been about to blow a whistle. Could it be that their accomplices had arrived? He glanced at the woman lying unconscious on the ground, his gaze hesitating for a moment. He hadn't intended to meddle. The two from earlier had shown how terrifying this force was. This woman must have significant connections. Getting involved could lead to trouble. However, his eyes soon flashed with determination. If it were someone else, he would definitely not save them. But this woman had saved his life, after all. If that fish demon hadn't attacked, he would have been in serious trouble, and she had also saved him once more. He reached out to push her, but she showed no reaction at all. He checked her nose. She still had breath. He lifted her up. She seemed as weak as a willow, showing no signs of response. He carried her on his back, opened the map to identify the direction, and rushed out. He did not head towards Wuyang City, as this was the closest point to Wuyang City. If he was injured, he would definitely head towards the city, and perhaps these people would be pursuing in that direction as well. He changed direction and headed east. Chapter 81. Strip it all away. Wuyang carried the woman away as snow fell in flurries, quickly covering the two corpses with a thick layer. Whoosh! At that moment, several figures descended from the sky, causing the snow on the ground to scatter. The corpses. The incense master recognized them as Wuyang and Huang San. From the wounds, it was clear that Wuyang had been killed by Huang San's surprise attack, while Huang San had been killed in battle with another person. It appeared that another individual was present here, and preliminary assessments indicated that their strength was also at the warrior level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill Huang San. The incense master nodded and approached the branch where the woman had fallen, reaching down to smell the snow. He said in a deep voice, "She was just here. Inform the other teams that she went in this direction, and summon the blood spirit hounds." At that moment, several people searching the area approached and handed the leader a glass bottle the size of a thumb, saying, "Master, take a look at this." The incense master took it, brought it to his nose, and sniffed, saying, "Healing potion." A man in black remarked, "This was left by the person who appeared. Judging from the battle traces, that person was also injured and needed medication." The incense master examined the vial. It had no markings or writing. He said solemnly, "Put it away for now. Let the blood spirit hounds sniff it later to see if they can trace the scent." Just then another whoosh sounded and several figures shot in, accompanied by the barking of dogs. Two blood-white hounds rushed over, and the incense master immediately stood up, saying in a deep voice, "Hurry, the snow is too heavy. The scent will dissipate quickly." The two snow spirit hounds came over to sniff for a moment and then began to run in a specific direction. The incense master commanded, "Chase." A group of black-clad individuals followed the snow spirit hounds, moving quickly. Occasionally, whistle signals sounded from various directions, indicating that others were also pursuing in this direction. The woman was very light, weighing no more than 80 pounds. Carrying her on his back was no effort for Wuyang, who quickened his pace, skimming over the snow and frequently changing direction. In the distance, whistle signals echoed, seemingly growing more urgent and closer. He felt anxious, sensing that the enemy was pursuing him. He changed direction several times, but they were still closing in. What worried him even more was that the woman's breathing was growing weaker. Her clothes were wet and frozen stiff, soaking through his own shirt. He felt her body becoming colder, as if he were carrying a block of ice. "She can't be dead, can she?" Wuyang was taken aback and hurriedly put the woman down to check on her. Her face was ashen and pale, lacking any color, and her lips were frozen with ice crystals. He touched her cold, frozen face and checked her breathing. Fortunately, there was still a faint breath, albeit barely perceptible. Gritting his teeth, he took out a bottle of healing liquid, pried her mouth open, and poured the medicine down her throat. Thankfully, the woman still had some consciousness and swallowed the liquid. Looking at her wet clothes, he hesitated for a moment. He quickly summoned a blanket and, in a flurry, stripped the woman completely bare. Her exquisite body was whiter than snow, flawless and radiant, like jade, with a full and perky figure, a waist he could grasp, and long, straight legs. He couldn't help but catch his breath. He quickly shook off those thoughts, stuffed her clothes into a bag, stowed it in the system backpack, then tied the blanket around his back and ran again. He was anxious. The blanket would soon be frozen in the cold wind, and he had to shake off the pursuers quickly. The whistle sounds were getting closer, no more than 3 or 4 miles away, as if a net was closing in on him from all directions. He felt an overwhelming urgency to escape. Otherwise, when dawn broke, he would have nowhere to hide, and they might discover him. He opened the map, took a look, and chose a small town, immediately running toward it. After running for a while, he reached the town, But just as he was about to enter, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He hesitated again. This place was too close to Nanshan Lake, and the whistle sounds hadn't stopped behind him. They might come to this town, and if he was cornered here, he would have nowhere to run. He opened the map again, gritted his teeth, and abruptly changed direction, heading south. The whistles rang out in the snowy night, growing more urgent as they approached from all directions. Suddenly, a figure swept down from the sky and landed in the snow. Several black-clad men with sinister blood masks stood in the snow, and upon seeing the newcomer, they respectfully saluted. "We greet the Left Guardian." The newcomer was indeed Ning Tai, the Left Guardian of the Blood Spirit Society. He spoke in a deep voice. "What have you found?" One of the black-clad men picked up a piece of clothing from the ground with his sword. It was a woman's bra. Ning Tai's eyes narrowed slightly. "Her clothes?" The man replied, "Yes, we don't know why she took them off, but we haven't found any other clothing, and the trail ends here. It seems to have vanished into thin air. The snow spirit hound can't pick up her scent anymore." Ning Tai's expression darkened. It seems she knows we were tracking her scent, so she changed her clothes, but why is there only this one piece? The scent master said, "We have searched 100 meters around us and found no other clothing, but we did find this." He then handed Ning Tai a glass vial. Ning Tai took it. It was a thumb-sized glass bottle. He brought it to his nose and said, "Healing liquid." He examined the bottle with some surprise. It was different from any he had seen before, with no manufacturer's markings. Who would use such an unbranded bottle for medicine? The masked man said, "At the scene where we rescued Ling Yun, we also picked up a bottle. It should have been from when she was injured during the fight with Huang San. However, this person is extremely clever, constantly changing directions and using the footprints of other scavengers to confuse our vision. The snow spirit hound has sensed her getting closer, but her scent disappears here." Guardian Shou Tai said solemnly, "Can you track her scent?" The scent master shook his head. "No. The snow spirit hound seems to have suddenly lost all trace of her scent here." Ning Tai's eyes narrowed. Strange. Could there be a master who erased her scent? He then threw the bottle back to the scent master and said in a deep voice, "Search. We must find her today. Gather everyone and search within a 20-mile radius from here. We need to see her alive or her body. Also, notify us to keep an eye on the direction of Wuxing City and Yangzhou City." "Yes." The group replied in unison and quickly dispersed. Chapter 82. I remember being naked. He crossed the small town and ran for several miles. Finally, the whistle sound seemed to fade into the distance, and his tense heart relaxed slightly. Fortunately, the heavy snow quickly covered his footprints, making it nearly impossible for anyone to track him in the wilderness at night. He didn't dare stop, running for about 10 miles until he was exhausted and out of breath. Finally, he reached the small town. He was still cautious, circling around to the back of the town and finding a relatively intact house. He slipped inside. It seemed a scavenger had stayed here before, as there were signs of recent activity, including firewood and a stove with blackened remnants. He shook off the snow from his body and laid the woman down, noticing that the blanket was already frozen on the outside and the inside was cold. However, thankfully, his own body heat had been transferred to her, and the blanket was still somewhat warm. He checked on the woman, and perhaps due to the healing liquid, her breathing seemed a bit stronger. He tested her breath and felt a slight sense of relief. He pulled out the tent, spread it in a corner of the house, and laid blankets inside for the woman. Holding her perfect figure, his heart raced again. After all, she was only 14 or 15 in the prime of her youth, and he couldn't help but breathe faster. He quickly covered her with another layer of blankets, which helped slow his heartbeat a bit. The blankets were all stored in the system backpack, so he took them out warm, not needing to undress to help her warm up. Suppressing those thoughts, he gave the woman another bottle of healing liquid, saying, "Whether you can survive depends on your fate. This is the second bottle. I spent a lot for it." After setting up the tent, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. After running for dozens of miles in the snow all night, he had to be careful not to fall into a ditch. An ordinary person would have collapsed by now, but thankfully, he was a holy soldier. With the tension gone, he realized he was drenched in sweat. The cold wind made him shiver, but he didn't dare to light a fire, fearing the smoke would attract attention. He gritted his teeth and sat on the firewood, panting heavily. After a while, drowsiness overtook him, and he fell asleep against the wall, utterly exhausted. He didn't know how long it had been when Wuyang suddenly opened his eyes. He realized he had fallen asleep while sitting. It was definitely due to sheer fatigue, as the outside was already bright, with sunlight illuminating the room through the snow. He stood up, opened the tent to take a look, and found the woman still asleep. Her complexion had improved significantly, now showing some color, unlike the deathly pale look she had last night. He reached under the blanket, which was still warm, and felt her pulse. Although weak, it was still beating. He tucked her hand back under the blanket, making sure she was covered well, and said, "Looks like you're lucky. You pulled through." He was reluctant to give her another bottle of healing liquid, as he now only had one left. Closing the tent, he stood up, and at that moment, the woman inside the tent opened her eyes. Her delicate face was flushed, realizing she had been stripped naked by a man. Now, she couldn't move, otherwise she would have killed him. How could her pure and pristine body have been seen by a man like this? When she was stripped, she had known. She was using her original force to protect her heart from losing warmth, but she was conscious, just unable to resist. However, she was puzzled in her heart about what kind of medicine Wuyang had given him, as its effectiveness was remarkable. After consuming one bottle, he felt a rapid improvement in his injuries. With the second bottle, the effect was even stronger, and she finally had the strength to open her eyes. She went to the firewood pile, picked up a few sticks, and placed them in the stove to start fire. Before long, flames rose, and the room instantly became warm. Wuyang leaned against the fire, checking his holy weapon. He felt the holy weapon tremble after killing the battle master last night, which should have increased his experience points significantly. Sure enough, his experience points rose to 35%. One battle master had given him 30% experience. This made him very happy. He was not far from leveling up. He put away the holy weapon system and took out 2 pouches, pouring out all the spirit cores inside. His eyes instantly brightened. Indeed, a horse does not get fat without night grass, and a person does not get rich without outside wealth. Together, the two had 17 spirit cores, and with his own, he had 29 plus 1 second-tier spirit core. He was about to get rich. With this money, he could fully prepare for his upgrades. He tossed the 2 pouches into the fire and put the spirit cores into his own pouch. Steadying his thoughts, he summoned a woman's clothes and began to roast them by the fire. He didn't know that the woman had been watching him through the gaps in the tent. She was astonished to see him summon clothes out of thin air. This guy actually had a space holy weapon? Space holy weapons are incredibly precious and not something a mere holy weapon warrior could possess. Could he be a disciple of a great power? But he didn't look like it. If he were a disciple of a great power, how could he not even know a lightness technique and could only run like a bull? However, his sword skills were quite impressive. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes and saw Wuyang seemingly rummaging for something, picking up her clothes one by one and flipping them over. She immediately ground her silver teeth in frustration, wondering if this guy had some lewd thoughts. She recognized him as that silly boy she had seen before. He looked young. Could he be a lecher? Would he suddenly pounce on her? "Where's my bra?" At that moment, she heard Wuyang mumbling in confusion, which almost made her choke in anger. He was still asking about the bra. This pervert. I remember taking it off. At this moment, Wuyang's voice came again, and the woman's face turned red once more, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust in fury. "Did I lose it?" Suddenly, Wuyang exclaimed in shock. Wuyang's face was filled with regret, which made the woman feel relieved. It's better that it was lost. If that lecher had taken it for something, she would truly be embarrassed. At that moment, she heard Wuyang say, "What a careless mistake. Will those people find it?" The woman's expression changed sharply upon hearing this, and then became very unnatural. Compared to falling into the hands of that group, she preferred it to be in Wuyang's possession, even if he intended to do something bad. She then secretly spat, her face turning red again. At this moment, Wuyang stood up, and she hurriedly closed her eyes. Wuyang was actually walking towards her tent, and her heart tightened. This little lecher wouldn't be unable to control himself and take action against her, would he? She felt nervous and thought to herself that if she had the strength, she would definitely take down this little lecher. Wuyang opened the tent and placed the hot, freshly roasted clothes inside. To his surprise, he actually lifted the blanket, and the woman nearly couldn't resist opening her eyes. For some reason, she couldn't hold back. She noticed that Wuyang was actually dressing her, starting with the embarrassing little underwear, leaving her body completely exposed in front of him. Her face turned crimson, and her breathing became rapid. Wuyang was flustered as he helped the woman put on her clothes, and he was sweating profusely. It felt like a form of punishment. The woman's skin was incredibly smooth, like ice and cream, making him want to touch it. His body was strong enough now, especially with a mature soul inside him, and he almost couldn't hold back. He stood in front of the tent, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, muttering, "I'm even better than Lu Xiaohui. He remains composed in the presence of beauty, while I can't even stay calm in bed." After saying that, he unexpectedly laughed. The woman, initially puzzled by the mention of Lu Xiaohui, almost burst out laughing at his last remark. However, she couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Was her charm not enough? Why wasn't this little lecher making a move? If he wasn't going to, at least he could take the opportunity to touch her. Thinking of this, her face flushed again, and she scolded herself inwardly. Suddenly, the woman started coughing urgently, startling Wuyang. He hurriedly looked over and saw her eyes closed, coughing incessantly. Wuyang quickly picked her up and patted her on the back. After a while, her coughing finally subsided, but her face turned pale again. Chapter 83. Only able to feed her with his mouth. Wuyang looked at the pale face of the woman as she coughed. He remembered the first time he saw her, when she occasionally coughed a few times, appearing somewhat fragile, suggesting that she was unwell, perhaps with asthma, her cough accompanied by wheezing. He gently patted her back until she finally stopped coughing, but her pretty face was still pale, and he felt a pang of pity for her delicate appearance. However, he was not a doctor and couldn't cure her illness. The medicinal liquids he had were only effective for injuries. He carefully tucked her in again, covering her with a blanket, then pulled out a pot and bowl from a box. He cooked some thin porridge to feed the girl, while he himself ate the hot vegetable rice. The woman in the tent smelled the aroma of the rice and felt hungry. Peering through a gap, she saw him eating heartily like a pig and suddenly felt a bit angry, thinking that this little lecher only cared about himself and completely forgot about her. Wuyang had eaten his fill and finally felt his fatigue fade away. He tidied up his things and focused on cooking porridge for the girl. The town that